Let's break up. Why? You don't have a car. I live well. You don't have a room. I live well. You don't have a job yet. I live well. Han Shuiying. Well, I'll give you another month. If you haven't changed, break up. Transfer me 200. Ding. PayPal arrived at $200. I'll come over to you later tonight. Li Lingfeng extinguished the laccoon in his hand and turned around to enter Maijia. Boss, a pack of Chinese, soft furnishings, $200. Bought a pack of Chinese $65. The remaining $135 tonight promised to buy Lin Sudong dinner. Walking down the street, Li Lingfeng's gaze fell on a woman wearing a black professional suit. A representative of contemporary women who are smart and capable, with a sharp and elegant temperament and an upright posture. Completely heavenly and earthly styles with the full-bodied woman next to her in a low-cut halter dress with a fresh, cool breeze. But the little brother told Li Lingfeng, it likes the latter. Do me a favor, haven't eaten in 3 days. The wailing of an old man with white hair and tattered clothes by the roadside interrupted Li Lingfeng's gaze. Subconsciously feeling his pockets and thinking for a moment, he took out a $10 denomination bill and handed it to the old man. At most, I'll let Lin Odong have one less jerk tonight. After giving the money, Li Lingfeng was just about to turn around and leave when the old man pulled Li Lingfeng's arm. Young man, I see quite a bond with you. Stop. I don't want to learn the Rudraksh poem, nor do I want to maintain peace in this world. The old man. After looking around to make sure no one was coming, the old man mysteriously pulled Li Lingfeng to the corner. Told you it was definitely worth having. After saying that, he pulled out a book from his arms that was so old that it couldn't be any older, and looked at Li Lingfeng with a you-know-what look. Li Lingfeng took a look. The title of the book was clearly written, The Secret of Fierce Men. Is this? The old man smiled playfully and looked down at Li Lingfeng's crotch. Can this practice that? The old man nodded and said smugly, if you have it, not to mention a single bell in the area, even if you were to have 7 women at night, it wouldn't be a problem. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement. Really? The old man was in a hurry. At my age, can I still cheat you? Li Lingfeng's skeptical eyes scrutinized the old man. About the folk prescription more or less heard some, but this heart has no spectrum based on the principle of rather miss than let go. Li Lingfeng tentatively asked, how much is this? The old man slowly stretched out a finger. $10 that's good. After saying that, Li Lingfeng was ready to take out money and buy it back to study it properly. It's $100. The old man smiled and corrected himself. What? As soon as Li Lingfeng shoved the broken book back at the old man, he huffed and turned to leave. Damn you. You really think I'm a kaiju? Don't go. The price is negotiable. Negotiable. The old man hurriedly followed and pestered. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was unmoved, the old man clenched his teeth and shouted, 10 pieces is 10 pieces. Who let you and I be destined? Li Lingfeng immediately stopped. That's more like it. You can't lose or be fooled for $10. What if it's real? After giving the money, Li Lingfeng took the book The Secret Book of Fierce Men from the old man and couldn't wait to open the first page. This secret has been summarized by years of practice and his child's play. Page 2, to practice this skill. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng's dick instantly shrank, and even his asshole tightened. Holy, this is playing me now? Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned his head to look at the old man, but realized that he had long since disappeared. It's over. It's always been cheated. Li Lingfeng was so angry that he wanted to throw it into the trash can in front of him, but on second thought, at least $10 to buy it back. Take it back to sell waste paper can still return some money. The phone rings. It's Lin Odong calling. Where are you? I've been waiting for you for half an hour. Didn't I say I'd treat you to dinner, and then I bailed again? It's on the way. Don't worry. We'll be there in a minute. Friendship Road. Street side. Asked for 4 bottles of chilled old Tsingtao and ordered some jerk pork for the rest. Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong sat opposite each other at a short 4-sided table. How's it going with getting you a job? Li Lingfeng asked. Still keeping an eye out. You should hurry up. If you can't find a job, then Han Shuiying is going to break up with me. Li Lingfeng urged. Lin Sudong looked up at Li Lingfeng. When have you ever had a girlfriend with more than a 3-month term? Just move on to the next one if this one doesn't work. This Han Shuiying is different. What's different? Which is different? I wouldn't understand if I told you. You're all still a fledgling. Lin Sudong. His face was suffocatingly red, and he was so powerless when he tried to fight back. This statement is more or less a murderous assassination. Anyway, you speed up. Aren't you in the HR agency business? Li Lingfeng urged again. Lin Sudong frowned. Who made you so demanding? Every factory you arrived at for less than 3 days and ran away with a bucket. All blacklisted. Speaking of which, Lin Odong was helpless against this brother of his. I'm at least a senior finance major. Can I stoop to those factories? Well, then you're showing senior material. Didn't I add all my skill points from those 4 years of schooling to the minions? And that thing can just behave? Lin Sudong. I really owe you from my previous life. Boss, add another grilled. Li Lingfeng immediately covered Lin Sudong's mouth. Don't boss it up. Any more orders and you're overspending. Lin Sudong pulled away Li Lingfeng's hand and spat. You call this treating and begging? Just go back and make some more instant noodles. Eating too many kebabs isn't good for your body either. Li Lingfeng patted Lin Sudong on the shoulder. It's almost time. I have to go. After saying that, Li Lingfeng brought paper towels and wiped his hands and mouth. You just tapped me on the shoulder without wiping your hands? I just bought this dress for $300. Lin Sudong hastily and lovingly patted the clothes at his shoulder position. Boss, is my packaged chow mein ready? Okay. The stall owner loaded it and brought it to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng picked it up. This box of fried noodles is on my brother's head. The boss turned his head to look at Lin Odong, who was still patting his clothes. Lin Odong? Without waiting for Lin Sudong to react, Li Lingfeng had already taken the fried noodles and slipped away with his feet. Yeah. The fried noodles are $25. The owner came over with a spatula, smiling amiably. Aren't fried noodles usually $15 a serving? Has the price gone up? No. He spiked it. Lin Sudong. I'll you up. Star River Bay. An old neighborhood with a bit of historical age. Li Lingfeng lightly came to the downstairs of the third building. The community does not have an elevator. You need to climb to the 5th floor in one breath. Chapter 002, Designation of Piracy. Room 502. Li Lingfeng took out the key of that flip configuration and reconciled it for a long time before opening the door. I'll have to gripe that key guy later. He's still out fighting keys when he's not good at kung fu. Li Lingfeng's mouth shattered. Entering the house. A clattering sound of water could be heard from the bathroom from a distance. Placing the packed fried noodles on the table, Li Lingfeng came to the bathroom door. It would be a blur of shapely figures being reflected in the frosted glass. Li Lingfeng tried twisting the bathroom door handle lock. Don't bother. I unlocked it. Han Shuiying's voice came from inside. Li Lingfeng. At least I'm your nominal boyfriend. Why are you acting like a wolf? Breathless, Li Lingfeng returned to the living room sofa and lay down. Looking up at the clock that hung on the wall. 9:47. Bored. He then took out the book of Slammer Secrets and read it once again. Page 3, first cultivate his heart. Gripe. Thought it was want to practice this skill must first self-circumcise. Right book right half. Designated as a pirated version. After reading, Li Lingfeng proceeded to turn the next page. On September 21. Hako shares, up 10%. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng immediately blood pressure came up. Inema. Piracy even if. This even the content of the string. Obviously it's a slugger's secret. How come it's a trading note? Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned the following pages in a row. And they were all the same. Angry Li Lingfeng directly threw out this broken book. I cannot imagine that I am wise for a lifetime. Today I was cheated so physically. And $100 for me. Lucky old me, I'm resourceful. That thieving old man deserves to be begging for food. And I can't say that he went bankrupt from stock speculation. So you can lie to me. Slightly smoothed out, Li Lingfeng brought his cell phone and tapped it. And the dark screen instantly lit up. September 21st. Gee, why does that look familiar? Is today September 21st? Li Lingfeng's mind instantly flashed back to what he had just read. Hawk shares, up 10%. I don't think so. So Li Lingfeng will be convinced to click on the stock quote software. Search for Hawk shares. Really was sealed on the stop. Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air and a few chills ran down his back. Is it really that evil? Getting up hurriedly, Li Lingfeng began to rummage around for the book he had just thrown away. Why are you so diligent today? Mopping the floor there? Han Shuiying, who came out wrapped in a bath towel, asked Li Lingfeng when she saw him lying on the floor. Drag your sister, can't you see I'm looking for something? Why don't you come over and help look for it together? Han Shuiying trotted over with her bath towel in hand. What are you looking for? A book. The golden vase? I'm taking my room to pad the corner of the table. Li Lingfeng. Forget it, go cool off and get out of my way. Eventually, Li Lingfeng found it in a corner nook and cranny. But unfortunately the hands were not long enough and the feet were too thick. You come down here. At this time Han Shuiying, who was cooling off to the side, walked over quickly. Is there anything I can do to help now? Help me get the book out. Han Shuiying looked at the book in the corner nook and tried to reach for it, but it was out of reach as well. You try using your legs, Li Lingfeng reminded. Yeah, luckily, Han Shuiying usually did yoga and had her one-horse kung fu in place. Almost. Han Shuiying made a strong attempt to hook it with her toes. Let me help you. After saying that, Li Lingfeng pushed Han Shuiying inward with force. Top. What are you doing? Han Shuiying's face was flushed with shame and indignation. Where's the top? Don't you see this cabinet head? Li Lingfeng looked down at the roots of Han Shuiying's thighs that were close to the head of the cabinet. You get up out of the way. I'll do it myself. Han Shuiying retried again, and this time it was finally moved out by her toes. Li Lingfeng, who got the book, hurriedly turned it over. September 22nd. Tengfei Precision. Up 10%. You don't care about people at all? It just topped me and it hurts like hell. Han Shuiying complained. I'll rub it for you tonight. Han Shuiying's face flew red. Who wants you to rub it? Li Lingfeng didn't have time to pay attention to Han Shuiying, and hurriedly got up and came to the sofa, picking up his cell phone to search for Tengfei Precision. It now trades at $20.36 and closed slightly down -0.47%. You're still studying stocks without money? Han Shuiying, who had followed him over, teased. What do you know, you woman? It's because you don't have any money that you study stocks. What if you turn around? Go ahead and dream of your springtime. And I'm not a womanizer. I'm still a girl. Han Shuiying emphasized. You're still a girl? Feel like I've been working all this time for nothing? Without getting into all that, how about giving me some capital to turn over a new leaf? Li Lingfeng slyly glanced at Han Shuiying. What do you mean by that? You want my money after hitting on me? It will be returned. Don't worry. How can I trust you in your current situation, when you've had nothing to eat? So what do you want me to do? The next day at noon, when Li Lingfeng woke up, Han Shuiying has left 50,000 yuan in cash placed by the bedside. Baixiang Ltd. You haven't broken up with that Li Lingfeng yet? Early in the morning, Han Shuiying's best friend Lin Xiaoning kept blowing in her ear. Sure enough, girlfriends are advised to leave. Han Shuiying thought for a moment and returned. I'm quite hesitant as well. What's the hesitation? No car, no house. Even if it's not, the person is still a wave. Lin Xiaoning hated it and said, but he lives well. Can a good job be a meal? At least it'll be cool. Han Shuiying blinked. Lin Xiaoning. Okay, stop. I'll think it over. Han Shuiying interrupted Lin Xiaoning, just as Han Shuiying wanted to clear her mind by herself. The cell phone on the table rang. Picking it up, it was his own mother calling. So Han Shuiying got up and left her workstation and went to the restroom. Mom, what did you want to see me about? Nothing much. Mom just wanted to ask, when are you coming back? Speaking of which, Han Shuiying had guessed how much. Chapter 003, to buy or not to buy? Mom, who never cared whether she came back home or not. Now the sudden concern. 90% is to urge marriage. Mom, you don't have to introduce me anymore. I have a boyfriend. There, why don't you see you bring it back to Mom? Listen to Mom. This time, your Auntie Lee has introduced a handsome young man with quite good conditions. Mom, Han Shuiying called out helplessly. I don't care. Either you bring your boyfriend back to me, or you behave yourself and go on a blind date. Your choice. After that, he hung up the phone. It so happened that at that moment, the supervising manager, Zhao Yu, came out of the restroom and came eye to eye with Han Shuiying. Laughing, she said, Sis comes through. She gets it. Han Shuiying could only smile back awkwardly. With that big mouth of hers, I guess the whole company will know about it later. Where can I find a boyfriend for my mom to go over? Han Shuiying had a sad face too. Li Lingfeng? When I think of his unemployed condition, how can I dare to bring him back? I'm afraid it's not a joke to the neighbors. Geez, how come nothing ever goes my way? Han Shuiying sighed secretly. On this side, after Li Lingfeng deposited 50,000 yuan into his bank card, he re-entered the residence and brought up a breakfast on the way, opened the stock account and transferred the money from the bank card. Returning to the self-selected stock interface, Li Lingfeng was dumbfounded, and the quail egg cupped in his hand flew out a few meters away. TM's Tengfei Precision is lying down on the stop. Now this situation. Buffett came also dare not buy. Li Lingfeng sat motionless. Last night's efforts went down the drain? To buy or not to buy? After the heart silently read countless times, Li Lingfeng heart across, the big deal is to go out to sell their bodies to pay their debts, not bow how to get out of the head. Li Lingfeng made up his mind to buy Tengfei Precision in full position. All sold in just 3 seconds without a ripple. When Li Lingfeng saw it, his heart was cooled by almost half, which shows how powerful the sell order backlog is. It's not going to follow up with another drop tomorrow, is it? Li Lingfeng even began to calculate their own losses to consider the stop-loss point should be set at which point good. At that moment, a chat message popped up on the cell phone interface, sent by Han Shuiying. Find a day to go back home with me. Going home? Li Lingfeng froze slightly. Yes, meet my mom and dad. Han Shuiying considered it over and over again, and finally decided that it was better to let Li Lingfeng take the top and get over this hurdle first. Li Lingfeng made a mistake. Chatting well. How to suddenly say to see their parents. They have not been a little psychological preparation. A prodigal son himself. He really didn't want to be tied down so early. Life is short. How nice to be free. Can you not go? You try. I can tell you. You don't have a choice. You have to pick a time to come back with me. What kind of attitude do you have? Believe it or not, I will disappear right here. Still giving face, Li Lingfeng immediately returned. Come on, just come back with me, just to deal with my parents. It's nothing. Li Lingfeng frowned, not saying so earlier. Okay, no problem. I guarantee to make all the uncles and aunts happy. Here's $2,000. That's all I have left. Buy you some clothes to dress up. The chat interface popped up with a transfer message of $2,000, and Li Lingfeng's heart felt like it had touched something. No, I have money. What? Selling out? I'd like to sell it, but I can't find a buyer. Ask your best friend if she's willing to do that. My best friend, she can't see you. Li Lingfeng. After finishing his chat with Han Shuiying, Li Lingfeng, who was starving, hurriedly made up a meal. Once you're full and headed to the couch, the return to sleep comes immediately. When Li Lingfeng woke up again, it was already past 12 noon. It's not a good time to sleep. I recalled that I bought Tingfei Precision in the morning, so I picked up my phone and opened the stock ticker to take a look. Holy, it's really ing up. Li Lingfeng is simply about to stunned off the jaw. A long time cannot believe. This Tingfei Precision even from the down stop pulled up to the stop. But the fact that it's right in front of us is so obvious. It's like a rocket flying through the sky. It doesn't even bring much stopping in between the down to up stops. Obviously, this is absolute money coming in. A 20% crossover jump brings the profit on the account to $9,357.26 at this point. Li Lingfeng, the corner of this mouth curled up for fear that even AK would soon be unable to suppress it, hurriedly brought the broken book. September 23. Seacham Holdings, up 10%. Li Lingfeng immediately searched for this stock to add into their own stock selection. At this time slightly up 0.23%. The price of 32.16 yuan. With this secret book, getting rich is just around the corner, sighed Li Lingfeng. Just helpless capital is still not big enough. Then Li Lingfeng thought of Lin Sudong. I heard a while ago that he was going to buy a car, so I think he has some money left in his hand. Hey, what are you grifters doing? Going to work? What else can I do? It's not as dashing as that, like you, to discuss something with you. What is it? First of all, let's say the loan is waived. Lend me some money. Holy, it really hung up the phone. Unwillingly, Li Lingfeng then sent a message to Lin Sudong, being chased by loan sharks. If you don't want me to be caught, make a quick payment. Don't worry, I'll give you a few stitches then. Li Lingfeng, what happened to the brotherhood? Thinking back then, who was the one who took you to wash your feet for the first time? I paid for it. Who introduced you to your first girlfriend? That's your ex. And ganging up on me for money. Li Lingfeng, then there's always something to do right by you, isn't there? There, bought me a bun when I was at my worst. Li Lingfeng, forget it, I'm not borrowing it. After a while, send me the card number. A few minutes later, Li Lingfeng bank card to account for 200,000 yuan. Li Lingfeng had never felt that his card was so thick and heavy, and inside was his brother Lin Sudong's life's work. Ugh, how did this? I get sand in it for a good reason. Scribbling a bubble noodle, Li Lingfeng once again focused on the stock market. After the market opened at 1 o'clock, the entire borrowed $200,000 was purchased at 32.21 for Seacham Holdings. At the close of business that afternoon, Haikong Holdings then rose 5.37% to a profit of $10,723.99. If Haikong Holdings really get to another stop tomorrow, it will once again validate the secret book. This encounter is not a pit, it is simply a god of wealth. Li Lingfeng, who was in a very cheerful mood, washed up beautifully and changed into his going out clothes, looked in the mirror. Well, as handsome as ever. Leave the residence and go downstairs. The granny on the first floor who was organizing the discarded cardboard looked back at Li Lingfeng. It's like seeing the first love of the year. Zhongnan Finance. Li Lingfeng picked the prettiest account manager. My name is Lin Yenner. I'm glad to serve you. What kind of business would you like to do? Chapter 004, make them jealous again. How much can you do with this stock placement? 1 to 10. The account is regulated by us, and we will force the position to be closed if the red line is triggered. Li Lingfeng nodded. This matching ratio was not bad. Open a stock placement account for me. Li Lingfeng, who is well versed in financial theories, knows that in order to further grow bigger and stronger, it is necessary to use leverage. The procedure was easy and it took less than 10 minutes to get it done. Finance companies are not like securities dealers. So many process formalities. The main focus is on efficiency and convenience. With enough volume to manage, How else are you going to make fast money? Out of the finance company. Li Lingfeng looked at the streets of traffic and was worried about how to go back. Too many people taking public transportation again. Right at rush hour. Let's call a drip express. We don't have much money in our pockets. Beep. Behind the car horn sound, Li Lingfeng startled. Just wanted to turn back to scold. So wide road you beep what? At first glance, it was actually Lim Yunan who had just served herself. Mr. Li, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? Star River Bay. It just so happens I'm in that neighborhood. Get in the car. Li Lingfeng nonchalantly got into Lin Yenner's car. The exterior and interior are 99 new. It seems that the car was just picked up not long ago. Not bad. Buying a car at a young age. Li Lingfeng did not mince words in his praise. This Lin Yenner is estimated to be about 22 years old, and her face still has a remnant of that youthfulness from her student days. But a professional outfit is tall and sharp. This car payment. Mom and Dad gave the down payment. How can I have that? Lin Yenner was not modest. Mom and Dad are also a sign of strength. Lim Yunan froze, then she continued to concentrate on driving her car. The road was congested with evening rush hour traffic, moving slowly and presumably faster than that on a bicycle. It was hard to make it to the neighborhood, so Li Lingfeng got out of the car early. Thanks. I'll buy you dinner someday. You're welcome. Lin Yenner left with a kick of the gas, a wisp of the car's fragrance still wafting in the air. One could intuitively feel that this Lin Yenner should have just left society not long ago. None of that grease from the workplace. Li Lingfeng dialed Han Shuiying's phone. Going to pick you up from work? No. I'm working late tonight. I'll be back later. You find dinner first. Li Lingfeng frowned and looked at the hung-up phone. I'm just trying to rub your nose in it, but you told me to find my own food first. Where can I find it? Open your mouth a little wider toward the northwest now. The next day, Li Lingfeng got up before 9 o'clock in an unprecedented manner, which confused Han Shuiying, who was at home on vacation. Reaching out, he touched Li Lingfeng's forehead. This doesn't have a fever either. Li Lingfeng blanched at Han Shuiying. Can't you wish me some good? After a wash, Li Lingfeng almost forgot about his stocks and hurriedly opened his cell phone. Haikong Holdings was indeed capped at the halt right from the opening bell. Li Lingfeng did not have one more minute of hesitation. Immediately sold all the liquidation of the position, making a profit of 31,796.39 yuan, together with the previous Tengfei Precision, which was also cleared when it was close to the halt. The account now totals $296,673.88. 2 days to earn 46,673.88 yuan, which in the past, Li Lingfeng thought not even dare to think. Li Lingfeng looked at the numbers on the stock account and tapped it again and again. The shock of this money a bit on the head, leaving $6,673.88 for daily expenses. Li Lingfeng used $290,000 as a match to expand his operating capital to $2.9 million. On September 24, Gold Frau, up 10%. Finding this stock, Li Lingfeng did not even look at the fundamentals, and killed the whole position, and finally traded at an average price of 27.86 yuan, now down -3.76%. No surprise there is a 13.76% gain tomorrow. 2.9 million is $399.40. A Mercedes-Benz in his hands. Li Lingfeng was excited just thinking about it. Don't lie on the couch. Get up and eat. You're not that weak. Han Shuiying shouted. Li Lingfeng got up to help bring out the dishes and chopsticks, and the two of them sat at the dinner table and ate and chatted, just like a pair of homey young couple. Seriously with you, when are you going to make a trip back with me? If it wasn't for the urgency of my parents, I wouldn't bother you. Li Lingfeng chucked a piece of meat into his mouth. Give me a few more days, when you get a job. Put. Li Lingfeng almost spat out a mouthful of rice. Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. I knew you couldn't be relied on. I'm going back to the office after dinner later to add to my shift, so help me put the dishes away. Li Lingfeng nodded. After the meal, Han Shuiying took her bag and went back to the company to work overtime. As she said, after making sure Han Shuiying was gone, Li Lingfeng hurriedly finished cleaning up the dining table and changed into a set of clothes for going out. Impression World, Armani franchise, large thousands of clothes. Li Lingfeng did not blink an eye. Randomly choose to see. One of the main ones is to wear it with a pushy pipe. The sales clerk lady looked at Li Lingfeng and couldn't help but frown. It was hard to believe that this person in front of her could afford these high-end clothes. Even if you can afford it, I don't know if you can afford it. Although the person is a bit prettier, I have no right to give you away for nothing. The store clerk lady sighed in her heart. Please, help me wrap these two. What? The store clerk lady trotted over a little in disbelief of her ears. Sir, you said you wanted these two, right? Exactly. After receiving Li Lingfeng's exact answer, the sales clerk lady was still a bit hard to believe. Is this the son of some local rent collector again? Until Li Lingfeng bought the order at the front desk, the sales clerk lady only firmly established this idea in her heart. It's so understated. Understatedly luxurious. The sales clerk lady was envious to a million. After buying the clothes, Li Lingfeng wandered around the mall, intending to buy more or less gifts over there, even though Han Shuiying hadn't explained it. Li Lingfeng? A familiar voice came from behind him. With a handsome glance back, Li Lingfeng instantly recognized his predecessor, Su Xiaolu. This earth is so small. To meet you here. Li Lingfeng greeted. Su Xiaolu blanked Li Lingfeng. Who wants to see you? So you still call me? Su Xiaolu. It's been a while. What have you been up to? Still have the nerve to say that you haven't contacted me for a long time. And you don't count in your heart for pulling me out of the black? Li Lingfeng directly poked and prodded. Can my husband not blackball you if you damn well call me out in the middle of the night? That's true. I should have called you quietly. By the way, how is your husband now? Li Lingfeng then asked. Don't mention it. Divorced him long ago. Chapter 005 Instantly unclean. Hearing this, both of Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up. In that case, isn't it true that I have another chance? Asterisk 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 off. You. Su Xiaolu returned with a smile, clearly not rejecting it. Come on. Let's see if anything's changed after all this time. After saying that, Li Lingfeng re-examined it up and down and nodded. Well, it's still as big as ever. Charlotte Su, where are your asshole eyes looking? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Could it have gotten as big as it is today without me working as hard as I did back then? Su Xiaolu's handsome face instantly rose a scarlet red. You talk, pay attention to the occasion. Let people hear how bad. By the way, do you still work at that Mercedes 4S? What? You remembered to care about me now? Su Xiaolu had a happy smile on her face. Looking to buy a car from you. Give a discount. Charlotte Su. Okay, you. Haven't seen a Mercedes-Benz in over a year. It's not like my girlfriend is rushing home to meet mom and dad. Female. Girlfriend. Su Xiaolu froze for a moment, the expression on her face somewhat frozen. What? This doesn't even help me? Yes. Yes. Su Xiaolu came back to her senses and hurriedly answered. After a pause, she then said, buy me a Haagen-Dazs. This was the wish that Su Xiaolu had always had when she followed Li Lingfeng back then. Seeing that Li Lingfeng did not agree, Su Xiaolu could not help but frown slightly. You're not going to say you don't have the money again, are you? Li Lingfeng looked up and smiled, brilliant as a flower, looking at Su Xiaolu mesmerized. This is how familiar smile. Go! Finally hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Su Xiaolu sort of exhaled slightly. I didn't realize that this wish was granted after the two had broken up. Haagen-Dazs boutique. A few couples were lining up, 2 by 2, enjoying the simple romance. It's not really that simple. TM, this one ice cream is over 100. Will you fly if you eat it? $2 for an old popsicle, it's not cool? Fills your entire throat just the same. Li Lingfeng had never figured this out. It was hard to line up Li Lingfeng and Su Xiaolu. The clerk smiled and asked, what flavors do you two need? Li Lingfeng looked back at Su Xiaolu. I'll have the blueberry flavor, please. Li Lingfeng turned to the clerk and said, 3 blueberry flavored ones. Su Xiaolu was busy pulling Li Lingfeng's hand to discourage him. Can you finish it? Order so much. After all, this Haagen-Dazs is not cheap. Back then Li Lingfeng could not afford to buy one. One for you, one for me, and one left to nourish the ground. Su Xiaolu. It was not until this moment that Su Xiaolu realized that what Li Lingfeng was carrying in his hand was actually Armani. Associated with Li Lingfeng's comment just now that he was looking for himself to buy a Mercedes-Benz, Su Xiaolu had a puzzled look on her face. Asked, You got rich? The corner of Li Lingfeng's mouth curled up slightly. Hidden so well, and it was all discovered by you? Su Xiaolu, carrying Armani in his hand and buying Haagen-Dazs to nourish the ground. He was close to writing on his face, I have money. The whole thug face. Su Xiaolu took the Haagen-Dazs and took a sip. And it was not like the flavor of the year after all. You haven't answered me back yet. Seriously. Li Lingfeng spread his 2 hands. Recently, he was looked at by a male, so his hands are a bit more generous. Su Xiaolu couldn't help but tighten her chrysanthemums upon hearing this. Unbelievable look at Li Lingfeng. Just 1 year did not see this span of play so big? The mind can't even help but conjure up images that shouldn't be there. Ha! Su Xiaolu shook her head vigorously, getting goosebumps all over her body. Then he looked down at the Haagen-Dazs he held in his hand and was instantly unclean. Li Lingfeng blankly glanced at Su Xiaolu, saying that you believe still like that year, that stupid look. Su Xiaolu, who made me trust you so much? If you trusted me, you wouldn't have married that man back then. Those are 2 different things. I do trust you, but you don't have any money. Do I follow you around and rent an apartment? So what do you do now? Not just as divorced, and what did you get? Got a suite. Also, over $1 million in cash deposits. Li Lingfeng. Looking at the eye, Su Xiaolu, sister. Is the thigh still missing a pendant? Gum. Roll. Why do people need to get divorced when their conditions are so good? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Still not the same as you. Enough of a wannabe to play at marital infidelity. Su Xiaolu feels hateful when she thinks about it. Scum. Then you could have played marital cheating and come to me. Why get divorced? Su Xiaolu. With that, he tossed the Häagen-Dazs in his hand into a side trash can. This thing is completely unclean. Don't go. There are still 2 left here. Li Lingfeng shouted. After that, they were given to a young couple next to them. Li Lingfeng jogged to keep up with Su Xiaolu. Take me to see the car now? Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Brand new vehicles furnished showroom. Who's that guy next to Xiaolu? Quite handsome. You don't? His ex-boyfriend. Is this about to get back together? I heard that Ru got divorced a while ago. Who knows? Such a handsome ex-boyfriend. You can give it to me if you don't want it, don't you? What's the difference between having and not having that thing that you can't hold? Then you're still relying on people and not splitting up sooner. It's not like we haven't found the right one to keep as a meal ticket. Su Xiaolu brought Li Lingfeng to the A-class car exhibition area. Introducing. These are more moderately priced, so you can take a general look at which one you like. Li Lingfeng did not move his feet. These A-segment cars are not even entry-level, with little space and low taste in equipment. Although there was no money, it didn't stop Li Lingfeng from wanting to look good. Show me the E300. Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. How old is your girlfriend? About the same as you. Why? No. Just asking. Li Lingfeng frowned. Lousy is relying on himself to buy a car. Okay. And I didn't say you were a soft touch. And what do you mean you asked how old my girlfriend is? Come to the E-class exhibit. Li Lingfeng saw the black E300 Sport Deluxe model at a glance. How much is this? Listed at $500. 000. Now that the market is in a slump. Land you $450. 000 if you want it. Okay, let's set this one then. Su Xiaolu, you think you're buying cabbages? At least look around a bit more first. Don't look. Just this one. You'll go blind if you choose too many. Su Xiaolu froze there. Isn't this talking about me? Can I pick up the car if I pay for it in the next couple days? Not so fast. It'll be at least a week. If you're in a hurry you can ask for the show car. It'll be cheaper still. Chapter 006 is the next door under renovation? That's fine. So how much is the deposit? Let's start with 10. 000. Is 2,000 enough? Su Xiaolu. Even a deposit is discounted. I really doubt you can afford it? Okay. I'll make up the rest and remember to pay me back. I'll remember to say it again. After opening the receipt, Su Xiaolu sent Li Lingfeng out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Li Lingfeng turned around and smiled. Sending you 1,000 miles will eventually require a goodbye. Go back. In the future, will we be able to contact each other? Li Lingfeng, wait until you release me from the blacklist. On the way back, the cell phone rang with the cheerful ringtone. Here are the 18 bends in the mountains. Here are the 9 rings in the water. Li Lingfeng picked it up and saw that it was Han Shuiying calling. Hey, where have you been? Out of sight? It's cool out there. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go out and buy groceries. Han Shuiying asked. Why don't you stop cooking and take you to a nice dinner? Shaxian? Or Longjiang pig's feet rice? The pattern is a little bigger. Lanzhou ramen with 2 extra pieces of beef? Li Lingfeng. Peninsula West Restaurant. Go over there and wait for me. After saying that, Li Lingfeng hung up the phone. Peninsula Western Restaurant. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Lingfeng saw Han Shuiying waiting by the side of the road, and was busy walking up to him. How long has it been here? Just arrived a while ago. Are we really going to eat there? Han Shuiying questioned as she looked at the Peninsula Western Restaurant in front of her. Why else would we have come all this way? But I don't have much money left, and I have some gifts for my parents in advance. Although Han Shuiying also wanted to take Li Lingfeng there to eat, she had to consider the reality of the dilemma. Why don't you come back here when I get paid next month? Li Lingfeng looked at this woman in front of him, so virtuous that it was a little heartbreaking. Let's go and eat. Li Lingfeng took Han Shuiying's hand and entered the Peninsula Western Restaurant with a big smile. Welcome, gentlemen. Any advance reservations, please? No. Do you have to make reservations in advance to eat here? Li Lingfeng was instantly a bit displeased. No, not really, sir. The clerk was busy explaining. It's just that the private rooms are low cost if you don't have a reservation, but that's okay, we can choose to eat in the common area. It's all the same. Li Lingfeng looked at the public dining area. It was quite crowded. It would be just at mealtime, and the store's flavor should do pretty well, or else it wouldn't be visited by so many people. Give me a private room. Han Shuiying froze when she heard this, and then immediately tugged on Li Lingfeng's coat. Okay sir, then why don't I open a couple's private room for you over here? The clerk politely inquired. Li Lingfeng nodded. The low cost is $998, and additional spending is calculated separately, so please pay in advance. Sir, looking at Li Lingfeng's iron determination to have a private room, Han Shuiying also gave up struggling. The matter of gifts will be discussed then. Just ready to pick up the cell phone to go forward to pay the bill. Just to hear the drop sound, Li Lingfeng surprisingly bought the bill first. I spent $3,500 on clothes, paid $2,000 on the car deposit, and have about $1,000 left over from my $6,000 plus allowance. Just in time to pay the bill tonight. In shock, Han Shuiying followed Li Lingfeng to the couple's private room. The overall decoration style is not bad, quite modern art style, just a little less space. The two sat down, and Li Lingfeng placed the Armani he was carrying in front of Han Shuiying. Bought you a dress. See if you like it? Originally have not slowed down Han Shuiying this time, even more confused. What is today? The end of the world? What are you looking at? Aren't you going to look? Han Shuiying opened the bag. There were two pieces of clothing inside. One was Li Lingfeng's and the other was Han Shuiying's. Similar to a couple's outfit. Armani? Han Shuiying, who had looked at the sign 2 or 3 times repeatedly, was sure that she had read it correctly. This has to be several thousand, right? Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. What do you care how much it costs? Just like it. If you don't like it, let's go return it. Li Lingfeng took a cigarette out and looked like an asshole. You really went out and sold it? Once the words came out, Li Lingfeng that lighter almost burned his eyebrows and couldn't help but frown. These thousands of dollars commit me to go out and sell my body? Who knows? Don't you have any idea? Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying took out her clothes and compared them to her heel, revealing some sweet smiles. This was the first time she had received a gift from Li Lingfeng. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng is still lazy to get up. Came to the living room. A love breakfast is placed on the table in a regular manner. Li Lingfeng approached to take a look. There was also a note attached to it, which read, "Remember to eat breakfast ing." Picking up the fresh milk and taking a sip, Li Lingfeng realized that he hadn't brushed his teeth yet. After washing up and beautifully enjoying a nutritious breakfast, Li Lingfeng came to the sofa and lay down on the sofa. Pick up the phone to open the market software. Not surprisingly, Jinhui Technology as expected stopped. With a 13.76% gain in hand, Li Lingfeng hurriedly liquidated his position. At the moment, the own funds reached 689,040 yuan. Of course, there are 200,000 in it as Lin Sudong's. 50,000 is Han Shuiying's. As a rule, $9,040 is offered as daily out-of-pocket expenses, and $680,000 is allocated to $6.8 million. Next stock, Tongfang Tech, up 10%. Chapter 007, do I need a refund? Then what are you waiting for? Even though now Tongfang Kechuan fell -7.64%, Li Lingfeng still intervened in the full position. Just so that Li Lingfeng did not expect is that the forehand just under the order, followed by the same side of the science and technology, such as scurrying monkeys, quickly pull up. There is no need to be so exciting, right? Li Lingfeng muttered as he looked at the large number of buy orders purchased on the disc. It's can't wait to give yourself money. Before the morning's close, Tongfang Cochrane was being held down on the stop, which was brutal. Before even understanding what's going on, Li Lingfeng has already realized a 17.63% profit on his account. $198,840. That's $1 million profit. And that's not counting tomorrow's upside. Li Lingfeng hurriedly searched for information about Tongfang Kechuan, only to find that it was the announcement of major scientific research results. No wonder it. Good news stimulus. The opening that will fall is the dealer in order to suck chips dry it. Li Lingfeng counted on his fingers. And now he is also worth $1 million. So it should be almost time. So he sent a message to Han Shuiying, let's go back this weekend. Han Shuiying, who received this message for a moment, should not know how to reply. What is wrong with this Li Lingfeng? Feeling as if she had changed as a person. This series of sudden enthusiasm made Han Shuiying a bit uncomfortable. According to the script in his head, he should have to sell himself to please Li Lingfeng before finally agreeing to go back. This maid's outfit is all picked out for you. So, do I have to return the order? Han Shuiying muttered in her heart. What are you looking at? Any introductions to buy? Lin Xiaoning came forward and asked. Han Shuiying hurriedly turned her cell phone back to cover it. Nope, didn't look at anything. What for? So mysterious. Taking advantage of one of Han Shuiying's inattentions, Lin Xiaoning quickly took the cell phone over with a quick eye. The whole thing went numb after reading it, and I just felt my cheeks burning hot. mouth dry and flustered. She swallowed. Are you all playing so fancy? With his heart beating a little faster, he couldn't help but look at it a couple more times and then said, this has literally opened the door to a new world for me. Han Shuiying hurriedly snatched the phone. Then why don't you hurry up and find one? It doesn't fit. Lin Xiaoning instantly wilted like a deflated ball. There is no such thing as perfect, requiring handsome and rich, but also good character. Such a person is hard to find by beating the lantern. How do we know if we can find it or not if we don't try? Lin Xiaoning maintained her last stubbornness. Almost there. Don't drag yourself into being an old nun. Lin Xiaoning blanched at Han Shuiying. I'm only 23. I'm early. What are you two doing here? Work time is not allowed to talk to each other. Do not know. Hurry back to their posts to go. Manager Zhao Yu walked over and snapped. Lin Xiaoning spat out her tongue and hurried back to her post, making sure there were no other people around. Zhao Yu took a step forward and approached Han Shuiying's side, revealing a rare gentle side. This really startled Han Shuiying and looked a bit creepy. Sister Yu, I've accomplished this month's performance target. I'm not going to talk to you about work. Your mom's side is not urging you urgently. What if I introduce you to a boyfriend? Afraid that Han Shuiying would reject it at once, Zhao Yu hurriedly said further, he's a cousin of mine. Don't worry, absolutely brilliant person, graduated from a 211 school and now makes $500,000 a year. By the way, I have a picture of him here for you. After saying that, Zhao Yu hurriedly took out her own cell phone and rummaged through the photos of this cousin of hers. Sister Yu, I have a boyfriend. Zhao Yu froze for a moment. That's a shame it wasn't meant to be. Looking at Zhao Yu's face of loss, Han Shuiying suddenly thought of Lin Xiaoning. Sister Yu, you can introduce it to Xiaoning. I showed my cousin all the pictures of the two of you. He's got his eye on you. Maybe you have a better body. His type. Zhao Yu also couldn't help but glance at Han Shuiying's curves that towered into peaks. Han Shuiying, indeed, much more magnificent than Lin Xiaoning. Over here, without waiting for a reply from Han Shuiying, Li Lingfeng took it upon himself to come to the gift store. What bird's nest in shark's fin? Ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. A brain sweep, not only swept away the 9,000 or so pocket money just raised, but also borrowed more than 10,000 from Su Xiaolu. This time you've really put your money down. Su Xiaolu helped carry the big and small bags. First time meeting a girl's parents. Can't be shabby, can we? If you had done that to me back then, maybe we would have gotten married. No way. I know you. Li Lingfeng returned with certainty. Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng and knew that he was right. It seemed that the one who knew herself best was still the man in front of her. Why don't I give you a ride? Just waiting for you to say that. Then should I still invite you for dinner again on the way? Su Xiaolu blanked Li Lingfeng. Better yet, how did I come to know a man as shameless as you? Remember, I'm owed 18,000 and it's due. Again. Evening off. As soon as Han Shuiying entered the door, she saw a piece of gift box displayed in the house. Looking at the packaging, price is not low kind. You're out picking up scrap boxes? Han Shuiying asked in disbelief. These are gifts for your parents. Gifts? Han Shuiying incredulously walked up and took a closer look, all of which were high-grade items. You slept with the boss's wife. Or did you put the boss to sleep? Don't worry, none of them slept and did a great job. Han Shuiying looked back at Li Lingfeng in horror. We don't do things that are against the law, so hurry up and return the stuff. What nonsense. I mean, I did a big job in the stock market and made a fortune. Han Shuiying didn't believe her eyes. Really? 1,000 times true. You don't look at brother what I majored in college? Li Lingfeng said with a proud face. Didn't you graduate high school? Going to college? Li Lingfeng. Looking at Han Shuiying's astonished eyes, Li Lingfeng couldn't wait to go up and give 2 mouthfuls. I'll show you my college diploma right here. Exasperated, Li Lingfeng entered the room. Where's the packet I put in the corner of the cabinet? Did you say red plastic bagged? Yeah. I thought it was your used toilet paper and took it to the trash. Yet. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. On second thought, isn't this college diploma the same toilet paper you used? Even toilet paper is more useful. A fleeting thought, a judgment like a heavenly abyss. This moment Li Lingfeng is like entering the realm of the sages. It's just a dream. It's just a bubble. Why bother to trap yourself? If I had thought through this layer, perhaps today in the factory to play screws. Why bother to wander around for a few years? Li Lingfeng, who had figured it out, walked out of the room, and Han Shuiying hurriedly walked up. I'm sorry, I really didn't realize it was your diploma in there. So if you're mad at me, hit me. Li Lingfeng. Old me's hands aren't for beating women. After saying that, Li Lingfeng pinched Han Shuiying's delicate face. Chapter 008, may I ask you something? Day 2. Li Lingfeng slept until 12 noon, and Li Lingfeng, who was so hungry, hurriedly got up to look for food. When I came out of the living room, I saw a small note left by Han Shuiying. I'm sorry. I also got up late today and didn't prepare breakfast. Li Lingfeng put down the note, came to the refrigerator, rummaged through it, but also did not find food. Then he hurriedly washed up, changed his clothes, and prepared to go downstairs to eat. Just as he reached the door, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? In the middle of the day, Li Lingfeng muttered in his heart. Open the door and it's the next door neighbor's older sister with a shy look. Did your wife go to work? Big sister asked. Ah, gone to work. You'll have to wait for the evening if you want to find her. I'm not looking for her. I'm looking for you. The elder sister looked at Li Lingfeng with a sweet smile on her face. Surprised, Li Lingfeng returned. Looking for me? I don't know how to repair refrigerators I won't let you fix the refrigerator. Please ask you something. Yes? The older sister looked embarrassed. It's just, downstairs, at the Lanzhou ramen restaurant. Li Lingfeng asked for an extra large version. Watch the stock market ticker while you eat. By the end of the morning, Tongfang Science and Technology were not even able to seal the stop. Up 24%. However, looking at its momentum, the probability is that it will also rush to the board in the afternoon. Not to mention the fact that it's documented in the Slugger's Secret. After drying the ramen, Li Lingfeng drank the rest of the drink in one gulp, full of satiety. Hey, pretty boy, you still want that bottle? Li Lingfeng looked at the granny. Don't want it. Here, it's for you. Get up and leave. Behind the granny looked deep. When my first love was not so handsome. Li Lingfeng, who wanted to go back to the house, turned his head and went to the next door internet cafe as soon as he remembered the big sister next door. It's really not going to end well if this sparks off. Let the boss open a machine. In the past days Li Lingfeng will enjoy playing a game. But now the stock market is important. Sit down. Li Lingfeng opened the market software. Hey, Windy, switch to stock trading? Huang, the resident triple amputee of the internet cafe, came to greet him. Turning back to look at the scruffy Huang, Li Lingfeng frowned. Haven't bathed for a few days? Brother Feng, it's not like you don't know. Eating and living in an internet cafe. How can you have time to take a shower? Without further ado, the copies are online and I have to get busy. After saying that, Huang turned away and hurried back to his position, where his teammates were waiting for him. Li Lingfeng shook his head. There are really millions of choices in millions of lives. Back to the stock market quotes. The time just came to 1 o'clock opening. Not Li Lingfeng expected. The same party Cochrane really opened. The plate was a fierce pull. Looking at the big single crazy rush, Li Lingfeng could not help but follow the slightly excited. Tongfang Kechuan was sealed on the board less than 3 minutes after the opening. Another $799. 884 in profit today, plus $1. 198. 840 from yesterday, for a total of $1. 998. 724. In 2 days, he made nearly $2 million. Li Lingfeng is difficult to calm the excitement of the moment. That's more money than many bottom-feeder laborers could ever hope to earn in a lifetime. Li Lingfeng changed hands to liquidate the position. Plus 680,000 principal. Now the account funds go to 2,678,724 yuan. After presenting 678,724 yuan to his bank card, Li Lingfeng will be the remaining 2 million to continue to match. Now with $20 million in tradable capital, it's definitely considered a big player. It's even shaking up the share prices of certain small-cap stocks. Next stock, Hanbo Marine, up 10%. Li Lingfeng clicked on the stock interface of Hongbo Shipping and looked at the basic information. The operation is not very satisfactory. In the past, this kind of stock Li Lingfeng would not even touch. So Li Lingfeng could not make money in the past. Our stock market. Speculation in the stock market many times do not look at the fundamentals. It's mostly a money to volume ratio, with money flowing in to speculate. With the fierce man's secret in hand, Li Lingfeng did not care about so much. Directly stud full buy. However, due to the relatively large amount of money, it is difficult to eat it all at once. The main thing is to guard against the dealer, and grab meat with the dealer. Beware of being shaken out of the game. It took more than a bell before Li Lingfeng gradually completed building his position in stages. It's good to know that this stock is still fairly large and that $20 million has limited impact. After completing the build, Li Lingfeng dialed Su Xiaolu's phone. Hey, is the car done? I'm going over to pick it up now. After receiving an affirmative reply, Li Lingfeng hung up the phone and got up to leave. Passing by a beauty with flowing yellow hair, Li Lingfeng stopped by to say hello and left in style. The beauty turned around and saw the faraway Li Lingfeng. A few moments shy. Chapter 009. Do you want to go for a test drive? What are you laughing at? Did you take the copy yet? The yellow-haired beauty yelled at the few people. The group immediately stopped laughing. A sparse voice returned. Taken. It turned out that the yellow-haired beauty was the president of the game guild. Li Lingfeng came to the internet cafe's cashier. Boss, I'll cover the consumption of those machines today. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Li Lingfeng waited for almost an hour before finally completing all the formalities. The original price of $450,000 was pushed down to $430,000 because of the current car that was wanted. Li Lingfeng smoothly swiped his card and his account balance changed from 678, 724 to 248, 724. Want to go for a test drive? Su Xiaolu handed the Mercedes keys to Li Lingfeng. Yeah, Li Lingfeng, who received the car keys, then got into the car, with Su Xiaolu sitting in the passenger seat. One button starts and all the display lights on the dashboard instantly come on, and the engine makes a low revving sound. The interior is simple with tawny leather seats and a center control that isn't overly fancy. This kind of low-key luxury was just to Li Lingfeng's taste. With a kick of the gas, the vehicle drove away from the 4S store and sped down the wide road. After 10 minutes, it gradually moved away from the city center and headed towards Fengming Mountain. Are you going to worship the gods? Su Xiaolu asked curiously. Li Lingfeng didn't answer and just concentrated on driving his car and feeling the horsepower of this 2.0T. Seeing this, Su Xiaolu didn't ask any more questions, but closed her own eyes for a nap. Driving to the viewing platform halfway up the mountain, Li Lingfeng made a sharp turn and parked his vehicle. The strong centripetal force directly threw Su Xiaolu awake. Couldn't help but spit out. People are wavy, and they drive so wavy. Getting out of the car, Li Lingfeng came to the observation deck, just as the sun was setting in the west, and the colorful sunset was infinite. Ah! Li Lingfeng shouted outward, releasing all the unwillingness he had felt for so many years. Back to the residence. It is already 6 p.m., Han Shuiying overtime has not yet returned. Li Lingfeng parked his car and called the nearby Changfu restaurant to order food before going upstairs. Let it send a few of its signature good dishes over, saving Han Shuiying from having to go home and cook again. At the moment, Li Lingfeng had that condition. Off duty. Ha! In front of the door, I met the big sister next door again, and the other person greeted me warmly. Li Lingfeng smiled and nodded his head, hurriedly entering the house. It didn't take long to wait for the staff of the Long Fortune restaurant to deliver the ordered dishes. The tiny table was filled with delicacies. When Han Shuiying returned home and saw the table full of food, she looked at Li Lingfeng on the sofa with an incredulous face. You did? Nice try. Don't need to expect me to make it to dinner for you. Li Lingfeng got up from the sofa and said. That's true. Han Shuiying nodded. Li Lingfeng walked to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of red wine that had just been frozen. Want a drink? Han Shuiying shook her head. I just had my period, so I wasted your good meal. Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying put down the bag on her shoulder and the two of them sat opposite each other. By the way, there's a brand new Mercedes-Benz parked downstairs. Yeah, did you see it? Han Shuiying looked up and asked. Li Lingfeng nodded. See, I wonder whose it is. Could it be from our building? Han Shuiying exuded an envious look. It's from our building. You saw him come up here. Ha, see, he's eating face to face with you right now. Han Shuiying. The whole thing froze in one motion. Just blow it off you. Han Shuiying, who had slowed down, returned. I don't know what you, Li Lingfeng, have. It's hard enough to buy a wheel. Seeing that Han Shuiying didn't believe what he said in the slightest, Li Lingfeng threw the green book over. A puzzled Han Shuiying picked up the green book in front of her and opened it, and the name of the owner on it was clearly written. Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying couldn't believe her eyes, and looked at it again. 1,000 times right. My God, where did you get that money? It wouldn't be worth that much if I sold you? As soon as the words came out, it almost gave Li Lingfeng a whole choke. Looking up at Han Shuiying, feelings that I'm not worth a Mercedes in your eyes? Han Shuiying had an innocent expression. Are you worth it? Li Lingfeng. Seriously with you. Where did you get that much money? Han Shuiying had a serious expression on her face. I told you, the stock market did the trick. You really won that much? For the measly 50 grand I brought you? That's certainly not possible. Lin Sudong gave me his wife's book as well. $200,000. Li Lingfeng said it with an easy face. Lin Sudong for this 3 days and 2 nights have not slept well once, for fear that the meatbag hit the dog a go-no return. Han Shuiying sucked in a breath of cold air. You really dare to gamble? Forget about my $50,000. You're still willing to bet on your brother's wife? Didn't I just bet right? Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying triumphantly. And what if you lose? Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. It won't. How do you know it won't? You buffet? After teaching Li Lingfeng a lesson, Han Shuiying eased up a bit and then asked, how much did you earn? You don't see it. The car downstairs. How much for that car? It's not expensive. It's only 400,000 or so when you give a discounted price. Put. A mouthful of Han Shuiying's rice almost spewed out. Why are you such a loser? Bringing over 400,000 to buy a car? And what else? How nice to buy a house. It's enough for a down payment on a suite. Han Shuiying said with great pity. I have a room. After saying that, he brought the red book of real estate and threw it in front of Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying. After experiencing the same shock a second time, Han Shuiying's entire body went numb. Just how many other secrets are you keeping from me? That's all. Where else is the secret? Han Shuiying looked over the red book in her hand again. How come I haven't heard you talk about the house before? And you've been dead set on rubbing up against me here. Then you didn't ask. I'm asking now. Okay? The house was left to me by my parents after they divorced, in case I wandered off. And that was their last bit of kindness. Han Shuiying froze for a moment, knowing that this was poking at Li Lingfeng's sore spot. Chapter 010. Look at the good man you found. Ring ring ring. Early in the morning, the manic alarm seems to express dissatisfaction with the daily routine. Li Lingfeng reached out with one hand and held it down, then threw it out. Turning around, she patted Han Shuiying. Get up. Han Shuiying couldn't be bothered to open her eyes and said in a daze, what's the point of getting up so early? Didn't we agree to go back to your parents' house today? Li Lingfeng reminded. Han Shuiying sat up. How could I have forgotten about this? It's all your fault. The two quickly got up and washed up, cleaning themselves up beautifully before leaving. Came downstairs. Han Shuiying first time to sit in such a new Mercedes-Benz, especially still see their parents. The heart a little excited. Han Shuiying's parents' home is in the G city, 100 kilometers away from this S city. 2 bells or so can arrive. Do you want you to drive? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying shook her head. I just got my license. How dare I get started? Vehicles pull out of the neighborhood and merge onto the main road. After traveling a short distance on city roads, the vehicle entered the highway section. Without the many restrictions of traffic lights and the like, Li Lingfeng stepped his speed up to 120. The vehicle traveled quickly and smoothly. Li Lingfeng was enjoying this feeling of running on the highway. On the contrary, Han Shuiying, probably really tired from last night's tossing and turning, leaned back on the seat to catch up on her sleep. It's also hard for her to come back and serve herself when she's so tired from work every day. Li Lingfeng was silently heartbroken for 3 seconds. The road was smooth, and 2 hours later, Li Lingfeng arrived at the navigation location as expected. Under Han Shuiying's guidance, the vehicle drove into a neighborhood. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, the two of them entered the elevator with their large and small bags. Nervous? Han Shuiying asked. Li Lingfeng smiled and shook his head. What's there to be nervous about? Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng. I'm nervous. Li Lingfeng. The elevator went up to the 21st floor, and Han Shuiying led Li Lingfeng to room 2105 and pressed the doorbell, shouting, Dad! Mom! I'm home. The man who opened the door was an uncle in his early 50s, fit and hale, with a gentle smile on his face. He said, Daughter is back. Who is this? Uncle looked at Li Lingfeng, and a hint of shock showed in his eyes. Li Lingfeng, I told you guys. Hello, young man. Uncle was busy politely accepting the things in Li Lingfeng's hand, acting very enthusiastically. At this point a woman in her 40s with a refined demeanor then appeared behind her. She didn't have Uncle's enthusiasm, but stood there without saying a word, watching the whole time. Quick, come in and sit inside. It's been a hard journey. Uncle greeted. Li Lingfeng, who had changed his shoes, followed Han Shuiying inside. Uncle A yanked over his daughter and said in a fine voice, Okay, daughter, you are quite good at reading people. This kid has a full heaven. He looks like an emperor. Before Han Shuiying could reply, Auntie slapped Uncle on the head. I think you've gone crazy studying the Zhou arts every day, saying that you have the face of an emperor whenever you meet people. Puff, said Han Shuiying, unable to hold back her laughter. That's the only hobby my own dad has, and he has to be suppressed every day. The people sat down in the living room, and Uncle made a fresh pot of tea, and just wanted to sit down and talk together. Auntie glared at him. Why don't you go cook? Uncle immediately got up, nodded his head and smiled. Then you guys chat. I'll get busy first. Li Lingfeng saw the situation. It seems that Han Shuiying this mom is not easy to cope with. Busy followed by getting up. Uncle, I'll give you a hand. No. Tea is fine for you. Two. Auntie looked at Li Lingfeng. You sit down. Li Lingfeng only had to obediently sit down again. Uncle saw this and rushed into the kitchen. Stay a little longer or likely to be scolded again. The three of them sat there wordlessly. and Li Lingfeng felt a hint of tension. So he picked up his teacup and took a small sip of tea. I heard from Ing that you graduated from a 985 college. Auntie opened her voice and asked. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment. When did he change his graduation institution? Hurriedly, he glanced at Han Shuiying, only to see her giving a strong wink. Understanding this, Li Lingfeng nodded. Yes, Auntie, and I hear you work at the institute? Li Lingfeng, this cerebral thrombosis is coming. When did he work in the research institute? They do not know? Looking at Han Shuiying again, Han Shuiying nodded with a frozen expression. There was no other way. Li Lingfeng could only say stiffly, yes. So what part of the institute are you studying? Being studied. Auntie. Just remembered to look for something in my room. You guys chat first. Han Shuiying hurriedly got up and slipped away. Me? I put my life on the line for you to meet mom and dad, and you do this to me? So, that, Auntie, I'll get you some tea. No, just be honest with me about your situation. Looking at the stern-faced aunt, Li Lingfeng knew that it was impossible to fool him, so he had to give an honest explanation. I definitely don't agree with you two being together. Auntie's rant came from the living room. Han Shuiying heard it and ran out busily, and Uncle stopped what he was doing. What's wrong? Mom, what's the matter? Look at the nice man you found, and you're teaming up to lie to me. Looking at her angry mom, Han Shuiying signaled Li Lingfeng to stand aside and walked over herself. Mom, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's not like I was afraid you'd be upset. Now I'm happy? Mom, stop. You don't have to say anything, just let him go. Seeing that it was about to enter an impasse, Uncle rushed out to solve the problem. What's the matter? Let's talk about it after dinner. Then we'll talk about it. What's for dinner? I'm full here. Auntie still didn't give an ounce of face. Li Lingfeng nodded. Okay, Uncle, Auntie, then I'll leave first. Don't. What's this for? The rice is cooked. Uncle hurriedly came out to stop too. Don't stop me. Do your cooking. Auntie snapped. Li Lingfeng smiled at Uncle and nodded, then turned around and opened the door to leave. Mom, Han Shuiying shouted with moist eyes. Crying won't help. I just won't promise you to be with him. All the emotions ignited in this instant, and Han Shuiying shouted hysterically. I've had enough. Ever since I was a kid, you've been in charge of everything, and I'm still telling you that I'm not married to this man. After saying that, Han Shuiying picked up the bag on the sofa and turned around, crying as she went out the door. You say, this is fine. Why do you have to make it like this? Uncle sighed and sat helplessly in his chair. Chapter 011, It's better to be clear. Li Lingfeng was just about to drive away when he saw Han Shuiying following him in the rearview mirror. Han Shuiying, who came up, opened the car door and sat in the passenger side, with a pearly face. No need to guess. It must have been a fight with my parents over what just happened. Why so stupid? It's not worth it. Han Shuiying turned her head to look at Li Lingfeng, who says it's not worth it. For you, I can give up everything. Li Lingfeng was speechless for a moment and wrapped Han Shuiying in his arms. Behave yourself and go up and apologize to your aunt and uncle. Han Shuiying broke away from Li Lingfeng's embrace and looked at Li Lingfeng once again. I'm not going. Do you want to be like me? Han Shuiying froze and stayed silent. Come on. I'll go up with you. Really? And that's a lie? After saying that, Li Lingfeng pinched the tip of Han Shuiying's nose, and the two of them went back up. The moment Uncle opened the door, he couldn't believe his eyes. Quick, come in. Mom, Auntie, the two called out again. Auntie froze on the spot and didn't make a sound, a tacit acknowledgement of the two's return. Uncle was busy and happy to see this. Come and sit. Eat. Let's eat. The meal was eaten in silence, but Uncle was happy throughout, urging Han Shuiying and Li Lingfeng to eat more. Han Shuiying also silently pinched food for her own mom. After the meal, the two of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, didn't make much of a stop before returning to S City once again. On the way, Han Shuiying looked fondly at Li Lingfeng. Thank you. Why thank me? I even dabbled in a meal. By the way, what does Auntie do? People's teachers. No wonder it's so harsh. Ha ha. Han Shuiying laughed like a child. Rented a room for the weekend and laid around for 2 days. One of the rare times I actually got a break. The two talked a lot. Past, present, future. The conversation scared Li Lingfeng. In fact, he wasn't as good as Han Shuiying thought. Monday came as scheduled, and Han Shuiying started a new week of work. On the dining table, there was still Han Shuiying's loving breakfast. Li Lingfeng, who slept until he woke up naturally, opened his cell phone while brushing his teeth. When he saw that Hongbao Maritime Transportation was down -14%, Li Lingfeng's entire body was dumbfounded, and his toothbrush unconsciously fell down. Looking at such a disheveled Hongbao Marine Transportation, Li Lingfeng panicked a little in his heart. It's not going to go wrong. is it? Li Lingfeng hurriedly rinsed his mouth and wiped his face clean, and hurriedly came to his room to find the book, The Secret of Fierce Men. Turning to the latest page, it says Hanbo Marine is right. Li Lingfeng checked word by word, fearing that there would be any omissions. After determining that it is correct, Li Lingfeng helpless. This is if the straight down stop is afraid to touch the red line. If you are forced to close out your position, you will really have a basket full of water. Throughout the morning, Li Lingfeng spent his time in a burning mood, keeping a careful eye on the slightest change in Hongbao's maritime transportation. Even went through all the information about Humboldt Marine. But the good thing is that at the close of the morning, Humboldt Marine stabilized at -5.49%, which is a little less than it started back up. Li Lingfeng, who didn't have the heart to eat lunch, made a bucket of instant noodles and had 2 cookies as a meal. After a little rest, it was hard to wait until 1 o'clock when the stock market reopened. Li Lingfeng immediately put into the stock market. Things didn't get much better throughout the afternoon, with Hanbo Marine hovering around -3.57%. Just when Li Lingfeng thought it was hopeless, in the last 15 minutes of time, Hongba Maritime Transport came to the rescue. Luckily, Li Lingfeng didn't walk away and grab all of Hongba Marine's shares before the last minute. Until the last second, Hanbo Marine barely stood on the stop. Li Lingfeng took a long breath. After a slight reprieve, Li Lingfeng began to take stock of his transactions. I didn't get out of the stock at the stop, but I did liquidate my position at the high end of a 9% gain or more. Combined with some of yesterday's gains, that's a combined 11.34% gain. That's 268 million. As soon as Li Lingfeng spread out on the sofa, a charming smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, casually picking up the copy of Slugger Secrets for the next stock. When turning to the latest page, Li Lingfeng's entire body was dumbfounded. It says, Mighty Man Style 1, Goji Berry Infused Tea. Holy, where's the stock info? Li Lingfeng a fierce rise, turning several pages in succession, all similarly related. After determining that there really was no more stock information, Li Lingfeng threw the book aside in disappointment. A long sigh. Maybe that's all I have in the way of fortune. I can't afford more. Well, at least there's 4,268,000 on hand now, although it still contains Lin Sudong and Han Shuiying's portion. Satisfied, Li Lingfeng was a person who knew how to be content. Right, there is still 248,724 yuan pocket money on the bank card. Li Lingfeng suddenly remembered that's left over from buying a Mercedes. Li Lingfeng then transferred $100,000 to Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying, who was at work, suddenly received such a huge sum of money. The whole person was confused. Thought it was a wire fraud? It's because that guy Li Lingfeng took my cell phone to search for some bad webpage again. Although I do love to watch. Han Shuiying hurriedly logged into her cell phone bank. When she saw that the transferring party was Li Lingfeng, Han Shuiying was even more confused. Why are you transferring money to me? Bride price money? So Han Shuiying intercepted a picture of the transfer record and sent it to Li Lingfeng, with the sentence, this is, pay you back. Didn't I borrow 50,000 from you last time? Then you don't have to pay back so much? The other 50,000 is interest for you. Are you going to be so clear with me? Amount. Then don't return it to me. It's better to do the math. Li Lingfeng, the stock market is making money again? Han Shuiying asked in a message. Well, earn some pocket money. Look at you. You're so proud of yourself. You're making so much money. Take me with you. I don't want to work this anymore. Don't. I'm getting ready for the gold rush. What? Did something bad happen at work again? Same old harsh sister Moon. You're in a bad mood. So buy me dinner tonight if you've earned some money. It's no problem. Let's go. I'll bring my best friend Lin Xiaoning with me. Doesn't he not see me? If you can't look at it, you can't look at it. And it doesn't affect your meal. After finishing the chat, Li Lingfeng searched for famous restaurants in the neighborhood and finally settled on a beef hot pot. At about the same time, Li Lingfeng carefully cleaned up, drove the car to the downstairs of Han Shuiying's company and waited for her to get off work early. Let's go. Xiaoning, Lingfeng is waiting for us down there. Han Shuiying said to Lin Xiaoning. Why don't I just not go? What's the point of being a light bulb? It's just dinner, not sleep. Lin Xiaoning. After the two packed up their things, they took the elevator to the downstairs of the company and saw Li Lingfeng waving at them from a distance. Did your boyfriend drive? Lin Xiaoning asked with a puzzled expression. Yeah, he bought a Mercedes. Mercedes. Before Lin Xiaoning could react, Han Shuiying had already pulled her hand and quickly walked over. Chapter 012 MMM. It's delicious. Been waiting long? Han Shuiying naturally sat in the passenger seat. Just arrived not long ago. Come on in. What are you waiting for? Han Shuiying said with a sideways glance to Lin Xiaoning outside the car. Muddled Lin Xiaoning got into the back seat and saw Li Lingfeng's clear face through the rearview mirror. This was the first time she had seen Li Lingfeng, and she had previously learned about it from Han Shuiying. The teenage heart in the depths of repression couldn't help but cluelessly jostle around a bit. Obviously he is handsome and gold. How come he is so bad in Han Shuiying's mouth? Is this because you're afraid I'll steal her boyfriend? Lin Xiaoning couldn't help but say skeptically. It just happened to be the rush hour after work, and it took a while to get to that beef hot pot restaurant. From the outside, the decor looks pretty upscale. Parking the car, Li Lingfeng led Han Shuiying and Lin Xiaoning both into the store. I booked the private room in advance. This is my cell phone number, Li Lingfeng said towards the front desk attendant. Yes sir, this side is ready for you. After saying that, he called for another waiter to lead Li Lingfeng and his party to the private room. The private room was large, lavishly and elegantly decorated, and a light scent filled the room under the soft lighting. The two of them, Han Shuiying and Lin Xiaoning, didn't expect that a beef hot pot restaurant could be so well decorated. Is this for people to eat? As it was ordered in advance, the dishes were set out on the table and a few people sat down to eat. The reviews of this store on the internet are pretty good, and all these beef and lamb are flown in from the grasslands to ensure freshness. Li Lingfeng greeted Han Shuiying and Lin Xiaoning as he began to shabu-shabu the meat, clipping the shabu-shabu fresh beef to Han Shuiying, who smiled lovingly. That's a good boy. I'll go back and benefit you tonight. Ahem. Li Lingfeng gave Han Shuiying a wink, and Man Lin Xiaoning was still sitting on the sidelines. Han Shuiying, however, didn't care and turned her head to look at her best friend Lin Xiaoning. What's wrong with you? A look of emo. Here, I these meat for you. After saying that, Han Shuiying transferred the tender beef in her bowl to Lin Xiaoning. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng busily said, no need, I have it all here. Looking at the bowl full of shabu-shabu beef in front of her, Lin Xiaoning squeezed out a smile with difficulty. But inside, it was more emo. Please, you too, stop spreading dog food in front of me. Here, I dipped it in the ingredients. Take a bite. Han Shuiying held a piece of shabu-shabu beef and handed it to Li Lingfeng's mouth. That's delicious. Lin Xiaoning. Beef hot pot restaurant came out. Li Lingfeng drove the car to send Lin Xiaoning back to her residence first. Okay, I spent over 3,000 on beef fondue tonight, and I didn't blink an eye when I swiped my credit card. It mustn't earn you face, in front of your best friend. In fact, I'm heartbroken inside. Li Lingfeng said on his lips that he was heartbroken. With that smug look on his face, Han Shuiying didn't even want to dismantle his little mind, playfully glancing at Li Lingfeng and saying back, is that so? Where are you going with that hand? Li Lingfeng tried his best to stabilize the steering wheel in his hands. Stop it, driving the car. What the is wrong with you, driving around in a car? The driver in the back greeted with a broken mouth. The good thing is that with a 3-lane highway, you can go around it if you don't like what you see. Back at the residence, it so happened that the next-door elder sister went out for a walk and saw Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying warmly greeted the two. After the next big sister left, Han Shuiying turned around and scrutinized Li Lingfeng. Why do you feel that the big sister next door is looking at you with such ambiguous eyes? Say, is there something you're hiding from me? Li Lingfeng inwardly thumped. This woman's intuition is better than a dog's nose. What were you thinking? Not even looking at how old they are. How big doesn't affect her liking you? Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. That's if I want to. Han Shuiying nodded. That's true. I still believe in your vision. The two entered the house, changed into indoor slippers, and Li Lingfeng grabbed a good spot on the living room sofa. Han Shuiying sat down on her but right after her. This is my spot. Li Lingfeng was unconvinced. Your name is engraved on it? In this way the two were not allowed to sit next to each other, and Li Lingfeng smoothly wrapped his arms around Han Shuiying's thin willow waist. Han Shuiying also naturally leaned on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. The two men each looked at their cell phones, and Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying's chat interface, all of which were predominantly work groups. What do you think happened to your sister Yu again today? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. What else? People go through menopause. Last time I heard you say she was divorced, was she? Han Shuiying nodded. I guess her former husband couldn't stand her either. Let's not talk about that. It's hard to come home from work without talking about work. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm exhausted. After saying that, Han Shuiying put down her cell phone and got up to take a shower. Bored, Li Lingfeng took her phone and looked at the chat interface to find Han Shuiying's chat with Sister Yu. It's all normal work exchanges, just a little short-tempered. Suddenly, Li Lingfeng flipped to the photo of her nephew that Sister Yu had sent to Han Shuiying. It turns out that the last time, not dead, and give Han Shuiying sales pitch. The result is still Han Shuiying politely refused. Li Lingfeng frowned. How many times does this mean? Digging for my corner? Li Lingfeng, who was angry in his heart, instantly developed an idea. So he hurriedly recommended Sister use business card to himself. Then he quickly deleted the line of information records and closed the screen to put Han Shuiying's cell phone away. Li Lingfeng, who had gotten Sister use business card, clicked on it and saw that the avatar was a cluster of flowers. Such women tend to be empty inside and emotionally vulnerable. Li Lingfeng without hesitation decisively sent a request to add a friend, confident that it will certainly pass the verification quickly. But half an hour had passed, and there was still no reply. Did it miss? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder in his heart. What are you doing? Han Shuiying came out of the shower wrapped in a bath towel, a coat of hair dripping wet. Can you come over and blow dry my hair for me? Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng with a petulant look. In this way Li Lingfeng couldn't even refuse. So he put down his cell phone and got up to bring the windsock. Most of all, I like you. Han Shuiying coldly gave Li Lingfeng a kiss on the cheek. I don't think Li Lingfeng was so kind as to actually obediently help Han Shuiying blow out her hair. At some point, a hand had already reached into Han Shuiying's bath towel to go up and down. Han Shuiying twisted her shapely body impatiently and pouted. What are you doing? Blow drying your hair. Li Lingfeng returned with a serious face. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. Have you blown it like that? Li Lingfeng didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he increased his movements, and Han Shuiying's face flushed red. If we keep this up, we're going to lose ourselves in the game. Not to mention blow drying our hair. So Han Shuiying hurriedly stopped it. Alright, I'd better do it myself. Are you sure? Sure as well as certain. Han Shuiying returned with a firm gaze. Li Lingfeng then handed the windsock over to Han Shuiying and rejoined himself on the sofa to sit down. Chapter 013, Awesome. Picking up his cell phone, he had an instant little surprise in his heart. Friend verification went through? I clicked on it, but a few moments later, I lost it, and it turned out to be another friend verification request from someone else. Li Lingfeng was just about to ignore it when he caught a glimpse of the three words Lin Xiaoning. Isn't this Han Shuiying's best friend? With a doubtful and curious mind, Li Lingfeng passed her friend request. Li Lingfeng also thought for a moment that it might just be a netizen with the same name, until the other party sent a message. Thank you for the beef fondue tonight. It was delicious, sir. It turned out that Lin Xiaoning quietly gave a silent note when Li Lingfeng reported the reservation phone number. Talking to who? It's so late. Han Shuiying asked towards Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng sheepishly looked up at Han Shuiying. No, I'm done blowing, so I'll go back to my room and rest first, so don't play so late, Han Shuiying reminded. Got it. Han Shuiying turned around and went into the room, and Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone and sent a message back. At first, the two had one more thing to talk about. As the chat gets deeper and deeper, the more sensitive and open the topic becomes. Until the end, Lin Xiaoning actually launched a video chat. Scaring Li Lingfeng hurriedly shut down. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient? Li Lingfeng slightly frowned. This does not knowingly ask to trap me in disloyalty. This kind of further chatting, sooner or later will go off the rails. So Li Lingfeng returned, it's very late. Have an early night. Amount. Lin Xiaoning responded, adding a reluctant expression afterward. Full of thought that the chat ended like this, Li Lingfeng got up and prepared to take a bath. But suddenly two more messages popped up on the chat interface. Picking it up, Li Lingfeng almost spewed out a nosebleed. It was a restricted selfie of Lin Xiaoning, followed immediately by the phrase, good night. Even though this Lin Xiaoning's body wasn't as good as Han Shuiying's, it was much stronger than the average girl. That's a pretty obvious temptation to operate like that. Li Lingfeng shook his head. This bosom friend of Han Shuiying's should not be handled deeply. But that didn't stop him from picking up his cell phone again and zooming in on the photo to take a closer look. That's awesome. After leaving a sentence, Li Lingfeng walked towards the bathroom. To be out of the bath has been late at night, more than 11 o'clock. Li Lingfeng into the room. At this moment Han Shuiying has been asleep. It seems that indeed work is also tired. Li Lingfeng lovingly gently stroked its cheek. Han Shuiying came over with a turn and opened her hazel eyes. Finished your shower? Li Lingfeng nodded. This can even wake you up? What do you say? Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng comfortably stretched his waist, picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was more than 9 o'clock in the morning, so he dialed Lin Sudong's number. Not at the office? You're not supporting me at the office? You have your own hands and feet, and you have the nerve to say you'll let people raise you? Li Lingfeng despised. What about you? That's because I have a bad stomach and the doctor said I can't eat hard food. Lin Sudongzhen hated to throw the phone and said in a bad mood. What do you want from me? Borrowing money is out of the question. Li Lingfeng was astonished. UTM still have private money? I was afraid I was going to have to sell a kidney. Li Lingfeng. Come on. I won't bull **** with you. I'll come over to you later. After saying that, Li Lingfeng hung up the phone. After getting up and washing up, Li Lingfeng changed his clothes and picked up Han Shuiying's love bread in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Picking up the car keys sitting on the desktop, he turned to go out the door. Just out of the door, the next sister was busy greeting. "This is out of the door, ah?" Li Lingfeng, who was nibbling on the bread, turned his head to look and almost dropped the bread in shock. The older sister was seen with a pomegranate makeup look, holding a makeup mirror in one hand and an eyebrow pencil in the other. However, out of basic politeness, Li Lingfeng nodded with a hard smile. "Yes, that thing we talked about last time. When are you free?" Big sister asked with an embarrassed face. Li Lingfeng's entire body went numb for a moment and hurriedly brought the door with him, swallowing hard. Again, ha. After saying that, he hurriedly turned around and trotted away, completely not giving the big sister a chance to say the next sentence. Looking at Li Lingfeng's flustered back, the big sister next door froze for a moment, looking back at the makeup mirror in her hand. "Is it the makeup I'm wearing today that doesn't look good?" "Well, it's true. The eyebrows are a little crooked," Big Sis said as she looked at her flying fried eyebrows. Hongshin Human Resource Agency. Li Lingfeng parked his car in front of the door. "I'm here. At your door." Li Lingfeng sent a voice message to Lin Xiandong. Lin Sudong, who was working inside, received the message and got up to greet his manager. "Manager, I'm going out for a bit. Call if you need anything." After receiving the promise, Lin Xiandong picked up his cell phone and went out of the door. Standing in front of the door and looking around once, picking up his cell phone, voice said, "Where? Didn't see yours?" Li Lingfeng pressed the car's horn, startling Lin Sudong, who was standing in front of the door. Lin Sudong, who was just about to go ballistic, immediately wimped out again once he saw that it was a Mercedes-Benz. When he fixed his eyes again, Li Lingfeng, who was sitting in the driver's seat inside, was greeting him. A surprised Lin Odong came down and said, "What are you doing sitting in someone's car?" Li Lingfeng, "Get in the car. Brother will take you for a ride in style." Lin Sudong, who was still in a daze, listened to Li Lingfeng's words and got into the car. After a roar of the engine, the vehicle flew on the road, frightening Lin Sudong, who hurriedly grabbed his seatbelt. "Slow down. You fly an airplane?" Li Lingfeng a sharp brake to the side. Lin Sudong was caught off guard and leaned forward. The seatbelt strangulation almost broke. Breathless, he turned his head to Li Lingfeng and said, "What are you doing again? You drive instead." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Sudong to agree, Li Lingfeng unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, coming to the front of the passenger seat. "I'll drive?" Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief, knowing that he was a brand new handshake. "Although I've had my license for over 1 year, I've never had much opportunity to practice." Li Lingfeng opened the car door with one hand. "What are you still standing there for? Don't you come down quickly?" Lin Sudong was driven out of the passenger seat and stood outside but did not know what to do for a moment. Li Lingfeng, the abrasive Lin Odong, finally sat down in the driver's seat, his hands shaking a bit uncontrollably. "I can't imagine that my first drive was a Mercedes." The left and right mirrors were adjusted and shifted. The seat position moved and shifted. After 10 minutes, Lin Xiandong finally took a long breath. "Is it done?" Li Lingfeng asked. Lin Sudong nodded. All right, let's go." Li Lingfeng waited until his ass had hemorrhoids. Lin Sudong took another long breath. "Sit tight and come on. I'm going to start." Looking at Lin Sudong with a look of death, Li Lingfeng hurriedly pulled the handrail with both hands. Chapter 014, It's legal income anyway. Oh, the engine made a stirring, high-pitched roar. With a sharp forward jolt, the vehicle instantly drove off a few meters away. Li Lingfeng, who pulled on the armrest, deeply felt a sense of pushing back. Ka! After a dull thud, the car stopped motionless. Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng with a startled expression and said, "What's wrong?" Li Lingfeng let it first turn off the engine, get out of the car to check a circle. Looking at the right front wheel fell into the ditch cannot help but frown. Looking at this expression on Li Lingfeng's face, Lin Sudong became even more frightened. "What's wrong? Speak up instead." Li Lingfeng took out his cell phone and took a picture before showing it to him. Lin Sudong was dumbfounded and looked at Li Lingfeng with helpless eyes. "Is one kidney enough?" Li Lingfeng's face was grave. "I'm afraid I need 2 kidney amounts." Starbucks. Li Lingfeng ordered 2 velvet lattes and sat face to face with Lin Sudong. Originally was already full of sadness Lin Sudong when he heard that the Mercedes-Benz is his good brother Li Lingfeng's after. The heart got heavier. "I'm afraid that my brother will have a bad time. And I'm afraid that my brother will drive a BMW." Looking at Lin Sudong's dead bare look, "Li Lingfeng, I've said it's my own car. So what's there to worry about? How big a deal is it? It's just a matter of filing an insurance claim." "Right. Send me your card number." Li Lingfeng continued. "What for? I borrowed $200,000 to pay you back. Don't you want it? Didn't you just buy a Mercedes?" You still have money to pay me back? That's none of your business. Just send me the card number. Lin Sudong then sent his usual card number to Li Lingfeng, who then transferred the money. The prompt message popped up with a transfer of $400,000, and Lin Odong was instantly stunned. I thought I had read it wrong, and I was busy clicking through to check that it was the right amount of $400,000 transferred. Lin Sudong looked up at Li Lingfeng. Did you lose the wrong number and transferred $400,000 to me? Li Lingfeng looked unconcerned. That's right, that extra $200,000 is the interest I counted for you. Really? Really? What's so fake about it? When have I ever lied to you? You've never told me the truth. Li Lingfeng. It's only been a few days, and this interest has doubled. Why don't we put the $400,000 back with you? Looking at that look of innocence, Li Lingfeng couldn't wait for a slap to fly over. It's too little, so return the $200,000 to me. Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Lin Sudong hurriedly retrieved his cell phone and protected it in his arms. Is it possible to take back the water that has been thrown out? After saying that, Lin Sudong once again looked at his account balance and had never seen so much money before. After making sure the money was still there, Lin Sudong asked curiously, "Where did you get so much money?" "That's none of your business. It was obtained legally anyway." Li Lingfeng picked up the velvet latte and took a sip, his gaze falling on a clear beauty not far away. Tall figure with halter slimming package hip dress, properly a beautiful scenery of the coffee shop. "Don't look. The person's boyfriend is at the front desk buying coffee," Lin Sudong reminded. "Che, is it a crime to look?" "Right. I forgot to tell you something. You've got an eye on that job," Lin Sudong remembered and said. "But with your current condition, you shouldn't even need to look for a job anymore, right?" Lin Sudong added. "Yes. Who says no? I don't have to live, brother." Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng with 10,000 skepticism. "Do you damn well have a reliable sentence?" Li Lingfeng nodded seriously. "I said seriously. What job came?" "Bank account manager." "Not bad. That's a fat job for a brother's degree." "But," Lin Xiandong showed a hint of a hard look on his face. "But what? It may cost a bit of money to fight for this job position," Lin Sudong replied. This Li Lingfeng is not at all surprised. Subterfuge, well, all understand. So he said, "No matter, as long as the price is reasonable and you can get it in." After receiving Li Lingfeng's reply, Lin Sudong nodded. "That's fine. I'll make an appointment with the bank president to talk about it specifically, and notify you then." "Alright, I'm almost ready to go back." Lin Sudong glanced at the time on his cell phone then said. The two of them got up and left, passing by that clear beauty, Li Lingfeng, an electric eye. The clean-cut beauty couldn't help but duck her head and cover her mouth with a smile. Unknown to his boyfriend, he rubbed shoulders with Li Lingfeng. "What's wrong? What's so funny?" No. Taking advantage of the moment when her boyfriend sat down without paying attention, the clear beauty looked back at Li Lingfeng. The two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes, as if they had known each other across 1,000 years. Calling a car to send Lin Sudong back to the company, aboard Li Lingfeng received a message from Lin Xiaoning. "What are you doing?" "I'm on vacation this afternoon. Do you want to go shopping?" Anyway, he was also idle. Remembering the powerful selfie from last night, Li Lingfeng replied back, "Yes, so I'll meet you at the Holiday Plaza?" "Okay, I'll go over there now." After finishing the chat, Li Lingfeng turned his head to the cab driver master and said, "Please go to Holiday Plaza. It's gonna cost you more. It's farther." Li Lingfeng. I forgot for a moment that I had just negotiated a bite-sized price without a meter. Holiday Plaza. Li Lingfeng, who got out of the car, gave the cab driver a vicious slaughter. If it wasn't for the sake of going to the appointment of a good person, Li Lingfeng would really give him a complaint. Arriving at the entrance of the square, Li Lingfeng saw Lin Xiaoning's figure from afar. The two of them ran in both directions. Lin Xiaoning with a smile on her face. "Why didn't you drive your Mercedes over here?" Li Lingfeng. "The whole pretty boy in front of you and all you care about is where the car went?" Took it for maintenance." "Come on then, let's wander inside." After saying that, Lin Xiaoning took Li Lingfeng's arm and led him into the Holiday Plaza. Inside, there are mostly a wide range of stores, and the fourth floor is the place to eat. It happened that at lunchtime, the two came to a restaurant on the fourth floor and saw the generosity of Li Lingfeng last time. Lin Xiaoning was not polite at all, and ordered as hard as she liked. This time Li Lingfeng just a little bit regretted coming out. Not distressed about that little money, but did not want to be treated as a kaiju. However, since he had all come, Li Lingfeng naturally wouldn't miss this meal. How can you catch a big fish if you don't give up your nesting material? Although this one is just a haunted mouth of tilapia. After finishing their meal, the two went to the arcade on the 5th floor. "I don't know how to drive yet. Why don't you teach me?" Lin Xiaoning said with a wink. "Okay, So the two of them were one in front of the other. And Li Lingfeng taught Lin Xiaoning to drive that video game car by hand, intentionally or unintentionally rubbing in that well-earned benefit. A realistic cliff turn scared Lin Xiaoning into shrinking into Li Lingfeng's arms. If he wasn't concerned about driving the video game car, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but almost get on it. You're awesome. You can even turn the corner for you like this. Lin Xiaoning looked back at Li Lingfeng with eyes full of admiration and said, Chapter 015, she's the one who lost. If he hadn't been in the battlefield for a long time, Li Lingfeng was afraid that he would have been taken by this look. At this moment, Lin Xiaoning's eyes had changed from worshipful to flirtatious and mesmerizing, enough to turn all beings upside down. Li Lingfeng got up by the last trace of his bottom line and said, It's almost time. Let's go back. Lin Xiaoning instantly stared blankly at Li Lingfeng, her eyes filled with loss. It took a long time before he reluctantly returned. Fine. What went wrong? Did I not do enough? At this time, Lin Xiaoning's heart was filled with such thoughts. After sending Lin Xiaoning away, Li Lingfeng turned his head and called his predecessor Su Xiaolu. Hey, where are you? At home. On vacation today. I'll come over to you. In the evening, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, who had had their meal, were both lying on the sofa. Two pairs of highly artistic and aesthetic eyes were fixed on the 65-inch electronic screen hanging on the wall. Hulu is playing on the TV screen at the moment. Can you tone it down a bit? This left and right neighbors heard how childish Li Lingfeng reminded. Han Shuiying blankly glanced at Li Lingfeng. The remote control is on the coffee table. Won't you get up and go get it? Would I be talking to you if I was willing to get up? Han Shuiying pinched on Li Lingfeng's thigh, causing Li Lingfeng to jump straight up in pain. Hurriedly, he went for the remote control on the coffee table and turned the volume down a bit. By the way, the lights in the living room were turned off as well, so it seemed to have some more ambience. Li Lingfeng, who had gotten this done, reclined on the sofa, and Han Shuiying leaned into Li Lingfeng's arms as soon as he did. Today Lin Xiaoning was good enough to take the afternoon off for some reason. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment, and the sensitive Han Shuiying sensed it at once. What's wrong? You? Nothing. That BFF of yours is unreliable. It's best to stay away from some. Li Lingfeng reminded. Why? She didn't take this afternoon off for you, did she? Ahem. Li Lingfeng was choked straight up by Han Shuiying's sentence. A woman's intuition told Han Shuiying that there was something going on here. But Han Shuiying turned an indifferent face. Would Li Lingfeng look at her? Li Lingfeng turned a smile and reached out to gently touch the tip of Han Shuiying's nose. Who knows me better than the secretary? Early in the morning, a sharp ringing of the phone woke up Li Lingfeng's beautiful dream. Opening his hazel eyes to bring his cell phone to see that it was Lin Odong calling, Li Lingfeng didn't even think much about it and directly hung up the phone. Rolling over and covering the covers, he prepared to continue his lucid dream. Not a second later, the phone rang again, as if it were a rush. A fiery Li Lingfeng brought the phone, and the first sentence after connecting it roared, If there's nothing going on, let's see if I don't exterminate you. Do you still want the job? Two. Li Lingfeng immediately changed his tone to a gentle one, and there were even a few hints of flattery in his tone. Got an appointment with that banker. Go to his place at 9 a.m. For an interview. Li Lingfeng looked at his cell phone time. It was already 8:17, and hurriedly said back, Okay, get up and leave right away. After saying that, he didn't wait for Lin Sudong to speak and directly hung up the phone. Lin Sudong over there frowned. I haven't even finished my sentence yet, and then hang up on me. So he gave it another dial, and this time there was no answer straight away. After getting up, Li Lingfeng hurriedly washed up and delicately cleaned himself up. When he got back to get his cell phone and went out, he saw that Lin Sudong had made a few more phone calls in quick succession, so Li Lingfeng hurriedly resumed. No need to rush. I'll be over to pick you up now. No, I'm going out on a recruiting trip with the manager this morning, so just go straight over to him. Lin Sudong forwarded the address and the banker's contact information to Li Lingfeng. Seeing that the time is also not early, it is too late to take a closer look at Li Lingfeng hurriedly went out the door. Following the address given by Lin Sudong, Li Lingfeng arrived at his destination. In front of the Doris Farmers and Merchants Bank signboard, Li Lingfeng looked down at the contact, Luo Tianqing. The name is quite open. Li Lingfeng muttered. Entering the door of the bank, the lobby manager immediately greeted him with a smile and opened his voice to ask, Hello sir, what kind of business do you need? Would you like to learn more about our credit card? Our bank has just launched a... Li Lingfeng reached out and interrupted the lobby manager. I'm here to find Luo Xing. Rockwalk's office is in the third room inside. Li Lingfeng nodded. Thank you. Passing through the hall, Li Lingfeng came to the office area inside, and following the identification of the door plate, Li Lingfeng found the governor's office. The door was open and inside a man in his 40s was sitting in an office chair playing on his cell phone. It must be the Luo Xing that Lin Sudong had mentioned. Otherwise who would dare to sit on that chair? Li Lingfeng knocked on the door. Luo Xing looked up at Li Lingfeng, all cocky, and thought he was the second generation of that village. Busy getting up with a smile and politely said, Come in and sit down. Li Lingfeng was not polite and came in and sat down graciously. Luo Xing was busy washing the teacups and making tea, respectfully serving Li Lingfeng a cup of tea. Laughing, he said, Is there some more demolition money coming in? Chapter 016, My name is Lin Sudong. Li Lingfeng? I'm here for the interview. Luo Xing. Luo Xing suddenly thumped. The whole person froze there. Feelings just brewed that tens of thousands of dollars a caddy of tea hit the water? Breathing is difficult for a few minutes. Luo Xing feels that his heart attack is coming. A face stretched out. Did you bring your resume? Resume? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. That thing still needs to be brought? Wasn't it introduced by an acquaintance? Luo Xing took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the money, this moment would have swept Li Lingfeng off his feet. Tell you what, there's a tea house next door. Let's go there and talk. The two of them got up and left the branch and went to the tea house that Luo Xing had mentioned. It's fun to make tea around the stove. But why did you order so much food? We're making tea. Where's the tea? Introduce yourself. Picking up his chopsticks, Luo Xing then ate without any hesitation. Surname Li, first name Lingfeng. After a long time with no more words, Luo Xing looked up at Li Lingfeng. No more? Li Lingfeng also nonchalantly took a bite of tea and put it in his mouth and nodded. Alas, you are still the first one to be so gripped with interviews. Luo Xing tightened his brows. Who let himself be short-handed right now? So he held down the anger in his heart and said, Forget it, let's get straight to the point then. Rockwalk dipped his finger in the water and wrote a 10 on the tabletop. How could the smart Li Lingfeng not know what it meant? Besides, Lin Sudong had greeted him first before this. No problem. That's the amount. Cash or transfer? Luo Xing froze and looked at Li Lingfeng in front of him in a bit of disbelief. Without the slightest hesitation. Had he agreed to it? Had he underpriced himself? Luo Xing, you'll be my leader from now on. Please teach me more. Before Luo Xing could react, Li Lingfeng had already saluted him with his tea. Slow down. The conditions are clear to you before you make a decision. Li Lingfeng put down his tea and looked like he was listening attentively. This side does not package you to transfer. Come in first internship. 3 months after the transfer. The condition of transfer is to pull 10 million unilateral deposits. What if we don't pull in that many deposits? Li Lingfeng asked. A month's extension to transfer. And then if you don't meet the conditions for transfer, then I'm sorry you'll have to get out. Li Lingfeng slightly frowned. This is more or less a bit of a pit. $100,000 to buy this job? I like it though. The fact that there are so many people trying to squeeze in under such conditions says enough about what Li Lingfeng secretly said in his heart. Deal. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was still so righteous, Luo Xing did not say anything more. Anyway, things are clear with you. I've earned the money. Just don't blame me for anything when the time comes. Fine. Then you withdraw the cash and give it to me. Luo Xing said. When Li Lingfeng re-entered the tea ceremony hall after picking up the cash outside, the refreshments in front of Luo Xing were already in a mess. Li Lingfeng, handing the $100,000 in the eco-friendly bag to Luo Xing. Want to count it? No need. We'll all be co-workers from now on. Don't we have that trust yet? Li Lingfeng wisely picked up the tea in lieu of wine. A toast to the leader. And please ask Luo Xing for more guidance in the future. Luo Xing picked up the tea and the two lightly touched it. Remember to bring your resume tomorrow and take you to the branch for induction. I'll leave you with nothing else. Satisfied, Luo Xing left the tea ceremony center with the environmental bag. Li Lingfeng was still thinking about eating something, picked up the chopsticks and scrutinized them left and right, and there was not a piece that went down. Putting down his chopsticks, he waved at the waiter. Pay the bill. Coming out of the tea ceremony hall, Li Lingfeng went back to his residence. The stairway bumped into the next door big sister, and today's dress made Li Lingfeng's eyes light up. Her body was already in decent shape and she was wearing a tight brown dress with a light foundation on her face to make her look even whiter. Looks like this makeup is getting better by the day. Back, big sister greeted warmly. Li Lingfeng smiled and responded. Where is this going? Big sister, meeting my girlfriends for yoga. You're not working today? Big sister asked. Yeah, Li Lingfeng casually made a perfunctory remark. Right, so the asking for advice. Big sister looked at Li Lingfeng tentatively. This was something she really couldn't forget. Aren't you going to yoga with your girlfriends, some other time when you're free? It's fine. I can put it off. And as it happens, don't you happen to be free today as well? After her big sister finished speaking, She picked up the phone and pushed off her best friend's appointment before Li Lingfeng could say yes. Li Lingfeng, however, today's mood was very pleasant, and Li Lingfeng was also interested in seeing this. Although the eldest sister has passed the flower season of a young girl, but in the mature women's world that is also the existence of the upper class. I really don't get it. Brother Wang, with a wife of this caliber, why don't you cultivate her with all your heart? So, we go back now? The elder sister piggybacked on Li Lingfeng. The two of them went back to their residence, and Li Lingfeng patiently gave explanations of various techniques and ways, an in-depth discussion of each other's insights. Big sister even sacrificed herself for knowledge at one point, and became Li Lingfeng's model for lectures. At the door, Big sister glanced at Li Lingfeng with intent. Like this learning, we can exchange more later. Li Lingfeng lifted his pants. I'm happy to swim in the ocean of knowledge, which is the driving force behind the progress of human civilization. Big sister smiled and nodded in approval. Note, this is a pure exchange of knowledge. Really? After sending off his big sister, Li Lingfeng went back to the house to lie down on the sofa and picked up his cell phone, surprised to find that the friend request sent to Han Shuiying manager Sister Moon actually went through. Li Lingfeng immediately set his life strength to perform a flurry of wild teasing on him. After a few bouts, unable to hold Li Lingfeng's sweet words, Sister Yu was eventually taken. This lonely heart was ruffled by Li Lingfeng that was hot and fiery. Han Shuiying looked at Sister Yu, who had a flushed face, and was neither in nor out. In the end, she still hardened her heart and said, Sister Yu, there are some bills here that you need to sign. Sister Yu signed the slips one by one without saying a word and with a smile. The moment it was returned to Han Shuiying, her entire body was confused. Why? Is there anything else? No. Han Shuiying turned around and hurriedly left Sister Yu's office, coming out still not daring to believe it. I can't believe she didn't ask any more questions. For God's sake, what are you doing here? Did you get scolded again? A coworker asked with a smile. Signing off on getting yelled at. That's a mandatory course. Have you felt that Sister Yu is like a different person today? Han Shuiying asked. She doesn't change her face every day. It's not like it's unusual. No. Okay, the order is signed. Hurry up and ship it out or you'll have to drag your shift again. The coworker reminded. Moon Sister Heart, who was currently being teased with a dry mouth, beautifully replied back. We've been talking for so long, and we don't even know your name yet? My name is Lin Odong. Chapter 017 Afraid I Can't Afford You? Hachu. Lin Sudong, who was busy recruiting, sneezed and touched his nose. Which dog is poking me? Just after finishing your chat with Sister Yu, Su Xiaolu called in. Li Lingfeng was busy picking up. What's wrong? The car is done, so you can come and get it. Why don't you drive it back for me? Li Lingfeng smiled thievishly. Asterisk off. Li Lingfeng, send me your location. Su Xiaolu added. Okay. After 20 minutes or so, Su Xiaolu drove the car downstairs. Li Lingfeng downstairs. Out of the porch we'll see Su Xiaolu leaning in front of the car door. A professional dress standard beautiful. The older man walking his child on the side did not even realize that his own child had fallen into the ditch. Su Xiaolu waved her hand towards Li Lingfeng, who stepped forward, handing the key to Li Lingfeng. There are some scratches on the wheels that I didn't have time to deal with, so I'll make do. Li Lingfeng nodded and turned over to look at the injured hub. The good thing is that the scratches are small and not very noticeable if you don't look hard enough. What's the matter? Urging the car so urgently? Su Xiaolu asked in disbelief. Could have had the master fix it properly. I have to go to work tomorrow and I can't do it without a car. Work? Hearing this, Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng with 10,000 astonishment, with nothing but disbelief in her eyes. Yeah, got a job. Going to work tomorrow. Li Lingfeng said back. Su Xiaolu didn't know what kind of blow this Li Lingfeng had received. The only explanation that made sense was, then a hint of sadness came out of the disbelieving eyes. Have you got some terminal disease? Li Lingfeng, even though I'm your ex-boyfriend, you don't expect so little from me, do you? Then do I still want you to be promoted and become rich? How unbalanced I would be in my heart. Li Lingfeng, okay, enough of this bull asterisk. Come with me to get 2 dresses for work. You haven't told me where you're going to work? Thanks. Su Xiaolu. Li Lingfeng got into the passenger seat and through the window glass, shouted to Su Xiaolu outside. Still not getting in? Don't you work in a factory? How did you get into the bank? I graduated from undergrad alright. Professional clothing brand store. Li Lingfeng chose 2 sets of fitted shirts and suit pants. The already clean-cut Li Lingfeng, wearing a proper attire. That workplace bully manhood instantly came out. Looked at Su Xiaolu as a stunned. When with him so long, also did not see him through so formal. Alright, just these 2 sets. they fit quite well. What do you think? Li Lingfeng asked Su Xiaolu. Returning to her senses, Su Xiaolu nodded. It's all fine. Anyway, wearing it is that human-like. The clerk behind her couldn't help but cover her mouth with a laugh at that, though she was already trying her best to control it. But Li Lingfeng knew she was laughing at herself. He glared at Su Xiaolu. A human model is also the first love you can't get. Che, sis doesn't care about you. Sis dumped you. The little store girl in the back laughed even more joyfully. Coming out of the store, Su Xiaolu looked at the familiar and unfamiliar man in front of her and said, "You guys are meeting your parents, right?" Li Lingfeng was surprised for a moment. "How did you know? Otherwise you would be so active in finding a job and changing yourself?" Su Xiaolu laughed. Li Lingfeng shook his head. "Don't get me wrong. I work purely because I'm too bored. That's just because you haven't realized it yet. A lot of things, subconsciously, are changing." Li Lingfeng froze for a moment, but he still held on to his thoughts. "It's just because it's boring." Su Xiaolu also did not argue with him, just slightly generalized. "It's true that you still didn't love me enough in the first place." Li Lingfeng, joking aside, "Treat me to a meal. It's time to get off work for dinner," Su Xiaolu said as she looked at her cell phone time. "Another time? I have to pick her up from work. She doesn't know I'm going to work tomorrow." Su Xiaolu envy plus lost eyes. "Alright then. Nah, here are 2 coins. Go out and take a bus." Li Lingfeng fished out 2 coins from his pocket. Su Xiaolu flashed explosive hair. "Lamian drove the car back to you. Is this how you treat me?" A roar of anger instantly drew a crowd of passers-by. Which couple was quarreling again? Okay, I'll take you back always, right? The old lady doesn't care now. After saying that, Su Xiaolu turned around and left quickly. Li Lingfeng hurriedly chased after him and lightly patted on the wriggling buttocks. "The key is still with you." There was a lot of arguing and the two of them got into the car, sending Su Xiaolu back to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Looking at Su Xiaolu outside the car, Li Lingfeng said, "I'm leaving." Su Xiaolu waved her hand. "And," Li Lingfeng paused, "remember to eat dinner and don't drink so much." Su Xiaolu froze in place, revealing a sad smile. For a long time, after Li Lingfeng left, the wind blew and tears flowed indisputably. Downstairs of Baishan Limited, Li Lingfeng parked his vehicle. There were still about 10 minutes before Han Shuiying got off work. Li Lingfeng opened the chat software. Playfulness up. He again. Han Shuiying manager used Sister a chat. He also sent one of Lin Sudong's most handsome photos to Sister Yu. For this reason, Li Lingfeng also downloaded a special retouching software. The first time to learn P picture. After the P, as far as Lin Sudong's handsome appearance is concerned, there are people who believe that he is a Middle Eastern prince. Unsurprisingly, Sister Moon was greatly delighted, and even took the initiative to send a dozen messages in a row. At the end, there is a photo of the 18-year-old, Han Shuiying, who got off work, knocked on Li Lingfeng's car window, and Li Lingfeng, who was still chatting, realized that Han Shuiying had come down. Hurriedly, he opened the car door. Han Shuiying sat in and asked, "Who are you talking to?" So mesmerized? Li Lingfeng let out a contained smile and did not reply. "Where are we going to eat? Why did you think of inviting me to dinner again?" "Good news for you. I'm going to work tomorrow," Li Lingfeng said smugly. "Going to work?" Han Shuiying looked puzzled. "Is it not warm enough at home? Or are you thinking of going outside to be aggravated?" Li Lingfeng, shouldn't you be properly encouraging me? Encouragement for what? Is it because you're afraid I won't be able to support you? Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. No, Li Lingfeng actually a moment speechless. How this script does not follow the expected where to work? Banks. Selling credit cards? Don't ask me to open them in the future. Li Lingfeng. Account manager. No credit cards for sale. Then don't ask me for a loan. No house. No car. Han Shuiying said. It's a public account manager. You can't afford to lend with that qualification. Li Lingfeng weakly returned. Chapter 018. The newly entered boys. Hunan restaurant. So hot. Han Shuiying slammed water into her mouth while fanning herself with her hand. Can't eat spicy food and still prefer to come to Hunan restaurants. Li Lingfeng shook his head breathlessly. Can't you try? Yes, just don't get diarrhea tonight. After saying that, Li Lingfeng chucked a piece of sweet and sour radish into his mouth. That was the only dish he could eat at the table. It's so strange. Today Sister Yu is like a different person. I took the list for her to sign and didn't even say a word. Is it because you're doing so well? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying shook her head. It has nothing to do with this. Doing even better. According to usual, Sister Yu's character will still be there to pick faults. Today, she feels weird, like she's in love with someone. Her face is moist and red. Hearing this, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but giggle and laughed. He roughly knew what was going on. What are you laughing at? What's so funny about it? Han Shuiying wondered. Li Lingfeng flipped through the chat with Sister Yu and showed it to Han Shuiying. Learning the whole story, Han Shuiying couldn't help but smile and blankly stare at Li Lingfeng. You're so damaged. It's not for your work. It's not good to talk much later when you become your own. And does your brother Lin Odong know about this? Li Lingfeng shook his head. We'll talk to him when the conversation is more mature. Don't play away. Han Shuiying reminded. Don't worry. I have my own measure. It's also time to let Lin Sudong break a fledgling. Or else how can he flirt with a girl with that bearish look? At this point, Han Shuiying and Li Lingfeng both saw the same thing. Likewise, it was time for that sister moon to be nourished by a man. Otherwise she was like a menopausal woman all day long. After dinner, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying went to a KTV to cheer up, and in the meantime explored new ways to play in their new environment. It was only after they had enjoyed themselves that the two left the KTV hand in hand. Back to the residence bath. Lying on the bed is nearly 12 o'clock. Li Lingfeng then remembered that the resume TM has not yet done it, so a call was made to Lin Odong. Hey, why don't you give me a whole resume and bring it over to start tomorrow? Li Lingfeng, I'll you up. Li Lingfeng hurriedly hung up the phone, so as not to make noise to the left and right neighbors, but it was still heard by Han Shuiying, who had a good ear. Being greeted as a grandpa, right? What? Can there be that? Sleep, sleep. After saying that, Li Lingfeng turned off the room lights with his hand. What? Didn't you have enough fun in that karaoke? Early in the morning, a sharp alarm bell rang, and Han Shuiying, who had gotten up, reminded Li Lingfeng, who was beside him. Remember, you have to go to work today. Couldn't wait for Li Lingfeng. Han Shuiying finished her work first and went out the door. The lazy Li Lingfeng, this reluctant to get up. Bring a cell phone to see. Lin Sudong has sent over a good resume. Li Lingfeng casually replied back. Thanks. I'll treat you to some Ibao mineral water some other day. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Li Lingfeng changed into a formal dress. After a long scrutiny in the mirror, he turned away in satisfaction. At the door, the big sister next door looked at the handsome Li Lingfeng stunned, and her inner teenage feelings instantly exploded. Going where? So handsome. Go to work. Go away. Big sister. Okay. Looking at Li Lingfeng's departing back, this soul flew away with him. Why are you standing there? Why don't you take the kids to school? Next door, Wang questioned. The eldest sister also did not make a sound, and turned around silently and went into the house without any goodwill. Next door to Wang? Am I doing something wrong again? Arrived at the branch just as the guys were lining up for the morning meeting. You're here just in time. Come together for the morning meeting. Luo Xing opened his voice in greeting, bringing Li Lingfeng to the center of the crowd. He introduced him to the group. This is our new colleague, Li Lingfeng. The group applauded. Branch a total of 12 people. Now plus Li Lingfeng 13 people. Mostly handsome men and women. Especially those with windows for external services are of good quality. Represents the face of the bank. There were also two aunts who were in their 40s, which would be staring at Li Lingfeng. We're all a team, and no matter what, we have to work together and look out for each other. After saying that, Luo Xing turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. Do you have anything else to introduce yourself to everyone? Li Lingfeng shook his head. No, I'm new here. Let's treat everyone to a cup of milk tea later. Good. Several of the girls had cheered. Ahem. Luo Xing coughed and said in a serious manner. I asked you to make a self-introduction. Why are you buying up people's hearts? There was a pause. I'll have two. One to pack and take away. After the morning meeting, Luo Xing asked Lu Wei, the vice president, to give Li Lingfeng a seat first. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, fulfilled his promise and ordered everyone a cup of milk tea each. The exception to this is the Rocky line. 2 oversized cups. Placing it on Luo Xing's office desk, Li Lingfeng smiled. Luo Xing, your milk tea. You kid can come to things. Bring your resume and follow me to the branch to do the induction. Taking the entry materials such as the resume, Li Lingfeng and Luo Xing went out of the entrance of the branch. Do you know how to drive? You'll drive my car later. Luo Xing handed over. Okay. Parking space. Rockwalk stopped and froze. Yo, a new Mercedes. Does it belong to an employee of our branch? Luo Xing joked. This is my car. Rocky Row. Luo Xing looked back at Li Lingfeng. Luo Xing, where did you park your car? I'll drive it over. Li Lingfeng said. Luo Xing pressed the key in his hand, and the old Citroën next to the Mercedes-Benz chirped twice. The two looked at each other. In the end, it was Li Lingfeng who drove his own Mercedes and took Luo Xing with him to set off to the branch. It's just that Luo Xing was speechless the whole way and didn't seem very happy about it. Due to the advanced greetings and Luo Xing's extreme sponsorship, Li Lingfeng did not encounter much resistance. After a brief interview done by the line manager in human resources, we went through the onboarding process and signed the internship contract. On the way back, Luo Xinjiamo's mood was only slightly better. To Li Lingfeng, he said, "Things have been done for you, and the future conversion depends on you." The purpose of saying this is also simple. I'm done and there's no refund for that money. It's up to you whether you can stay in the future or not. By the way, Luo Xing, do my own deposits count as performance? Li Lingfeng asked. Luo Xing was very surprised and nodded. Count on it. Why? You have savings yourself? Not much. A couple million. Maybe, short of 10 million. Minus the money I paid back to Lin Odong last time and the $100,000 I took to Lo Xing by withdrawing the cash. Now Li Lingfeng has $3,913,724 left in his account. Rockwalk. The emo mood that was just getting better is now even more emo. Soon, the story that Li Lingfeng deposited more than $3 million for himself for performance when joined the branch spread. It even reached the ears of the branch leaders at one point. Chapter 019, The Former President. Did you hear? That pretty boy who just joined the company saved himself over $3 million for his performance. In the branch's pantry, Yoon, a veteran employee in her early 40s, said to Xin, another woman of similar age. They were the very same two people who had stared at Li Lingfeng unblinkingly in the morning's morning meeting. Where's the need to hear about it? Xiaomei at the personal business window of the counter told me about it long ago. Sister Xin smiled back. Is it true? Yoon asked. That can still be fake. Mei personally opened the card for that pretty boy and watched him transfer the money. Sister Yoon exuded an envious look. If only I had more than $3 million. What's the point of going to work? Really, when you have over $3 million? Maybe you don't think so. More than $3 million. Deposit higher interest rate fixed term, or by some capital preservation financial management. A month of interest alone, also tens of thousands of What else to do? It's not more than $3 million readily available there. So go take him. Sister Xin teased. Reacting, Yun blanked. Not a serious one. Who knows? Xin said frankly and openly. If I am not married now, I will be designated to pounce on the golden and handsome young man. It is difficult to find by lanterns. Maybe live okay. This young energy. Sister Xin added, listening to Sister Yun's heart itching. She is in her early 40s and has not married. Not just hoping to wait for a suitable one. Don't settle. But do you think he could like one that old? Sister Yun worried. What are you afraid of with this one? Some people still like those older than them. Turnips and greens, to each his own. Being said so by Sister Xin, Sister Yun's heart instantly gained a few points of confidence, and a look of self-confidence leapt onto her face. Yun was still in good shape herself, and having been untouched and childless she had maintained a tall figure. It's just that age has made her lose that youthful confidence. If you really have that heart you have to hurry up. I see Xiaomei's eyes glowing when she talks about Li Lingfeng. Sister Xin reminded. Speaking of which, Sister Yun couldn't help but show a hint of sadness on her face. Who wouldn't want such an excellent young man? At the moment the head and deputy head of the bank are out meeting clients and the other account managers are busy with their own affairs. After Sam, who took Li Lingfeng, threw him a copy of the operating procedures of the loan business. No one cared about him anymore. However, this business post is supposed to be a relatively liberal job. Li Lingfeng looked at the operating procedures for 2 eyes. Eyelids are straight sleepy. If this stuff doesn't roll off the tongue if there's a single or two business practices, where's the need to read it? Grabbing his cell phone and checking the time, it was almost time for lunch. So Li Lingfeng said to Sam, who was sitting behind himself, I'm going out. Sam nodded. Should I report you for lunch? Meals at each branch are uniformly allocated by the branch canteen, so you have to report your meal in advance. No, I'll eat out. After saying that, Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone and car keys and prepared to go out. He happened to bump into Sister Yun at the door, and Li Lingfeng politely greeted her. Sister Yun re-examined Li Lingfeng carefully and made sure that he was her favorite type. The heart felt like it had made some kind of resolution. Driving the car, Li Lingfeng went straight to the human resources company where Lin Sudong worked. Dialing the phone, he said, come out to dinner. At your door. A few minutes later, Lin Xiandong got into the car, topped off with a double black eye. Do not be so desperate. Amount. Receive how much money in the heart of the salary does not have a little bulb. Li Lingfeng can road. Recently the company took in a bunch of headcounts and rushed to make dispatch materials. And all those factories are waiting to use people. Li Lingfeng shook his head. You vampires. This HR agency is all about taking a cut on everyone's head. That is to say, the more those heads work hard, the more the agent draws, and the money flies into their pockets like snowflakes. Which line of business doesn't suck blood? Have you ever seen one that makes money by supplying its employees? Lin Sudong disliked back. Alright, not to talk to you about this, where are we going to eat? Li Lingfeng asked. There's a new noodle shop out front that's not bad. Say yes to coming in, who pays? Is it too much to ask for a noodle dinner when your girl got up in the middle of the night last night to make you a resume? No. Those are two different things. Li Lingfeng hurriedly shook his head. I'll pay for it. Alright. Only after receiving Lin Sudong's exact reply did Li Lingfeng start the car and leave. Young people, don't be so short-tempered. How can you achieve great things like this? Li Lingfeng looked like a sage on the line. Lin Sudong. By the way, how's your job? Lin Sudong only remembered to ask now. Pretty good. Just short of a deposit. You don't have to look at me. I can't really help you with this one. Lin Sudong Dao. Didn't say to let you deposit money, told your company to open an account in our branch over the account. If I had that power, why would I have to stay up all night doing dispatches? I'd be sitting in an independent office. You say you, after all those years of hanging around, you're nothing. Lin Sudong. Punching people in the face. Hey, but it's not uncommon. How many running waters can your Thai company get? Lin Sudong. That's enough. I'm getting off. Don't introduced you to a girl. Li Lingfeng said hurriedly and locked the car door, lest the kid jumps out of the car halfway. Upon hearing the word sister, Lin Odong hesitated for a few seconds and once again sat up peacefully. Nah, let me show you the picture first. Does it fit? After saying that, Li Lingfeng showed Lin Sudong the 18-year-old photo of Sister Yu. Lin Sudong scrutinized the left and right, and was close to being happy in his heart, trying desperately to hold down his smile. Don't keep putting everything on me? I'm not that casual. Yo. No, then I'll just push it off. Seeing Lin Sudong's look of urgency, Li Lingfeng, alright, I've made an appointment for you, tonight at 7 p.m. I can tell you, if you grasp this one, you might be able to struggle for 20 years less. That is, just what? Lin Xiandong asked busily. Ahem. You'll see when you get there. Afternoon. Li Lingfeng, who stayed in the branch, seemed to have some eyebrows after a mental calculation, and without staying longer, he got up and went out the door. Sam toppled the glasses on the bridge of his nose and shook his head. It's only the first day and you can't sit still? Li Lingfeng, who had left the branch, returned to the internet cafe that was next door to his residence. Unsurprisingly, the butt-cheeked yellow-haired beauty was still there. This has always been home base. Seeing Li Lingfeng smilingly coming over, the yellow-haired beauty subconsciously hurriedly turned to protect her arse. What? You want to eat my tofu again? Li Lingfeng, I know why you are still hiding. I haven't seen you for a few days. Give me a chance to see if you're still as bouncy as you were. Li Lingfeng, you asshole. After a mouth high, Li Lingfeng put away his cynical stance and said seriously, there's something I'd like to ask the president for a favor. The yellow-haired beauty face is puzzled. Once did not see you. Li Lingfeng opened to beg. Today is what happened. What is it? The yellow-haired beauty still didn't dare to relax to protect her arse. Chapter 020. What kind of family condition is this? Buy you milk tea. Go. Li Lingfeng laughed. What? Trying to pick me up? Li Lingfeng. The original noisy mouse button sound of the internet cafe instantly quieted down, and the group looked up. All wanted to see who was so bold as to pick up their president. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and prepare for the next gang war? Don't you want to get the quest reward? Do you? The yellow-haired beauty domineering roar. The entire internet cafe TikTok. The sound of the keyboard is back. Most of these people were professional players who were counting on getting quest rewards for a living. I like to drink high tea. The yellow-haired beauty turned her head to Li Lingfeng. Ha! There was a chorus of boo-boos from the crowd. The two of them exited the internet cafe, and not far across the street was the high tea store. Asked for 2 cups of their favorite flavors, came to a corner seat and sat down. When you said you were looking for my help, you didn't mean help with a cup of happy tea, did you? For something that simple, I can do it myself. Why bother you? Chairman. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Don't keep calling me president. I have a name. Chen Yashin. If Chen Yashin didn't say it, Li Lingfeng had almost forgotten the name. It all went along with the crowd in the internet cafe calling her president. In fact, Chen Yashin is still quite good looking, and her figure is also good, belonging to the superior kind. It was the lion's hair that made her look particularly unorthodox. Back in the day, the 90s killers were nothing more than that. Say, what exactly do you want me to help you with? Chen Yashin sucked on her milk tea. Li Lingfeng was a bit regretful. It was not really good to ask for this kind of owed favor. Seeing that Li Lingfeng did not reply, Chen Yashin looked up at Li Lingfeng with a few frightened eyes. It's not true that you want me to be your girlfriend, is it? Li Lingfeng sprayed a mouthful of lemon tea a few meters away. Don't get me wrong, sis. Although you're pretty, your look really isn't my cup of tea. Uhsin Chen. I'm a guild leader at least. There are plenty of people after me. This Li Lingfeng dare not deny. After all, the aesthetics of this unique modeling style is the love of a generation. Just trying to get your help pulling in some deposits. Deposit? Chen Yashin had a curious look on her face. Yes, now do not find a job in the bank as a business manager. This turnaround has to fulfill the task indicators. You got a job? Chen Yashin was filled with surprise. Li Lingfeng nodded. No wonder this period of time are rare to see you to the internet cafe. The original run to work. Why so want to not open? Lying bad? I'm going to eat, sis. Li Lingfeng smiled bitterly. I asked you to play the game with me and refused. That earns more than you even work part-time. Come on, I can't stand your day and night all-nighters. Besides, I'm not interested in that stuff. So you're interested in going to work? Chen Yashin asked rhetorically. To put it bluntly, it's still not your own wave. You're tired of staying at the internet cafe and want a change of scenery. Consider me prodigal. Anyway, now that I'm trying to get ahead. Okay? Chen Yashin nodded. How many mission targets do you have there? 10 million in deposits. But now I've settled for over 3 million. Li Lingfeng paused for a moment. The rest of the gap wants to find you to ask your family and friends around you if you can save some? The reason why he had found Chen Yashin to help was because Li Lingfeng knew that she was a native of this Shanjia village. Recently, this side of the demolition and reconstruction of self-built houses, every family pocket more or less with a little demolition money, not to mention the annual dividends and all that. As long as Chen Yashin was willing to nod her head to help, Li Lingfeng believed it wasn't a difficult task, but the favor is kind of owed. Chen Yashin didn't react too much after hearing this, and simply replied back, the shortfall is just over $6 million, so we don't need to go to them, do we? Li Lingfeng? Chen Yashin glanced at Li Lingfeng. I'll have more than 6 million. The lemon tea in his mouth once again spewed a few meters away. Let's not joke. Who's kidding you? I really am. After saying that, Chen Yashin opened her mobile banking and showed Li Lingfeng the account balance inside. Li Lingfeng counted the numbers, which amounted to more than $8 million. Stunned, Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air, knowing that the internet cafe was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I didn't realize such a phoenix was hidden. Where did you get that much money? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Earned it playing games. Li Lingfeng. Of course, there are also some pocket money that mom and dad usually give, and have never used to put it here. Chen Yashin explained. How much is your monthly allowance? 20, 30,000, depending on my parents' mood. More if they're happy, less if they're upset. What family? This is? Li Lingfeng lamented. If I had this family condition, I would still not play out the flowers. Then let's go. Follow me to open a card. Immediately after, Li Lingfeng said with a flattering face. Wait, I haven't promised you yet. Li Lingfeng hot pillow heart instantly cooled half. Cannot with our friendship, not just sprinkle things. Chen Yashin blankly eyed Li Lingfeng. Who has friendship with you? You bully me as much as you can on weekdays. I'm just teasing you. Your ass is so flexible. Chen Yashin let out an exasperated humph. It's not impossible to help you, but you have to promise me a condition. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Yashin suspiciously and had to nod in order to fulfill the mission target. What conditions? I'll agree to anything as long as it's not too much. Not too much. Not too much at all. Chen Yashin smiled faintly. Be my boyfriend. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel his chrysanthemums tighten after hearing this, and once again looked at her full lion hair. There are so many handsome guys in this internet cafe. Why did you choose me? Chen Yashin was full of disdain. Those grifters aren't as handsome as you are. Li Lingfeng nodded. That's true. Don't worry. It's not that I want you to really be my boyfriend. Just pretend to be one when you need to. Chen Yashin said clearly. Why would you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? It's not because my parents are pushing me so hard, afraid that I won't be able to get married. Chen Yashin said with a face of annoyance. Li Lingfeng shook his head. There is this family conditions are still worried about their daughters cannot marry out. This parents are also enough to worry. With Chen Yashin's condition. This looks, well, and then get a normal hairstyle. Put it out there and still don't grab it. But it is not known how this rich native chooses his son-in-law. Anyway, it won't be a poor boy like himself. Li Lingfeng said in his heart. Okay. Li Lingfeng agreed with a full mouth. As long as he could fulfill the mission target, everything was fine. This is afraid that we have to make a note don't turn your face and disown it. Chen Yashin started a heart. Li Lingfeng. You didn't do what you promised to join my guild last time. Chen Yashin added. Chapter 021, Probably in Love. Only after signing the deed of sale did Chen Yashin get up and go with Li Lingfeng to the branch bank to open an account. Ms. Chen, this is specially prepared for you at our store. A young guy clerk trotted over and handed Chen Yashin a cup of brightly colored milk tea with a layer of tantalizing milk cover floating on top. Thanks. Chen Yashin softly thanked and politely took the milk tea, looking at Li Lingfeng with a puzzled face. Did you buy another cup separately? Li Lingfeng asked. Chen Yashin shook her head. People gave it to me. Li Lingfeng stared and frowned. Could it be that the owner of this high tea store also likes your blonde yellow hair? What's that look on your face? Chen Yashin blanked Li Lingfeng. No, why would people send you milk tea for a good reason? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. He store rents our house. What a plain and ordinary sentence this was. Li Lingfeng was instantly petrified there. Go, what are you still waiting for? Chen Yashin urged. Li Lingfeng followed. Does your family have anything else besides this storefront? Yes, a couple rooms across the street too. Li Lingfeng looked at the internet cafe store not far away. You're not going to tell me that internet cafe store is also owned by your family, right? That's not true. Told you. Li Lingfeng nodded. My cousin opened it, and I entered half of the shares. Chen Yashin then spoke lightly. Li Lingfeng looked back at Chen Yashin. You've been hanging out at your internet cafe for so long, and you didn't give me a discount? Why don't we stop acting and I'll really be your boyfriend? Right. How many more of these stores do we have at home? I'll do the math for you. It's not good if you miss one or two of them for rent. Taking Chen Yashin back to the branch, she instantly became the center of attention due to that unique hairstyle of hers. It just so happened that Luo Xing also came back from meeting clients outside, and when he saw Chen Yashin at a glance, his whole body was indescribably excited. Busy to go forward to courtesy. Hello Miss Chen. Very fortunate to come to our branch. This is to handle what business? Who knew that Chen Yashin didn't really give a damn about him and just smiled awkwardly. Luo Xing is also worthy of being an old geezer. Without changing color, continue to fawning greetings. Why don't you come into the office and sit down? I'll make tea for you. You can't do this business with a face. Oftentimes, money is earned on your knees. Chen Yashin shook her head. No need. I'll leave when I'm done. When he finished speaking, he looked back at Li Lingfeng. Luo Xing's fawning face changed to curiosity as he asked Li Lingfeng. Miss Chen you brought here? Li Lingfeng nodded. Yes. Isn't this accomplishing the target of the conversion task? Luo Xing then looked incredulous. You guys know each other? Li Lingfeng was also curious. Recognize? How could I not? Last time we even went to pay a visit to Miss Chen's father. Luo Xing returned. Visiting her father? Li Lingfeng was even more confused. Now Luo Xing doesn't understand. Isn't Ms. Chen your friend? Don't you know what her father does? Even here to pretend. Thinking of this Luo Xing has no good anger, but can only hold it. Who knows if there's another big shot behind this Li Lingfeng? Let's hurry up and get it over with. Chen Yashin hurriedly changed the topic, seemingly not wanting Li Lingfeng to know too much about her either. Li Lingfeng led Chen Yashin to the VIP wealth management room. Luo Bank specially arranged for a colleague to dock service to open the card. After doing so, Chen Yashin transferred 7 million over, leaving the rest for her to pre-spend on herself. Only one day after joining the company, Li Lingfeng completed his target for conversion. This made Li Lingfeng's identity in the branch covered with a thick layer of smoke, and became the talk of the tea time. The group speculated that Li Lingfeng must be another rich son of some rich family. This made Sister Yun's heart flutter a few more times. Toward the end of the workday, Sister Moon in the office scrutinized herself in the mirror from side to side, fearing that there was a little bit of bad combing. Despite her preparations, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered inside. After all, it's been so long since I've been with a man. I wonder if I'll be rusty. Packing up her things, Sister Moon left from the office. Walking on the porch, the people stopped what they were doing in dismay and looked at Sister Moon in unison. Sister Moon, today, you're wearing makeup? General manager in the hands of the document is even dropped to floor. Know her so long, the first time to see a different her. Sister Yu, who passed by the general manager, gathered up the documents on the floor and put them back into the general manager's hands. Thanks. The GM returned without knowing the measure. Sister Moon smiled and turned to leave the company's doors. Deep in her heart, although Sister Yu is over 40 years old, but her own foundation is good. A little dress up is still charming. She just didn't usually care to take care of herself. Plus she was harsh and stern, so the group's impression of her was stuck on another level. But I have to admit, she does have a knack for management. That's why the GM values her. Women used as men. The equally stunned Lin Xiaoning came to Han Shuiying's side and said quietly, "What's wrong with Sister Yu today?" Han Shuiying smiled down. Who knows? Maybe in love. Who's so fierce that they're looking at her? Han Shuiying. It wasn't Li Lingfeng, that bastard who stirred up the fire. I wonder if his brother Lin Sudong could hold out. Let's go to dinner together later. I've got a date with a few co-workers, Lin Xiaoning said. Han Shuiying shook her head. No, that Li Lingfeng is still waiting for me to cook at home. Speaking of Li Lingfeng, Lin Xiaoning's heart thumped. After all, Doing that kind of thing behind your best friend's back is more or less a bit of a heart. How could the meticulous Han Shuiying not notice this slight change in Lin Xiaoning's expression? Only pretending to be fine and packing up the things at hand. Fine. Lin Xiaoning faintly returned. When he thought of that Li Lingfeng in his heart, he couldn't help but bite his lower lip, and that feeling of unwillingness grew stronger. Li Lingfeng, who came home from work here, was just about to go over to pick up Han Shuiying when he received a call from Lin Sudong. So, can I borrow the car? Thinking of that miserable situation before, Li Lingfeng balked. No way. Asterisk. Are you being so uncharitable? What's the point of being righteous with you? Do I know you well? Lin Sudong. Say, how about you lend me your car? Li Lingfeng's eyes rolled. Live stream your date with her to me tonight. Can you stop being so perverted? I'm happy to. Li Lingfeng did not allow it in the slightest. Lin Sudong hesitated for a moment, and had been counting on Li Lingfeng to stump him midway. So he agreed. Okay, but it has to be agreed upon first, with the exception of the rooming. Che, let's talk about it when you have that ability to get a room. Li Lingfeng directly mocked. An unconvinced Lin Sudong retorted. If I succeed, what do you say? If you succeed, I'll eat Xian live. Li Lingfeng returned. You wait. Chapter 022, A Night of Eating. Star River Bay. Residence. Han Shuiying, who had returned, was busy in the kitchen, cooking earthly delicacies for Li Lingfeng. What more could a man ask for in life than a good wife? She can go up to the hall, down to the kitchen, and into the boudoir. Li Lingfeng, who had nothing to do on the sofa in the living room, flipped up the book, The Secret Book of Fierce Men. Feeling thirsty again, he brought the teacup by hand and drank a mouthful of cool boiled water. An accidental spill of water droplets on the yellowed pages of the book. Li Lingfeng then used his hand to wipe clean. With the water droplets seeping in, the pages actually hidden a number of words. Surprised, Li Lingfeng came forward to take a look and recited the first style of the fierce man, gathering the aura of heaven and earth and sinking it in the dantian. Holy, this even skewers the cultivation of immortality. Nima, pirated books truly hurt. Wait, so what if it works? Before that transaction transcript is not one-by-one verification. Li Lingfeng thought. So why is this slugger's secret book front and center? Li Lingfeng pondered carefully. It seems to be that way. Mighty man. First rich in his wealth, then strong in his body. That's the only way to have a little brother to play the role of Ah. Otherwise there is an empty shell and no wealth to fill the soul within. What girl would look at that? You can't just kneel down in front of a rich woman and sing your conquests, can you? Li Lingfeng, who figured it out, was as if his mind had opened up the two veins, and he was instantly enlightened. So grab a glass of water and ooze the yellowed pages. In no time at all, the hidden words in the book were revealed one by one. Li Lingfeng followed the tips in the book and began to meditate with his mind. The whole body's breath moves around the idea, gradually sinking down into the dantian. The dantian was vaguely stuffy. Li Lingfeng was instantly pleased in his heart. The results were remarkable, and he became more cohesive. A few minutes later, the living room resounded with thick grunts. As it turns out, piracy can't be trusted after all. Han Shuiying came to Li Lingfeng's front and looked at him with heartache. Exhausted like this on his first day of work. Maybe he'd still be a carefree prodigal son if it weren't for himself? Han Shuiying couldn't help but reach out and stroke Li Lingfeng's cheeks. Her warm and delicate light lips slowly approaching. Li Lingfeng opened his dazed eyes. What? Want to take advantage of me? Han Shuiying instantly blushed, her cheeks flaming and rolling. On second thought, I'm your girlfriend. What part of me can't be touched? At once, he blanked Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled as he hugged Han Shuiying and pressed her underneath him. What for? Eat first, the food will get cold later. Han Shuiying reminded. When she said that, Li Lingfeng's stomach suddenly grumbled. It seems that it is also time. The two of them came to the dining table, and Han Shuiying gave Li Lingfeng a bowl of soup. Is there any news about your brother Lin Odong? Han Shuiying asked curiously. Don't mention it. The guy said he'd show me a live stream, sent a message and then disappeared. Li Lingfeng obscurely said. Borrowing a car, this is not the next time. Han Shuiying looked skeptical and slightly worried. Do you think he'll be killed in action? Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. What do you mean by this? Sister Yu is known as a manly woman in our company. Will she say one word? Hearing this, Li Lingfeng's heart cooled by half, when he showed Lin Sudong. But it was a picture of Sister Yu 18. There is also so much misunderstanding in this that it won't really be a fist fight, right? He couldn't even care about the soup and hurriedly took out his cell phone to call Lin Sudong. Before Li Lingfeng could open his mouth to speak, Lin Sudong was anxious first. I just wanted to call you. What? Did you too? Dry up. Li Lingfeng felt guilty. He should have made it clear to Lin Sudong in advance. Did it hurt anywhere? Where would it hurt to do that? It's not like I have a bad back. Asterisk 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 where? Li Lingfeng was confused. Harm. Let's not talk about this first. Hurry and come over to the Xiqian police station first to fish me out. Lin Sudong urged. So serious that you even ed your way into the police station? It's hard to say. Just come here first. Li Lingfeng hung up the phone with a grave expression, and Han Shuiying was busy putting down the chopsticks in her hands. The two men arrived at the Xiqian police station in a dusty state. Comrade policeman, my friend is suspected of brawling and has been detained. I've come here to vouch for the ransom. What's your friend's name? Lin Odong. The comrade police officer looked through the file and couldn't help but giggle. Your friend didn't have a fight. Ah, so he said he was detained at the police station? He's in custody for violating public order. The police comrade explained. Violating public order and morals? Li Lingfeng became even more baffled for a moment. See for yourself. The police comrade handed the recorded dossier to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng picked it up and read it. Respondent violated public order and morals by having a male-female relationship in a public restroom. This amount of information instantly exploded in Li Lingfeng's mind. So it turned out that Lin Sudong's words about drying up meant this. I shouldn't. Comrade policeman. My friend usually blushes when he meets a girl. How can he be that bold? Li Lingfeng still couldn't believe it was true. Then you are suspecting that we police have wronged your friend? The police comrade laughed. No, not that. You can't just go in and make sure it's not your friend. Li Lingfeng nodded and led Han Shuiying inside, only to see Lin Odong and Sister Yu sitting together on that long sofa with their heads hanging down. Here you go, sign here, post the bail, and the man can be taken back. After completing the formalities, Li Lingfeng came to Lin Sudong's heel. Let's go. Still want to spend the night here? After leaving the police station, Li Lingfeng looked back at Lin Sudong. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Sudong pulled Sister Yu's hand tightly and gave Li Lingfeng a wink. Let's send her back first. Li Lingfeng looked at the mortified Sister Yu and stayed close to Lin Sudong. Okay, where's the car parked? Still at that hotel. After going back to the hotel and picking up the car, Li Lingfeng drove Sister Yu back to her place. Sister Yu, who had walked away, returned her head and said to Han Shuiying, who had escorted her, tonight's matter. Don't worry, I promise I won't bring it up in front of any other co-workers. Sister Moon smiled and nodded awkwardly. When Sister Yu was far away, Han Shuiying smiled wryly at the corner of her mouth. The secret I'll eat for the rest of my life. Now can we talk about what's going on? In the car, Lin Sudong scratched his head. It's nothing really, just making mistakes that all men make. What kind of mistakes do you have to make in the restroom? Lin Sudong, you're asking a question, aren't you? Then it's not as bad as being arrested at the police station? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. It's not being blocked at the door. Li Lingfeng. Chapter 023, I'm not going to live. Ah, can't you just go to a hotel room? Do you have to show off there? When love is in the air, how can you wait? You don't know that. Li Lingfeng looked back at Lin Odong who had an innocent expression. Brother, if I remember correctly, you guys have only met for less than an hour, right? Even if it's a dry fire, you need time to ignite it, right? You don't understand. She's different from other women. Lin Odong was intent on returning the flavor. Li Lingfeng, why does that sound so familiar to me? What are you two talking about? Han Shuiying said as she opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Talking about what he did. Lin Sudong glared at Li Lingfeng, and Han Shuiying then laughed unabashedly. What? You're not allowed to talk about such an honorable deed? Li Lingfeng said. Lin Sudong, alright, it's good to be fine. Han Shuiying still couldn't help but lower her head to hide her smile. Lin Odong in the back was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to drill into. This time any persona was gone. The good thing was that it was just the two people, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, who knew about it. How can I live if my coworkers find out about this? Just then, Lin Sudong's cell phone rang, and it was a colleague, Xiao Feng, who called. What else is going on at this hour? Hey, Dong, I just swiped the short video and saw a person in it that looked like you. Are you okay? Ha, I saved the video and sent it to you. Check it out. Lin Sudong clicked on it, and it was the very image of his own restroom being mobbed. Nima, which one of the 1,000 knife take video to send online? Hey, Dong, Lin Sudong, who had been awakened by Xiaofeng, hurriedly returned. Look, it's a mistake. It's just a resemblance. I told you, how could that be my Dong? Yeah, I haven't even been out all night. That's fine. Then you take an early rest, Dong, and I'll send the video to the group for everyone's pleasure. Lin Sudong. Little. Beep. Before he could reply, Xiaofeng's side hung up the phone. Li Lingfeng asked curiously, what's wrong? I'm not going to live. Lin Odong was pearly in a flash, confusing Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying. He took a look at Lin Sudong's cell phone. I was going to come in consoling, but I laughed immorally beside myself. It's a good thing the video didn't capture the female moon. The only thing that can be done now is not to admit it to death. Lin Sudong secretly resolved. It was after 10 p.m. when I re-entered my accommodation. The food would be cold by now. It was a good thing that on the way back, the two of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, had packed a serving of crayfish along the way. Living room, the whole 2 bottles of beer. On the crayfish Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying drink up. Things come in packs, and it looks like your brother isn't any good either. Li Lingfeng, why are you talking about me when you're talking about him? You've done less bad things than him. Ha? Han Shuiying asked rhetorically. Li Lingfeng ran through it carefully, and it was indeed quite a lot. The next day, Li Lingfeng directly slept until nearly 12 o'clock at noon. It's over. It's over. It's late for the second day of work and it's still late for the morning. Li Lingfeng hurriedly washed up and flew out the door. When I arrived at the branch, everyone was scattered and eating lunch individually. Coming through. Have you eaten yet? There's an extra meal there. Vice President Lu Hui said. Li Lingfeng looked puzzled. I'm late? Which no, the vice line Lu Hui, pressure is not serious. Write a business trip application on the line. After a pause, Vice Bank Lu Hui then added, but next time, remember to punch the card. It doesn't matter what you do after punching the card. Later, Li Lingfeng realized that in the bank, as long as you have resources and can bring in resources, supplying you can do. Taking the boxed lunch back to his card seat, Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Han Shuiying. Are you late today? Why don't you give me a shout? Not long after, Han Shuiying came back with a message. Late. Stop it. Gave you 2 slaps and didn't even get up. Li Lingfeng. What did your manager, Sister Moon, say? Was she gripped by her? No. She's quite polite to me now. That's still a lot to thank me for. Come on. Almost played off for your brother. Speaking of Lin Sudong, Li Lingfeng almost forgot that he should also care about this brother of his. Let's not talk about it. I'll call him. After finishing the chat, Li Lingfeng then dialed Lin Sudong's number. At what? I took a day off today and stayed home. Lin Sudong's very disheveled tone. Are you stupid? Wouldn't this be a good time to take a vacation from work without making a confession about last night's glorious deed? After Li Lingfeng mentioned it like that, Lin Sudong was instantly jolted. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Enough talk, I'm going to go to work. Li Lingfeng. He was about to open the boxed lunch when Lu Hui, the vice banker, came over. I have an appointment with a client this afternoon. Are you interested in going together? Li Lingfeng thought that there was nothing to do, so he agreed. Chapter 024, Negotiating with Clients. Clear River Industries. Li Lingfeng made the registration and drove the car to the parking area of the factory. The two of them got out of the car. Li Lingfeng swept a glance at the surrounding area, which covered quite a large area. A big client. Lu Xing. Li Lingfeng said towards Lu Hui. Lu Hui had a helpless look on his face. It's only a big client if you can talk it down. This Qingha industry, he has visited several times. There has been no substantial progress. Coming to the front desk of the administration building, the front desk girl asked sweetly, who are you two looking for? Li Lingfeng looked at the front desk girl. A standard administrative professional outfit. The body can only be described as wow. To see if a company has strength, the front desk is very reflective. I'm looking for your general manager Xiang, Lu Hui said. Any advance reservations? Talk to him on the phone ahead of time. Yes, please wait a moment. I'll confirm it on my side. After saying that, the little girl at the front desk made a phone call, and judging from the level of respect, she should be the general manager Xiang that Lu Hui was talking about. After hanging up the phone, the receptionist girl said sweetly, hello, this way please. Under the guidance of the receptionist girl, the two came to the general manager's office just as a group of people seemed to be discussing something. The two of them sat by the coffee table and waited for a moment. Li Lingfeng glanced at the few people in front of him. Just see the center of the head of white hair, but eyes bright and godly. Upright face as the old cadres. This chief kinda has that air about him. Li Lingfeng quietly said to Lu Hui. You're looking at it wrong. Li Lingfeng? The one next to him with a bald Mediterranean head is Mr. Xiang. Li Lingfeng. Unbelievably, I looked again to make sure it was the Mediterranean right. Are all businesses so rolled up these days? Li Lingfeng subconsciously touched his hair. Fortunately it was still there. Then who's in the center? Li Lingfeng asked. His dad. Li Lingfeng. I'd believe you if you said his brother, but I never thought it was his father. See that 20-year-old girl on the left? Lu Hui's eyes secretly pointed down to the dignified woman in front of him. Li Lingfeng followed and looked. His daughter? His wife. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and finally money messed up his age. The significance of making money is right in front of you. Capricious. Even if you're a piece of, you'll have flowers stuck in it. Because flowers need nutrients too. A group of people were still chattering and discussing non-stop there, and Li Lingfeng's beautiful eyebrows gently frowned. It seems that this so-called general manager Xiang doesn't think too highly of Lu Hui either, leaving him to wait. Nonetheless, after the crowd dispersed, Mr. Xiang, who was wearing a Mediterranean Sea, still walked over with great enthusiasm. Lu Xing has come to visit. I'm sorry to have missed you. Li Lingfeng nodded. There was indeed a loss. I'm really sorry, as you saw just now. It's true that I'm a bit busy. I'm sorry. After saying that, Mr. Xiang took a seat in that master chair at the main seat. Fake. Too fake. Li Lingfeng looked at his fox-like appearance. Where? Mr. Xiang is a busy man. It's already quite good that he can find the time to have a cup of tea with us, Lu Hui politely said back. Obviously, his raw expression wasn't as sophisticated as Luo Xing's. Maybe that's why he's the deputy governor and Luo Tianxing is the head governor. By the way, what is it that Lu Xing came over to find me today? Mr. Xiang seems to be fastidious, but in reality, he is rather faceless, coming up and asking questions knowingly. Lu Hui was slightly embarrassed, but still smiled and said, this is not soon to the mid-year assessment. I hope Mr. Xiang more support. Mr. Xiang didn't rush to answer, but greeted, drink tea, drink tea. This little brother looks strange? Mr. Xiang glanced at Li Lingfeng with his teacup and said, oh, this is our new colleague from the bank. Lu Hui introduced. The intention is to bring Li Lingfeng here is also to take a chance. To see Li Lingfeng and this always have something to do not? Now it seems obvious that there isn't, and the two don't know each other at all. This time the probability is that it will be eaten back again, Lu Hui secretly said in his heart. Quite handsome. Young man. Mr. Xiang complimented. Compared to you, that is still confident. Li Lingfeng secretly nodded. Right. Lu Xing, do you know the person in charge of Lianshang? Mr. Xiang turned to ask Lu Hui. Lu Hui's mind spun around and shook his head slightly. Mr. Xiang is looking for him for something? It's not thinking of opening up business dealings with Lianshang, and I hope someone can make a connection. The words have come to this. The conditions are obvious, meaning that you can help me to contact the person in charge of Lianshang. Then there is something to talk about. Lu Hui can become a vice president is also a person who understands. The next chat will no longer mention business support. It's all one thing or another talking about irrelevant things and catching up with each other. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Hui himself proposed to leave first, and Mr. Xiang politely sent the two out of the office door. Turning around, the smile on its face disappeared. What Lu Hui did was extremely right. It was better to leave of one's own accord than to be driven away. On the way back, Lu Hui's mouth kept mumbling about Lianshang, presumably thinking about what to do. Lu Hui is very important to open up this line of the general manager, because he knew that Mr. Xiang had deposited tens of millions of dollars in other banks. That's a lot of performance. Returning to the branch, Li Lingfeng first gave Lu Hui the opportunity to get out of the car in front of the branch before driving into the parking area himself. Sister Yun, who was standing in the lobby of the branch, saw Li Lingfeng's dazzling Mercedes at a glance, so he quietly walked out, just in time to bump into Li Lingfeng parked his spot and got out of the car. Seeing Sister Yun come over, Li Lingfeng was also curious and opened his mouth and asked with a smile, looking for me for something? Sister Yun. Yun blushed slightly shyly. It's fine. Are you going straight home after work later? Sister Yun asked next. Li Lingfeng nodded. There's nothing else, so I'll go back. So can I be your ride? It's okay. Li Lingfeng didn't even think about it and agreed to the side trip. By the way, where do you live? Li Lingfeng asked. Jiangyu Huafu. Li Lingfeng. What the hell kind of hitchhiking is this? One South Pole, one North Pole. Star River Bay and Riverview are at the east and west ends of S. This is the rhythm of running out of steam. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? The face looks so ugly. Well, the eggs hurt a little. Do you want me to rub it for you then? Sister Yun asked hurriedly. Li Lingfeng looked at her in a million different ways. That expression. Silly and cute. After the two of them went back to the branch, Yun was in a sweet mood and combed her hair from side to side in the bathroom in front of the mirror. Taking a deep breath, she was going to show her best self. In the office area, Li Lingfeng sat down in his own card seat, and now it was almost time for him to leave work. Wait for a card and you can dragon into the sea. Uninhibited. Will you come over to pick me up later? Han Shuiying messaged. Li Lingfeng picked up a look, almost forgot about it, so he returned. Tonight took a wind order. May not be able to pick you up. Ah, and you're moonlighting as a dropshipper? Chapter 025, go back. She must be waiting for you at home. Drop your head and send your coworker home. Male or female? Female. Overnight kind? Li Lingfeng's eyebrows were twisted into a line. Lousy is at least your boyfriend. Can you have a kind of being a human girlfriend? My girlfriends want to ask you out to dinner too. The time came to 5:30, and Li Lingfeng clocked in fairly on time and waited for Sister Yun in the car. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sister Yun hurriedly arrived. In the restroom just now. She checked herself again. Jiang Yu Huafu. Li Lingfeng voice inputted into the navigation system. It coincided with the evening rush hour after work, and that intermittent red line was spread throughout. Li Lingfeng looked at the time needed. 2.5 minutes. Thinking about it was a bit heartbreaking. Could have been home in 20 minutes or so by myself. Driving slowly along the way, Sister Yun sat in the passenger seat in silence. Perhaps it was shyness or nervousness. The bored Li Lingfeng broke the silence and asked curiously, "Is Sister Yun going back and forth like this every day?" Yun shook her head. "No. I bought a house near the branch and usually live there." "Oh, so now it's a visit to mom and dad's house?" Sister Yun still shook her head. "The Jiangguo Huafu I'm going to now is also the house I bought. I haven't been there for a long time, so I went over to take a look." Li Lingfeng. This day is halfway to chatting. Then why don't you buy a car? Li Lingfeng then asked. I get carsick. Vomit. The entire body shook momentarily in the center of the road, and Li Lingfeng hurriedly reminded. There's bags on the side. Quick, quick, don't worry. I'll prepare it myself. Sister Yu lifted to show off the already heavy bag. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Luckily, Yun was only momentarily seasick. Not for long, and she was much better after throwing up. The fresh scent of the air conditioner also lightens the odor in the car. I'm sorry, I've made you look at the joke, Sister Yun said with an embarrassed look on her face. It's fine. Motion sickness isn't something unusual. Li Lingfeng smiled bashfully. By the way, have you married yet, Sister Yun? Yun blushed. Not yet. Really? Seeing as you're not too young? Sister Yun didn't reply this time, but chose to remain silent. Li Lingfeng glanced at Sister Yun with his afterglow, although all in one well-maintained figure. But after all, they are getting older, and the signs of age are still visible on their faces. In order to ease the embarrassment, Li Lingfeng continued to make small talk. Sister Yun, what's your full name? Don't even know it yet. Liang Shiyun. You can call me Shiyun. That's a good name. Li Lingfeng complimented. Do you have a girlfriend? Sister Yun asked in a thin voice. Li Lingfeng didn't even know how to answer this. He couldn't count it on 10 fingers. One that's currently in talks. Sister Yun froze when she heard this, a few moments of loss evident on her face. Then he smiled. She's nice, isn't she? Li Lingfeng nodded. It can only be described as impeccable. Sometimes I don't even believe if she really likes me. Sister Yun? I don't know what to tell you about that. But anyway, it's very comfortable with her. Looking at the happy smile on Li Lingfeng's face, Sister Yun knew that he had found the right person. Somehow. Instead, Sister Yun now felt more relaxed, an indescribable serenity. She knew that the place where she belonged was still far away. Pull over. Ha? Li Lingfeng was very doubtful. Still, he listened to Yun's arrangement and slowly pulled over. Sister Yun got out of the car and smiled at Li Lingfeng inside the car. Thank you. Go back. She must be waiting for you at home. Sister Yun finished waving goodbye towards Li Lingfeng and stopped a cab to leave. Li Lingfeng watched it leave and shook his head with a smile. Some people who have not married by this age either have problems of their own. Either that or they've been holding on to that fabled goodness. Li Lingfeng is not a pure love warrior, but love is the only thing he doesn't dare to make fun of. It was 8 o'clock when we got back to the Stargazer. As soon as Li Lingfeng entered, Han Shuiying, who was sprawled on the dining table, got up and smiled. You're back. Looking at the table full of meals that hadn't moved at all, Li Lingfeng felt as if there was something stuck in his heart. Why don't you eat first? Li Lingfeng opened his voice. Didn't even know when you were coming back. Didn't think to wait for you. You didn't ask me to spend the night. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Han Shuiying's small waist. Isn't it fatter? Han Shuiying asked with a smile. There is? Let's see. After saying that, this hand began to measure Han Shuiying's waistline. It tickles. Han Shuiying dodged. Well, it does seem a little bigger than before. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng with a panicked expression. What should we do then? Li Lingfeng a bad smile. It's fine. I'll help you lose weight. Since the beginning, the big sister next door who heard the commotion started punching her watch to time the whole 2.5 hours. Tickled to hear it, she came to the room with a spring in her step, but he saw that at that moment, Wang was already huffing and puffing, snoring noisily. Mom, I can't sleep. Dad's snoring is so loud it's bothering me. The waif in the next room came over to me sleepily. The older sister walked up to the bed and kicked it twice in quick succession. And finally, not relieved, She added another kick. Kicked Wang right under the bed. Come on. Mommy will take you to bed. After saying that, she picked up her son and went to the next room. After a long time, Wang, who woke up under the bed, touched his head. Very puzzled. When did I sleep on the floor? Ouch. Why does this whole body hurt a bit? Wife, this gout of mine seems to be acting up again. Wang shouted. After eating, Li Lingfeng came to the balcony and lit a cigarette to give this evening breeze a puff. I also wonder how that Lin Sudong is doing this afternoon. Li Lingfeng thought about it and said, I see that Sister Yu has cleaned up and gone out again after work today. Li Lingfeng. Chapter 026, I'll have a bigger glass. The words just fell, only to hear the ding sound. The cell phone screen popped up 2 messages. It's that loser Lin Dong who sent it. A photo of a hotel room, followed by the phrase, you'll just have to wait for the live feed to eat the shang. Li Lingfeng's cigarettes are pinched half. Heck, forget who fished you out of the bureau yesterday. And who, again, introduced you to this girl. And after all I've done for you, you heartless bastard. Immediately followed by another message from Lin Dong. How do I get the feeling that this Xiaoyu is more than 18 years old? Li Lingfeng. It's impossible. She says she's 18. Look harder. It's clear to see. The sagging is so bad it doesn't hold up. Especially after removing the makeup just now it's even less like being 18. The weak-minded Li Lingfeng hurriedly returned a sentence, in the drive not chat. You ask again clearly under the ha. Talking to who? Han Shuiying asked. Lin Dong. He should be with Sister Yu. How can he have time to care about you and get arrested by the police station again? That's not true. He said you doesn't look 18 with her makeup off. Puffing. Han Shuiying didn't hold back her laughter. Is he stupid? Does he still need to remove his makeup to see this? Who let you girls with that foundation smeared like putty powder on the wall and frosted beauty photoshopped photos? Who says so? I just don't use it. That's natural beauty for you. Just your sweet mouth. Han Shuiying stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng's neck. Li Lingfeng had a light forehead touch with her, and their laughter resounded through the balcony. What are you doing at work today? Han Shuiying asked as she snuggled into Li Lingfeng's arms. Went to meet a client with our vice president, but unfortunately it didn't work out, and he asked us if we knew the head of Unison. Lian Shang. The electronics factory? Right. You know? Han Shuiying shook her head. I don't know them, but they have business dealings with us, and our old boss is very familiar with them. Really? Then can we get your old boss to make a connection? Li Lingfeng asked in surprise. I'm sure our boss doesn't care about me. We don't see each other much. But what? Sister Yu can help. Our old boss holds Sister Yu in high regard. With her out there, she might be able to talk her way out of it. Li Lingfeng lowered his head and contemplated for a while. If he wanted to start from Sister Yu, right now Lin Sudong was a very good breakthrough. Now that it's time for love, how can we give him face? At the hotel, Lin Dong, who had taken over another handful, lay on the bed breathing heavily. This time it was the 3rd time, and next to her, Sister Moon's face was like a red tide. I have to say, young people are just great, especially young people like Lin Sudong, who have just seen the world, have inexhaustible energy in exploring new fields. A few minutes later, Lin Dong, who was gradually regaining his strength, turned his head to look at Sister Yu beside him. Just at that moment, Sister Yu also opened her eyes, and the two of them smiled at each other. Sister Yu took her cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock late at night, so she got up and said, I should go back. The child is still waiting for me at home. Lin Sudong had a horrified expression on his face and said incredulously, a child? Yeah, didn't I tell you when we were talking before that I had kids and you said you didn't mind? Lin Sudong. In the past, it was Li Lingfeng who controlled the disc in that chatting session. So how did he know? Oh. In order not to reveal any cracks, Lin Sudong could only reluctantly respond, and then carefully asked, You, how old are you? Sister Yu looked at Lin Dong with a puzzled expression. 40. Wasn't this all told to you before? Lin Dong. You bastard Li Lingfeng. You still tell me it's 18. Now double it all. What's wrong with you today? Sister Yu asked curiously. Lin Sudong hurriedly shook his head. No. Wasn't it too much movement just now that gave the whole thing a daze? Sister Yu smiled down. Lin Sudong. Sister Yu also did not expect that she could meet this kind of tender young man again. Originally thought that life was just like this. Relieved, he rolled over and wrote again. Lin Sudong, who had not yet regained his senses, glanced at Sister Yu, and between reason and desire, he chose the latter. After all, even though Sister Yu was over 40 years old, that body was definitely still seductive. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng came over to the branch early to play a card, and without anything to do, he drove to find Lin Sudong. The two of them picked a spot at the nearest milk tea store and you looked at me and I looked at you. all waiting for the other person to scan the code and place an order. In the end, it was Lin Sudong who couldn't resist and scanned the code. What to drink? Passion fruit lemon, please, in a large glass. Lin Sudong, who placed the order, chose a small one between the large and small options. If there were still an extra small cup, I believe Lin Sudong would have chosen it without hesitation. What's it to me? Facing Lin Sudong's questioning, Li Lingfeng frowned. If there's nothing to do, can't I look for you? Have you ever looked for me when there's nothing else to do? Li Lingfeng thought about it for a while, and there really wasn't one. There's really something I'm looking for you this time. What is it? There's something I want to find that Jiao Yu to do a favor for. You give it a go? Li Lingfeng said with a thieving smile. I'm sorry, that doesn't help you. How many meanings? Divided. Split up? Li Lingfeng couldn't believe it and looked at Lin Sudong. Last night they were still together, and now they are telling me that they have split up? Yes, divided. Lin Sudong said again. What's the point of splitting this up? And you have the nerve to say that. Not only are they 40 years old, they even have kids. And you're telling me 18? Facing Lin Sudong's questioning, Li Lingfeng's eyes flickered from side to side. But just older? What about the kid? What does it say? Li Lingfeng, who knew he was at a disadvantage, had to persuade, it's not for you to marry her. What's the point of caring about this? Why should I fall in love with her if I'm not going to get married? Let two lonely hearts collide and comfort each other. Lin Sudong, how can I refute what you said with so much sense? You think I'm you, so shameless, playing with a woman's heart. Yes, you're noble, you're holy. Li Lingfeng nodded his head and praised. Your milk tea, sir. At this time the clerk brought over 2 cups of milk tea and smiled, temporarily interrupting the argument between the two. There were sips of their respective drinks. Right, where were we talking about just now? Li Lingfeng looked up and asked, begging Zhou Moon for help with an errand. I'll wait for your news then? Li Lingfeng sucked on a passion fruit lemon. I'll try as much as I can. There's no guarantee it'll work amount. No, you can work harder. Love to the high place is still not your decision. Lin Odong contained a smile without showing his teeth and nodded. That's true. After the matter was over and on his way out, Li Lingfeng looked at the passion fruit lemon in his hand. Are you sure you ordered me the extra large cup? Sure. Let's go, urged Lin Sudong. Chapter 027, full of sincerity. After parting ways with Lin Sudong, Li Lingfeng had planned to go back to the branch when he received a call from Su Xiaolu halfway. Call over and join us for dinner. Cooking at home today on vacation. So Li Lingfeng turned around and drove towards Su Xiaolu's residence. The car has not yet driven into the neighborhood. Li Lingfeng left and right calculations. At least it is to go to people's homes to eat. Should we buy some fruit? Forget it. Get insurance. It might come in handy. It's a lot more sincere than bringing fruit up there. Parking his car in the underground parking area, Li Lingfeng looked for the direction of the exit. Which building is this coming from? Li Lingfeng asked himself. The cell phone signal in the basement was so bad that the message didn't go out for a long time. Li Lingfeng explored left and right, finally finding the corresponding exit with his only remaining memory. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Li Lingfeng took an arrow step forward to hold it down. Good color in time for the last minute. On the elevator, a group of people, a cute little sister stared at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng even made a special face to tease her. Brother, you dropped your disposable gloves. The Durex in the red suit on the floor was exceptionally dazzling, and the gazes of the group of people in the elevator looked at Li Lingfeng in unison. Surprised face. Sister, you're looking at it wrong. It's not brothers. For the first time in his life, Li Lingfeng felt that this elevator was so slow. When I came to Su Xiaolu's residence, the door of the room was a fingerprint lock, and Su Xiaolu had specially recorded a fingerprint for Li Lingfeng, although this was what Li Lingfeng had asked for in a dead heat. Inside the house, Su Xiaolu was busy in the kitchen, with several plates of delicately finished dishes on the table. This made Li Lingfeng quite surprised. During the time he spent with Su Xiaolu, he had never seen her cook. The only scrambled egg fried rice back then was still raw. It's the kind where you just scramble rice with eggs. Luckily, I didn't put enough oil in or I would have almost fried it in popcorn. Li Lingfeng came to the kitchen door. Is this a turnaround or did you take the wrong medicine? Su Xiaolu turned around and blanked Li Lingfeng. Come over and give me a hand. Li Lingfeng went over to help with the plate, and Su Xiaolu fished the vegetables from the pot into the plate. Don't say that. It's got a real chef's demeanor. Okay, let's eat, Su Xiaolu said happily. At the dinner table, the two men sat opposite each other. You still haven't answered my earlier question. Why are you learning to cook properly? Su Xiaolu smiled down and paused for a long time before saying, I have a boyfriend. Li Lingfeng. So did you call the wrong people for dinner? Su Xiaolu looked up at Li Lingfeng with such sincere eyes. This is my first time cooking, and I want you to be the first to eat it. Li Lingfeng was very skeptical with his eyes. You're trying to use me as a test subject, aren't you? Su Xiaolu glared at Li Lingfeng without any good humor. You love to eat or not? After smoothing out his breath, he then added to Li Lingfeng. You know, I've never flirted with a guy, except for you. A girl's first meal, and God knows how much time she spent studying and researching. What this means to a girl can be imagined, and is feared to be nothing less than her first blood. Li Lingfeng looked at the wrapped hemostatic patch on Su Xiaolu's hand, and felt a few moments of guilt in his heart. So he picked up his chopsticks, picked up one of the dishes and put it into his own mouth, chewing on it. How's the flavor? Su Xiaolu asked with great anticipation. Only Li Lingfeng's face changed a dozen expressions in just a few seconds. Finally unable to top it, he picked up the bowl of soup at his heels and just drank it. Put. The soup mixed with a dozen flavors sprayed directly on Su Xiaolu's face. Ah, what are you doing? Su Xiaolu hurriedly picked up a tissue to wipe her face while shouting. Li Lingfeng, who has half a life left at the moment, definitely has reason to believe that Su Xiaolu is puaing herself. What, the first time you cook for your most important person? I believe you. That's using yourself as a test case. Wiping clean, Su Xiaolu looked at the dying Li Lingfeng. Is it that bad? When he finished, he took a taste for himself. Had to a. Su Xiaolu's brows furrowed into a line. It's a little bit harder to eat. Sis, do you call that a little hard to eat? That's simply killing people, Li Lingfeng said with deep feelings. What then? I've been so hard and busy all morning. The deflated Su Xiaolu's eyes were suddenly red. A wave of suppressed emotions no longer had a limit, and the tears could not be held back. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by something. He knew that Su Xiaolu was also just trying to preserve the innocence that was once there. Actually, it's not that bad. Li Lingfeng smiled as he picked up the dish on his plate and put it in his own mouth, holding his breath as he chewed and swallowed. Looking at Li Lingfeng's awkward appearance, the pearly Su Xiaolu broke into a laugh, going forward and hugging Li Lingfeng. I also want to cook for you like her. By the way, you haven't told me what this boyfriend of yours does? It's worth learning to cook for him. On the sofa, Li Lingfeng asked as he wrapped his arms around Su Xiaolu in his arms. The head of a small real estate company. Li Lingfeng, this is not a bad condition you find every time. That's natural. You're the poorest one, Li Lingfeng, but it's the one who lives the best. Probably because he's poor and his energy goes that way. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Fortunately, it's not useless. Su Xiaolu giggled and gently pinched Li Lingfeng's chest. What to do? My stomach is a bit hungry. Li Lingfeng rubbed his belly and said, not having dinner. Su Xiaolu naturally knew. Why don't you go out and I'll treat you to something? Li Lingfeng shook his head. There's no need to go to that trouble. I'll go cook some noodles to eat together. Su Xiaolu's eyes burst with joy. Yes. Within minutes, 2 steaming servings of noodles were placed on the living room coffee table. Each serving of noodles was also topped with a round poached egg. Su Xiaolu casually picked up clothes to cover her chest and sat over. Still the original flavor. Su Xiaolu beautiful, shivering a mouthful. Your level of noodle cooking hasn't dropped at all? Su Xiaolu complimented. You too, that cooking hasn't grown at all. Cough. Su Xiaolu choked and coughed several times. I just missed you being nice. Why are you so annoying now? Hurry up and leave after eating. Slowed down. Su Xiaolu said. Li Lingfeng, the noodles have just been eaten and you're ready to smash the bowl? Chapter 028, Things are done for you. Packing up his things and heading out the door, Li Lingfeng first went back to the branch to clock in. I ran into Rocky Row at the door. Luo Xing turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. How's your drinking ability? Accompanying a client tonight? Male or female? Rock walk? Female. Here's the thing. I have a problem with drinking. I can't help but think about women when I drink. Luo Xing sucked in a breath of cool air. I'd better do it myself then. After walking away, Lu Hui behind him laughed at Luo Xing. You believe that kids bowl too? People don't want to go. Why should they have to force him? Luo Xing paused. Do you think female clients also think about men when they drink too much? Lu Hui, is that why you went in person tonight? Li Lingfeng, who had finished punching his card, called Han Shuiying. Should I go over to pick you up from work later? If you don't want me to squeeze the bus and get taken advantage of, you're coming over. Can I not go now that the word is out? By the way, stop by and drop off my bestie later. Lin Xiaoning? Who else but her? You have a big heart. Okay, wait for me. I'll be there in a minute. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng turned around and left the branch. Downstairs of Bai Xiang Company, Li Lingfeng parked his car on the curb and waited according to his usual practice. Han Shuiying and Lin Xiaoning came down surprisingly on time, and usually they had to wait for a while. Why are you so swift today? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. Han Shuiying had a happy face. Because sister you left early. Hearing this, Li Lingfeng knew in his heart that hitching a ride on that matter was 80% secure. Han Shuiying got into the car, and behind her, Lin Xiaoning glanced at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled and snorted. Get in the car. Lin Xiaoning returned a gentle smile and sat in the back seat of the car. Why don't we go for a meal first? Li Lingfeng proposed. It's fine. Xiaoning, come along. Han Shuiying turned back to Lin Xiaoning. Oh, I'm not going. You guys eat. I've got some things to do back there. Okay. Han Shuiying sat upright. Let's go then. The road is not in very good condition, with lots of traffic and congestion. Going at turtle speed, Li Lingfeng only felt that the car next to him was familiar, so he took advantage of the gap in the traffic light to lean over, lower the window and see that it's Rocky Row. Li Lingfeng waved his hand in greeting, and when he didn't respond, he pressed the horn. Scared, the cell phone in Luo Xing's hand fell out of the car window onto the ground outside. Seeing the bad, Li Lingfeng hurriedly pulled up the window and took advantage of the green light to throttle over. The front and back wheels rolled impartially on the cell phone screen. Looking at the cell phone that was full of sparse pieces, Luo Xing was dumbfounded. After reacting, Li Lingfeng saw his mouth full of nationalism in the rearview mirror. I'm afraid I've greeted all 18 generations of my ancestors. Did you recognize that person just now? Han Shuiying asked curiously. I don't know. I just reminded him that he dropped his phone on the floor. Han Shuiying nodded. It's good that you reminded me, or else what a disturbing thing to drop your cell phone. Li Lingfeng, He sent Lin Xiaoning downstairs, said goodbye, and watched Lin Xiaoning go up the stairs. The building is a self-built house, the kind that is specifically designed to be rented out, so don't underestimate it. Just this single room can be rented for thousands of dollars in city. No wonder Lin Xiaoning always wanted to find a good condition. Who wanted to stay in this hard environment? Li Lingfeng drove away from the city center village. The road was still so congested. The vehicles on this road today are just like the bicycles back in the day. Where are we going to eat? Li Lingfeng asked. Just grab some roadside food. Don't break the bank. It's just the two of us. This isn't even a marriage yet. And you're just saving it for me? Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. I'm afraid I'll have to pay for it. Li Lingfeng, could I do such a shameless thing? Is it less? I've got it all in my book. And when we break up someday, all this will have to be accounted for. So you pushed your bestie over here to break up and count this number? Ha? Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. Which I did you see me push my girlfriend to you? You don't know your best friend digs you, and you're asking me to send her? Han Shuiying turned a wry smile. So have you moved yet? Not for now, but we won't know later. At night, the two lay in bed each playing with their cell phones. Li Lingfeng stole a glance at Han Shuiying's cell phone screen. Surprisingly, I was reading the general outline of martial arts. Puzzled, Li Lingfeng asked one more time. Are you learning wolf prevention techniques? Han Shuiying shook her head. With you around, why would I defend myself against wolves? Are there any bigger wolves than you? That's true. Then why are you reading the martial arts general program? Learn martial arts. Do what? Make sure I can beat you. And when the day comes that you have to leave, break your legs. Li Lingfeng felt a chill at his back. Then is it still too late for me to follow the practice now? Don't you have the slugger's secret? Look there. Right between the two verbal arguments. Lin Xiandong called. It's so late. What's the point of looking for me? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. After the phone was connected, I could only hear a smug look on the other side and said, things are done for you. Really? Li Lingfeng's face burst with joy. It'll still have to be you. Brother Dong. If it doesn't work out, does it have to be called a gripper? Don't you have any idea? You, Li Lingfeng said. Well, at least it's out of the way. And it's still not completely slowed down. So what does that say? Facing Lin Sudong's invitation for credit, Li Lingfeng frowned. Tell you what. Send me your address and I'll order 2 nutritional supplements for you. Lin Sudong couldn't believe his ears and happily sent the address to Li Lingfeng. Waiting with anticipation for the next late-night dessert with the 2 Xiaoyu Red Heart. Half a bell later, after Lin Sudong saw the 2 neatly packed cow whips and cow joys in front of him. Your Honor, Li Lingfeng. Chapter 029, How was the treatment? In the hotel corridor, Lin Odong's angry roar was heard. The cleaning master and aunt in the utility room were startled, and they were busy lifting up their pants and walking out one after another. Once he was sure it was nothing, his hanging heart dropped. A few minutes later, well, it tastes pretty good. You try it too. Lin Sudong couldn't get enough of taking another bite and said to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu also took a shallow taste and nodded her head repeatedly. Putting aside pure prejudice, it was also a masterpiece in terms of taste alone. Still not very well done though, Lin Sudong commented. Zhao Yu revealed a hint of puzzlement. This was clearly already delicious. Ah, salted sauerkraut fried cow joy. This department law come? Are not there any salted sauerkraut? After saying that, Lin Sudong once again took his chopsticks and turned them over to make sure that they were not there. Zhao Yu nodded, adding a little more to the useless knowledge. Don't go back tonight, right? Lin Sudo said. What am I going to do when you leave after such a tonic? Zhao Yu's cheeks reddened and she said in a thin voice. I'll think about it. 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Yu got up and looked back at the sleeping Lin Odong and covered him up. Get dressed and grab your bag. After taking one last look at Lin Shandong, Zhao Yu turned around and left. A child, for a mother, is an eternal bond. Wherever she is, whatever she's doing. There were few cars on the street, and in one passing, the sky was whitening. Star River Bay. That familiar alarm clock bell rings on time. It was quite a miracle today. And Li Lingfang also followed Han Shuiying and got up together. What are you doing? Going to work. Watching Li Lingfang get up and get out of bed, Han Shuiying still couldn't believe her eyes. Anything particularly important today? Han Shuiying coiled up her long hair, so that it would be convenient to wash up later without getting wet. Go set up a business deal. The one that Lin Odong slept in last night. Puff. Han Shuiying couldn't help but laugh and blankly glared at Li Lingfang. People are at least helping you, and you're still talking about them like that. Is it hard on him? Those stocks of his are not used, and must not be settled by hand. Han Shuiying. The two men got up and went to the sink, picking up their respective washing utensils to catch the water. Lean over a little, Han Shuiying demanded. Li Lingfang looked at the space on his side. There's no room. Where to lean? Who made your ass so big? Why don't you think it's too big when you use it? Li Lingfang, who had no choice, had to move further to the wall, allowing Han Shuiying to lean over a bit. Still feeling a bit cramped, Li Lingfang then proposed. Why don't you stand in front and I'll be at the back, so it won't be much more spacious? Han Shuiying turned her head to look at Li Lingfang. Seems reasonable. The two switched places, one in front of the other, looking at each other in their glasses. Each smiled. There is no better couple than this. Not only is it mutually pleasurable mentally, but it is also. What are you doing? It's gonna be late. Rushing down the stairs in a hurry, the two men quickly got into the car. It's your fault for making a scene when you know you have to work, and the deadbeat is so persistent. It's a waste of time to get up so early. Seemingly complaining, Han Shuiying had a satisfied smile on her face. It made Li Lingfang think that he was praising himself. There's no way. The strength is there. After sending Han Shuiying downstairs to her company, Li Lingfang rushed to the branch. After driving Lu Hui, the vice president of the bank, and meeting Mr. Xiang, the general manager of Qinghe Industry, they arrived at the agreed place, Lianshang. At the moment, Zhao Yu and her old boss had arrived inside first. For the sake of this multi-party symposium, Zhao Yu still spent a lot of words to persuade her old boss to do this favor. After all, more than 10 years of competent generals, this face still have to give. The talks between Qinghe Industry and Lianshang were very cordial, thanks to the great efforts of Sister Yu's boss. Even set a single business deal on the spot, which is completely beyond the expectations of Mr. Xiang. Excitedly embraced the person in charge of the other party, and at the same time state that the quality of the guarantee of 100% excellent rate. Finally, Mr. Xiang hosted the event and invited the group to a restaurant for lunch. It's also a way to celebrate the powerful combination of Qinghe Industry and Lianshang. After 3 rounds, Li Lingfang looked at the several people who were each sprawled out with a disdainful expression. Not a single one who can fight. At this time, those who were still awake in the room, other than Li Lingfang, there were only females left. Sister Yu was looking after her old boss. Mr. Xiang's wife was looking after him, and the head of Lianshang was being looked after by his secretary. As for his own vice-governor, Lu Hui, Li Lingfang brought his finger close to the tip of his nose. Well, there's still gas. If you're alive, you're alive. If you want to take care of it yourself, no way. Li Lingfang got up. Next to him, Sister Yu saw and hurried over. Where are you going? You didn't drink too much, did you? Looking at Sister Yu's concerned look, Li Lingfang smiled. Don't worry, it's okay. Li Lingfang paused, but this time, thank you, Sister Yu. That sincerity in the eyes can't be fooled. Zhao Yu froze for a moment, then smiled and said, small thing, thanks for nothing. Li Lingfang nodded. Take care of them. I'll go to the restroom. After leaving, Li Lingfang came to the restroom. After washing his face, which was even more sober, and going to put water on it, Li Lingfang rejoined the dining table. The person in charge of Lianshang would have been slightly awake and saw Li Lingfang at a glance. Alright, Manager Li, such a huge amount at a young age. The head of Lianshang complimented. How can it compare to you, Mr. Jia? Li Lingfang smiled and came to Mr. Jia, the person in charge of Lianshang, with a half-zip jug of wine in his hand. Mr. Jia was busy shaking his hand. I have to work in the afternoon. Don't overdo it. Li Lingfeng looked at his two blushes and spoke as if he could work now. But Li Lingfeng doesn't advise alcohol. This thing is risky. This Mr. Jia is better than Mr. Xiang. Not only has his business become even bigger, but the key is not bald. The secretary next to him wasn't bad either, with a snowy neckline. Looking at Li Lingfeng, that flirtatious look, the soul was hooked a few points. Where is manager Li looking? Mr. Jia's words caused Li Lingfeng to return to his sight, and Mr. Jia continued. Manager Li, I quite liked you the first time I saw you. Li Lingfeng immediately chrysanthemum tightened and frowned. I don't have the spirit to dedicate myself to business. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean it like that. Mr. Jia laughed. I see that you're a talented person. Are you interested in considering coming over to my place? Li Lingfeng smiled playfully and did not reply. I've only just joined the Agricultural and Commercial Bank of China. Do you think I'm Lubu, the slave of the three families? I'm Guan Yu, the one who rides alone for thousands of miles. The sky and the earth can tell the truth about your loyalty to the Agricultural and Commercial Bank of China, ACBC. A lowly, what about the pay package? Mr. Jia patted Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Come in for an unaccountable base salary of 2,800, with performance counted separately. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. There is a lot of room for promotion later. Li Lingfeng nodded. That's what he said back then when the electronics factory was recruiting. Chapter 030, You Are My Stars and Oceans. TM's LV Bu stabbed Dongzhuo and got a marquee of 1. And for 2,800 you wanna pull in a Guan Airmaster? Get the outta here. Even if it's an extra 2,000, it's still good. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was not interested at all, Mr. Jia laughed. There is no rush. Take your time to consider. This is my business card. Feel free to contact me at any time. Turning around, Li Lingfeng then threw the business card into the trash can. It wasn't until after the fact that Li Lingfeng learned that his side of the performance pay bottomed out at $10,000 to start. Too bad that business card is already in the trash transfer station. After the banquet was dispersed, Li Lingfeng telephoned Luo Xing to send someone over to drag Lu Hui back. When he saw that the person coming was Liang Shiyun, his entire body was dumbfounded. Sister Yun, how come it's you? Where are the others? Out and out. Busy. I'm the only one who's more available. So I got called over. Liang Shiyun was also quite innocent. She hadn't even completed her financial targets for this month. To come over again to deal with these trivial matters, those lines of self-coming customers are not all going to let Sister Xin snatch them up. There was no other way. Li Lingfeng could only help together with Sister Yun to help Lu Hui downstairs. I'm a drunk too. Why don't I see anyone caring about me? Li Lingfeng also specially stopped a cab for the two, to ensure that the two safely on the car to leave, which called the chauffeur. Going straight back to his residence, Li Lingfeng laid down on the sofa and rested for a little while. When I woke up again, I was in great spirits. Li Lingfeng seriously suspected that what he drank at noon today was a blended wine without much ethanol content. Recovering his energy and having nothing to do, Li Lingfeng casually picked up the fierce man's secret that was placed on the sofa, followed the instructions on it and practiced. Because I remember the last time I practiced this is especially good to fall asleep. Half an hour later, instead of having a trace of sleepiness, Li Lingfeng's whole body was hot. It only felt like an inexplicable force was about to crack out of his body. No! Li Lingfeng realized that he had to hurry up and release this power before he could do so, or else. Looking at the time, it was just over 3 p.m. Which would still be a while before Han Shuiying got off work. I can't wait for her. I can't rush to her company. Can I? The dry heat was continuing, and the whole Dantian was burning like fire. So the anxious Li Lingfeng got up and knocked on the door of the big sister next door. When she saw that it was Li Lingfeng, the big sister next door smiled sweetly. Why? Is there something wrong? No. You, what are you doing? Wait, I'll do it myself. 2 hours later, the big sister next door with messy hair was in a trance. What I just went through just made me feel like the sky was falling. It's still a red-hot trance when I think about it. The feeling, though, was a flying high like nothing I've seen in 40 years. The heavenly kind. Thinking of this, the big sister next door couldn't help but shyly bite her lip like a little girl. This knowledge exchange was even more rewarding than the last. Li Lingfeng returned to his own place, shook his head inside. His guilt towards Wang increased a few more points. But then he remembered that his kid wasn't his own either, and his mind was relieved. At least I haven't gone too far. Li Lingfeng went to the bathroom and comfortably took a cool shower. The current Li Lingfeng feels is all light and fast. This state is afraid to be able to crush Bolt. After taking a shower and coming out, Li Lingfeng came to sit on the sofa for a while, only hearing a burst of door opening behind him. He didn't need to think to know that Han Shuiying was back from work. Li Lingfeng got up and went forward to greet him, only to see Han Shuiying holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Which guy gave it to you? Is it handsome? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying smiled and looked at the flowers in her hand. Pretty? Li Lingfeng beamed. Average. What? Jealous? Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng and teased. What do I have to be jealous of? Yeah? Then why do I smell something so sour? Looking at Li Lingfeng without saying anything, Han Shuiying cupped the flowers in her hands and handed them to Li Lingfeng. For you. Happy birthday. Li Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. Me? Han Shuiying nodded. Well, today is your birthday. Is that so? Li Lingfeng only felt that the word birthday was already so far away. The last memory lingers on the year when both parents were still separated. Or maybe, it would have been a long time ago, and it would have just been a birthday for myself. But that was one of the few times Li Lingfeng was happy, because that was the only time he could experience the feeling of home, the taste of home. What's wrong with you? Han Shuiying asked curiously. Nope, probably got sand in my eyes. Here, let's see. After saying that, Han Shuiying came forward, while Li Lingfeng did not pay attention to a kiss up. Li Lingfeng froze for the first time, and Han Shuiying shyly lowered her head. And I bought you a present, Han Shuiying said as she prepared to turn around to get the gift, and Li Lingfeng hugged her tightly. Thanks. Han Shuiying similarly reached out and hugged Li Lingfeng, her eyes filled with love. The eyes don't lie when it comes to liking and hating someone. Just like the look Zixia Fairy gave to the Supreme Being. Maybe you and I never had it. It happened to be open, and I made you some soup. The big sister next door came in with a bowl of soup and saw the two men in a tight embrace. Oops, accidentally went to the wrong door. After saying that, he walked away as if nothing had happened, and added in the end, you guys go on. Han Shuiying glared at Li Lingfeng. It's really not what you think. Why roll up your sleeves when you're fine? Help! The big sister next door listened to the commotion. Her eyes closed timidly for a moment, and she hurriedly took a mouthful of soup to suppress the shock. Then a low gasp followed, sending her back into an endless reverie. This Li Lingfeng is really something, big sister sighed secretly in her heart. At night, the spirited Wang touched his big sister's shoulder to signal. With that waited the words, get lost and don't disturb the old me in my sleep. Wang, what, how did it change tonight? Wang touched his head. Reluctantly, he tried touching his big sister again. Finally threw out the man with his bedding. Dad, what are you doing? Daddy's messing with mommy. By the way, how about daddy sleeps with you tonight? No, I don't want to hear you snore. After saying this, Xiao Wang hurriedly entered the door and locked the room. Even the windows were closed tightly. After confirming that not a single mosquito could fly in, Xiao Wang laid down to sleep without worry. You dead boy, born with a rebel bone. The helpless Wang had to pick up the futon and head for its final destination, the couch. Over here, with the beauty in his arms, Li Lingfeng looked down at Han Shuiying, who was plastered to his chest. It's a nice weekend. Why don't I take you to the stargazer to look at the stars? Han Shuiying used those slender fingertips to draw circles on Li Lingfeng's chest. Both. After thinking for a moment, he continued. It doesn't really matter if you go or not. Don't you want to see the stars? Han Shuiying raised her head to look at Li Lingfeng and said, you are my starry night. Chapter 031, why don't I replace him with you? Early in the morning, Han Shuiying just rushed to the company. The but has not even sat down. Its mother called. Han Shuiying hurriedly hid in a secluded spot. Mom, what's the matter with calling me so early? There was a pause on the other side of the phone for a while before she said, Mom has thought and thought about it all these days, but she still can't promise you to be with that Li Lingfeng. Mom, listen Mom, that Auntie Li of yours introduced better conditions. So what does Li Lingfeng have? Not even a job. He's got a job now. Where do you work? Bank. He works hard. And he even met with a big client yesterday. Han Shuiying sold her explanation. There was another moment of silence on the other end of the line. That won't do. He has a house and a car? Yes. Couldn't we have had a Mercedes-Benz at our house last time we were there? It was his. Han Shuiying mom eyebrow a wrinkle. How also with the fight does not die like a small strong. That room. Always should not have it? Han Shuiying froze and didn't say anything. Her mom over here has a smug look on her face. She can't believe you can still afford a house. Where is that? City. A place of gold everywhere. Yes, he has a suite. Han Shuiying's mom instantly froze there. You don't joke with mom. He really has a suite. Han Shuiying's tone became calm. It was something she didn't want to bring up, because that was a place that Li Lingfeng did not want to go back to. In that case, I'll come to your land in a couple of days to stay some days and cook for you on the way. What? I'm not welcome to come over? No, you're welcome to come over. Mom. Han Shuiying returned with a reluctant face. Nowadays, young people are seeking to have their own independent space. Don't you know? How can we let go of the game when you're here? Han Shuiying's inner heart is full of monologues. Li Lingfeng parked his car and looked at the time. A couple minutes late. Just stepped into the door of the branch, only to hear a bang. Scared Li Lingfeng almost on the spot on the past. I thought I'd met a robber. This is the 21st century. Only to see a sky full of ceremonial flowers floating down. The crowd applauded thunderously. Li Lingfeng was puzzled. This has only been here for a few days. I shouldn't have been promoted to governor so soon? Luo Xing grandly walked up and thickly patted Li Lingfeng on the shoulder. Okay, it's true that heroes come out of youths. Once they step out, they pull in such a big order for the branch. Big order? Lian Shang. Qinghe Industry have all opened public accounts in our branch. Lian Shang has come in with $30 million, and Qinghe Industry has come in with $20 million. Luo Xing was so happy that more spittle flew out, at least double the usual amount. Li Lingfeng wiped his cheeks, not realizing that such a big event had happened yesterday afternoon. At this time, Vice Governor Lu Hui also walked up. This is all thanks to you, Ling Feng. No, how can this performance be accomplished without the pressure of your presence? Lu Xing? Though he was the first to go down yesterday at noon, and on the first drink at that. Alright, everyone should look up to Li Lingfeng more in the future and strive to make the branch's performance bigger and stronger. All go to work. Luo Xing exhorted the crowd. That's it? Li Lingfeng gently pulled Luo Xing over and came forward. What does that performance say? Luo Xing smiled with the cunning face of an old fox. Say it again. Besides, your sister. I come to work to make money. You think I'm doing charity? The crowd dispersed. Li Lingfeng looked up and unintentionally saw Lu Hui and Liang Shiyun looking at each other. Intuition told Li Lingfeng that the eyes were not right. Did I miss some exciting part yesterday afternoon? The two left each other with affection, leaving no trace of dog food behind. Li Lingfeng came to his card seat and was surprised to find an extra computer on the desktop. Seems like this has a track record and the treatment comes up immediately. I remember when I first joined the company, I wondered why I didn't have an office computer. Is the unit poor? Or is it because I don't deserve it? Pressing the on button, he waited a full 3 minutes before the computer turned on. This configuration, I'm afraid, is older than I am. I guess I don't know which corner of the warehouse I moved it from, but better than nothing. Li Lingfeng, who had nothing else to do, then played the computer's own solitaire minigame. It so happened that Luo Xing came out to get something and moved Li Lingfeng's computer screen over a bit. Warned, there's surveillance video over here, so be careful of getting caught on camera. It's hard to disagree with such a cozy leader. Not long after, Luo Xing walked in with a brand new unopened cell phone case. The sharp-eyed Li Lingfeng saw it at once. Yo, Luo Xing got a new cell phone? Luo Xing's face was black, and he said in a bad mood. The day before yesterday I don't know which one pressed the horn indiscriminately, causing me to drop my cell phone on the ground. You know what? That bastard even drove his car straight over. Rolled over. Luo Xing gritted his teeth. Li Lingfeng. It seems that was exactly himself, and asked weakly, can't we just use it again? Guess why I got a new cell phone? If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Li Lingfeng comforted. I just bought that one new too. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Lo Xing. It suddenly occurred to me that I have something else to go out for. After saying that, Li Lingfeng wiped his feet to avoid the wind first. Pleasant tea. Li Lingfeng and Su Xiaolu sitting opposite each other, talking and laughing very happy. Do not know also thought that the two are a couple. I'm getting married. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Xiaolu in surprise. How long have you two known each other? Su Xiaolu guffawed. Seeing the right eye on the line, it's hard not to be as young as that. We'll talk about a 3 years and 5 years? Li Lingfeng nodded. That's true. The key person is also many gold. Where to find such a good condition? When do you plan to have a reception? What? You want to give me a gift with it? Su Xiaolu curiously said. Don't. I almost pawned my underwear at my last wedding to get you some money. Su Xiaolu blankly eyed Li Lingfeng. Is it excessive to give me a gift? The point is I don't know if you're going to get married again next time. Li Lingfeng. Su Xiaolu glared fiercely. Can't you wish me well? Li Lingfeng sucked a mouthful of milk tea. How can I say that you are also my ex? Can I balance my heart if you are doing well? Su Xiaolu thought about it. Is a bit reasonable. This gas a moment to subside. Don't worry. This time he and I are traveling to get married, so you don't need to accompany the gift. Ready to go where? Li Lingfeng asked. Switzerland. That place is beautiful. Gee, rich people getting married is so plain and simple. Why don't you give me a ride? Su Xiaolu propped her hands on her jaws as her eyes turned to Li Lingfeng. Why don't I replace him with you? Chapter 032, A Splash of Riches. Ahem. A mouthful of milk tea almost didn't choke Li Lingfeng to death, and he was busy picking up the drawing paper to wipe his clothes. Where did you say you were going to go? Switzerland. Su Xiaolu had a puzzled look on her face. What's the fun in that little place and country? I wouldn't go there if I were you. Su Xiaolu whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. See how scared you are. I'm still not happy that you promised. Li Lingfeng hemmed and hawed. But then again, if I want to have his conditions, where else would it be his turn to marry you? These words are the best way to finalize this past relationship between the two. Su Xiaolu smiled gratefully after hearing this. Actually, you're not so bad. Li Lingfeng instantly came to be interested, unable to imagine that he still had redeeming qualities in Su Xiaolu's eyes. Yo, what's not bad? Certain aspects are still unique. After saying that, Su Xiaolu's gaze moved down a few inches. Li Lingfeng's chrysanthemums tightened and he immediately sat a few degrees off to avoid the hot gaze. Su Xiaolu gave him a disdainful look. Che, which place up and down the old lady has not served it? Li Lingfeng. That's no way to be so grandiose in public. Su Xiaolu stood up and said carelessly, bless me. Then he said, let's go. No more bull asterisk with you. Been out too long. When we get back we're going to get told off by the manager again. Turning around and leaving 3 or 2 meters away. Li Lingfeng, in the future, if you are unhappy, remember to come find me. Instantly, the soundtrack to the Stars movie King of Comedy, Here We Are Again, plays. To Su Xiaolu, Li Lingfeng's words were tantamount to, I'll feed you. Su Xiaolu's eyes instantly warmed up. Happy tears slid down her cheeks, biting up her lips with a faint smile. I'm willing to be the man in your closet. Li Lingfeng said word for word. The music in her head came to an abrupt end, and Su Xiaolu, who had clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and the eyes that wanted to knife someone could not be hidden. Why did you throw your bag at me? No, help. Standing on the side of the road with a black eye, Li Lingfeng saw an arguing couple. The woman, despite the man's agonizing pleas, eventually turned away with determination. Marriage, what does it give a man? As I see it, it's just a way to add a little blockage to the mundane and make the time go by a little more choppy. Li Lingfeng walked over, patted the man's shoulder, and comforted. Look on the bright side, buddy. There's no hurdle you can't get through. The man hides his face and recovers. Li Lingfeng continued to comfort. It's fine not to want such a woman. Maybe the next one will be better. By the way, what caused you two to fight so much? The man sniffled. She's got 3 dogs and 2 cats and I didn't even say anything. Li Lingfeng nodded. Indeed. I also quite hate cats and dogs, but I just raised a vixen, and she's clamoring to divorce me. You say this. Li Lingfeng gave a kick at the prospective man's ass. Dead scumbag. The man who staggered out looked back at Li Lingfeng and roared. What are you doing? That kick was for your wife. Scumbag. At that moment, a small white fox ran towards the man and quickly pounced on his arms. The man stroked it lovingly. Just ran off somewhere. Whitey. Li Lingfeng never tried to have run so fast in this life, and even left a residual shadow on the side of the road. Determining that it was a place where the man couldn't be chased, Li Lingfeng then stopped to rest in peace. Before he could even catch his breath, he received a call from Chen Yashin. Gasping, he said, Hey, what's it to me? What's the matter with you? Being chased by a dog? Fiercer than a dog. In a nutshell, today is my father's birthday. According to our previous agreement, you have to act as my boyfriend and go home with me. Chen Yashin said. Ah, what? You want to break the agreement? I'm transferring the money from the agribusiness bank. Don't. Where did I say I didn't want to? Okay then. I'll meet you at the usual place. Driving to the internet cafe. Chen Yashin was waiting at the door early. Li Lingfeng pressed the horn and greeted Chen Yashin inside the car, who jogged over. It's natural to sit in the backseat boss seat. I didn't buy a gift, Li Lingfeng said. You are the greatest gift. Only Chen Yashin smiled meaningfully. Looking at Li Lingfeng's back was cold. This is not going to break into the dragon's den, right? Li Lingfeng looked back at Chen Yashin. How are you going to show me the way sitting there? Chen Yashin thought about it for a moment, as if it was then he got out again and resumed the passenger seat. Let's go. Drive all the way to the old gathering area of the village. A 2.5-story bungalow with an elegant outside courtyard of flowers and plants. Li Lingfeng didn't dare to be sure and looked again. This is it? Chen Yashin nodded and confirmed. That's right. This is the place. This is completely different from what Li Lingfeng thought. Your family strength. How can it be a villa? Park the car and stand in front of the door. Li Lingfeng looked at the splendid villa next to him, and then looked at the Qingya courtyard in front of him. What are you waiting for? Come in, Chen Yashin reminded. Following Chen Yashin into the courtyard, there was surprisingly a small self-circulating stream inside, with a few fish swimming lightly. A man of about 50 years of age was feeding the fish with great interest. Chen Yashin happily walked up and cheerfully shouted, Dad! The man looked back and happily threw the whole packet of fish feed in. causing the fish to grab the food and eat it up and turn white at the surface. Alas, my precious daughter, you finally bothered to come back to see your old father. After saying that, he also hugged Chen Yashin hard and tightly. I only saw Chen Yashin holding in a burst of red. I can barely breathe. Dad. The man then relaxed just in time to catch a glimpse of Li Lingfeng. This is my boyfriend. The man's two eyes instantly glowed, and he busily walked over. This is my future son-in-law. Hello, hello. Li Lingfeng heard a few hair, really afraid of him a word slap over. Hello Uncle Chen. The two came to a deep handshake. Why are you still called uncle? Call dad. Uncle Chen corrected promptly. Chen Yashin was not happy. Don't listen to my dad. Just call Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen nodded repeatedly. Listen to yet xin. Listen to yet xin. Okay, Uncle Chen. By the way, what do you do? Uncle Chen asked Li Lingfeng. Bank work. Banks not bad, not bad. My daughter's vision is not bad. I'm afraid to find a yellow hairback. Li Lingfeng. At what bank? Our local agribusiness bank. Li Lingfeng politely returned. Wait for me. Only Uncle Chen dialed the phone. By the way, our 273 million yuan of demolition money is not going into ICBC. Ha? Where does that go? Put it there at the Farmers and Merchants Bank. You go to the Farmers and Merchants Bank tomorrow and open an account for my son-in-law. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Wait, what's going on here? The riches of the world just came to us? Chapter 033, The Stale Wine Barrel Who Couldn't Get Drunk from 1,000 Cups. Father-in-law is above. Accept my son-in-law's bow. Li Lingfeng bowed with both hands. Uncle Chen hurriedly held Li Lingfeng. His face was a satisfied energy. This kid will come to things. Why are your eyes dark? Uncle Chen then realized that Li Lingfeng was wearing half a black eye, but even with dark circles under his eyes, he is still so handsome. Come, drink tea inside. Uncle Chen hurriedly greeted. Li Lingfeng, is this being satisfied to the point of even accommodating the flaws? No. How long has it been since this Chen Yashin brought a boyfriend home? Unbeknownst to him, Li Lingfeng was the first man Chen Yashin brought home. Turning his head to look at Chen Yashin, our father is also a man of nature. Chen Yashin blankly eyed Li Lingfeng. Don't take a bite out of our dad. We're just pretending to be a couple. You know, fake can also become real. Depends on your willingness. By the way, who owns that villa next to it? Your relatives? That was my dad's 18th present to me. Li Lingfeng. My birthday is only 2 days. Is not also with Uncle Chen said it. Li Lingfeng looked at the next door villa infinite reverie. Come on in. The tea is all made for you. Uncle Chen shouted. Ooh-hoo. Here we go. Tea room. Simple and elegant. Full of ancient atmosphere. A little attention can feel the aroma and flavor of tea. Li Lingfeng and Uncle Chen were sitting opposite each other, while Chen Yashin, who was not interested in tea, was playing with the teapot next to him. Come on, try it. Top-notch bird's tongue. It's hard to just get it. Uncle Chen introduced. Li Lingfeng looked at the tea, clear and transparent in pale yellow, emitting a faint fragrance, picked up and took a delicate sip, sweet and refreshing. Well, good tea, sweet and mellow in the mouth, worthy of being the finest bird's tongue. Li Lingfeng nodded his head and even praised. That cup is my chrysanthemum tea. This cup is your bird's tongue. Chen Yashin reminded. Li Lingfeng? Ha ha. Chrysanthemum tea is also tea. I didn't realize that Xian's son-in-law is also a good tea person. Uncle Chen helped to relieve the situation. Dad, these 8 characters haven't even begun yet. Don't call your virtuous son-in-law with every mouthful. Chen Yashin glared at Uncle Chen. Well, look at my mouth. I can't hide it when I see something I like. Uncle Chen laughed. Come on out to the dining room and eat. The food is ready for you. At this time, a woman who was about the same age as Uncle Chen came in and opened her voice. The woman's complexion was very fair, and at a glance, she knew that she usually took good care of herself. It's the dress, plain as can be. Look at the skin and looks like the mistress of the house. Look at the dress like a servant. Li Lingfeng, who couldn't hold a tune for a moment, turned his head to look at Chen Yashin. That's my mom. Chen Yashin gave a solution to the doubt. Li Lingfeng hurriedly greeted. Hello auntie. Chen Yashin's mother smiled and nodded. You're Xian's boyfriend. Right. What's your name? Li Lingfeng. Auntie just call me little Li. Chen Yashin's mother looked Li Lingfeng carefully up and down, inside and out. Finally satisfied, he smiled. Well, not bad. Much more handsome than your father was back then. You say that. Back then I was also the #1 backwoods boy in the village. Uncle Chen said unconvincingly. Okay. I know you're the handsome young man in these 10 miles. Chen Yashin's mom's words were more or less perfunctory. Well, let's hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Chen Yashin did not have a good temper. This has a good son-in-law. Feel that there is nothing I do? When they came to the dining room, the group sat around the table. Chen Yashin's mother warmly reminded, "These are all homegrown vegetables. Don't worry about eating them." This Chen Yashin mother knows at a glance that she is a virtuous lady. All this family conditions, but also cooks and cooks by herself. The bones inherit the excellence of our classical women. Have a couple sips. How can you eat without wine? Uncle Chen said. Hearing this, Li Lingfeng busily explained. Driving? Uncle, just don't drink. That's something. I'll have the master driver take you back later. With great hospitality, Uncle Chen fixed a bottle of Mao Tai. 92. The flying kind. Wine quality is character. Uncle will test your character today. After saying that, Uncle Chen poured 2 glasses of wine and shared one with Li Lingfeng. 3 glasses first at the table. That's the rule. Come on. The two of them muffled 3 cups in a row, and Li Lingfeng only felt a mellow aroma rushing down his throat. Chen Yashin hurriedly tugged on Li Lingfeng's coat corner and said in a thin voice, "Can you do it? Yo, this girl even knows how to protect men. I don't see you caring about dad me," Uncle Chen said jealously. Chen Yashin blankly eyed her dad. Who doesn't know that your nickname is Chun Wine Barrel and that you can't get drunk from 1,000 cups? Just this stupid kid dares to clink glasses with you. Chen Yashin was angry and concerned. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. You didn't tell me anything before coming here. It's not a problem. There's room to rest here if you're drunk. Big deal. Chen Yashin's mom smiled and said something, arranging things in a clear way. In fact, she also wanted to see what this Li Lingfeng looked like when he was drunk. After 3 rounds, Uncle Chen hugged the bottle and sang, "You carry the burden. I'll lead the horse." After the song, he even picked up a broomstick aside and rode it as a horse, shouting, "Giddy up, giddy up." Chen Yashin's mom and Chen Yashin both looked at each other. Take a look at the several empty wine bottles on the table that had fallen to the east, and then look at Li Lingfeng, who was calmly flicking his cigarette ash next to him. This Chen keg, is it defeated? Uncle Chen wasn't done riding the broom. Carrying the rest of the white wine in the ziaju, he came over and put his arm around Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Come on, today we will be brothers. In the future you will call me uncle. I will call you brother. We will call each other. Chen Yashin's mother, who couldn't stand to watch anymore, rushed over to help Uncle Chen up. You've had too much to drink. Let's take a rest first. I'm not drunk. I'm sober. I'm fine. Ling Feng, later on Uncle will take you to the bathing center to pinch a couple of hands. Uncle Chen was very bold, but the handsomeness didn't last more than 3 seconds before it was given straight to the ear. Well, how many bath centers have you been to behind my back? You tell me. Being intimidated by this from Chen Yashin's mother, Uncle Chen instantly sobered up a few minutes. Grinning, he said, just kidding, just kidding. It doesn't look like it to me. It is said that one spits out the truth after drinking. This is in all probability telling the truth. Chen Yashin supplemented at the right time. Let's see if I don't clean you up later. Chen Yashin's mom finished by bringing a hot, wet towel to wipe Uncle Chen's face. Poured him another glass of warm water to quench his thirst. Young couples in their old age, even if a lifetime of nagging, but should care for you. One did not fall. Li Lingfeng looked mesmerized. Perhaps this is what marriage should be like. What are you doing? You're not about to have a seizure too, are you? Chen Yashin looked back at the dazed Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled and took out a small square box from his pocket. Happy birthday, Uncle Chan. Didn't you say you didn't bring any gifts? Chen Yashin looked at Li Lingfeng incredulously. Chapter 034, The Guy Who Eats But Doesn't Work. Not only Chen Yashin, but Uncle Chen's entire body was also stunned. Picking up the small square box in front of him and opening it. Inside is a beautifully carved wooden pipe with an agate inlay mouthpiece. For a person of Uncle Chen's caliber, it might not be worth a few dollars at all. But at this moment, when he saw such a gift, he was glowing with both eyes and caressing it lovingly, nodding repeatedly, not bad, not bad. So much so that later on, I would brag in front of them to everyone, saying that this is a gift from my daughter's boyfriend. Dad, I have a gift for you too. Chen Yashin followed with a smug smile. Uncle Chen looked up at Chen Yashin. Other than Ling Feng, you came with other gifts ah? Then came another. No gift is better than this wise son-in-law of mine. Uhsin Chen. Take it or leave it as you like. After saying that, he threw a bag in front of Uncle Chen's heel. Uncle Chen curiously picked it up and saw that it was a scarf. Unbelieving eyes looked at Chen Yashin. You knitted it yourself? Chen Yashin nodded aggrievely. You heartless one. Uncle Chen, a big man of nearly 180, was actually moved in this moment, and his 2 eyes could not stop rolling. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chen Yashin said with heartache. Uncle Chen wiped his nose. Dad is happy. Happy. Let's show Dad. Did you hurt this hand? After saying that, he pulled over Chen Yashin's fingers to take a closer look at them one by one. fearful of the slightest stabbing of his precious daughter. Li Lingfeng lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and spat it out. Where are my desperate parents at this moment? After the meal, Li Lingfeng was idly walking in Uncle Chen's courtyard. He did not have the poetic taste, but he was fascinated by what he was watching. As you can see, Uncle Chen has put a lot of thought into this courtyard, and every part of the regulation is just right. It's like a realm of ink and water. At this time, Chen Yashin also walked out and came to Li Lingfeng's front. Thank you for today. My parents haven't been this happy in a long time. These are the things I should do. Uncle are resting, right? Well, my mom babysat him and put him to bed. Then it's almost time for me to go back. Li Lingfeng looked at the time on his cell phone and said, aren't you going to eat dinner before you leave? Chen Yashin asked hurriedly. No, one more dinner and I'll really have to lie here. Li Lingfeng smiled bitterly. Is Uncle Chan at least resting for a while and then blowing a bottle with him later when he's a dragon? Okay. Chen Yashin seemed to have a few moments of fondness. Li Lingfeng frowned. We were acting. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Got it. Chen Yashin blankly glanced at Li Lingfeng. A whole log. By the way, here's the small check for the gift for Uncle. Remember to transfer it to me later. Why did you leave? What do you mean? Back at the residence, Han Shuiying had already arrived home, sitting on the sofa seemingly with some unhappiness. Looking up and seeing Li Lingfeng returning, he said, the food is all cooked on the table. Go eat. Li Lingfeng came in and looked at Han Shuiying. What's wrong? Another bad day at work? Han Shuiying shook her head. Since that last incident, sister, you hasn't even been harsh on me. Then is there anything else you're not happy about? Li Lingfeng asked. Let me discuss something with you. Don't get mad. Ha? Li Lingfeng looked solemn. You have a Hanyu outside? Han Shuiying threw a pillow over. Can my mother be that kind of person? Li Lingfeng, who caught the pillow, nodded his head repeatedly. That's good. If there's anything you want to say. Why don't we move into a house? Li Lingfeng had a questioning look on his face and walked over to sit next to him. Is this place bad? Why did you move? After that, the hand started to be unruly again. My mom said she wanted to come over and stay with us for a while, and there's not enough room here for one. Han Shuiying smoothly removed her underwear to facilitate the movement of Li Lingfeng's hands. Then why don't I just rent another apartment? Why do I have to go through the trouble of moving? Han Shuiying looked back at Li Lingfeng, a little timid. My mom wants to stay at your place. Li Lingfeng froze for a moment, stopped moving and withdrew his hand. It's okay, we don't live there. I'll just tell my mom to come or not. Han Shuiying said hurriedly, stroking Li Lingfeng's cheek, not wanting to make things difficult for him in front of her. Li Lingfeng smiled faintly. It's fine. I'll go over and clean it up later. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. You promised? I understand, auntie. Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying's two eyes instantly moistened as she hugged Li Lingfeng tightly. Thank you, silly woman, telling me that. Han Shuiying, whose eyes were moist, looked at Li Lingfeng with both eyes full of love. Li Lingfeng only felt that this moment she was even more moist. This jackass. It's not even 7 o'clock yet and it's starting. Is it a nuclear-powered donkey? Don't pussyfoot around if you're not capable yourself. If you're capable, you'll let me fly to the sky once too. The next morning, Li Lingfeng came to the branch early in the morning. The lobby manager was busy welcoming Li Lingfeng when he saw him come in. You finally came over. Li Lingfeng had a questioning look on his face. What's wrong? A couple of guys came in and said they wanted to see you and wouldn't answer anything they asked. Li Lingfeng's chrysanthemums tightened. I'm afraid it wasn't the man who gasped yesterday who came over to seek revenge. 36 plans. Walking is the best way to go. Li Lingfeng, who was just about to turn around and leave, was pulled by the lobby manager. Where are you going? The guests are inside. At this time, a few people inside also walked out when they heard the commotion. You're Li Lingfeng. Manager Li, right? Seeing that he could not escape, Li Lingfeng stabilized and smiled. It is exactly under me. What do you all want to find me? The man at the head of the group was instantly beaming with joy and was busy walking forward, stretching out his enthusiastic hands. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm the one sent by Village Chief Chen to open an account to deposit the demolition money. What? Chen Yashin's father is the village chief? No wonder. So posh. So the bottles of flying mutai we drank yesterday weren't fake? Yesterday, most of the wine was given to Wang Kai at his feet. At the moment, the family Uncle Chen is staring at his family that Wang Kai wondering. This dog has been sleeping for a day and a night. How not yet awake? Try your nostrils. Luckily, there's still air. So slap that dog's face hard in the face. The guy who eats and doesn't work. The dog jerked up. Where is this? Where am I? Who am I? On the same day, Li Lingfeng's branch bank came in with another 273 million yuan of demolition money. the branch leadership decided to go down to the branch research, named to see Li Lingfeng. Luo Xing office hung up the phone and frowned. At this rate, do I still want to do it? Who cares? If there's money to be made, that's all that matters. Isn't that why we work? Now there's a god of wealth gifting himself. Why not? You know, he gets a big chunk of the performance rewards here. Thinking of this, Luo Xing immediately cocked a 90-degree smile. Ling Feng, look, does he look like the dog? Chapter 035, Leaders Visit the Branch. Pantry. Li Lingfeng looked at the cleaning auntie with a deep look on his face. Just help out. You really can't get this one for $200. They're charging $300 out there. For $300 I could bag her for the day. Tell you what, I'll raise you another 50. I'm in a real hurry. Auntie shook her head. Your bank employees are paid so much. And you're still bothering me with this $180. Who told you I was overpaid? Didn't I just come in on our line? I've heard it all. You've saved yourself over $3 million. Li Lingfeng frowned. Okay, 300 is 300. So come now? Now. Auntie put down the cleaning tools in her hand as soon as she could and took off the light blue workman's coat jacket. Remember to bring a few extra rags. I'll wait for you outside. Li Lingfeng reminded. Leaving the pantry, he happened to bump into the oncoming Sister Yun and greeted her sheepishly. Immediately behind him, Vice Governor Lu Hui also walked out. Li Lingfeng? Coughed Lu Hui. That Luo Xing, he's looking for you. Couldn't care less. With doubts, Li Lingfeng came to the branch business hall to find Luo Xing. Seeing Li Lingfeng walking, Luo Xing was busy opening his voice. Where did this go? Looking for you for most of the day without a trace? Looking for me for something? Luo Xing. It's like this. The leader of the branch is coming down to our branch for research in the afternoon. You and I will entertain them. You can take care of this on your own. What am I doing? I have things to do this afternoon. The branch leader asked to see you by name. Luo Xing emphasized. Just tell them I went to see a client. Pretty boy. Are you leaving or not? The doorway cleaning aunt shouted. Why do you bring housekeeping with you when you meet a client? Luo Xing asked in disbelief. That client had too much seafood and said he wanted to try river food. Lohan? This path plays so wild? Seeing Li Lingfeng leaving the gate with the cleaning lady. Royal garden. The cleaning auntie looked at the 4-bedroom suite of hundreds of square meters. Came the line, gripping the north of Yami, and speaking 80 flat. Li Lingfeng? What did you say? Auntie, greetings. I thought you said it was only 80 square feet. Pretty boy. It's more than 120 here. 80 square feet is the equity area. I didn't say add the bonus area. Auntie cleaning, you can't do this without 500. Didn't we agree on 300? How come the price has gone up again? Li Lingfeng said. And I'm just telling you about the cost of labor. I didn't include a surcharge in there. Li Lingfeng. I don't even make as much as you do in a day's pay. Li Lingfeng sighed. Then I don't care. If I don't get $500, I'm leaving. Auntie insisted. Fine. Then I won't send you back. Li Lingfeng was also gambling. I'll take the bus back myself. After saying that, he picked up his things and was ready to leave. Okay, I'm really impressed. 500 is 500. Get moving. Auntie exhibited the collection code. Transfer me the money for the work first. I'm afraid you won't keep your word. Li Lingfeng, can I be that kind of person? You're a mouthful. You don't have a word of truth. Auntie doesn't believe you. Li Lingfeng, who had no choice, immediately transferred $500 to the aunt for the cleaning fee. The aunt who received the money didn't dawdle, rolled up her sleeves and just got right to work. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, strolled around a few rooms, and everywhere were once familiar memories. Here, too, has held that laughter, although it eventually fell apart and ceased to exist. Looking at that family group photo, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but snort. By now, all should have their own family photos. One thing to say, this aunt's work ethic and quality is still okay. The entire house was refreshed by her efforts. Branch. Lohan led the staff who stayed in the branch to welcome the branch leaders with the highest level of etiquette. The branch president's surname is Yao, and everyone calls him De Yao Xing in private. What about that outstanding employee who pulled in $273 million in demolition money? Yao Xing asked. Oh, he went out to meet a client to try to get another performance. Luo Xing was busy explaining. Yao Xing was instantly surprised, and he was busy nodding his head repeatedly in admiration and approval. You see, good people are always on the way, and we all need to learn more from this colleague. Young people, don't be afraid of a little bit of suffering and tiredness. These will all be your wealth in the future. Before the words were finished, Luo Xing's first applause rang out fiercely, and the group followed suit. Sensei, whether you believe it or not, happy or not. Yao Xing held up his glasses and continued. It was decided by our bank team. Pausing for half a second, Employees as good as this should go through the special talent introduction channel and be given an immediate transfer to Z encouragement. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Luo Xing. Turn around and tell Ling Feng about this decision and tell him that I think highly of him and hope to build on his success. Luo Xing nodded repeatedly. Okay. After the explanation, Yao Xing's words turn. Luo Xing is also good. Discerning eyes to recognize the pearl. The credit is not small. When he heard this from De Yao Xing, Luo Xing's tail was all tucked up. Serving as farmers and merchants is what I do. De Yao Xing nodded. This kind of ideological awareness of yours is good and worthy of praise. The crowd applauded again and the group was energized. After the meeting, Luo Xing came close and whispered, Yao Xing, so we're still at the same place tonight? Don't break the bank. Just keep it simple. Also, that dish last time was a little heavy on the flavor. Understood. After all the hygiene was cleared, it was already the end of the day. During this time Li Lingfeng wasn't idle and dealt with a bunch of messy things. The entire suite instantly became organized and much more soothing. Pretty boy, the hygiene is done for you, so why don't you send me back? Li Lingfeng frowned. This has charged me a surcharge and still wants me to send him home? I'm going to pick up someone later and not go back to the branch. Auntie looked at Li Lingfeng with a surprised expression. What about me? Take the bus. What to do? Isn't that what you said? There's a huge traffic jam at the end of the day, and you're asking me to take the bus? And what else? How can you be so irresponsible to a girl? Li Lingfeng, surprised face. What do you want me to do? It's okay if you don't drop me off. Vini 100 and I'll call my own cab back. Li Lingfeng. Gross nothing. In that case I'll have to call the police. Alone. To see if the police believe you or me? Had to play that big didn't you? Come on. After saying that Li Lingfeng took off his top. The cleaning aunt was so scared that she backed away. What are you doing? You dead pervert. Seeing that Li Lingfeng was about to take off his pants further, Auntie hurriedly grabbed the door and fled. It was a quick run downstairs that brought a sigh of relief. Looking back upstairs, what are you running for? You don't lose anything on this one, do you? Maybe we can even make another 300. Thinking about it that way, the pattern opens up. Why don't we go back up? Chapter 036, Have dinner with me. Taking one last look at the group photo, he opened the drawer and snowed it in. Li Lingfeng took his things and got up to leave. And after looking back at the door to make sure it was in order, he locked it. Stairway entrance. Little wind. When did you come back? Li Lingfeng looked up and a familiar and amiable figure came into his eyes. Master Ge. Ge hobbled up with a large and small bag of vegetables. I thought I was looking at the wrong person. After saying that, he took a closer look at Li Lingfeng up and down. Skinny, where have you boys been all these years? I don't see you coming back to see me? Li Lingfeng busily took the bag in Ge's hand and carried it himself, assisting Ge with the other hand. It's not like I've been wandering around society since I graduated from college, and I didn't make a name for myself, so I didn't have the face to come back. Ge shook his head. You young people, career-minded, unlike us old people, talk about life. By the way, are you married? Ge asked at last. Which is so fast. If you can't feed yourself, how can you dare to drag other girls down? Li Lingfeng laughed. It's also true that girls nowadays either want a car or a house. Ge sighed. It's not like when we were there. A certificate was for life. Helping Ge into the door of the home. Inside the furniture has been replaced, but the general furnishings still have the shadow of the year. In those days, my parents were often unavailable for work, so I left myself in the care of my neighbor, Grandpa Ge. A large portion of childhood was given to Gwen. Moncler sale outlet. Li Lingfeng took the things into the kitchen to put them away, while Ge made a pot of aged tea. Sit, have a cup of tea first. Master Ge greeted. Where's Uncle Goer? Did he go to work? Li Lingfeng asked as he sat down. Having moved out earlier in life, how many other people nowadays would want to live with their own parents? Ge Moncler outlet store. This is a bit of helplessness, but it also reflects the facts of the moment. Li Lingfeng nodded with no consolation. You drink your tea. I'll cook. Stay and have a meal with me. Li Lingfeng was busy getting up. I'll do it. Ge waved his hand. I'm a person who usually do not have a hobby. Cooking is part of my life. You, just don't take it from me. After saying that, Ge got up with a smile and walked towards the kitchen. With that wisp of a back, Li Lingfeng seemed to see his own old age. What is the meaning of life? Man, let me give you a hand. Li Lingfeng got up and followed. Simple. 4 dishes and 1 soup. The way this mundane fireworks should taste. Grandpa, I'm back. A crisp shout from the doorway caused the kitchen pair to stop their movements. Ge let out a laugh. I forgot to tell you. Xiaomei came over to see me today too. Xiaomei? The granddaughter of that Master Ge who was often bullied and cried by herself as a child. The 3 sat around the dining room table, and Ge looked at the 2 men who were both silent. Didn't you guys used to be so close? Now why don't you say a word? What? Are you all shy? The two looked at each other. And now Gu Xiaomei has long been standing. A pair of glasses, Sven, elegant and quiet. A schoolteacher since she was a child. She grew up to be what she should be. Remember? You guys used to play house, and you all even worshipped each other. Ha ha. Gu Xiaomei instantly blushed, never imagining that this old embarrassing story had been brought up. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Still, Li Lingfeng broke the awkwardness by saying, "It's all just childhood nonsense. By the way, where does Xiaomei work now?" "The institute works." Li Lingfeng, surprised face. "It's not going to be studied again, is it?" "Which field ah?" With a doubtful Li Lingfeng asked. "Quantum mechanics." Li Lingfeng. The meal was stretched to heights it shouldn't have been. "What about you?" "Rule rectangular space mobility engineer." Gu Xiaomei looked at Li Lingfeng with a confused expression, commonly known as moving bricks. Put. Gu Xiaomei smiled down. Her two-pair swirls were very moving. In Li Lingfeng's perception, grades and looks were generally inversely proportional. Gu Xiaomei is the exception. Looking at the two, Gu also smiled alone, although he could not understand what the two were talking about. But companionship is in this moment what it should be. In the evening, the living room of the residence. Li Lingfeng had his arm around Han Shuiying as they watched the stale old movie Mama Love Me Again together. A crying Han Shuiying kept wiping off her nose with a tissue. Li Lingfeng looked at his clothes that could wring out half a kilogram of tears. "Why don't we stop looking?" "No, I want to see it." "Oh, Li Lingfeng, why do you have to watch this kind of drama? Doesn't Maria Ozawa's action movies smell good? Is she up to date?" Han Shuiying stopped crying at once and looked back at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng opened the software and flipped through it. "There seems to be one. Come on, hurry up and change." Within moments, the sound of decadence resonated throughout the living room. This movie with practical exercises lasted more than 2 minutes, and finally came to a converging close with the credits in order to pay homage. After experiencing both visual and physical enjoyment, Han Shuiying kissed Li Lingfeng vigorously. "Are you going to continue to watch Mom Love Me Again?" Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying shook her head. "My love is now flowing full." Li Lingfeng. "Well, why did you suddenly remember to watch that movie? Isn't my mom coming over? What does that have to do with watching this movie?" Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. "I'm trying to awaken that few motherly loves." Li Lingfeng, surprised face. "I guess auntie is treating you okay? She loved to dominate me from a young age, arranging everything in my life, including choosing a spouse. Isn't that for your own good?" Li Lingfeng laughed. "I don't think so yet. That kind of good. It's suffocating." Han Shuiying sighed. "I'm really afraid that if I live together, I get into a fight with my mom." After saying that, Han Shuiying hugged Li Lingfeng. "Maybe, auntie just doesn't know how to show her love. No more than you think. If I get into a fight with my mom, will you help me?" Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng. "Sweep auntie off her feet? Are you stupid?" Angry, Han Shuiying slapped Li Lingfeng's chest. "You won't say anything for me, and then get yelled at along with it?" Han Shuiying. "Well, that won't happen. I'm sure you're so gentle and virtuous." After saying that, Li Lingfeng picked up the naked Han Shuiying. "What are you doing?" Scared, Han Shuiying tightly wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng's neck. "A bath. How could I not have a back rub without you?" "Right. Tomorrow happens to be the weekend. Let's move in time." Li Lingfeng thought of it and said, "Ha, that fast." Chapter 037 Brotherhood with Tears. The next morning, the two of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, packed their things. Furniture and appliances are the landlord's original allocation. Is to take away? I am afraid that the landlord will not agree. Looking at the large and small bags, Han Shuiying frowned. "Why don't we call a moving company?" "No, it's not very far. It's just a little bit of distance. Just do it yourself." "Call the moving company shall not be 1,000 or 800? Han Shuiying wore a skeptical look. "Are you sure?" "No problem. I even called Lin Sudong over to help out together," Li Lingfeng said confidently. Tinker. The doorbell rings. Speak of the devil. Lin Sudong, who came in, saw a scene of a house full of people. "Is this the house being burglarized? What about moving?" "Just waiting for you to come over and help together," Li Lingfeng said. Lin Sudong. "Didn't we say we'd come over to celebrate your job transition together?" "Yeah, it's not a conflict. We'll celebrate after we move. Come on, don't dawdle," Li Lingfeng urged. Lin Sudong's inner OS, "Your uncle. I wouldn't have come if I knew you were moving." Walking over and seeing the pile, which was quite a lot, Lin Sudong was contemplating whether or not to pretend to have a stomachache. Before he could think straight, Li Lingfeng picked the biggest bag and carried it on his shoulder. Lin Sudong gritted his teeth stably and looked back at Li Lingfeng. "What's yours?" Li Lingfeng casually carried 2 pouches. "Let's go." Seeing this, Han Shuiying hurriedly followed up and helped Li Lingfeng carry it together, fearing that he would be exhausted. Lin Sudong, next time I come back I'll be a turtle. It was hard to carry it downstairs step by step holding onto the wall, both legs shaking. Lin Sudong looked up and Han Shuiying was wiping the sweat from Li Lingfeng's forehead. Come over here, I bought water. Li Lingfeng shouted towards Lin Sudong. Lin Sudong used his last strength to carry the stuff to the car, and joined forces with Li Lingfeng to place it in the trunk of the car. Here's your water. Li Lingfeng handed over the mineral water. Lin Sudong, who was so tired that he could not breathe straight, took it over and looked at it. How come there's only half a bottle left? You drank it? Just now Han Shuiying's hands were a bit dirty. I poured some for her to wash her hands. Don't worry about being clean. Lin Sudong, Lin Odong, who was so thirsty, smothered the half bottle of water in one gulp, and even licked the droplets from the mouth of the bottle with his tongue. There really wasn't enough to drink, and Lin Odong looked helplessly at the empty bottle. Don't drink it first. That half bottle of water seems to be mine. This half bottle is yours. Just took the wrong one. Li Lingfeng, who had only just realized it, reminded. After saying that, he turned back to look at the empty bottle held in Lin Sudong's hand. That's okay, consider that half a bottle yours. Vomit, said Lin Odong, who was busy leaning to the side to pick his throat hard. To think that just now he had added the bottle mouth drops, that was touched by Li Lingfeng's lips. Vomit. A couple of trips back and forth, and the trunk of the car was so stuffed that it couldn't be covered. Let's transport these over first, and we'll come back to move the rest. Li Lingfeng proposed. It could only be this way. The three of them got into the car and Li Lingfeng drove towards the Royal View Garden. So there was this image on the road. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of brand new Mercedes pulls like a pickup truck with a full load in the back. The tailgate lid opens and closes under the bumps of the vehicle. Bored traffic police saw. Instantly two eyes to the spirit, but also worried about this month's indicators are not in place. A throttle chased after him, waving his hand to signal Li Lingfeng to pull over. Give it a chance. Sir. Li Lingfeng tried to redeem himself. Do you know how dangerous this is? What if it falls and hits the oncoming cars or pedestrians behind us? Yes. Lack of consideration. Pay attention next time. Li Lingfeng was smiling again. No points will be deducted. You'll get a warning and a 200 fine. Looking at the ticket, Li Lingfeng dumbfounded. What he had worked so hard for. Not to save those hundreds of dollars. Now that's good. Moving their stuff up to the Royal Garden Suite, all three of them collapsed on the couch in exhaustion. Why did you think of moving when you were fine? Lin Sudong asked under his breath. Han Shuiying's mom is coming over. There's not enough room over there. How much is the monthly rent here? No need. Lin Sudong got up and looked up at Li Lingfeng. Landlord, your father. No need for money? The house is mine. Why do I need money? Lin Sudong. So how come you didn't say you had a suite when I slept under the overpass with you back then? If I don't let you suffer a bit, how can I know the hardships of this society? Li Lingfeng followed suit and got up. Alright, don't talk about this. Let's go back. There's still a big pile to move. Li Lingfeng then urged. Just as the three of them were about to leave, Lin Sudong suddenly covered his stomach with a slightly pained expression. I can't. I've got a bit of a stomach ache. I've got to get back. After saying that, he took an arrow step and grabbed the door and left. All without any trace of lingering. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng. Puzzled, shouldn't you go to the restroom for a stomachache? It's spacious outside in the open air? Li Lingfeng. People that are running away. Less a main cadre. Li Lingfeng really cannot afford to move again, so had to call the moving company. Professionals do professional work, efficiently and quickly, just one step at a time. At the end Li Lingfeng looked at the moving boss who took the lead. Slightly familiar. Then the two of them looked at each other. Earthquake high heights. 1,000 West Mountain shows. The door faces the sea, and the three rivers flow together for 10,000 years. The dormitory ciphers all matched up, and Li Lingfeng called out in surprise. Zhengjiu? The same surprised moving boss walked up. I'd still like you to call me by my full name. Fan. Okay. Mid-jump. Fan Zhengjiu, Li Lingfeng's college roommate, is suspected to be the nth generation descendant of Fan Jin. There's no way to tell if it's true or not, but that's what he said himself anyway. How did you change your profession to do this? Aren't you working in a securities company? Li Lingfeng asked. It can't be helped. That big A can't afford me. Fan Zhengjiu said helplessly. Nowadays there are fewer and fewer leaks in the game. And it's a cold winter in this industry. Li Lingfeng nodded. Have you contacted anyone else? Once you get your diploma, you go back to your own class and who cares about who? Fan J laughed and continued. In college we were just waiting for a stoplight together. This was something that Li Lingfeng couldn't answer. It was considered a default. Handing him a cigarette, Li Lingfeng lit the fire for him. Calculate how much? Even if you're a housemate, you can't beat that hard-earned money. Brother again give you a discount. Count 800. I have to pay their salaries too. I'll take 1,000 for everyone else's. Li Lingfeng immediately transferred 1,000 to him, and was afraid that it's polite not to accept. Gave a transfer to PayPal and it went straight to my account. At this time, Fan Zhongju's cell phone rang, presumably another incoming business. I'll take a call first. Li Lingfeng nodded his head. It seemed that his housemate's business was okay. Yeah, it's hopscotch movers. Our rate is 500. Li Lingfeng turned around violently after hearing this. Chapter 038, Why bother? After hanging up the phone, Fan Zhongju waved his hand towards Li Lingfeng. I have an urgent order to leave first. I'll contact you again when I have time. After saying that, Fan Zhongju greeted his few workers and left. Li Lingfeng's eyebrows flew up. Whoever contacts you is a grandson. A short while later, ding sound. The cell phone screen popped up a message from Fan Zhongju. Li Lingfeng frowned. Not wages are transferred to you. What else? But still clicked to take a look. Brother came in a hurry. Did not know you moved to a new home. Did not bring any gifts. Wrapped a red envelope for you to put on the table. Congratulations on the housewarming. Li Lingfeng froze and came to the table to pick up the heavy red envelope, feeling a heaviness he had never felt before. It carries a 4-year friendship with C.J. Fan. Li Lingfeng's heart is full of emotions. No words to express the feelings inside at this moment. It seems to be his own little man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart. With a sour nose, Li Lingfeng again seemed to see the laughter of the dormitory back then. Li Lingfeng unconsciously followed the smile, reached out to open the red envelope. No matter how much inside, it is full of brotherly love. Reaching into his fingers and touching them, Li Lingfeng had a look of skepticism on his face. Rushing to pick it up and glance inside, it was empty of anything. Li Lingfeng thought he was wrong, and then turned the red envelope upside down and shook it vigorously, and still did not see a boy. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. The sparsely touched moments earlier had instantly dissipated, and it was ultimately a mistake to pay. Just when Li Lingfeng was disappointed and ready to throw the empty red packet into the trash can, another message from Fan Zhongju rang out. Brother, I'm sorry, that red envelope was taken by mistake, and the empty one was left with you. It was followed by a transfer of $888, meaning, Harry. That's the cheesiest, most sincere blessing a brother can give. The move was rearranged, and the family came to life. Han Shuiying looked at it beautifully. Although it was not a mansion, it was the warmest place in her heart. Think about it. I'll work hard to make money in the future so that you can have a good life. Li Lingfeng came over and said. Han Shuiying leaned her head on his shoulder. Just do your best. Don't put pressure on yourself. Li Lingfeng stroked Han Shuiying's hair with relief. This woman is just so heartbroken. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. I've got hands and feet. I'll run on my own if I don't get by. Li Lingfeng, viciously pinching Han Shuiying's cheeks. Are you willing to run away? No sheesh. Han Shuiying gave a lovely smile. Because you're my man. Han Shuiying once again tenderly leaned her head on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. But, I have a lot of women, right? Ah, pain. Let go. The balls are going to be crushed. In the evening, Han Shuiying went out of her way to make a large table of delicacies and treasures, called Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu, as well as her best friend Lin Xiaoning to come over for a get-together. Sort of a first meal in a new home. When Lin Xiaoning saw that her manager Zhao Yu also appeared here, the whole thing was a bit confused. It wasn't until Lin Odong came in on Zhao Yu's hand that Lin Xiaoning seemed to understand. No wonder Sister Yu's attitude towards Han Shuiying had changed so much during this time. So it was because of this. Lin Xiaoning's heart instantly hated that this Han Shuiying had concealed herself for so long. Not even telling yourself that you just don't consider yourself a BFF at all. After 3 rounds, the alcohol started to kick in. The crowd started to get disoriented, and the voices talking at the table went up a few decibels. Especially Han Shuiying, probably because she was happy. She all drank straight down. Can't hold my liquor. Li Lingfeng carried him to his room and covered him with a blanket to let him rest first. Coming out of the room, Lin Xiaoning, who was trailing behind, pounced on her and wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng's neck for a wild kiss. Perhaps it was out of revenge against Han Shuiying, or perhaps it was because of his resentment towards Li Lingfeng's previous rejection. All of the factors come together to erupt into a now intense emotion, especially still under the influence of alcohol. Li Lingfeng felt a warmth on his tongue and hurriedly pushed Lin Xiaoning away. Lowering his voice, he said, "Are you crazy?" Lin Xiaoning looked at Li Lingfeng with misty eyes. "I'm not crazy. I can give you whatever Han Shuiying can give you." After saying that, he took Li Lingfeng's hand and pressed it to his chest. Li Lingfeng broke away to stop Lin Xiaoning's movements. "I think you're drunk." After Lin Xiaoning took a deep look at Li Lingfeng, She slowly squatted down and cried in aggravation. To be rejected again and again by the man in front of you, not even knowing whether to be sad or angry, or helpless? Li Lingfeng squatted down together and used his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of Lin Xiaoning's eyes. A pearly Lin Xiaoning looked up. Why? Because you're Han Shuiying's good friend. I don't want to hurt you, and you know I won't leave Han Shuiying, so why bother? At that moment, Sister Moon walked over, and neither of them realized when Sister Moon appeared here. Of the several people, just Sister Moon didn't drink because she had to go home to take care of the kids. Just when Li Lingfeng was at a loss for words, Sister Yu gave a look that signaled Li Lingfeng to leave. It was also to help Li Lingfeng out, and from beginning to end, Sister Yu was watching. After Li Lingfeng left, Sister Yu gently patted Lin Xiaoning's back and handed her a tissue. You should know how to let go of things that don't belong to you, not to mention you're still BFFs. Lin Xiaoning took the tissue to dry her tears and coldly threw down. We are not bosom friends. When he finished, he got up and left, grabbed his things, and headed out the door. Li Lingfeng and Lin Sudong, who were drinking tea in the living room, looked at each other in dismay, and then Sister Yu, who followed them out, also shook her head with a helpless expression. Balcony, Lin Sudong handed Li Lingfeng a cigarette. Li Lingfeng took a look, but it was soft china, so he flirted, yo, recently got rich. Likun changed china? Lin Sudong smiled shyly. It was bought by Sister Yu, saying that cheap cigarettes spoil the body. At the moment, the virtuous Sister Moon was cleaning up the wretched table. Li Lingfeng, isn't smoking all bad for your health? It was just a matter of comforting her heart, but it was enough to show that Sister Yu cared for Lin Odong into her heart. I really envy you, having a car and a house, and so many girls surrounding you, Lin Sudong said enviously. Don't you also have Sister Yu? Li Lingfeng inhaled a mouthful of china and exhaled a gust of clouds. Lin Sudong looked back at Sister Yu, who was busy, and smiled gratefully. Indeed, meeting her is my blessing in this life. Li Lingfeng froze. Lin Sudong's eyes did not look like he was joking. Think clearly. Sister Yu has a baby. Li Lingfeng reminded intolerantly. Buy one, get one free. Isn't that an even better deal? Li Lingfeng. Sure enough, when the idea changed, the pattern came up immediately. I'm going to start my own business. Lin Sudong sighed and extinguished his cigarette in the corner. Scalded an ant passing by. Chapter 039. Then tell me, do you love me? The little ant didn't realize until he died that he just came out to defecate, and he couldn't go back. Planning to keep pulling intestines? Or do you want to open a moving company as well? Li Lingfeng flicked his cigarette ash. Lin Sudong. Back then, he pulled down 3 consecutive intestinal noodle stores, and that unsold stock ate until Li Lingfeng saw intestinal noodles and wanted to vomit. So much so that now Li Lingfeng still has more or less a shadow over the intestinal noodles. Being an HR agent, while you have accumulated some resources on hand, cash in quickly and keep it for your boss to squeeze. Seeing that Lin Sudong didn't look like he was joking, Li Lingfeng flicked his cigarette on the small bucket on the balcony. Zip. Sound. Instantly extinguishing the starburst. It's like a moment of dashed hope. What? You don't support me? Lin Xiandong asked. Li Lingfeng let out a laugh and nodded his head. Support. Definitely support. Inside, you don't have any idea how much you weigh. You're a money loser. Back in the day, from street stalls to pulling sausage noodles, nothing was ever successful. Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng suspiciously. I heard you cursing me in your heart. Li Lingfeng, you've changed your profession to become a fortune teller, and you can still hear me cursing you in my heart. Lin Sudong disdained. Think what you want. Anyway, Zhao Yu invested 300,000 in me. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. No wonder it is said that a woman who is a big woman is a big man. But I have to remind you, the other Sister Yu has a child. She gave you her savings. Have you thought about the future? Lin Sudong's eyes were resolute. Don't worry, as long as I have a mouthful of food, I won't starve her mother and son. Big deal. I'll go back to pulling sausage. Cough, said Li Lingfeng, choking on his saliva in shock. Alright, I have to go back. Later after 10 o'clock Zhao Yu has to go home to bring up the kids, Lin Sudong said. Li Lingfeng looked at the time. It was now 9:25. Back at Lin Odong's place, it would take about 30 minutes, minus the foreplay. Which means, Li Lingfeng frowned, it's only been 3 minutes. Ah, do you want to see a Chinese medicine practitioner to regulate your kidney function? Lin Sudong, who was poked at a sore point, turned red. You're only 3 minutes. Your whole family is 3 minutes. After sending off Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu, Li Lingfeng glanced at his home, which was cleaned up by Zhao Yu. This Zhao Yu, definitely the virtuous wife and mother type of life. Lin Sudong, you've picked up a treasure. Just steal it. Li Lingfeng came to the room to see how Han Shuiying was doing. Reaching down, he touched her forehead and body. Slightly warm. All normal for alcohol. Drinking alcohol causes adrenaline to rise, triggering the heart to beat faster and blood vessels to dilate, allowing the body surface to dissipate heat and sweat. Water. Han Shuiying said in a blur as she opened her eyes slightly. Why do you want to drink water and pick my pants? Li Lingfeng hurriedly protected his pants. I'll go out and get water for you. Li Lingfeng, who had managed to break free, brought a cup of boiling water. Han Shuiying took gulp a drink. A slightly sober Han Shuiying smiled. Just sorry, get used to it. Which man got you used to? Oh. Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. Not you, dog. Who did I give my first time to? Don't you have any points? Right. Have they all gone back? Han Shuiying then asked. Li Lingfeng nodded. Won't you go back and wait here for the night? Is it too much? It's not like we don't have a room to sleep in. Do you want to come up in the middle of the night and have a simultaneous resonance? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying? A blush, after figuring it out. If you're so nasty, how did I ever see you in the first place? Oh, my God. I can't believe it. Who said it was cold in the first place and came under my covers in the middle of the night? Han Shuiying hurriedly covered Li Lingfeng's mouth with her hand. You're still talking. Still talking. Li Lingfeng gently bit Han Shuiying's delicate hand. Ah, you're a dog? Han Shuiying hurriedly retracted her jade hand and slapped Li Lingfeng. Then a pair of eyes full of endless love and tenderness looked at Li Lingfeng. So what do you say? Love me or not? Well, hesitated Li Lingfeng, causing Han Shuiying to stare anxiously. This expression, this posture, if you dare to say that you do not love, immediately give you frustrated. Li Lingfeng swallowed. This definition of love is very broad. There is big love and small love. I only want selfish love. Han Shuiying replied back earnestly. At this moment, it was as if Li Lingfeng saw the person she once was. Love. I'll let you know if there's a change. And less talk like this that isn't conducive to unity. Li Lingfeng smiled gently, his previous endeavors completing the closing of the loop at this moment. 2. Once upon a time. Ignorance. Love and promises. Han Shuiying stepped forward and hugged Li Lingfeng tightly, her eyes indisputably moist again. Drop by drop, it fell on Li Lingfeng's shoulders. Silly woman, what's there to cry about? Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? Touched to tears, Han Shuiying wiped away her tears. If you can lie to me for the rest of my life, I'm willing. Early in the morning, Han Shuiying, who had woken up, only felt a burst of fire in her cheeks. Looking at Li Lingfeng, why did you slap me last night? Last night you dreamed, no? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying nodded. Well, I dreamt that a couple of big men were going to molest me and I yelled no. You fart. I heard you yelling. More. I want more. Or guess why I slapped you? Han Shuiying. That's not a bad slap at all. It's Sunday, oh. Take me out for a walk? Han Shuiying hurriedly changed the topic. Well, take you to the water cloud. I've booked the tickets. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Water cloud room? That ticket would cost more than 1,000. If it's too expensive, then I'll just return it. Don't. I haven't been here either. Han Shuiying pouted. Then don't get up and brush your teeth. Wait. Han Shuiying got up and headed for the closet, half of her unbuttoned underwear falling off. Bewildered, Li Lingfeng asked, what are you looking for? Go get the clothes for the blind date. Ah, this occasion does not wear a little more formal? Li Lingfeng, downstairs, encountering Go walking with 2 black circles under his eyes. Li Lingfeng warmly greeted him. Go nodded and watched the 2 men leave with delight, sighing, it's good to be young. No matter how you toss and turn at night, you'll still be in high spirits the next day. Chapter 040, The First Order of Business. On Monday, Li Lingfeng lazily came to the branch. Yesterday the level of that technician at the Water Cloud Wellness Center wasn't usually on point. It was pretty much on point. Even though I passed out once in the middle of the program, it was hard to stop my little sister's enthusiasm. A few times, he was buried in his chest and gave a choking roll to wake up. On the way out, he was also dragged to the built-in restroom by the thrill-seeking Han Shuiying for a loving ovation. If it weren't for the spirit of love and dedication, I wouldn't even be here today. Entering the door, the oncoming cleaning auntie hurriedly ducked aside and walked around far away, as if seeing the big bad wolf, leading Li Lingfeng to a moment of puzzlement. The cleaning auntie who had gone around glared at Li Lingfeng. You big collar anon. Next time you play a hooligan, see if I don't call the police. Gripe. I thought why? So auntie can't get over what happened last time. When he came to his card seat, it just so happened that Luo Xing came out of his office and walked over when he saw Li Lingfeng from afar. Late again. Stepchildren, don't be so arrogant. Got it. Later remember to help me approve the application for going out on official business. Hanging so much late. Your face as a leader is not honorable. Li Lingfeng reminded and handed Luo Xing a cigarette. Luo Xing simply took the whole bag from Li Lingfeng's hand and put it in his pocket. You weren't at the morning meeting today. and we unanimously passed a resolution. Li Lingfeng? You're not trying to sweep me off my feet, are you? What's the big deal about being late a couple times? Don't worry, it's a good thing. In order to celebrate your successful transition, we decided to add a lunch today, and ordered a crispy roast goose from Goose Wang Chai. Oh, someone's treat. Li Lingfeng was busy smiling. Thank you Luo Xing. When the food delivery comes over later, remember to settle the money for the person. Luo Xing reminded. Li Lingfeng, it's hard to celebrate your conversion without me having to pay for it. It's not appropriate, is it? Luo Xing patted Li Lingfeng's shoulder twice and proceeded to leave. No, did you guys ask me for my opinion on the resolution? That one crispy roast goose big couple hundred amount. Punt. Angry Li Lingfeng picked up a teacup and went to the pantry, ready to brew a pot of black tea to calm his mind. Before this person could reach the pantry, he saw Vice President Lu Hui and Sister Yin sneaking out again. Li Lingfeng, 0. You're going to say it's okay that my last name is written backwards. You guys. Lu Hui, illusion. What you're looking at is an illusion. Li Lingfeng. But this love comes. Who can stop it? Men love women love people. Auntie, accidentally poured some tea on the floor. Come and wipe the floor here. Auntie came over with the floor mop. Get out of the way. Li Lingfeng. You directly come over to drag on the line. Get out of the way. Auntie insisted repeatedly. I'm not in the way of you mopping this floor. Why do I have to get out of the way? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. Who knows if you'll take your pants off later? Li Lingfeng. No, do I look like that kind of unsavory person to you? Li Lingfeng asked back in a good-natured manner. Tell me instead, what part of you is decent? Well, I'll get out of the way alright. After saying that, Li Lingfeng turned around with the tea and left. Don't look at Auntie, I'm old. Back then my first love was more handsome than you. Just as she returned to her card seat and sat down, Sister Xin came over. There's a customer here asking for a loan. Do you want to go over and take a look? Li Lingfeng understood that this was Sister Xin pushing business to herself. Like this kind of self-coming customers, whoever receives the first, counts the performance of whoever. Of course, if it is made, Li Lingfeng thought. Anyway, also idle nothing to do. Just can be used to practice. Why not? So followed Sister Xin to the reception room, where a middle-aged man in his 40s sat. The face is slightly thin, but a shrewd and competent. Especially those eyes. A thief. As soon as he came up, he first got up and shook hands with Li Lingfeng. What's your name? Surname Li. Li Lingfeng returned. So it's Manager Li. Nice to meet you. I'm exempt from your surname Huang. This is my business card. Oh, Mr. Huang. Li Lingfeng took the business card. Wholesale sales of adult products? Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Sorry, got the wrong business card. Mr. Huang immediately gave Li Lingfeng a different business card and took the original one back. Li Lingfeng looked at it again. Tianza Recycling Resources Company. He's a junk collector. Then you guys chat. I'll go out first. Sister Xin said when she saw that the two had struck up a conversation. After Sister Xin left, Li Lingfeng looked at the smiling general manager Huang and knew that this guy was definitely desperate for money. How else could you smile like that? Have a seat. Mr. Huang. Li Lingfeng greeted. After taking his seat, Li Lingfeng then asked. Mr. Huang came over to handle the loan business? That's right. Mr. Huang nodded. How much of a loan do you want to apply for? 5 million. Li Lingfeng looked at General Manager Huang with slight surprise. This wish is not small. Seeing this expression on Li Lingfeng's face, Mr. Huang smiled. If you really can't, 3 million is fine. Li Lingfeng. It's not that I can't. I have to see if there's a property mortgage on your side. Li Lingfeng explained. Is it okay to build your own house? Li Lingfeng frowned slightly. Self-built houses do not even have property rights. Not for nothing? How is your company doing? We can do tax loans on our side. Li Lingfeng introduced. Mr. Huang embarrassedly touched the back of his head. That's just a registered company name for me. I just ride a three-wheeled skate by myself when I have time. Li Lingfeng. Solidly self-employed. Seeing Li Lingfeng's hint of difficulty, Mr. Huang slightly moved forward and lowered his voice. If it can be approved. Mr. Huang rubbed his thumb and forefinger back and forth. And the benefits were immense. Li Lingfeng's heart more cold a cut. This first time to do a single will be pulled down? I can be that kind of person? Get your information ready and I'll be over there later. After saying that, Li Lingfeng forwarded some information needed for the loan to Mr. Huang, who saw the hopeful Mr. Huang winks. So I'll wait for your message? Li Lingfeng gave an okay gesture. And Mr. Huang left the branch with satisfaction. When you look at the industry, there are not many banks that do self-build home loans right now, and that's a big market. As long as you control the risk level, You might be able to make a killing out of it. Li Lingfeng walked out of the hall with longing, and the doorway rang. Which one is Li Lingfeng? Your crispy roast goose has arrived. The crowd looked at Li Lingfeng in unison, and Li Lingfeng, who was turning around and trying to sneak away, helplessly stopped in his tracks. The takeout clerk handed over the crispy roast goose to Li Lingfeng in a very sharp manner. The total is 368 yuan. Please pay. Reluctant Li Lingfeng gave a turn to the past. The old man cannot even add 95 gasoline. A dry me 368. Chapter 041, A Lifetime of Love. It's all paid for, and all I'm asking for is an extra 2 pieces to chuck in for lunch. Li Lingfeng put the crispy roast goose away, and his cell phone rang, shaking the root of his thigh with a few tickles. Taking it out, I was surprised to see that it was Fan Zhongju calling. Hey, Nokju, what's so good about benefiting me and buying dinner? How do you know? Come over to me for a casual dinner. The last time the housewarming money transfer you and confiscated. Should be embarrassed. Li Lingfeng, looking over at the eye-crusted roast goose. Hey, no need to be so polite. Already preparing to cook. Just waiting for you to come over. I'll send you the location. Unable to push away Fan Zhongju's enthusiasm, Li Lingfeng had no choice but to respond. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng gulped towards the crispy roasted goose. My 300 plus oceans. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng followed the navigation given by Fan Zhongju and ended up in an urban village. It's still very run down and outdated, waiting to be demolished kind of urban village. Before he could park his vehicle, the landlord, uncle, hurried out. This doesn't allow parking. I'm your tenant. I live here. It doesn't matter if you're my dad. You can't stop is what you can't stop. Looking at the landlord uncle's forcefulness, Li Lingfeng tried to ask, is it okay to pay? Come on. I'll move it a little more for you. These motorized carts are getting in the way, and I don't know how to put them better. Looking at the very diligent and enthusiastic landlord uncle, Li Lingfeng, parking the car, Li Lingfeng paid the 20 yuan parking fee, but only promised to give parking for 2 hours. 2 bells later, his son is driving back. Uncle, where are the fruits for sale here? Li Lingfeng asked. I have it right here. The landlord's uncle rushed to greet him. Li Lingfeng? Then the landlord uncle into the house to bring a large bunch of bananas. Homegrown, natural pollution-free green fruit. Li Lingfeng looked at the still unripe banana. It was indeed quite green. How about selling it to you for $5 a pound? Uncle landlord said. A tricycle drove by and the speaker shouted. Bananas imported from the Philippines. $10 for 3 pounds. $10 for 3 pounds. The two looked at each other and crowed. The landlord's uncle gritted his teeth. Okay, $10 for this bunch all for you. Li Lingfeng hesitated for a moment. Although the bananas were not ripe yet, they would always be ripe after a few days. The key to this is a huge bunch for $10. A huge deal. A big bunch of bananas like this will save yourself from having to buy other fruit. Carrying the bunch of bananas, Li Lingfeng went upstairs to room 503. The door to the room was open, and from inside came the rattling sound of stir-frying and an occasional whiff of peanut oil. Fan Zhongju, who had come out of the kitchen, saw Li Lingfeng's arrival and was busy welcoming him. When it saw the bunch of bananas in Li Lingfeng's hand, it looked puzzled. Where did you get these bananas? I bought it. I can't come to your place for dinner empty-handed. Can I? Just as Li Lingfeng was still proud of his large bunch of bananas, Fan Zhongju came up to take a look. I gave this bunch to the landlord, didn't I? The cuts are all the same on that one. Li Lingfeng? Look, I still have 2 big bunches there. Fan Zhongju pointed to a corner inside the hall. Li Lingfeng looked over and 2 large bunches of identical bananas were lying on the ground. Your honor, or I'd go down and whack you right now for being an old man. Do you believe that the amount hammered you to death? At this time on the TV the Northwest Hammer King Sun Shoan said to his wife Sholian, that's the spiritual food of Fan Zhongju, the ordinary world. Take a seat. The rice will be cooked soon. Fan Zhongju couldn't greet him in time, so he went back into the kitchen. Li Lingfeng put the banana in the same place to reunite the 3 of its brothers. Taking advantage of Fan Zhongju's busy schedule in the kitchen, Li Lingfeng took a general tour of his living bedroom. It's not very neat, but it's not dirty in middle of the road either. Instead, one point greatly attracted Li Lingfeng's attention. That is, the public examination materials piled up visible everywhere. After all these years, he's still as persistent as ever. Li Lingfeng casually flipped through 2 books, which were filled with densely written problem-solving text. You can see how many nights, struggling to write. Fan Zhongju came out with the dishes. Come over and sit down. Get ready to eat. A simple home-cooked meal. When the meal was served, Li Lingfeng looked at the 2 veggies and 1 soup and was slightly dumbfounded. It is indeed quite homely. Why don't you serve a meat dish? At this moment, Li Lingfeng remembered his crispy roast goose. Fan Zhongju slapped his head lightly. Oops, forgot there was another dish. After saying that, he hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen, brought a pot of casserole, and happily said, "Waterfish stewed chicken. Absolutely great tonic." Place it in the center of the dining table and the moment you open the lid, the aroma hits your nose. Try it. I've studied this dish for a long time. It's not as good as the restaurants, but it's definitely not bad. Li Lingfeng picked up the bowl and chopsticks and served some soup and tried it. Well, it's really good. Li Lingfeng nodded his head repeatedly, and Fan Zhongju, who had gotten the affirmation, was happy like a child. Hastily, he served himself some and took a sip. Put, a frown, salty and too much pepper. Li Lingfeng then took a sip. It's not bad for a first time. It's not soup, it's the friendship between you and I. Just the fact that you cooked this meal yourself is better than any delicacy. Still continue to struggle to take the public examination, ah? Li Lingfeng asked. Definitely. It's our family motto to worry about the world before anything else and to be happy afterward. Li Lingfeng, wasn't your family's ancestor Fan Jin? That seems to have been said by Fan Zhongyan, right? It's not all the same then. It's all in our old Van's family. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. According to your logic, then Tang Tai's only Shimen is still my family? If I still fail the exam this year, I'll go home. Fan Zhongju came in coldly. Li Lingfeng? Just now you were talking about your family's training, and your family doesn't support it anymore? In the first half of the year, my dad was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer, or I wouldn't be tossing this moving company. Fan Zhongju paused. There is always money to be made, isn't it? Living with ideals is not enough. Li Lingfeng looked at Fan Zhongju. This moment of memory returned to that year. That night, a few people in the dormitory were drinking on the edge of the playground, thinking about the future with each other. Come on, with soup instead of wine. Brother, I wish you a gracious high school. Any words are superfluous. Only you know how to walk your own path? After the meal to send away Li Lingfeng. When Fan Zhongju cleaned up the table to see the $10,000 left by Li Lingfeng, powerlessly, he sat down, his eyes red and wet with tears. There may be a lot of people coming and going in the rush of life's journey, but it's only the one or two who can break into your life. Cherish it. It's a lifelong love affair. Chapter 042, Think It Over. Back at the branch, Li Lingfeng saw the old Citroën of Luo Xing parked next to it. Thinking that I should be returning from my outing, I got out of the car. Entering the branch, Li Lingfeng went straight to Luo Xing's office, and it so happened that Lu Hui, the vice president, was also there. What's the matter? So dusty. Is there another big order? Luo Xing asked. Li Lingfeng came to the sofa chair and sat down. Lu Hui poured him a cup of tea. Tell you something, can our bank do that self-build home loan? Li Lingfeng asked. Luo Xing frowned. Self-built houses. Haven't engaged in the amount before, but I heard that the above intends to liberalize this piece. Now that the market environment is bad, if you don't think of change, are you waiting to be squeezed? Try it then? Li Lingfeng spoke up. Luo Xing pondered for a moment. Okay, you first make the information come. I'll go and communicate with the top. See if we can fight for a pilot. But first things first, it may not always work. Luo Xing reminded. Li Lingfeng nodded his head. Willing to push is good. Planning is in the hands of others. By the way, how come I didn't see you at lunch today? Going out? Why don't we get together again tonight? Luo Xing, the man-eater. Why don't you be more generous yourself? No, there just happens to be something else tonight. Li Lingfeng righteously refused. That's a pity. Tonight the branch will have a gathering and Bank Lu will treat everyone to a beef hot pot. Luo Xing sighed. Li Lingfeng, your uncle, did not say earlier? Now change the word is a bit loose face. Just remembered. It actually doesn't seem like there's much going on tonight. Li Lingfeng added. That's fine. Get the hot pot going tonight. Lingfeng, I'll leave the drinks to you. That Daiao Yutai tastes pretty good. No, it's not. You're giving me hundreds of bottles of wine? Why don't you do it yourself? Ugh, just remembered. It seems like it was tonight. Li Lingfeng said. Luo Xing looked at Li Lingfeng. Sure. Li Lingfeng nodded his head. Sure as well as certain. Luo Xing stroked his chin. Then there's no choice but to contribute my treasured Wulianye. Wulianye? Li Lingfeng looked up at Luo Xing. After work, Li Lingfeng drove and prepared to go home. Next to him, Luo Xing, who had also just gotten on the bus, finally reminded. Really not going? Not going. You guys eat well. Li Lingfeng maintained his last stubbornness. Returning to his residence, Li Lingfeng entered and saw Han Shuiying busy cooking in the kitchen from a distance. So with interest, he walked over and hugged her from behind. A common exchange between the two. Li Lingfeng clearly felt a stunned look from the other party. Lingfeng, you're back so early? Han Shuiying's familiar voice rang out from outside the kitchen door. Li Lingfeng looked back to make sure it was Han Shuiying, right? And who is this person he's holding in front of him? Just as Li Lingfeng was doubting his life, Han Shuiying asked suspiciously, "Why are you holding my mom?" "Your mom?" Li Lingfeng's eyes widened. Waking up, Li Lingfeng took several steps back in a row, still staggering in a staggering kind of way. At this time, Han Shuiying's old mom also turned around, her serious face carrying a touch of scarlet. Auntie, I really didn't know it was you. I thought it was Ying. Li Lingfeng was embarrassed to death, and did not forget to look at Han Shuiying. "Auntie came, how you did not inform in advance?" Han Shuiying eyes, "I don't know. I just came over myself." Cough cough. "Auntie, you get busy first. I'll go collect the clothes." Li Lingfeng was busy leaving the scene of this social death in a puff of smoke, leaving Han Shuiying alone. "Mom, do you want me to help you?" Li Lingfeng, who ran back to his room, took a deep breath, and ran a little slower for fear that he would be torn apart by hand. During the entire dinner, Li Lingfeng didn't dare to look at Han Shuiying's mom in the eye. "Ying, accompany me down for a stroll after dinner." At this time, Han Shuiying's mom spoke up. She didn't seem much upset about what had just happened. The mode of getting along between young men and women nowadays has long been less formal than it was for them back then. "Yes, why don't you accompany Auntie for a stroll? I'll clean up the dishes," Li Lingfeng said in strong favor. In the past, Li Lingfeng which dabbled in these household chores all rely on Han Shuiying's virtuous. "Then I'll work hard for you tonight." Han Shuiying smiled at Li Lingfeng, and gave Li Lingfeng a little look. "I'll repay you properly tonight." Li Lingfeng, Auntie is watching. Let's be more restrained. Okay? Ahem. Mom Han Shuiying coughed twice and lowered her head to continue eating. After the meal, down to the first floor of the green recreation area, there are quite a lot of people, basically dragging their families to walk after dinner. "Mom, why didn't my dad come over?" Han Shuiying asked. "What's he doing here? And who's watching that store for him?" Han Shuiying's mom had a cold tone. "Seems to be more or less unhappy with this husband of his. Can't we just close for a couple days? A convenience store isn't a big supermarket, and my dad's been stuck there for how many years? He deserves to be stuck for as many years as he can. Who made him incompetent?" Han Shuiying stopped talking. Her mom's strength wasn't something she could fight against. "Are you really going to stay with this Li Lingfeng and not consider the one your Auntie Li introduced to you?" "Mom, how many times have I told you?" Han Shuiying pouted. "I can tell you this. You'd better think it over some more. Marrying someone who's no good like your father, there's going to be a lot of suffering for you." "What's wrong with my dad?" Han Shuiying returned unconvincingly. If he was good he wouldn't be cowering in that square inch for the rest of his life. Han Shuiying's mom snapped. Whenever this happened, Han Shuiying chose to stop talking. "I can only say in my heart, if my father is not good, he can take care of you all your life to live, dress and eat. Have you also forgotten that he was once a spirited teenager? He who smoothed his edges today. For what? It's not for our sake, is it? If I hadn't chosen your father in the first place, maybe your mom wouldn't be where she is today." Looking back at Han Shuiying, this is what happens when you marry love. Han Shuiying still didn't say anything. If even marriage has to hang on to worldly utilitarianism, so what is the point of life? Really? People, they can't live just for the sake of living. Seeing that her daughter didn't say anything, Han Shuiying's mom didn't press further, knowing that this matter couldn't be rushed. Over here, Li Lingfeng was still in the kitchen carefully cleaning various dishes. Looking at the stack of dishes, Li Lingfeng realized how hard Han Shuiying worked on weekdays. "Got to cook for myself and still have to clean up these messes. In the future, you'll have to help out yourself." Li Lingfeng smiled and secretly said in his heart. Chapter 043, is this a bribe? Mother and daughter came back. Li Lingfeng saw Han Shuiying like a wilted flower. "What's wrong? Did you run into something?" Han Shuiying shook her head and entered the room breathlessly. Han Shuiying's mom also followed and went back to her room, leaving Li Lingfeng alone in the entire hall. "Li Lingfeng? It was fine when we went downstairs. But when we came back, it was a different day?" Li Lingfeng entered the room, and the lights weren't on, only to hear Han Shuiying lying on the bed sobbing in a low voice. Walking over, he sat down and stroked its hair. "What's wrong?" Han Shuiying got up with tears in her eyes and hugged Li Lingfeng. "Will you leave me?" Li Lingfeng patted Han Shuiying on the back. "Don't tell me. I'll notify you in advance if there's a change. And what if I have to leave you one day?" Li Lingfeng. The next day, sleepy Li Lingfeng came to the branch and fell asleep. Slept until more than 10 o'clock. Woken up by the ringing phone, he answered impatiently. "Who is it?" "Manager Li. I'm Huang Tianza. I've prepared all the loan information. When are you free to come over?" Li Lingfeng jerked his head. "Okay, I'll go over there now. You send me the address." Okay, then I'll make some tea and wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng went to the restroom and washed his face to clear his head. The cleaning auntie standing at the door of the restroom had been waiting for Li Lingfeng to leave. You come in to clean. I'm not going to the restroom, Li Lingfeng reminded. I'll go in after you go out. Who knows if you'll defecate and pee in the middle of it? Auntie cleaning insisted. Li Lingfeng. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng drove his car to the address given by Huang Tianzi. It is an 8-story self-built house, covering an area that is feared to be more than 140 square feet by visual estimation. In S. City, you have one of these self-built houses and you're basically worry-free for the rest of your life. Keep in mind that single rooms here cost nearly 1,000 in rent. Knowing that Li Lingfeng was about to arrive, Huang Tianzi was waiting in front of the door early. As soon as Li Lingfeng's car came in, he arranged a parking spot for it. Come, let's go upstairs and drink tea. Huang Tianzi warmly entertained. Although there are only 8 floors, Huang Tianzi added an elevator that goes all the way to the 7th floor. When you get to the 7th floor you have to go up the stairs and above that is the landlord's owner-occupied. The stairway has a stainless steel door that locks. Huang Tianzi took out a key and opened the stainless steel door, leading Li Lingfeng up the stairs. Changing into slippers, he entered the spacious living room, which was decorated in a rather grand manner. Full European style, high-end atmosphere. Li Lingfeng couldn't see that a person who was a recycler was so arrogant. Greeting Li Lingfeng and sitting down, Huang Tianzi busily brewed a pot of good tea. Then he took out those prepared loan documents and handed them to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng checked. The property right is naturally not there. Only the village committee issued a certificate of historical legacy. There is more to seeing if this self-built home is owned by the lender than just these certificates. You also have to check the monthly utility payments, and where the rental income ultimately belongs. These are extremely important pieces of supporting evidence. Li Lingfeng flipped through the entry record of that rent and simply totaled it. Put. A mouthful of tea nearly spewed out. Nima's nearly $130,000 a month in rental income. Robbery doesn't pay as well as this. If it wasn't for the screenshots of those transfer records, Li Lingfeng would not have believed it. Do you have that much rental income from a self-built house? Li Lingfeng questioned. I have another building. These are combined. Li Lingfeng. In addition to these, there is a Mercedes-Benz and a Porsche in Huang Tianzi's name. On those terms, borrowing $3 million is genuinely no problem. I should have known it was so easy to get started with this renewable resource. I'm going to collect scraps too. You don't lack cash flow either. How would you need a loan? This loan usage we still need to understand, Li Lingfeng said. Huang Tianzi hesitated for a while before finally deciding to say it. And I'm not hiding it from you. Shanjia village Fatum that piece is going to be ready to be demolished. I plan to buy another building there. Demolition. Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi in surprise. Are you so sure? This one self-built house isn't cheap. In case. The information came from a trusted friend, and nothing is ever so sure as a bet. Besides, even if the demolition doesn't work, there's still a monthly rent, so it's not a loss. Huang Tianzi glanced at Li Lingfeng mysteriously. I've negotiated the house. Li Lingfeng nodded. Also, demolition cannot be nothing more than a slower realization. As long as the house is there, it will keep generating revenue. There will come a day when the cost is covered. Alright, I'll take back these loan documents first, but as a reminder, it's not always possible to approve them, Li Lingfeng said. No problem, just do your best to get it, and if you need to hit anything you just say so. Huang Tianzi, who is a social mixer, naturally knows the ways of this. On the occasion of leaving, Huang Tianzi hurriedly told Li Lingfeng to wait for a while, and then held out a fully wrapped mannequin from inside, came to Li Lingfeng's heel, smiled and said, 1-to-1 simulation silicone, absolute sense of realism of the top grade. The market sells more than 10,000. Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi, then at the fully wrapped mannequin. How do you want me to take it down? Realizing this, Huang Tianzi hurriedly nodded and went to fetch the ultra-rectangular carton again. This was foolproof, and Huang Tianzi looked at Li Lingfeng. Is this a bribe for you? Full of Li Lingfeng a heart itching to see that model, helpless in public, to face. Li Lingfeng, who had wanted to go straight home, suddenly thought of something. Han Shuiying's mom is still at home. It's inconvenient, isn't it? There was no choice but for Li Lingfeng to go back to the branch. It's a good thing I have an anti-peat film on this car, or I would be embarrassed to park in front of the branch. Back to the branch, Li Lingfeng proceeded to organize Huang Tianzi's loan application. Do table recorded system? Lu Oxing, who was passing by, saw Li Lingfeng's devotion and curiously probed to see. He who thought that Li Lingfeng was playing the game again was surprised to see Li Lingfeng recording the loan system. Not bad. Which client is this? Lu Oxing said with relief. The self-build home loan one I told you about yesterday does have pretty good qualifications. Li Lingfeng gave his approval. It's not up to us to say. You report it for approval first. I'll try to communicate as much as I can. Luo Xing patted Li Lingfeng on the shoulder as a sign of motivation. Chapter 044, Don't Offend the Villain. After Luo Xing left, Li Lingfeng continued to record his system. When writing about the use of its loan, Li Lingfeng remembered Huang Tianzi said he wanted to buy a self-built house in Shanjia village. Fatum that piece of wrestling demolition. Shanjia village. Isn't it Chen Yashin's dad's turf? Why don't you go to inquire about this? Or also side verification of the words of Huang Tianzi. Having made up his mind, Li Lingfeng contacted Chen Yashin by phone. Why? Contacting me all of a sudden? It's bound to be something bad. Chen Yashin said. See what you're saying, can't it be that I miss you? Li Lingfeng is full of oil. Stop. We agreed to be just partners. Don't cross the line. Chen Yashin reminded. I know. I don't want to go to our father's house to sit down. I don't see him for a few days and I miss him. You're thinking of my dad's bottles of collector's edition Mao Tai, aren't you? Yes. Then it's a deal. I'll come over to pick you up. After saying that, Li Lingfeng hurriedly hung up the phone, not giving Chen Yashin a chance to veto at all. Angry Chen Yashin stomped her foot. I haven't even promised you to go back yet? Li Lingfeng drove to the internet cafe and even went to Chen Yashin a few times before he came late. After sitting in the co-pilot's seat, he glared at Li Lingfeng. Did you know we're fighting a group battle today? No. Li Lingfeng, who was concentrating on driving, casually made a perfunctory remark. Knowing that you still came to disturb me? Chen Yashin questioned. Don't know. Li Lingfeng hurriedly changed his words. Uhsin Chen. Alright, calm down. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Li Lingfeng compensated. I want ice cream. Li Lingfeng immediately parked his car, went to the kiosk, and bought 2 ice creams. Chen Yashin was happy and joyful. A carefree girl like this was purely adorable. For Li Lingfeng, 2 ice creams in exchange for a few $1 million of orders. It was worth it anyway. When he came to Uncle Chen's house, he was quite happy and enthusiastic about Li Lingfeng's arrival again. Just the last drinking thing. How can I get back this time? Unable to do anything else, Li Lingfeng had to agree to stay for dinner. In this way, he could also slightly avoid Han Shuiying's mom and go back later and go straight to bed. After 3 rounds of wine, Uncle Chen put his arm around Li Lingfeng's shoulder with great emotion. After this girl and you go out, home is also diligent. We have to thank you. Chen Yashin on the side was not happy. If you say so, I really won't return in the future. Don't. Your father, I wasn't joking. Uncle Chen hurriedly apologized to Chen Yashin. A few moments of drunkenness. Li Lingfeng glared at Chen Yashin. How do you talk to Uncle Chen? Is it excessive to go home to see your parents? Chen Yashin is still stunned. She has not seen Li Lingfeng like this. Said good, just partnership. This is not a little wide tube. Hurry up and apologize to Uncle Chen. Seeing Li Lingfeng's serious and earnest appearance, Chen Yashin's heart to really a few points of chaos. Bowing his head, he said, Dad, I'm sorry. This directly stunned the second old man. No. What is this? Uncle Chen looked at Li Lingfeng with disbelief. Ever since he was a child, there was no one who could control Chen Yashin. How did you kid do that? In the face of his daughter's apology, Uncle Chen's tears were wet. It's okay. As long as you can come back to see Mom and Dad more, we are happy. It was only at this moment that Chen Yashin realized how capricious her previous self had been. Chen Yashin's mother was busy stroking her daughter, who seemed to have grown up. Chen Yashin looked back at Li Lingfeng with a forlorn face. Looking at this man in front of me, it was surprisingly heartbreaking for a few moments. In the tea room, Li Lingfeng and Uncle Chen both sipped tea and chatted. Tonight's alcohol control was quite good and just right. No one drank more than 1 point. Slightly sobered up, Li Lingfeng chatted about the key point. Uncle Chen, there's something I'd like to ask you. Is the piece of Feidong in Shanjia village going to be ready for demolition? Uncle Chen frowned. Who did you hear that from? A loan client who wants to buy a self-built house over there to wait for demolition. So I just dropped in to ask. Said it was all said very early on, but there's been no follow-up. Uncle Chen was truthful. Will there be the latest move? Li Lingfeng guessed. Uncle Chen thought deeply for a moment. It's not impossible. I heard that the newly appointed leader is preparing to engage in S-City's eastward strategy. These words woke up the dreamer with a single word, and Li Lingfeng seemed to realize something. By the way, uncle, why haven't you thought of getting a few more of these self-built houses there? In case you really have to demolish them then. Uncle Chen shook his head and smiled carelessly. To put it mildly, with my current possessions, I wouldn't be able to spend it all even if I had 10 more lifetimes. Besides, I only have 1 daughter. Why do I need so much money? Facing Uncle Chen's soulful question, Li Lingfeng was nothing but shocked. How do you expect me, an aunt, To live with myself? Perhaps anyone who reaches that realm is beyond the comprehension of mundanes like me. After continuing to chat for a while, Li Lingfeng got up and hit the road. There's still a mother and daughter waiting for them at home, and I wonder how they're getting along? I can't stop worrying. Before leaving, Chen Yashin said to Li Lingfeng, I won't go out to stay at home tonight. Li Lingfeng nodded. It's quite good. There's time to spend more time with your parents. After a moment's reprieve, I'm sorry about earlier. I drank a little too much. Chen Yashin smiled. You crossed the line. Yes? Li Lingfeng smiled a sunny smile. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, what's that long box you keep in the back seat? Li Lingfeng almost choked to death on a mouthful of saliva. No, it's nothing. Chen Yashin looked at Li Lingfeng with a suspicious face. Really? Just toys. Li Lingfeng hurriedly explained. A toy? Chen Yashin looked disbelieving. Are toys that long? Bartlett sniper rifle. Yes, Bartlett sniper rifle. Li Lingfeng hurriedly thought of an object. What's that? The world's largest sniper rifle. So it looks long. Li Lingfeng further explained. Oh, nodded Chen Yashin. It was normal for a man to collect mold guns, but this was normal. After all, how many men have not been hot? The valet is here. I have to go. Li Lingfeng hurriedly sat on his feet. Until the car drove away from a distance, Li Lingfeng only a long breath of relief. Really afraid that Chen Yashin dead to open to see. It would be a social death scene to realize that it's not a gun and it's for getting shot. What's in that box of yours? The valet master asked curiously as he saw it in the rearview mirror. Why do you care so much? Just focus on driving the car. This Li Lingfeng is not afraid. You a chauffeur driver handpipe so long for what? Taking advantage of the moment when Li Lingfeng dozed off, the chauffeur master had a throttle all the way through the red light. I'm not going to be a chauffeur after tonight anyway. You're out of luck. Chapter 045. Where's Luo Xing? Holding that rectangular box in my arms, I took the elevator straight up from the underground parking lot. Fortunately there weren't many people there late at night to avoid embarrassment. Back to the residence. Li Lingfeng fingerprint unlocked the door, and it was dark inside. Li Lingfeng? Is this all going out again? But looking down at the entryway shoe cabinet, it seemed like all their shoes were still there, right? Not so much as to go down there in your slippers. Are you? Li Lingfeng couldn't care about that much for the moment. The most important thing at the moment was to first take this thing held in his hands into the room. Otherwise I'll run into Han Shuiying's mom and it'll be hard to ask questions. Her temperament, designated to get to the bottom of the matter. Unlike Chen Yashin, who was so easy to fool. So Li Lingfeng hurriedly changed his shoes and took his things and quickly walked towards his room. The moment he opened the door, he almost startled Li Lingfeng. So you were there? Seeing Li Lingfeng, Han Shuiying put down her cell phone and immediately swooped up. You're back? Where's Auntie? Why is it dark outside? Probably sleeping? It turned out that in order to avoid an argument like the one last night, Han Shuiying had gone into her room early after dinner to stay there. Auntie didn't come here easily. Don't you spend more time with her? Han Shuiying beamed. Accompanying her was all talk of persuading me to break up with you. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Then it's better not to have more company. Auntie is just the right age to need more clarity too. Han Shuiying whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. You say everything. What's this thing you're holding? A gift for me? Han Shuiying asked curiously. You can't use this one. It's for men only. After saying that, Li Lingfeng also hurriedly put down, very excited to unseal. Under the combined efforts of unsealing with Han Shuiying, a beautiful beauty silicone model was soon revealed in front of them. Huang Tian's words are not false at all. Absolute 1-to-1 ratio. Quite realistic. Li Lingfeng tried his hand, and it was no different from a real person. Saying that the market price sells for more than 10,000. Li Lingfeng does not doubt it at all. Han Shuiying also looked up and down curiously, then touched the key spot and instantly blushed. He was so angry that he hit Li Lingfeng's arm. Don't you have me? Why do you still buy this thing? This customer gave it to me. Do I need to buy this? Li Lingfeng explained. From a client? That's what your clients do? Li Lingfeng nodded. It should be a part-time side job, right? This thing isn't cheap. It can buy over 10,000. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng with a surprised expression. Really? What's the point of lying to you? If you don't believe me, do an internet search. Do not believe an evil. Han Shuiying immediately bring their own cell phones. Open the electronic store to find up. There are all sorts of price points, but the good ones are really over $10,000. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. You won't be able to use it anyway, so why don't you sell it and make some money? Li Lingfeng thought about it and it seemed a bit reasonable. Why don't you ask in your circle of friends? Han Shuiying immediately said happily. Okay, then I'll take a picture first. Picking up her cell phone and just about to take a picture, Han Shuiying stopped and glared fiercely at Li Lingfeng. Do I still need to be ashamed and send a circle of friends? Innocent Li Lingfeng returned. You said yourself that you wanted to resell it. Han Shuiying, then you can't be so stupid as to let me send it to my friends to sell it. Isn't that how you usually operate when you resell those cosmetics? Can it be the same? You just play me on purpose, don't you? Han Shuiying came over and pinched the fine flesh of Li Lingfeng's waist, hurting Li Lingfeng and shouting to let go. Li Lingfeng is also not willing to show weakness. A pair of hands straight to the two targets, round and full. The sound of the two people's playfulness reached the next door, and Han Shuiying's mom's brows furrowed round and round. After some jostling, Han Shuiying sweetly stuck to Li Lingfeng's arms. What kind of weird clients are you getting? Sending you this stuff? Don't underestimate him. He has 2 self-built houses and collects more than $100,000 a month in rent alone. Han Shuiying's jaw dropped in shock upon hearing this, and said with eyes full of envy, if we had this to collect rent, how nice it would be. A word woke up the dreamer. Li Lingfeng instantly woke up. Yeah, why can't you get a set for yourself? It is certainly best to be able to demolish and relocate, and get rich overnight. And even if you can't, as Huang Tianzi said, how can you collect rent? It's never a loss. It's just a matter of time. What are you thinking about? Han Shuiying asked as she glanced at the bewitched Li Lingfeng. I'm thinking we'll go for a self-built house to rent out as well. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Are you nuts? Where did we get this money? Yeah, where's the money for a self-build? Brain turned around. Li Lingfeng two eyes showed a flash. His account is not lying in 10 million? Now that the transfer has been completed ahead of schedule, there is no need to save the $10 million. Li Lingfeng smiled happily, looking at Han Shuiying in confusion. It's just that the 10 million isn't all his own. Most of it is still Chen Yashin's. In order to make this happen, we still need to discuss it with Chen Yashin. Stop gawking. I have something good to show you. Han Shuiying broke Li Lingfeng's contemplation. Looking at Han Shuiying's mysterious face, Li Lingfeng curiously said, what is it? Han Shuiying took out a maid's outfit from the closet, along with the foxtail. Those were the ones she secretly bought last time, all of which were Li Lingfeng's favorite styles. Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Not containing but standing is the biggest respect I have for you at this moment. Early in the morning, the two stepped out the door and went. Han Shuiying's mom, who hadn't slept well for another night, came to the two's room. When she saw the maid's outfit, foxtail, and all those proper aids strewn about the bed, the shocking blow came down from the sky. She knew that young people were open, but she didn't expect them to be open to this extent. If he stays on this site any longer, he's going to die of a heart attack one day sooner or later. She also understood that her daughter was inseparable from this Li Lingfeng, so he turned and gathered his own things and prepared to leave. As quietly as he had come, Li Lingfeng came to the branch, then recorded after Huang Tianzi's loan system. Are missing Luo Xing's shadow. Curious, he then asked Lu Hui, the vice president, why didn't Luo Xing come over today? Lu Hui had a stony face. He's hospitalized? Hospitalized? Li Lingfeng was a million times more puzzled. His bottle of 5-grain liquor, fake wine came, and he was the one who drank the most yesterday. Li Lingfeng, good color himself did not go. Let you fool this time the street it. However, out of humanitarianism, Li Lingfeng still asked with concern. Nothing serious, right? It should just be some fluids. It's only one bottle too. It's hard to tell if it's more than a couple. Li Lingfeng nodded. Fortunately not dead. This loan of his own is still waiting for him to push. At this time, the phone rang. Surprisingly it was Su Xiaolu who called. Li Lingfeng's face was full of questions. Didn't she go to Switzerland to travel and get married? Chapter 046 Mutual Trust. Come pick me up at the airport. Leaving a message, the phone simply hung up. Beep beep beep. Li Lingfeng? I'm your ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? I'm not your husband. Why should I pick you up? That, Lu Xing. I'm going out. When Luo Xing comes back later, tell him that the loan went to him. As long as there's breath left, this job has to be done with vigor. Driving all the way to the airport at a fast pace, he saw Su Xiaolu waiting by the door from afar, dressed in a yellow battle dress. She shone brightly and drew a lot of attention. Honestly, this Su Xiaolu's confidence also radiates from the inside out. No wonder so many rich people surround her. This side of Su Xiaolu also saw Li Lingfeng's vehicle. This car or she helped to buy. How could not be clear? Dragging the suitcase, he came over, and Li Lingfeng got out of the car and opened the trunk. After taking the suitcase from Su Xiaolu's hand he put it into the trunk of the car. Where are we going now? Straight back to your house? Li Lingfeng closed the trunk lid of the car and said. Su Xiaolu took off her sunglasses. Take me for a drink. Don't want to go home. Li Lingfeng nodded and the two of them got into the car. The vehicle drove on the road at an even speed. Li Lingfeng asked curiously, where's your husband? Leaving. The vehicle swung in the middle of the road. I thought you guys went to Switzerland for your honeymoon? Don't mention it. That stupid fool ended up taking me to Africa. Su Xiaolu had a look of displeasure on her face. Li Lingfang? What for? Going to Africa to have dinner with cannibals? You'll have to ask him that. You guys are really divorced? Li Lingfang asked again with some disbelief. After all, this is a marriage, not a casual joke. 3 views don't match. Save it for New Year's? Su Xiaolu whitened her eyes. Then aren't you losing a lot of money? Li Lingfang was a bit upset for Su Xiaolu. Su Xiaolu sighed, a little depressed. Cannot lose. The old lady at least is also invested feelings into it. How much weight can this relationship of less than a month of acquaintance carry? But it did give $1 million in breakup fee. Su Xiaolu added. The car shook again. Owner of the car behind, I'm afraid it's not a dumbass in front of me. Right? Either that or it's a female driver. Stay away. So he swerved and changed lanes in a hurry to get far away. Li Lingfang gripped the steering wheel tightly and looked at Su Xiaolu from the rearview mirror. Do you have any more friends of this kind? Sensei, male or female? Introduce me to one of them. The main one is sincere. Okay, really down to have a bosom friend. The person is not only beautiful but also much gold. Su Xiaolu said. Li Lingfang's eyes instantly glistened. Hurry up. Send me the contact information. There's a bad spot. Though, Li Lingfang? It's not like she's a tough or a tank, is it? She's a husband killer. Li Lingfang's eyes widened. Ki who? Where else do you think she gets her much gold from? Li Lingfang sucked in a breath of cool air. People want a wealth she wants to life. This is. But people die for money and birds die for food. Li Lingfang smiled. It's fine. I have a hard life. Maybe I can carry it. Su Xiaolu whitened her eyes at Li Lingfang. I'm still not happy if you want me to. If you're really poor, I'll share half of my $1 million breakup fee with you. How can I take your money? Eating soft food to the ex. Say it out not to give people laugh off. Cut. Su Xiaolu returned. But since we're exes, it's better for us to figure out who's going to pay for the drinks later. And please subsidize my gas bill when you get there. The price of gas is going up so much right now. Su Xiaolu, straight face hashtag. Instead of going for a drink, let's go straight to the room. And I'll pay for the room. The vehicle shook for the third time, which would have caused the surrounding cars to move 3 or 5 meters away. Hotel. After some clouds and rain, Li Lingfang sparingly admired Su Xiaolu's seductive carcass. It's something that many men dream about. Su Xiaolu's cheeks were flushed at the moment, and the ecstasy in her eyes hadn't all dissipated yet. The phone rang. It was her ex-husband in Africa. Su Xiaolu wanted to not answer. Li Lingfang signaled him to answer it. After all, it's a great feeling to watch someone else's ex-wife lying next to you. Hey Lulu. I'm surrounded by a couple of lions in a tree. I'm afraid it's going to be bad this time. Su Xiaolu didn't rush to reply and listened to him finish. If anything happens to me this time, all the assets in my name will be yours. Li Lingfang's eyes were glowing, and he couldn't wait to answer for Su Xiaolu. Good, good. The tree is tired to hurry down. Su Xiaolu returned with a calm face. Do you have a gun in your hand? Yes, but if you hit one, the other will pounce on you, too, so there's no escape. No, you shoot in the air. The other man froze. Is it to scare those lions away? No, it's convenient to attract more lions over. Su Xiaolu returned. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Su Xiaolu directly hung up the phone. Looking up at Li Lingfang, she pouted. Don't pinch so vigorously. It hurts. It wasn't as lofty and spectacular as Han Shuiying's, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad. After all, it's an ex-girlfriend you've got your eye on. You really don't care about him, do you? Li Lingfang asked. Men's mouths lie to ghosts. You believe? If you want to get back together, find a more reliable reason, right? Seems to make sense. What do you care? It's not like you're going to inherit the property anyway. With you to discuss a thing, on the mountain armor village Fatum that block seems to be ready to demolish. Interested in going together to buy a self-built house back? Buy it for what? Su Xiaolu was puzzled. Li Lingfang, have you got the wrong partner? Buy it and wait for the demolition. In case it's really demolished. It's not developed? And what if it's not dismantled? Su Xiaolu asked rhetorically. Big deal. Wait for the rent. Anyway, fine. With this $1 million breakup fee, I have $2 million in my account. I'll transfer it all to you. Li Lingfang looked at Su Xiaolu. Don't think about it? Not afraid that I will run away with the money? Why don't you take me with you when you do run away? And I'm sure you won't just ask me to partner up? Li Lingfang sucked in a breath and frowned. How can I say this back to you? Su Xiaolu smiled. Not the first day to know you. You Li Lingfeng, what kind of person? Sister can not know? Li Lingfang nodded. That's also true. Think back then. My bank card password is not also on reserve to you. The balance in your place has never been in double digits. And you still have the nerve to say that? Su Xiaolu came on disdainfully. Li Lingfeng, I mean trust. So what's your current bank card PIN? Tell me that too? Ugh. This stomach suddenly hurts a little. I have to go to the restroom first. Su Xiaolu, so, a man's mouth deceives a ghost. At the moment, a man is surrounded by several lions in a tree in a pristine forest in Africa, waiting to be rescued. Chapter 047, Father's Kindness and Son's Filial Piety. In the afternoon, Luo Xing dragged his weak body back from the hospital to the branch. Made myself a pot of 1,000-year-old ginseng tea in the office. When I bought this 1,000-year-old ginseng from a charlatan, I said it would renew my life. Now he has an old man on top, a young man underneath, and 4 or 5 in-laws outside, so he can't fall down. As for the bottle of fake Wuliangye, Luo Xing knew deep down which loan customer had given it to him. Cut off the loan. We must cut off the loan for him next year, Luo Xing said fiercely in his heart. At this time also returned to the branch of the Li Lingfeng, heard that the Luo line back to the hoof to the office of the Luo line. Seeing Luo Xing, whose face had weakened a few points, Li Lingfeng greeted. Is everything alright? Luo Xing gestured for Li Lingfeng to come over and sit. I put in 4 in the hospital. It's much better. Li Lingfeng pulled out a locket from his pocket and placed it in front of Luo Xing. Luo Xing picked it up and looked at it, quick-acting heart-saving pills. A frown. I just drank fake wine. I'm not at the point of going into the crematorium. It's expensive. Imported. Li Lingfeng reminded. Hearing this expensive word, Luo Xing's eyes immediately came to light. Quietly put it into his pocket. I can't use this stuff myself, but I can take it to my old father-in-law, so I can save another amount. Heart pills hang life. Now we should talk about business. So Li Lingfeng took advantage of the situation to remind, that loan. You let me rest today, and I'll do it for you first thing tomorrow. Luo Xing returned. No, it's got to be urgent, before the market reacts and rips a hole in it. Luo Xing waved his hand. No harm done. There are any number of banks that would be willing to make such a loan. It's precisely because not many lines are willing to do it that we have an advantage. Is this in a way an exclusive channel? Luo Xing seemed to understand something and his face turned serious as he looked at Li Lingfeng. Worthy of being a veteran of many years, Li Lingfeng went on to point out. Isn't this intermediary circle still rushing to cooperate with us? To this Luo Xing eyes have revealed a ruthlessness, as if to see the banknotes like snowflakes flying toward him. Okay, I'll go up to the branch and communicate. When the guys saw Luo Xing wind up going out again before his butt was even warm, they thought the fake alcohol had kicked in again. There was a lot of rejoicing, and if he hadn't been mean enough to grab a drink, one person would have drained most of the bottle. Then he won't be the only one going to the hospital. After getting off work and picking up Han Shuiying, Li Lingfeng drove back to his place. Just after opening the door, Han Shuiying shouted very smoothly, Mom! Seeing that no one responded, Han Shuiying shouted again. Could it be that auntie went out? Li Lingfeng said as he took off his shoes. Where could she go in this unfamiliar place? The two changed into slippers and entered the house. And Han Shuiying, who didn't see anyone in the living room, then went into the room. The room was neatly tidied up, just missing his mom's clothing items and all that. It doesn't take much to figure out that she went home. Li Lingfeng, who came in after him, asked, Auntie isn't in the room either? She went back. Han Shuiying didn't know if she was happy or sad as she returned. Li Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. This mother Han Shuiying was really a woman like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Unbeknownst to him at the moment, Han Shuiying's dad was leaning back and sighing, missing the 2 days of freedom he once had. Han Shuiying picked up the phone and dialed. Mom, why did you go back without saying anything? Not coming back and waiting to be pissed off at you? Han Shuiying, look at all the stuff you've got organized in your room. Han Shuiying faced a burst of crimson. Rushed to work this morning, did not have time to clean up. Didn't find my own mom, actually ran to check the room. Surprised face. Do yourself a favor. I don't care about you. The other person was so angry that he hung up. Li Lingfeng on the side was also dumbfounded by what he heard and hurriedly ran back to his room. It was slightly reassuring to see that his package of silicone beauties had not been touched. If Auntie sees this, she'll tear the world apart. Han Shuiying, who had been scolded, wilted and walked in, glancing at the maid's outfit and foxtail on that bed. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and hugged Han Shuiying. It's aggravating. Why don't we throw it away? Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. I still have my nurse's outfit? On the other side of the Star River Bay, the original next-door big sister looked at the motionless Wang beside her with a look of extreme resentment. What do you mean you came in with a cold shiver and went out, when I'm taking my temperature here? Wang waved his hand and said breathlessly. I'm really too tired. Come some other time. You're not even 1/10,000th of Li Lingfeng. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Big Sister realized that she had said the wrong thing. As expected, Wang, who was just dead calm, jerked up. What did you say? Don't you know what I'm talking about? Wang looked at big sister with a scrutinizing look. If it wasn't for that Li Lingfang moving away, I really suspect that you guys are having an affair. What do you mean by that look? No, maybe I got confused just now. Wang was busy explaining. Big sister kicked him down with a shadowless kick. Get out. Sleep on the couch. Forced to pick up his quilt, Wang walked to the couch. That's when little King came out of his room. Dad, do you want to sleep in my room? Brother Wang looked at his fake son with a look of disbelief. Why did he turn around today? Just when he was about to enjoy this few filial piety, Xiao Wang took out a test paper. Will you sign it for me? Told you it was no good. Wang picked up the test paper and looked at it, and almost didn't pass on the spot. 13 points? You just filled in more than that score with your eyes closed, didn't you? Xiao Wang hurriedly shoo, telling Wang not to be so loud. Be careful to give the big sister inside heard. Exasperated, Wang continued. You're top of the class, aren't you? Bottom? Second. The young king returned cautiously. There are lower than you? The young king nodded. He copied mine and left out the only question he got right. Wang seriously looked at this son of his. Then you guys are really a pair of difficult brothers. I can't help you with this. Go to your mom. Being rejected by Wang, Wang's whole body panicked. If his big sister knew that he scored 13 points in the exam, could he still live? The consequences of this were clear to little King, and he was busy crying out in aggravation. Dad, you don't want to lose me, do you? Wang turned his head and went to sleep. The consequences were clear if he did this favor. In the spirit of dead teammates, this is better for you to carry. Well, at least you're a little man on top. Seeing that Wang was unmoved, Xiao Wang sighed deeply. I saw you with an ant. Wang snapped his eyes open and covered his son's mouth. I'll sign. After signing with a broad brush, Xiao Wang was satisfied and picked up the test paper and went back to his room. Behind him Wang picked up the quilt and followed. Dad, what are you doing? I don't have anything to sign. Little King turned around. Didn't you promise me to sleep in your room? Wait a moment. As soon as Xiao Wang entered, the sound of the room's door being unlocked rang out. Chapter 048, that row is all mine. Hey, you dead kid. Having eaten the closed door, Wang's mouth broke and he went back to the sofa with the quilt in his arms. It would be the family dog still taking over the couch. Even you bully me. Wang reached out and patted the dog's head vigorously. The dog woofed twice and then left, probably greeting Wang's ancestors. Wang brother relayed down, accompanied by a ding sound. The cell phone screen in the darkness lit up. Bring it to see. Instantly scared to death, Wang was busy hiding the phone into the quilt. Only after making sure that no one was indeed around did he slowly take it out again. Though at that moment, the PPO above his head poked down as well. The message was from Afong of Dreamseeker Footbath. Brother Wang, do you want to come over to wash your feet? Wang's mouth warmed with a smile. In the end, he could still find people in this world who cared about him. It's so late. Let's do it some other time. To control the volume, Wang even put the buttons into silent mode. Come on, I miss you. When Wang saw the reply, his eyes were indescribably gleaming, but when he thought of his current situation, he wilted when his heart was already leaping. Now night not to mention. The key hand no money hard to save the private money last time to spend. Only helplessly returned. Next time. There are no customers in the store now, so come over here. Wang, it's really late. Next time. Come over now and I'll give you a 50% discount. 50% off? You'll feel guilty for the rest of your life if you miss this one. Wang slammed together and sneaked over to the cabinet to gently prop it up. He knew his son would often press his allowance under this. As expected, a bunch of bills, in denominations as large as 100 and as small as $1, were fished out from under the cabinet. Wang counted through and totaled $309. Enough to buy a clock. Not to mention it's 50% off right now. That's just the right time to add more bells. Changing out of his pajamas and putting on his own jacket, Wang made sure nothing was moving and then quietly left. It wasn't until she went downstairs that she sent a message to her big sister in the room. I'm going back to work late. It's kind of a report, and it's not suspicious that working late at night is the norm. Who knows? Big sister doesn't even bother to look at it and goes wherever she likes. It just grumbled. This Li Lingfang left without even a squeak. 2 days later, Shanjia village Feidong area. A self-built house cellar was found under the lead of Chen Yashin's dad, Uncle Chen. Li Lingfang looked at the self-built house in front of him, covering an area of about 120 square meters, with a total of 5.5 floors. The floor area is calculated to be more than 700 square feet, because since the second floor, the front part floats out at a distance of 1 meter. This invariably adds quite a bit of floor space per level. Unfortunately, the location is rather backward and the first floor cannot be used as a store. But there is an upside to this in that the overall sale price is not as inflated. The whole building was quoted at 7.23 million. And out of the face of Uncle Chen, the village head, the other party wiped out the zeros. Just 7 million round numbers. This is considered to be the right person. Li Lingfeng did not talk much, and immediately signed the contract of sale. After completing the village certificate, lawyer witness and other formalities, Li Lingfeng will be 7 million as transferred to the other party. Of the 7 million, 3 million is Li Lingfeng's own funds, 2 million is Su Xiaolu's, leaving the last 2 million to fool Chen Yaxin into the game. The self-constructed building is now fully rented out, with the entire building rented out for about $37,000 per month. That works out to over $400,000 a year, and the ROI can go as high as 6%. The whole reason for such a high return is that the other side undersold. I heard Uncle Chan say that the son of the other party was trapped in a gambling game and lost several $1,000,000 before he had no choice but to sell his house in a hurry. This is a gambling game specifically for the second generation of demolition, or the sons of those who have become rich. Suddenly rich. The cultural cognitive level has not kept up, coupled with the strong and competitive. Not to cheat you who? After completing the transaction, Uncle Chan asked with a puzzled look on his face. How did you remember to buy this self-built house? What I told you last time, betting on demolition. Uncle Chen nodded. Have you seen the self-built houses in that area? Following Uncle Chen's direction, Li Lingfeng looked up to see a dozen or so self-built houses passing side by side. Those are all mine. When I get old, they'll all be yours and Xian's. Why do you think you're in such a hurry? Li Lingfeng looked at Uncle Chen. Back at the branch, before my butt was even warmed up, there was good news after good news. After the tireless efforts of the Lowe's Bank, the top finally agreed to pilot a self-build home loan. Let's start with Li Lingfeng's branch and make a batch of customers to try. Consider a bank-wide rollout if customer quality and risk control are okay. And naturally, the interest rate pricing on this self-build home loan is higher than the typical property mortgage borrowing rate. A wider spread means that the bank's ability to increase revenue has been strengthened. And in a way, that's good for the bank. Li Lingfeng hurriedly went to call Huang Tianzi. Mr. Huang, your $3 million loan was approved. I thought the other party would be happy, but I was greeted with a face-splitting scolding. TM don't know which turtle grandson bought away that self-constructed house in Feidong. He big man, rob with me. Li Lingfeng, what's it to me that you've been preempted? I just wanted to scold back, but then I thought, could you be the one who bought it? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Manager Li, this isn't addressed to you ha. I'll just scold that bastard. The guy who gave birth to a son without an asshole. Li Lingfeng, by the way, you just said that the $3 million loan was approved, right? Oh, yes, thank you, Manager Li, you're really serving me in the snow. That self-built house is not for people to buy away. You still want this loan dry? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. There's another set, and it's almost $1 million more expensive. And if it weren't for that turtle, I wouldn't have spent that extra $1 million. Huang Tianzi sighed deeply. Through the phone Li Lingfeng could feel his heartache. So when are you coming over to sign the release contract? Chapter 049, go in after you're done. I'll be right there. Manager Li. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng prepared the loan contract. As long as the contract is signed, this first business of his own is a success. 20 or so minutes later, Huang Tianzi appeared at the branch as promised. In the VIP reception room, Li Lingfeng, who was half a bucket of water in process operation, guided Huang Tianzi to sign the lending contract. After getting a couple of copies wrong in a row, Rocky Row, who couldn't stand to watch, went online to work on it himself. A third party was entrusted with the payment and the $3 million loan was successfully disbursed. When it was confirmed that the money had arrived, Huang Tianzi simply laughed his head off, immediately called a friend and went over to buy the house this afternoon. Manager Li, it's been hard on you all afternoon. Go out for a drink? Huang Tianzi, who had finished talking on the phone, turned around and said. Li Lingfeng gestured to the surveillance on the wall and said, it's our disciplinary principle not to drink a mouthful of water from our clients. Mr. Huang, oh, your bank is really incorruptible and clean. Next time, I will definitely send a banner to Manager Li, said with a wink. I'll wait for you outside. Li Lingfeng also returned with a look that said, okay. Huang Tianzi walked with the wind and left the branch. Just happened to come out of the Luo line to see, just like that, right behind him. Li Lingfeng also packed up his things and came out from the VIP room reception room. Luo Xing looked at Li Lingfeng. Gone? Ah, gone. Li Lingfeng returned. Right Luo Xing, I'll go out later. Luo Xing's eyes lit up after hearing this. Fine, talk slowly. Not far from the branch was a beverage store. Li Lingfeng and Huang Tianzi sat down on its small outdoor chairs. Inside, the clerk looked on with bated breath as the two men came over to order, but there didn't seem to be much movement. Here, Manager Li, a small token of appreciation. After saying that, Huang Tianzi pulled out a thick envelope and handed it to Li Lingfeng. Mr. Huang, what are you? I understand the rules. Don't worry, I've also turned off my cell phone. Huang Tianzi also gave a special show of his cell phone in its switched off state. Li Lingfeng smiled, reached out and touched the thickness of the envelope. It should be $30,000. Sure enough, Huang Tianzi saw this and hurriedly said, the market price. 1 point, Manager Li, do you think it's appropriate? I have long heard that the financial industry is deep enough and fat enough. I did not expect to let myself meet today. Their own little financial workers are still so. It is difficult to imagine those at the top. You're welcome, Mr. Huang. Li Lingfeng pushed the envelope back to Huang Tianzi. In ancient times, there were also 3 resignations and 3 concessions. And today one must not pretend to look less ugly eating. Manager Li, you have to take this. Let me put it to you this way. As long as your line is willing to do it, our cooperation will be more than just this one time. Huang Tianzi's eyes narrowed into a line as he smiled. That was clear enough. Wool comes out of the sheep's body. Huang Tianzi will be through the referral of customers to act as an intermediary role to collect commission to earn back the 30,000. No more, no less. This was a win-win result. Li Lingfeng smiled and reached out his hand. Then we have a good cooperation. Huang Tianzi, happy cooperation. By the time we returned to the branch, it was after 6 p.m. And the money trucks were gone. Colleagues of the branch are basically almost gone. Li Lingfeng came to his own card seat position. Saw Luo Xing's office is still open lights. This is waiting for himself. Li Lingfeng slightly smiled. Old fox. So he came to Luo Xing's office. You're still not off duty at this late hour? Luo Xing. It's not like the above agreed to pilot the self-build loan in our branch, and I'm trying to figure out how to expand this line of business. Luo behavior is really exhausting our business development. Li Lingfeng's rainbow fart clapped loudly. How's your talk going? Luo Xing asked with a smile. It's just this lewd smile that smells like copper inside and out. Not bad. Li Lingfeng nodded. After waiting for a moment and seeing that Li Lingfeng had no more follow-ups, Luo Xing was confused. No more? Li Lingfeng looked at Luo Xing. By the way, these Huang Tianzi's loan information, do you help to look at it again for any mistakes? I have things to do so I'll return first. Putting down the information, Li Lingfeng got up and left. You want me to read the loan information when you don't have a single hair on your head? Luo Xing angrily picked up the pile of information and casually flipped it down, frightening him so much that he immediately covered it with his hand. Looking at the door to make sure no one was coming in, he felt around with 2 fingers and checked, and there was an envelope clipped inside that was of a decent thickness, at least 10K, judging by years of experience in the Lowe's line. Then a delightful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said in his heart, this kid will come to things. This side Li Lingfeng has come out of the branch, driving to an address given by Lin Sudong, not far from the original company. That's the new company that Lin Odong is ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work. Li Lingfeng did not expect, but also really came out to do it alone. It seems that behind a strong woman to do rely on is not the same. At least 20 years less struggle. When can I find a rich woman to adopt? Do not have to come out all day to show their faces. Li Lingfeng lamented. There are still so many cars on this rush hour road that it's not as fast as riding a motorcycle. Just as Li Lingfeng was about to put on a piece of music to get high, the phone placed in the center control rang, and when he picked it up, it was Luo Xing. Picked up. Hey, Luo Xing, what can I do for you? As far as the self-build home loan business that we are piloting in our branch is concerned, here's what I'm thinking. You're the only one who can get in during the pilot period. When Li Lingfeng heard this, his eyes lit up. That's a good feeling. Exclusive monopoly of the channel. What this means, do not even need to explicitly say. Of course, this is a well thought out decision I made to facilitate the control of risk. The risk piece you must grasp. Li Lingfeng's mouth smiled. The old fox name played so well. Don't worry, Luo Xing. You don't need to worry about that. Long-term sustainable development is our ultimate pursuit. That's right. Short-sighted behavior is never desirable. Luo Xing even agreed. On this point, both men share a high degree of common understanding. Right. You have to promote this business urgently. After all, the pilot period won't be given for too long. Luo Xing finally reminded. Of course not for long. You have to let other colleagues eat meat and have soup, or else you cannot suppress things. Benefits are all in a chain, and something is bound to happen to a solo. Understood. Luo Xing, hang up and drive first. Li Lingfeng put down his cell phone. A car on the side while Li Lingfeng talking on the phone step by step squeeze in. Hey, everyone's lining up in traffic. What are you doing? Li Lingfeng skillful close to the front car. Is not allowed to ding inch. Life driving most hate two kinds of people. One is to insert my team. The second is not allowed to insert my team. Arriving at the entrance of Lin Sudong's new company, I saw Lin Sudong's busy figure inside from the car. The store is okay, and spacious enough for the main road, with a red cloth covering the sign above. Li Lingfeng observed. Forget it, I'd better wait for him to finish his work before going in. Chapter 050, this time it's very stable. Pulled over for a half-hour break, so this should be about as busy as it gets, right? Li Lingfeng rubbed his face, got out of the car and came to the door of the new company. The first foot has not even stepped in. I heard Lin Sudong shout through the glass door. Finally, you're here. Hurry and come in for a hand. Li Lingfeng frowned. Cam, I should have waited another half hour before coming in. Coming inside, the basic furnishings were already in place. Li Lingfeng was curious. Is there anything else you need help with? There's just this piece of Shoptown Tarzan stone left. I can't do it alone, so I'll wait for you to come over and move it out together. Lin Sudong laughed. Li Lingfeng looked at the stone. Good guy. At least 300 pounds to start. Wait, are you sure that just the two of us can move this Tarzan stone? Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong with skepticism. Don't worry, it's hollow inside. Really that big guy? I can't afford it? Li Lingfeng nodded. That's right. It doesn't look like you're that generous with your money. And you're still buying stones. Lin Sudong. I just started my own business. Can you save a little? When I make money later I'll buy 1,000 pounds of stone and send it to your house. The two of them worked together to move this hollow fake Tarzan stone to the right of the store entrance. A bearing that was specially looked at by Mr. I'm not sure if it's professional or not. Anyway, I pulled it from that stall under the flyover. The main one is affordable. After putting it right, Li Lingfeng scrutinized it left and right. Domineering is domineering. It's just that this quality. Do you think you'll get up tomorrow and get a hole smashed out? Li Lingfeng asked. Think what you want. Even though I'm hollow, it's not so much made of foam. Don't believe me? I'll give it a try. After saying that, Lin Sudong raised his hand and then discreetly pounded it lightly. Pala, it's really made of foam. Li Lingfeng frowned and looked at the concave Tarzan stone at the top. You're still there with your sarcasm. Why don't you hurry inside and get 502 glue for me? Lin Sudong pulled a long face and said miserably. It's again you yourself who want to try to show me. Li Lingfeng turned around and went into the store. It took half a bell of tinkering to fix the dented area. And you wouldn't have noticed it without looking closely. This time Lin Sudong only slightly happy again over. The company has not yet opened. How unlucky this ah. After finishing his work, Li Lingfeng handed Lin Sudong a cigarette. Afraid of accidentally burning that Tarzan stone, both of them purposely walked away a few meters away from each other. Otherwise, I'm really afraid of a few more little holes in that Tarzan stone. Lighting up their cigarettes, the two men inhaled deeply, showing off their respective smoke ring beating skills. I think back in the day, a pack of lickin' under the flyover was a happy day for both of them. Do you think I can succeed this time? Lin Sudong asked with a face of anticipation, unable to help but smile. You can tell he should be happy, or at least looking forward to the future. Li Lingfeng flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Let go and do it. What are you afraid of? The big deal is that if you lose, you can smoke a cigarette and then struggle again. Lin Sudong nodded. Right. Ben is barefoot afraid of a hammer. Cannot mix to the time you that give me a room. It won't be unsuccessful. I mean if it doesn't work out. No, it will definitely succeed. Li Lingfeng shook his head. What are you talking about? This time sister you also rushed over with a multi-layered lunchbox. I made you some soup. That smile on Lin Odong could sweeten a dog to death. Li Lingfeng. No, what about me? I didn't eat either. Sister you served the rice and soup to Lin Odong before she seemed to realize that there was only one serving of O. Turning to Li Lingfeng, he said, have you eaten yet? Why don't I go next door to the fast food restaurant and hit one for you? Lin Sudong, no, don't bother. I'll just split it with him. On this side, Li Lingfeng is happily preparing to get up and take a spoon. This soup smells good and is definitely good material. Sister you shifted her orientation slightly and glared at Lin Shandong. Turning to Li Lingfeng, he smiled again and said, I'd better go to the store next door and get you one. This isn't enough to eat. Realizing this, Lin Sudong hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. Yes, play an extra portion. Li Lingfeng looked at the womanly too. No, you two have forgotten who fished you out of the police station in the first place, right? This station has learned that the city will take the P area as a strategic bridgehead to promote the in-depth implementation of the city's strategic eastward advancement and construct. The sound of a TV news report coming from inside immediately attracted Li Lingfeng's attention and hurriedly walked in. District P? Isn't that the district I'm in now? And with strategic eastward movement being on the agenda, doesn't that mean? Li Lingfeng happily clapped his hands and exclaimed. Steady, steady. The two of them, Lin Sudong and Zhao Yu, looked at each other. It's just a bowl of soup. What's the point? So Lin Sudong hurriedly carried the soup inside. Come on, come on. I'll share half of it with you. Alright, you can drink a little more from Sister Yu's heart. Otherwise how can you output at night when you're all so tired today? As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng, who looked at Sister Yu. Yu shyly lowered her head. Since none of you have prepared my meal, I'll go back to Han Shuiying. After Li Lingfeng finished speaking, he turned around and waved his hand to leave. Remember to come over tomorrow. The new company is opening. Lin Sudong shouted. Li Lingfeng basked in an okay gesture. When she returned to her place, Han Shuiying was sitting on the sofa holding potato chips to cook a drama. You're back. Ha! Li Lingfeng walked over. Have you eaten yet? Han Shuiying showed Li Lingfeng the chips in his hand. It's being eaten. Li Lingfeng frowned. So bleak. Just eating a chip. Ha! Han Shuiying turned around and wrapped her arms around Li Lingfeng, blinking her eyes. What? Are you going to treat me to something? What do you want to eat? Han Shuiying, who had her arms around Li Lingfeng, rolled her eyes. Well, why don't we go to a barbecue? Okay, let's go then. Barbecue stalls. Boss, a dozen oysters, a dozen squid whiskers, an eggplant, and get half a dozen old Tsingtao. After Li Lingfeng placed his order, he turned to Han Shuiying and continued. See what else you want to eat? Chapter 051. Will you come back to me again? After the two of them sat down, Han Shuiying picked up a paper towel and wiped the table. That book of yours, Slammer Secrets, is quite effective. Yeah, don't think so. Li Lingfeng was unimpressed. What else could it do besides increase the quality of sleep? Of course you don't think so. Usually it's mostly you attacking and me defending. How could I not know the changes in your attack speed and power? Han Shuiying said. The big brother next to him perked up his long ears and the beer in his hand stopped in midair. I'm going to the restroom, so wipe the table again. It's oily. Han Shuiying explained and then got up to leave. Li Lingfeng was just about to wipe the table with his hands when the big brother next to him got up and leaned over. Brother, let's take a step to talk. When Han Shuiying came out, she glanced curiously at the big brother behind her who was paying the bill. You know him? Li Lingfeng shook his head. I don't recognize it. Then why are you still chatting so hotly with him? Han Shuiying had a puzzled look on her face. He said the jerk-off was on him. Han Shuiying was even more puzzled. Why did he invite us to jerk off at a good time? Intellectual property pays. Li Lingfeng returned. Intellectual property? Ugh, you don't understand. Hurry up and eat. The boss just brought it up. It won't taste good when it gets cold. At that moment, the airplane slowly swept by in the dark night sky with a roar. Han Shuiying looked up at the flickering bright spot. I also want to take an airplane. I've grown up so much. I haven't taken an airplane once. Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying's eager eyes. Do you have any other ideas besides airplanes? Han Shuiying looked down and beamed. I've never seen snow either. Li Lingfeng smiled. It just so happens that tomorrow is the weekend. Why don't I take you to Changbai Mountain Tianqi? There should be snow even in this month. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Are you serious? Really? The pearls are all so true. After saying that, Li Lingfeng pulled out an envelope and placed it in front of Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying? What's this from? Picked up and opened a look. Instantly scared Han Shuiying little heart thumping. Inside is a thick pile of banknotes. Where did you get that much cash? Han Shuiying asked in surprise. The first gold from working for money. And believe me, there will be more to come. So feel free to have fun. Li Lingfeng explained that it was thanks to Mr. Huang Tianzhe Huang. Han Shuiying was overjoyed. Then, let's go? Let's go. No, oh. Isn't tomorrow the opening ceremony of your buddy Lin Sudong's new company? Han Shuiying suddenly remembered. Don't worry, I've got it all set up and out of the way. The next morning, when Lin Sudong saw the flower baskets and the two waking lion processions that stretched for 10 miles down the street, he was instantly confused. I don't remember inviting you guys? Lin Sudong looked at the leader of the lion team. The leader smiled slightly. Are you Boss Lin? Hello, I was invited here by Mr. Li to celebrate the opening on your side. Mr. Li? What Mr. Li? I don't know any Mr. Li. Lin Sudong thought for a second. Could it be that guy Li Lingfeng? So he hurriedly went to call Li Lingfeng. Before he could open his mouth, Li Lingfeng's voice came first. How is it? Still satisfied? Brother, it's still true that you fixed it. Ha? Lin Sudong said. What else? Who else would be so good to you? Li Lingfeng laughed. Then there's no need to be so grand. I'm just opening a small company. Make it seem like it's like the Fortune 500. Lin Sudong said no on his lips, but the corners of his mouth were curled in such a way that even AK couldn't suppress them. Count me in as a small token of my appreciation. I won't be there for the opening ceremony today. Why? Is something wrong? Lin Xiandong asked. Now people in the airport, ready to go to Changbai Mountain to go to the little brother's 10-year appointment. Hang up ha. Do. The auspicious time has come. Instant firecrackers and fireworks ringing in the sky. The two lion team to make every effort to compete for a colorful. Hello, this is the city's comprehensive law enforcement. On the first day of the new company's operation, Lin Sudong received a ticket from the management. At the airport, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying completed the registration process in an orderly manner and found their seats. The location is good. The kind by the window was specially chosen by Li Lingfeng. After an ear-splitting takeoff, the airplane soared through the blue sky as usual. So beautiful. Han Shuiying looked at the snow-white clouds outside the window and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Like it? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. Han Shuiying turned her head to look happily at Li Lingfeng. I like it wherever you are. Arriving at the destination will take some time. Repeatedly looking out the window at the same scenery. Aesthetic fatigue. Han Shuiying leaned against Li Lingfeng napover. Attention all passengers. Attention all passengers. There is a strong air current in front of the airplane. Please fasten your seatbelts and place your hand luggage properly. A continuous reminder came over the radio, waking up many sleeping travelers. Everyone looked up and watched as the flight attendants mobilized, checking all the security while reassuring the passengers. What's wrong? Han Shuiying asked as she woke up. Fasten your seatbelt. We're going to pass through strong air currents. Li Lingfeng reminded and fastened it for her. Originally thought to be just a normal air current, the plane was not expected to be greeted with a succession of violent bumps. Coupled with the constant sirens, everyone realized that this draft wasn't that simple. Even the flight attendants, who were usually commonplace, couldn't help but show a hint of nervousness on their faces at the moment. However, out of their own duty, they continued to comfort the travelers. Suddenly, a violent shudder completely shattered the crowd's emotions, as some cried out in fear and others began to bawl their eyes out. The whole atmosphere was in a state of confusion, drowning out the soothing voices of the flight attendants. Han Shuiying, who was trembling more than a little at the moment, looked up at Li Lingfeng. Are we going to be alright? Li Lingfeng hugged her tightly and comforted her. It will be fine. With another shudder, Han Shuiying fearfully burrowed into Li Lingfeng's arms and grabbed Li Lingfeng's clothes, saying, If there is an afterlife, will you still be willing to come back to me? Tears soaked Li Lingfeng's clothes. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng, and that love to the bone look made Li Lingfeng unable to refuse. Yes, I will. Turning my head to look out the window at the black clouds. Am I really going to perish here? At this time, Li Lingfeng how much hope that the fierce man's secret book is a metaphysical kung fu. Then at this moment can get up and shout, with the thunder to break the darkness. The air currents eventually swept peacefully over the long white mountains. Han Shuiying cupped a handful of snow and sprinkled it into the sky, turning her head to look at Li Lingfeng. It's not the snow that I like, it's the winter with you. Across the street, a test-fired intercontinental missile flies into the Sea of Japan. Chapter 052, The Sudden Electric Car. Japan, for its part, expresses its strong condemnation and protest over the DPRK's new round of missile test firings, urging, Hey Kiyu. Li Lingfeng hurriedly drew a tissue and wiped his nose. Weekend on that Changbai mountain had wanted to show Han Shuiying a fierce man style, also a bare-chested snow rolling. I didn't expect to catch a cold. Li Lingfeng crumpled the tissue paper into a ball and almost pitched it into the trash paper basket at the next cardinal position. Sam looked up at Li Lingfeng and raised his international middle finger. Bored Li Lingfeng pulled the next news. The city in order to promote the implementation of the eastward strategy, the proposed plan to invest 600 billion. Li Lingfeng instantly came to life and looked at the news content word by word. A noise came from outside the branch door. I'm looking for your manager Li. The lobby manager rushed in. Brother Feng, there are people outside looking for you. More than a dozen people. Li Lingfeng. I don't think I'm a lone shark. Should I take shelter first? Lobby manager pulled Li Lingfeng's hand as to drag out. You do not go out, I can carry it alone? My shoes. Arriving at the hall, Li Lingfeng half covered his face for fear of recognizing him to the other party. Manager Li is here. The lobby manager shouted. A dozen people hooted and hollered as their eyes looked over in unison. And one person fought to pivot out of the crowd. Manager Li. Li Lingfeng looked over. Mr. Huang. I told you to come. I thought you were a rival for revenge. Huang Tianzi walked over with great enthusiasm and took Li Lingfeng's hand and held it tightly. I've come to pull business for you. Look, these are old country friends. Each won a couple of buildings to collect rent for self-build. Li Lingfeng looked at the crowd. T-shirts and casual pants with sandals. and a set of keys on the back of his ass. Porsche, Audi, Mercedes keys hang on it like a toy. Huang Tianzi looked at Li Lingfeng meaningfully. Happy cooperation. Li Lingfeng greeted these people to the VIP reception room and asked them to fill out the loan application form first. Huang Tianzi pulled Li Lingfeng to one side and said with a fluttering brow, "Manager Li, have you paid attention to the news? The government is going to invest $600 billion to promote the strategic eastward advancement." Speaking of this, Huang Tianzi's eyes glistened. RP district is the bridgehead of the strategic eastward advancement. Thanks to my early start, Li Lingfeng smiled. So the self-built house you got your hands on a few days ago made a profit? Huang Tianzi held back his smile and nodded. There is now a bid of $9 million. Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. Only a few days to make $1 million. What does this make those laborers think? It's thanks to the loan you made for me, Manager Li, that I was able to scrape together the capital. I'll be the host some other day, so be sure to come. Li Lingfeng was not in the mood to listen to him, but was thinking about the one he bought. It's stepping into the wind right now, holding it well, and I think it's going to fetch a good price. Manager Li, shouted Huang Tianzi, awakening Li Lingfeng's contemplation. Good. Li Lingfeng answered. Are these people friends of yours also preparing to rob the self-built houses over there? Some of them are. Some of them are loaned for other investments. All of them. Li Lingfeng nodded. Money begets money. This is not true at all. Hard work you can have this harvest? It's good to get 3 meals a day, not to mention the mortgage and car payments. After finishing the basic process, Li Lingfeng asked Huang Tianzi to greet his group of friends and leave first. Go back and prepare the listed loan information, when you will come to your home to do a loan survey. Before leaving, Huang Tianzi waved his hand towards Li Lingfeng with a smile that could charm 108 good men of Liangshanhua. But no, this group is shiny gold. What's the worry about getting that $30,000 back? After sending off this wave of people, Li Lingfeng came to Luo Xing's office at a fiery pace. What's wrong? Young people should be calm when things happen. That's the style of doing great things. Taking risks. Luo Xing lectured. Li Lingfeng poured himself a cup of tea. Discuss something with you. Just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill you. Luo Xing swore. Now this self-build loan opens up a ring. A dozen single pieces come in at once. It can't be done. Luo Xing looked grave. Young people, you should know how to suffer. Then you're half done with me. Before Luo Xing could finish his sentence, Li Lingfeng replied back. You're in on it anyway. It's not too much to ask for a contribution, is it? Rockwalk. Seeing that even your old fox would only slide his tongue, Li Lingfeng then continued. I want to match myself with an assistant. After Luo Xing heard this, that face instantly pulled like a donkey's face. Don't worry, I'll pay for it myself, Li Lingfeng added, rolling his eyes and smiling like a flower. Luo Xing squinted. Okay, good talk. As long as it does not move my interests, anything can be negotiated. And this business good account manager, with their own personal assistant is not uncommon. Li Lingfeng was ready to get up and leave when he was stopped by Luo Xing. Come here. I'll give you something good. After saying that, he took out a long box from the cabinet and opened it with a large ginseng inside. Seeing that you kid is so good at things, I'll give you a hand. Luo Xing looked at Li Lingfeng smugly. Then he cut off a piece of ginseng beard and gave it to Li Lingfeng. Business is busy. Replenish your body more. This is life renewing. Li Lingfeng took it and smelled it, then looked at the greatly long ginseng in the box, and could not help but frown. What's wrong? Luo Xing asked curiously. Li Lingfeng brought his cell phone and searched it, and after comparing it left and right, he handed the phone to Luo Xing to see. This ginseng, it's fake. Luo Xing froze and hurriedly took his cell phone, and the headline read, Our city has uncovered a major ginseng counterfeiting case, and look at the picture of the guy in handcuffs in there. Isn't it the jungle ginseng man who sold his own ginseng? Luo Xing looked up at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng patted Luo Xing's shoulder. Be calm when things go wrong. After saying that, he took back his cell phone from Luo Xing and went out to leave. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng drove to Lin Sudong's new company. Recruiting this thing is not his business item. In the car, Li Lingfeng was calculating in his head that he must get himself a beautiful personal assistant, preferably the kind that just came out of college, innocent and shy, and can't even think about it without feeling a few thrills. The mind is already picking out people. No one who can wear makeup. No one who is overly voluptuous. No one who has a boyfriend. Preferably the kind that's veiled and pretty with a touch of shyness, and speaks in a fine, delicate voice. He. Li Lingfeng wiped his saliva. On second thought, he is not a serious person. Every day opposite such a beautiful assistant. It's easy to make mistakes of principle. Oh, no. Li Lingfeng shook his head, and then heard a bang. Looking up, There was a motorized cart sunk into the right side of the car. No! I'm driving along and you're swooping in without brakes. What do you mean? Like Changshan Jiaozi Long's 7 entries and 7 exits? Chapter 053, My name is an Xin. Li Lingfeng got out of the car in a rage. And a man came down from the electric car with a scarred face and several blue dragons coiled on his chest. Without looking closely, I thought he was Chan Honam from Causeway Bay. The man glared at Li Lingfeng, and without speaking, he picked up his cell phone and dialed. Li Lingfeng's heart tightened. Heck, this isn't coding, is it? It's hard enough to deal with one of him, but a bunch of them, aren't they being held down? Without delay, Li Lingfeng hurriedly took out his cell phone as well and dialed Fan Zhongju's number. Hey, Zhongju, call all your gang of workers to come here. I'll count the money for today's work. What's going on here? What's wrong? I'm being bullied. Stop it and call someone. Fine. Send me your address and I'll bring someone right over. After the two confronted for 10 minutes or so, rushed over 7 or 8 Wuling Hongguang, some of the body-moving logo was clearly visible. Hooting and hollering, a dozen or so men got out of each car, clubs in hand. The leader, Fan Zhongju, hurriedly ran towards Li Lingfeng. Are you alright? It's fine for now. Li Lingfeng looked at almost nearly 100 people. I remember your company doesn't have that many people? I'm afraid there aren't enough people. I've called a few of my peers over. Which puffer bullied you? Li Lingfeng looked at the man with the green dragon tattoo not far in front of him, and the other man took a few steps back in fear. Don't think I won't dare to beat you up just because you damn well have 2 dragons tattooed on you. Fan Zhongju picked up his stick and pointed at the other party and cursed. Li Lingfeng tugged at Fan Zhongju's clothes and whispered, It's not a fight yet. Don't be ruthless first. I don't know how many people the other side is going to come. The two parties were thus quietly confronting each other, when an old woman over 70 years of age came over on her crutches. Li Lingfeng was busy shouting, Granny, go away. It's dangerous here. The old woman also ignored Li Lingfeng, only to see her walk slowly to the tattooed man and mutter a few words, then lovingly touched the man's head. My son, leave it to my mother. The old woman turned to the front of the car, looked at Li Lingfeng, then threw the walking stick in her hand and rested there to lie down. Somebody, the car hit someone. Ouch. Li Lingfeng instantly widened his eyes, and the two of them looked at each other with Fan Zhongju. No, it's not. Due to the excessive battle, the crowd of onlookers gradually increased, and many people began to have called the police. If this goes on, it will be hard to get out later. Li Lingfeng looked at the man. There you go. Is this your 1,000 soldiers? Turning to Fan Zhongju, he said, Let's go. Fan Zhongju looked at Li Lingfeng. You won't let him pay for that car of yours? No. It's better to hurry up and just find a place to crash and report it to the insurance next time. Fan Zhongju nodded and was about to greet the crowd of workers to evacuate when loud and clear sirens wailed. Unsurprisingly, nearly 100 people were all in the police station, suspected of mobbing. Fortunately, things did not happen. After figuring out the original cause, the police will Li Lingfeng and his entourage severely educated and criticized. Yes, I will be a good and law-abiding citizen, and I can't lose face for the country, Li Lingfeng repeatedly assured. After educating this side, the cop turned to the tattooed man and said, What happened to those 2 dragons on you? The tattooed man was a few moments timid. I drew these on fake. Don't believe me. After saying that, he hurriedly wiped his chest with his shirt and vigorously wiped his chest, and sure enough, the color came off in the twinkling of an eye. That scar on your face then? It's also fake. The man even removed the piece of fake skin from his face, revealing his real face. The cop frowned. Why are you dressed like that? The man's head shrunk. It's not that I'm afraid to go out and get bullied. Who knows, they really called more than 100 people. Li Lingfeng. Then what do you mean by calling as soon as you get off the bus? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. It's not that I can't afford to pay for the car that hit you, so I called my mom to come over. The man had an innocent look on his face. You didn't tell me that either. Then you didn't ask me. Okay, you two stop fighting. The policeman stopped it in time. Come over here and sign the papers, you can leave. At least for the crash. You get the traffic police to deal with it. It's not in our area of responsibility. The people went up and signed. The man turned his head to Li Lingfeng and said, Brother, I really don't have any money. That car of yours. Li Lingfeng looked at him. The whole image of a triple amputee. Forget it. I'll handle it myself. Thank you, brother. If there's anything you need in the future, just call me. The man said happily. Finally, his elderly mother was helped to leave the police station. Fan Zhongju came over. Really don't want him to compensate? Look at the way your car was hit. It's estimated that it will take tens of thousands of dollars to repair. He'll pay for it, blat. And in the end it'll be his old mother who'll have to carry it. Can you bear it? Fan Zhongju didn't say anything else. It was really not a good idea. Li Lingfeng turned back to prepare to say goodbye to the police. Looked left and right, just a little familiar. Have we met before? The cop nodded and laughed. I've seen it before. Last time your buddy was suspected of violating public order and decency. Not just you coming over to fish it out. Oh, I said no wonder it looked so familiar. I'm really giving you a hard time. Li Lingfeng hurriedly went over to shake hands with the person. I'll treat you to tea some other day and make amends to you. Duty bound. That tea of yours is out of my reach, and it would be nice if we didn't meet in this manner again in the future. That's. Haven't asked the officer what's your name? Li Lingfeng asked. My name is an Xin. So it's Officerin. That's fine. Then we'll leave first. Li Lingfeng waved goodbye to Officerin. At the entrance of the police station, all the workers have been waiting at the entrance first. Li Lingfeng stopped his steps. To Fan Zhongju, he said, you count the workers' wages for today and send me to transfer them to you. No need. This is a matter of lifting a hand. Besides, if a brother is in trouble, it's only right. Fan Zhongju excused himself. I'm a brother to you. Obliging, but they're not. They're all men who are begging for a living, so don't let anyone get cold feet. Fan Zhongju nodded after hearing this. Understood. Also, I'm transferring another $30,000 to you. Arrange for the workers to go to a nice dinner, and thank them for me. After sending Fan Zhongju and his party away, Li Lingfeng dialed Su Xiaolu's phone. What is it? Looking for me at this time? Su Xiaolu on the other side of the phone asked. Can't I find you if there's nothing else? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. You're so bad. I still don't know you. If there's nothing to do, you'll come to me? Long ago in your girlfriend's gentle land. Indeed. So smart. That's all you guessed. My car gave out. What about filing an insurance claim? Give a bump. Then you asked him to accompany you. The man ran away and wasn't found. Charlotte Su. Alright, then leave it to me. Where are you? I'll go over to pick you up. Su Xiaolu gave the arrangement. Police station. What are you doing at the police station when you crash a car? I can't tell. Just come on. Oh, wait for me then. Chapter 054, Why is there no hard food? It took a while to deal with the car, and Li Lingfeng, who was already hungry, looked at Su Xiaolu. Buy me something to eat? Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng with a skeptical face after hearing this. Shouldn't it be you who invites me? Look at your expression. Unwilling? Li Lingfeng pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Li Lingfeng, I owe you. Ha? Nah, you said it. Hong Kong-style tea house, the two ordered a set menu each, and Li Lingfeng asked for an extra cup of Hong Kong-style milk tea. Taking a shallow sip, it still had that distinctive flavor. You've been out here helping me for so long. Will your manager talk about you? Li Lingfeng asked. What's there to say? It's the failure to sell the car that's the problem. Any recommendations for friends who want to buy a car? You don't know what I've got. Do my friends look like they can afford your car? Su Xiaolu nodded. That's also true. Otherwise I would have married you long ago. By the way, how's that ex-husband of yours doing last time? Su Xiaolu smiled down. He really was surrounded by a pack of lions in a tree in Africa. Li Lingfeng. But that's what he deserved. Letting him go to Switzerland in favor of some Africa. Saying he wanted to experience the beauty of the wild. A faint depression surfaced on Su Xiaolu's face after saying that. What's wrong? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. Su Xiaolu held her chin with both hands and sighed. In the past, I wanted to find one with good conditions, but now that I have the conditions, how come it's so hard to find one that I can talk to? Li Lingfeng laughed a little, picked up that Hong Kong-style milk tea and drank a mouthful. Just like that unique bitterness of life. Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng. What are you laughing at? By the time you learn to cherish something, it's long gone, so it's only regret that makes it memorable. Su Xiaolu thumped. So you like your current girlfriend a lot? I'm very flamboyant. Su Xiaolu wide-eyes Li Lingfeng. Enough to know. Wedding wine that will please your ex-girlfriend. Two surroundings cannot sit. No. By philandering I mean I love every aspect of her. Su Xiaolu in her OS, if not for the fact that my mother has also talked to you, but also really believe in your evil. Knowing that Su Xiaolu was enough to not believe, Li Lingfeng smiled and continued. Have you ever tried on the footbridge? Looking back down at the human world, not seeing the feeling of life's long road? That's not because you're poor. Su Xiaolu beamed. That's true too. But it's when this is so spiritually and materially barren that it's superfluous to even breathe. That a silly woman laughs and bursts into your world. Speaking of which, Li Lingfeng had a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth. A side that Su Xiaolu had not seen before. She was like a candle flame in the house, lighting up a world that belonged only to me. Sio Charu, so what? Her poop smells good? Li Lingfeng. No, it's not. I've just got this emotion brewing. Can you be polite? Su Xiaolu blanked Li Lingfeng. Looking at you so happy, As an ex, do I still have to applaud you? Okay, okay. No more bull asterisk 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 with that. I have to go out for a while. Why don't you give me a ride? Don't get ahead of yourself. You want me to buy you dinner and you want me to give you a ride. You really think I owe you? After saying that, Su Xiaolu got up and took her bag. Why are you still sitting and dawdling? Where are you going? New company. Got out of the car. Li Lingfeng looked at the signboard, East Moon Human Resources Agency. Hey, that's a name that's nothing but dog food that's flat. If I were to name it, it would be called East Moon Exploding Human Resource Agency. It's so dominant and powerful that it can hold down the fort wherever it goes. Entering inside and seeing Lin Sudong busy as a dog, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. How come you don't even have a receptionist here? Just starting out. You think it's not the boss employee on the side. Lin Sudong Dao. You can't get big by doing everything yourself. The owner's position is to consolidate resources for his own use. That's easy for you to say. Why don't you see yourself soaring? That is the unity of knowledge and action is not in place. Someday like Mr. Wan Yangming that the Dragon Field enlightenment from the rich is not far away. You just blow it. Lin Sudong even despised a glance. Newly opened. How's the war record? Li Lingfeng asked. It's not bad. Thanks to Sister Moon's blessing. I've hooked up with an electronics processing factory that wants 200 temporary workers. How much is the offer for a clock? The manufacturer gives a price of $28 a clock. And this side gives up to $23 a clock for temps. That's making a $5 difference. Li Lingfeng roughly calculated that 200 people counted 8 clocks a day. Nima can make 8,000 a day? And deduct insurance and all that. Brother, Lin Sudo said. I said that year you introduced me into the factory is not also 8 the difference in price. Just to say that the wages are so low? Lin Sudong white eyes Li Lingfeng. You girl do not mention okay. Every time into the factory less than 3 days to run away. Just to you to compensate for the breach of contract I have advanced how much? Is it blah? Li Lingfeng dug his nose and flicked his booger into a corner. You only care about your own dashing and don't care about your brother's deaths. Li Lingfeng scratched his head. That's not the way to put it. Wasn't it me who set up the line for you to get into that HR company back then? That, or eat my 500 referral fee kickback. Li Lingfeng. Without further ado, first order of business. No celebration tonight? I was just about to call you to come over to my place tonight to cook dinner and eat when you came over. Speaking of this, Li Lingfeng suddenly remembered the purpose of this trip. Right. You help me find an assistant. Just know how to use the computer. It's mainly about entering the system and organizing the information. Alright, let you know when there's a suitable one. Lin Sudong returned. Go grocery shopping with me? At the food market, Lin Sudong was carrying large and small bags of things. Almost done? Go back. Li Lingfeng frowned. You didn't even order hard food here? So it came to the seafood stall that Lin Odong had been circling around and couldn't even pull. Boss, how do you sell this little green dragon? 150 a pair, both alive and well. You see, the owner fishes them up. Tonight it's just you, me, Zhao Yu and Han Shuiying 4 people right? Li Lingfeng turned around and asked. Lin Xiandong nodded. Boss, give me 5 of them, 1 for each of me, and a pair for me. Lin Sudong, what are you waiting for? Go pay the bill. Quick. Boss, how do you sell this flower crab? Boss, how much do you charge for a caddy of these flower snails? When I'm done, I pass by a famous beef ball store. Boss, a caddy of beef ball. Kji sack. Cheaper. Turn around. Hey, where's Lin Ojidong? In the evening, the 4 sat around the table and raised their glasses high. To the future. Laughter fills the tiny rental room and is as human as it gets. Outside the house, the bright moon was high in the sky, and the evening breeze brushed through the lights of all the houses. At this moment, the wind and the moon share the joy. Chapter 055. You underestimate me. Li, the unsleeping Gu got up in the middle of the night and came to the living room, opened the bottle of wine and poured a glass of wine. A frown tightened his brow after a mouthful, and a low gasp from the next door gushed out. More uptight than this hookah. Your brother Lin Odong cooked quite a sumptuous meal tonight, Han Shuiying said. He's making 8,000 a day now. Can he not be rich? Han Shuiying nodded. That's true. I can't imagine that Sister Yu was so fierce right out of the gate, coming straight to a big order. That Lin Odong kid has picked up a treasure. Li Lingfeng exhaled a mouthful of clouds. People, that's called running in both directions. How come Sister Yu didn't pick up the treasure? Your brother Lin Sudong isn't bad either. Li Lingfeng extinguished the cigarette in his hand. That thing is harmful to health. Smoking it is purely to contribute to the construction of national defense. Let me ask you, putting aside looks and body, what kind of girls do you boys like? Han Shuiying asked. Li Lingfeng frowned. These 2 points I can't throw away. Han Shuiying, why are you sleeping in there? Why would a girl like you? Who is both at the same time? Put aside her own strengths? Early in the morning, the alarm of the cell phone rang over and over again. And finally it was the call from the lobby manager that woke up Li Lingfeng. Hey, Windy, where are you? There's another client looking for you. Designated as another one of those self-billed home loan customers. You tell him to wait a bit. I'm meeting a client outside. I'll be back later. That's fine. You don't roll over and fall asleep, haha. The lobby manager reminded Li Lingfeng. The old man said he was meeting a client. Meeting a client. Got up, washed up, and had a breakfast, and dawdled over to the branch. As soon as he entered the door, the lobby manager who saw Li Lingfeng's figure was busy walking up. Brother Feng, why are you just coming? People have been waiting in the VIP reception room for almost an hour. Li Lingfeng nodded. Okay, got it. Turning to the reception room, I saw a young man sitting in it, his suit straightened. A successful man. Li Lingfeng knocked politely on the door. You're looking for me? The young man looked up at Li Lingfeng, then busied himself by getting up. Your manager Li Lingfeng Li? Li Lingfeng nodded. What is your name? Coming to the sofa, the two of them sat down, and the young man handed Li Lingfeng a business card of one. General Manager of Tongchang Loan, Chen Ziho. Li Lingfeng read. So it's General Manager Chen. What is it that you are looking for me for? Chen Ziho smiled. It's like this. I heard that our agricultural and commercial bank started to pilot the credit business in the area of self-built houses, and I want to see if I can seek some cooperation in the business. Look, I know a drink store that's not bad. Why don't we go out and talk? Then said, Boba Drinks. Li Lingfeng looked at the front desk cashier's lowered head not to see the tip of her toes. Boss lady. Well, it is good. Ordered 2 cups of QQ and a good tabapoof tea. 2 people choose to a window seat. That's right, Manager Li. Our company also has such a group of self-billed home loan customers on hand right now. There's no problem if the conditions are met and the quality is okay. Li Lingfeng said back. Chen Ziho smiled in a darkly meaningful way. This condition and quality. What it takes for us to be able to fulfill it to. Li Lingfeng frowned lightly. How did this not sound like that? A fine taste. Woke up water. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Ziho. UTM should not mean to do false information, right? At this point Chen Ziho held out 5 fingers. We can give up to this number of points. Li Lingfeng smiled disdainfully. You couldn't do it even if you doubled it for me. How silly is this exhaustive approach, where platforms and individuals are symbiotic and mutually beneficial? Would I betray the farmers and merchants bank for a few taels of silver? It's a fool's errand. You're underestimating me. Li, I read the spring and autumn annals. We can still talk about the points, as long as Manager Li is interested. Chen Ziho hurriedly redeemed himself. Come on, we have nothing to talk about. The paths are different. Li Lingfeng refused, pulling out $20 in cash from his pocket. This is my milk tea money. Don't look for that $2. After saying that, he got up to leave, passing by the cash register, his eyes unconsciously looking at it a couple more times. This milk tea store. I made a note. Before he returned to the branch, Lin Sudong called and said he had found someone. Just that assistant. You have opened your own new company. Efficiency is not the same. That year to find a job for me. Do not see you so fast. How can you satisfy your clients if you don't have the right service? Come over later and remember to pay the agency fee. A month's salary. Half for you and half for him. Li Lingfeng. You're doing business with a brother? Hang up the phone. Li Lingfeng is worried about how to go over it. The car took to repair. Called the drop slightly expensive. Thinking about it, I eventually got on a bus. Wearing a Patagonia hand, driving a Land Rover with a super wildbody and a short skirt girlfriend in the passenger seat. And then a smooth hand on those white legs at the red light. This life. TM's Li Lingfeng looked down from the No. 8 bus. It was hard to swing by Lin Sudong's new company. And when I entered, I saw a man in his 40s sitting on the sidelines. I guess it's another uncle who came over to work in the factory. Li Lingfeng came to Lin Sudong and knocked on the table. Where's the person you found for me? Nah. Lin Sudong looked up at that uncle. Li Lingfeng looked over with a face of disbelief, and said with a frown on his face, Are you misunderstanding my words in some way? Lin Sudong was puzzled. Didn't you say to find someone who knows how to use a computer? A man will do? So uncle knows how to use a computer? 80 words per minute. Absolutely qualified. Lin Sudong returned. Li Lingfeng sucked in a breath of air. Nima really low-end enterprises can only provide low-end services. But right now there was an urgent need for someone to record information. So Li Lingfeng came to the man with a stiff upper lip. Uncle, what's your name? Fang Jimian. The man extended his hand. Li Lingfeng shook hands with him. Do you mind if I call you Uncle Fang? Don't mind. I'd like you to call me Fang if you can. It seems less old-fashioned. Li Lingfeng nodded. Can you show me some of your resume? Fang opened his briefcase and took his resume out and handed it to Li Lingfeng with both hands. Li Lingfeng also received it with both hands and looked down with curiosity. Fong Jinian's temperament doesn't look like a factory worker. It's a shock not to see that he was a college student 20 years ago. Although I didn't want to recruit Zero Ling Admiral Ding Daorong, I didn't think about Wulong either. Chapter 056, Need a reason? You know, the gold content of college students 20 years ago is not something that can be compared to the crappy streets of today. At that time, many of them were still assigned jobs, and they are basically the mainstay of society. So how could they be reduced to looking for a job? Li Lingfeng then went on to read. This Fong Jinian graduated from the university, but also entered the civil service system. Surprised to look up at Fong Jinian. This to do it by heart. Good are able to mix a division level above it. No matter what, it's also a deputy section level. So even if you stay in the section for the rest of your life, it's still better than coming out to look for a job now. Li Lingfeng for Fong Jinian feel pity. So a good life froze to go waste. So he patted his shoulder and consoled him. Don't regret your former self. At that time he, standing alone at the intersection, was also confused. Fong Jinian nodded inside. Yes, with my mind and experience at that time, if I were to choose again I would be like this. Okay, you this person I want to set. In the future follow me, although I cannot guarantee that you are rich and famous, but at least will not let you starve. Li Lingfeng cheered it up and then asked, by the way, where did you go after you got out of the civil service system? Come out to the sea to do business. Fong Jinian replied with a smile. Winning and losing is a common thing. Han Gaozu Lubang only started his business when he was more than 40 years old. There are plenty of opportunities. Don't be discouraged. Fong Jinian yo-yoed her head. No, I'm quite successful in business and made $100 million. Li Lingfeng raised his head. His hand holding the resume stopped in midair, and looked at Fong Jinian. Uncertainly, he asked, are you losing money back here? Why else would you be out looking for a job? Fong Jinian a relaxed face. No, in the 08 bull market that will. I invested in stocks high out of the money. Will be 100 million funds rolled over to more than 300 million. No. Li Lingfeng's eyebrows twisted into a rope. Our temple is small. Why don't you find another place? Aren't you recruiting? Fong Jinian asked with a puzzled expression. It's recruiting, but I can't afford you either. Li Lingfeng returned helplessly. Fong Jinian nodded. How much did you originally plan to drive a month? Li Lingfeng, 5,000. Would you look at that? In this case, I don't want to be paid every month. Is it okay if this job is given to me? Fong Jinian offered. Lin Odong, who was busy in the back, looked over. Did I just hear something wrong? No, you have this family money. Can't you live well? Go out more if you have nothing to do. Li Lingfeng advised. I have. Having traveled to all 233 countries and territories around the world over the years. Li Lingfeng. So you're as close to outer space as you've ever been? Now just wait for Musk's Mars immigration program to succeed. I hope I can visit that Mars in my lifetime. Fong Jinian said. Li Lingfeng was actually speechless for a moment. Why did you choose my site for so many jobs? I don't know. Maybe it's more compatible with your magnetic field. It's just comfortable to look at you. Besides, do you need a reason to do something? Yeah, need a reason? Need? In the end, Li Lingfeng still accepted Fong Jinian. After all, a laborer who doesn't want money. TM where to find? Leading Fong Jinian out of Lin Sudong's agency. Lin Sudong looked up and shouted. You haven't paid the agency fee yet? Brother Fong said he doesn't want a salary, which means he doesn't have to pay your agency fee. Li Lingfeng walked out the door without looking back. Lin Sudong? After reacting, he was busy chasing after them. I can do it here without wages. I just happen to be short of people. The two ignored it and walked a distance. Li Lingfeng turned back. My car broke down. I'll have to take public transportation later. Fong Jinian, no need. I have a car. Li Lingfeng lowered his head and smiled. How can that be a good idea? Not to use the salary but also you to pay the fuel cost. Where is your car? For someone with this kind of family background, the car is either a Maybach or a Ferrari, right? Haven't been in a luxury car yet. Thinking about it was exciting. Li Lingfeng couldn't wait to look at Fong Jinian. It's right over there. Fong Jinian pressed the car key, and the tail lights of the Fido boy not far away flashed twice. Li Lingfeng looked over. Or the kind that was older. The vehicle was traveling at a speed of 60, and Li Lingfeng looked at the interior of the car that was about to lose its paint. Are you trying to ask if I'm so rich that I still drive this car? Fong Jinian laughed. Li Lingfeng, I don't want to. No, you want to. Then if you don't mind, you can tell me about it. Li Lingfeng said. Who says that being rich means you have to drive a luxury car? Is there an inevitable connection? Fong Jinian asked rhetorically. Lingfeng Li, I told you I didn't want to ask. Where are we going now? Fong Jinian asked. Li Lingfeng took out his cell phone and opened the navigation to search for an address. Let's go here. Fong Jinyan looked at it. I'm familiar with this place. You turn off the navigation. It's not useful. Li Lingfeng retrieved his own cell phone. Can we hurry up? This road has no speed limit of 60. Fong Jinyan smiled unhurriedly. Life is but 100 years in a hurry. Why do you step on the gas so fast? Come on. You can drive however you want. You will eventually get to your destination anyway. Li Lingfeng simply leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. More than half an hour later, Li Lingfeng opened his eyes. At this time the car had already driven into an alley inside. Are we getting there? Li Lingfeng asked with a yawn. I'm not sure exactly. I've been around here a couple times now and haven't gotten out. Why don't you turn on the navigation again and take a look? So Li Lingfeng took out his cell phone and navigated the address he had entered earlier. Nima's blood pressure barely came up. 17 kilometers before I left. 38 kilometers after more than half a minute. Fong Jinyan glanced at it. It's yawed a little bit. It's fine, I'll correct it here. You put your cell phone on it. Luckily, life is 100 years long, or else you wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of consumption. The road was a little farther, but eventually arrived at the destination. Li Lingfeng contacted the loan customers to collect information to do due diligence. Manager Li, hello, been waiting for you for a long time. Oncoming a young man in his early 30s waved and greeted. Is a few days ago Huang Tianza pulled the dozen or so self-build housing loan customers in one. Hello, Mr. Li Lingfeng politely returned. Are all those loan application documents ready? It's ready, just waiting for you to come over. Mr. He said. Sit inside. On the first floor he opened his own convenience store. Mr. He brewed a pot of tea to entertain and then went inside to bring a bunch of information. It's all here. You guys see. Li Lingfeng picked it up and roughly flipped through it. There's a lot of information, so I'll have to go back and scrutinize it, especially the rent accounts and receipts, which are a thick pile. Mind showing me? Fong Jinyan asked. Li Lingfeng smiled. How can it be inconvenient? Later to go back, but also want you to slowly nucleate it little by little. Fong Jinyan took it over and flipped through the pages. His fingers clicked a few times like a fortune teller, and frowned. You're not getting the data right. Cross-validation doesn't work. Yes, Mr. Ho brought it over and looked at it. Oh, these 2 pages of rent receipts are from my brother's set. Clipped in. Li Lingfeng twisted his head and looked at Fong Jinyan with wide eyes. Chapter 057. No one got off the bus. After collecting the information of 3 self-build home loan customers in a row, Li Lingfeng saw that the time was almost up. It's time to get off work, and a minute longer is disrespectful to the paycheck. In the car, Li Lingfeng, who had fastened his seatbelt, turned his head to look at Fong Jinyan. Do you need to navigate back to the branch? Fong Jinyan pondered for a moment. Theoretically speaking, it is not necessary. What about practically? Li Lingfeng asked. Fong Jinyan contemplated for a moment longer. Well, you might as well navigate then. Li Lingfeng immediately opened his cell phone navigation, not wanting to delay a moment more, lest Fong Jinyan regret it. Ben wanted to find a conspicuous place to put it. You do not have a cell phone holder in this car, how inconvenient. Some other day I will send you a. Fong Jinyan shook his head and busily refused. No, I don't need anything extra. Li Lingfeng looked up at the Hello Kitty hanging below the rearview mirror. When we get back to the branch later, you can go back first. I'll take the information back to the branch. Li Lingfeng said. No, I'd like to stay at the branch and organize the information. Li Lingfeng once again looked at Fong Jinyan. Who doesn't need to be paid for his labor and still fights so hard? Don't you have a home? Don't you have to go back to your wife and children? Fong Jinyan still maintained his calm 60 speed. Didn't you see that I wrote unmarried on my resume? So undisciplined? Li Lingfeng frowned. All this age, but still learn from others. Wave. Not married and have children. What will you do in the future when you are old? Live in a nursing home when you're old. Fong Jinyan answered with exceptional ease. Living in a nursing home? When other people's children come to visit and you don't. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Fong Jinyan's head tilted slightly to one side. This should be me laughing at them. Having children and still living in a nursing home. Li Lingfeng lowered his head to think about it. It seems to be so a little bit reasonable. People always have to be trapped by one thing, either a woman or a house, or else stocks. Fong Jinyan shook his head and glanced at Li Lingfeng with a look of disdain, as if the king's contempt. It was a long time before he spoke. Marriage is a bond between 2 people. Is rationality telling me that one person is bad? Your life, you make the decision. Love it. Li Lingfeng is lazy to compete. Returning to the branch, parked that Fido boy in the parking space in front of the door. Li Lingfeng led Fong Jinyan into the branch. He bumped into Luo Xing, who happened to be off duty, and looked at the two. Who is this? The assistant I recruited. I did mention it to you last time. Li Lingfeng explained. Fang Jimian. Oh, nodded Luo Xing with a few questions. Can't you find a younger one? Get an uncle back. I'm in a nursing home at my branch. On second thought, it seems that the bank does not have to spend money. Oh, after Luo Xing left, Fang Jimian's expression was a hint of gravity. Li Lingfeng, what's wrong? I see that Luo Xing's tang is black. I'm afraid it's not advisable to go out today. Fang Jimian returned. Li Lingfeng was very curious. You still have research on feng shui fortune telling? Fang Jimian shook his head. That thing is too esoteric. I judged it based on the essence Luo Xing displayed. Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes. Fang Jimian. You just blindly a few guesses. This seat is mine. You can sit here when you work overtime to straighten out the data. The computer doesn't have a password. It's just slow. Words just finished, only to hear the door of the branch bang sound. Luo line out of the car to check. The old Citroën Tail Pro on the guardrail. Exasperated, Luo Xing kicked the wheel. Sooner or later, I'll have to replace you. Li Lingfeng, who came to the door and watched all this, looked back at Fang Jimian, who was working overtime with his head buried inside. At this time the cell phone message sounded. It was from Han Shuiying. Open it. I'm not cooking tonight. Pack me a conch chowder, right? Li Lingfeng frowned at that thing. Can it be replaced with something else? No. I just want to eat conch chowder. Come on. You can satisfy me once. Okay, I'm going to pack it, but the word is out. You stand on the balcony and eat it. Li Lingfeng, you've gone too far. I just remembered. There are still clothes drying on the balcony. Why don't you squat inside the toilet? No, I'm going to eat with you. Ha, I can't do it. Li Lingfeng returned with a bitter face. Be obedient. Tonight sis will let you experience what it means for a king to never have a morning court. Li Lingfeng, after going inside and greeting Fang Jimian, Li Lingfeng prepared to leave work. Do you want to drive my car back? I can do without. Fang Jimian looked up and reminded. No, I always feel like your Hello Kitty is laughing at me. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng took the bus to South 2nd Road, where a conch lion powder is super authentic. Old cousin, pack me a conch lion noodle. Before entering the store, Li Lingfeng twisted the tissue paper into strips to stuff his nose. Haven't seen you in a while, pretty boy, the old cousin greeted. By the way, my cousin asked when you're free. When I have time, I work all day long to earn a living. Like a dog. The old cousin smiled. Gripe. Who in our miles around doesn't know your Li Lingfeng's reputation? My cousin said that she saved enough money. Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up, but thinking about that 150 height with 160 weight, he chose to live decently. Packed up the spiral lion powder. Li Lingfeng passed a convenience store, so he went in to buy 2 bottles of chilled old Qingdao. In front of the store, the clamor caught Li Lingfeng's attention. It was a few huddled laborers, struggling to slap cards together, and the CBA League was playing on the television overhead. A glass of hookah and a deck of cards. That's the cheapest binge for the underclass. Li Lingfeng smiled. Boss, get me 2 packs of salted and dried peanuts for them. Count them all together as mine. If I'm on the street one day, remember to give me a cigarette. Stranger. Hey, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Han Shuiying curiously prodded on the phone. I'm still on the bus. I've taken a wrong stop, and the driver is driving old and slow. Han Shuiying frowned. Sitting through the station you will not get off in time to transfer. The old lady's stomach is almost hungry. Then why don't you hurry up and get off the train and change? Han Shuiying reminded. I can't. Why? There's an older woman in the car who's on the phone with whoever is directing the scene to catch a rape. And it's not just me. The whole car hasn't gotten off yet. What business is it of yours if people catch adultery? So gossipy. This is not a big group of people to discuss to give out the opinion. First of all, is to the wonderful part, go back to tell you again. As soon as Han Shuiying got up, she excitedly said, don't hang up. Where are you guys? I'll go over there too. After hanging up the phone, I heard the crowd saying, block the door. Hurry up and block the door first. Li Lingfeng fought to set aside the crowd. I have experience in this matter. Let me do it. Chapter 058, isn't it mysterious? All the way to the bus terminal. The crowd has been reluctant to get off the bus, scattered away. Li Lingfeng looked up and looked around. This ing is in which corner of the nook and cranny of the remote place. Even a street lamp did not have. After a short walk, there are basically self-built buildings with few properties. The dimly lit streets were illuminated by the faint light bulbs in front of each self-built house. Come in and play, pretty boy. Li Lingfeng raised his head and looked with a very critical gaze at the heavily made-up big sister in her 40s who was following him. When a man stands between heaven and earth, he should cultivate the righteousness of heaven and earth, and do bright and upright things. Can I do such a degrading thing? Turning her head, a tall, fair-skinned woman in her early 20s came into view, especially those blue eyes, as if they hid a mystery for people to explore. How much does it cost for one night? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but ask. Guliang, how much does it cost a night? The woman looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise, and only after a long time did she come to her senses. Old lady TM is not for sale. At that moment, a man with 8-pack abs stepped out behind him, his gaze looking towards Li Lingfeng. Vaguely feel wrong Li Lingfeng. The first time to turn around and run. This situation does not run waiting to talk to someone about ideals. The man behind him reacted by grabbing a nearby stick in his hand and chasing after him. Good thing that this thing Li Lingfeng also has experience, and in the past ran a lot. There are still 2 efforts. Seeing that the man couldn't catch up with him, Li Lingfeng looked back. Hey, you can't catch up with me. Ha ha. Turning around and throwing his hands, the bag of packaged conch fritters fell to the ground through a hole. Stunned, he looked at the spilled half bowl of conch lion powder, then looked up at the man chasing after him and remembered Han Shuiying. Li Lingfeng eventually risked his life to snatch back the remaining half bowl of conch lion powder. It wasn't until he ran a safe distance away that Li Lingfeng called for a car to go back to his place. TM charged $87 for the ride, dozens of times the cost of that $2 bus fare. Residence. In the end, did that big sister succeed in catching the adulterer? Han Shuiying, who was eating the conch lion powder, prodded the question. Li Lingfeng, whose 2 nostrils were stuffed with strips of tissue paper, looked at Han Shuiying smugly. Of course catching the adulterer was successful. When we people in this car ate for nothing Humph. I told you not to hang up. I'm going over there too. And you're still hanging up. Han Shuiying said angrily. How do you make it in time for that kind of emergency? Li Lingfeng explained. That too. Han Shuiying nodded and turned her head to continue eating the conch lion noodles. Why does it feel like this conch lion noodles are a bit scarce today? Li Lingfeng looked sheepishly. Really? Maybe the boss cut corners? And this packing box too. How it deflated one side of the bottom, as if it had been dropped. Is that so? Then next time I'll never pack at his store again. It's not like that's necessary. After eating so many, it's his store that feels the most authentic. Han Shuiying, who had finished eating, hurriedly packed up. By the way, I had a dream last night that felt so mysterious. Han Shuiying got up and took the conch lion powder away. Yeah, where is the mystery? Tell me. Li Lingfeng vigorously fanned the surrounding air to make the smell emit faster. Han Shuiying, who came back from rinsing her mouth. I can't tell you what that feels like. Li Lingfeng nodded. Can understand. Understand? Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng curiously. You've had such dreams too. Ha? Yeah, it's really quite mysterious. Li Lingfeng said back. Han Shuiying, who had become interested, sat in Li Lingfeng's arms and looked at him. Then tell me about it. Li Lingfeng fought back. Just that time in college, I dreamed of a child. Han Shuiying couldn't help but tremble in her heart when she heard the word child. Then she lowered her head with a red face. Is this a reminder to give him a monkey? The kid kept saying to me, Dad, help me, and then what? I wondered how to save it. And he said, if someone borrows money from you, you should never borrow it. Did someone really borrow money from you? Han Shuiying's eyes widened. Li Lingfeng nodded. The next day, one of my brothers called me and said that he borrowed $2,000 from me to give his girlfriend an abortion. You say, isn't this amazing? After saying that, Li Lingfeng looked down at Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying was still reeling. So whose baby is this anyway? Li Lingfeng, rushing to get up. Oops, I seem to have grown this beard a bit. I forgot to shave this morning. Wait, Han Shuiying shouted, thinking that she was going to continue to delve deeper. Who knew that she then sheepishly said, I'm going to shave too. Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying, his gaze unconsciously shifting downward. I'll get the razor. Good times always pass easily. Which reminded Li Lingfeng of what his former language teacher had taught him. Time flies like an arrow. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng came to the branch and came in to see Fong Jinyan sitting in his seat. Walking over to me, he asked, how did you do on yesterday's information? Done. This morning I gave check again. You see under there is right? After saying this, Fong Jinyan took the information to Li Lingfeng. Surprised Li Lingfeng received the information. Could not help but wonder. 3 loan information you did it in one night. And still a novice? Turned over to take a closer look. Neat and tidy. Li Lingfeng brow a wrinkle. To know that on the Huang Tianza that their own are engaged in a few days. It doesn't seem unreasonable that people can make hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, so I'll teach you to record the loan system today. And then I'll record all of this later to run the batch. As he spoke, Luo Xing also walked in. Yes, that's right. Help me see which model is better. Economical and affordable. Li Lingfeng perked up his ears and listened. This Luo Xing is ready to change his car. Thinking of Co Halu. Isn't this business? So Li Lingfeng said to Brother Sin behind him. Brother Sin, Teach Brother Fong to record the loan system. I have something to find Luo Xing. As a veteran bull of the branch, Sam naturally couldn't be happier. Luo Xing had just entered the office with his front foot, and Li Lingfeng followed him in with his back foot, turning around and almost not scaring Luo Xing to death. And what do you boys want with me? Next time can you knock first? Li Lingfeng came to the sofa and started to make tea. I heard you're getting ready to change your car. Ha! Luo Xing put down his briefcase and came to sit in the seat next to Li Lingfeng. Yes, it's time for my old buddy to retire. Li Lingfeng made a pot of tea at fire speed and poured a cup for Luo Xing. It just so happens that I have a friend who sells cars. I can introduce you to them. Luo Xing picked up his teacup and became interested. Yo, is that so? So you should be able to give a lot of discounts, right? That's natural. Just my car. Give cheap tens of thousands of dollars. Luo Xing's face is shocked. Go, take a look then? The two of them shot the finalization and went out the door. On the way out Luo Xing asked, what brand of car does your friend sell? Mercedes. It definitely fits your status. Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Luo Xing's mouth was so natural. Chapter 059, First Love's Acquaintance. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Hearing that Li Lingfeng is going to bring a potential customer over, Su Xiaolu was a little surprised and greeted him at the door early. When she saw the two men coming down from that old Citroën, Su Xiaolu couldn't help but frown, sure this was coming over to buy a Mercedes. If it wasn't for the name of a bank president, Su Xiaolu wouldn't even bother to look at this greasy man with a straight face. Luo Xing's performance is also really obscene. From the meeting to the showroom, his eyes have not moved away from Su Xiaolu. In the A-class car exhibition area, Luo Xing strolled over and over again, looking closely at the configuration of each model. The most important thing is the price. Look at will turn around and ask Su Xiaolu a sentence. Do you price discount? Discount how much? After answering more, Su Xiaolu chose to remain silent. So Luo Xing turned to Li Lingfeng and asked, what do you think of this Class A? I feel it's quite affordable. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but laugh. Luo Xing, do you want to have an inferiority complex while owning a Mercedes? If you drive this car on the road, the Camry won't even let you. Luo Xing looked down and thought for a moment. It seemed to make so much sense. Why don't we take a look at the C-Class? Li Lingfeng frowned. An employee of mine is driving an E-Class. Is your line manager worse than me? The provoked Luo Xing was just about to say that he would then go to the E-Class car to see, and on second thought, immediately woke up the water. Look at Li Lingfeng with a very defensive gaze. Well, you kid is afraid that you are here to sell cars for your friends, right? Sure enough, fortresses are breached from within. U-250. Li Lingfeng looked at Luo Xing's witty little eyes, so adding more fuel to the fire. You know, Tan Bank of the South Side branch just traded in a 7 Series 2 days ago. Luo Xing cackled after hearing this. Remembering his title as a 10,000-year-old dick, his eyes showed a fierce light. Since ancient times, losing is not losing. His mother's performance can't beat you. The number of second wives can't beat you. Does the car still have to lose to you? Next to her, Su Xiaolu, who would get the idea, immediately added in. Yes, a successful person like you with such a temperament and poise should be matched with a better one. Luo Xing took a look around and said with a furious haircut of bravado, let's go. Let's go to the S-Class car exhibition area and take a look. Ended up settling on a black S400 that landed in the early $900,000 range. Luo Xing looked at the quotation and looked up to Su Xiaolu. Can you give a discounted price this time? Su Xiaolu revealed a smile that was very intoxicating. Of course, I'll go in and fight with the manager. Wait a moment. So she turned and went into the inner office, took a sip of water and touched up her makeup on the way, and walked out when it was about time. My manager said he could give up to 95% off, which is tens of thousands of dollars cheaper. Luo Xing's eyes narrowed into a line. No way. I'm buying you a $900,000 car only to give me this much of a discount? Su Xiaolu smiled. Of course it's more than that. We're additionally giving you another month's Black Diamond membership to Violet Spa. Finished. Taking a slight step forward. You can go anytime. With excited hearts and trembling hands, Rocky Rowe paid 70% in one fell swoop, leaving 30% for the mortgage. It was only then that Li Lingfeng was surprised to find that Luo Xing, the old fox, was so rich. During the period of waiting for Luo Xing to do the formalities, Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at a woman outside the door and asked, is that your coworker? He's been on the phone since he came in. Su Xiaolu followed and looked. It's not last night went out with friends to drink tea. The bottoms disappeared, and was explaining it to her boyfriend. Li Lingfeng, by the way, did me a big favor? I'll buy you dinner later. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Xiaolu. Will you lose your bottoms after eating? Are you serious? I'm serious with you. Su Xiaolu whitened her eyes at Li Lingfeng. No, I have to go to a loan client later to collect information for a survey. Su Xiaolu looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. This is not like your style. Sure not to go. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Really not going. Alright then. A waste of 2 vouchers from my Violet Spa. Su Xiaolu sighed. That, I've recruited a new assistant. He'll just go. Su Xiaolu lowered her head and smiled. Alright, you sit in the waiting area for a while. I'll come over to you after I'm done. You still haven't told me what the Violet Spa is for, have you? You'll know when you go. A man's paradise. Su Xiaolu waved her hand and didn't turn around. Returning to the branch after a comfortable afternoon, the hard-working and capable Fong Jimian had already finished the due diligence of 2 nearby loan customers, gathered and organized the loan approval information and recorded it in the loan system as well. Li Lingfeng patted Fong Jimian's shoulder. Okay brother Fong, let's go. Take you out for a drink and a treat. Fong Jimian looked up at Li Lingfeng and shook his head. I only drink the source of life. Li Lingfeng was very curious. That's cold white wine. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Then you might as well just drink fresh water. More of a life source. Science tells us that fresh water contains a number of microorganisms, some of which are harmful to the human body and should not be consumed directly. Fong Jinian explained to Li Lingfeng in a serious manner. So stop. You know how villains usually die? Fong Jinian pondered for a moment. It's because of doing something that violates moral justice. Wrong. Villains die from talking too much. Eventually, the two arrived at the boba drink store and looked down at the owner's wife, who was not seeing her toes. Feeling anything? Fong Jinian couldn't make sense of it. I have a feeling that a gust of wind just blew by. Li Lingfeng looked back at the innocent Fong Jinian. Okay, you sit here and wait for me. I'm going to sell milk tea. Came to the front desk and stared at the button that was about to burst. Give me 2 cups of QQ and a good Tabapoof tea. Yes sir. Do you have a membership to our store? The sweet Taipei tones interrupted Li Lingfeng's gaze, and he looked up at the boss's wife. No. Is there any use for membership? It's like this. Members get points for spending $1 to a point. Li Lingfeng nodded. Oh, are the points of any use then? Or can they be exchanged for anything? The owner's wife shook her head sweetly. No. Oh sir. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath. How can you say chutzpah in such a refreshing way? But you can buy me dinner when you fill 1,000 points. The boss's wife added. It's a loss any way you count it. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Do you know how I met my first love? The boss's wife became interested when she heard the topic. How do you know each other? That's a senior sister 2 years older. I confessed my love to her and she said you don't take the piss out of yourself. So what? You actually peed? Li Lingfeng nodded. I just took off my pants and she said she could try again. The boss's wife's eyes widened and her eyes unconsciously shifted downward. After 50 or so minutes, Li Lingfeng returned to his seat with 2 cups of milk tea. The boss's wife invited us to drink it. The boss's wife's heart is really kind. By the way, how did you guys go inside the store when you were just chatting? Fong Jimian asked curiously. Li Lingfeng choked at the sudden questioning. Helped the boss's wife to pass the drain. Fong Jimian, I know this job too. How do you say? Our perceptions are not in the same direction. Chapter 060, How can this be tolerated? In the next 2 days, Li Lingfeng and Fong Jimian finished exhausting the remaining self-billed home loan customers. The approvals were also quite smooth, with all 15 of the 16 loans approved except for one that had questionable qualifications and was not approved. The combined loans amounted to $32 million and made a name for themselves in the community. At Huang Tianzi's residence, the heavy environmental bag was placed in front of Li Lingfeng's heel. Manager Li, 320,000. Count it. Li Lingfeng picked up a small sip of the finest pu'er tea. How much is how much, Mr. Huang says. Is it hard to have no trust at all in this kind of establishment of a long-term relationship? Ha ha. Mr. Huang laughed with satisfaction. There's one more thing I want to give to Manager Li. Li Lingfeng's eyes moved slightly. Yo, is this preparing to send me some good tea and wine? Only to see Huang Tianzi take out a box-shaped thing, came to the front and lowered his voice. Top quality new goods. Absolutely beautiful. Li Lingfeng took a look. Almost did not vomit blood. Is not just a box of insurance clothing? Upon further inspection. No, it's an upgraded version of the Wolfsbane battlesuit. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and looked up at Huang Tianzi, and from his eyes, it was as if he had seen efficacy. No, Li Lingfeng eyebrow a wrinkle. You girl always send me these strange things do? That silicone simulated beauty from last time is still dusty in the cabinet. What's wrong? Is Manager Li not liking it? A puzzled Huang Tianzi asked. Li Lingfeng smiled. Mr. Huang, this recycling and wholesale of adult products, which one is your main business? Huang Tianzi sat down and refilled Li Lingfeng's tea. Which one makes money, which one is my main business? Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi and nodded. I like to be friends with people like you. You know what? Huang Tianzi looked at Li Lingfeng smugly. I put in half of the adult stores in RP district. I can't see it. Li Lingfeng smiled. No wonder he gave me all these. I'm afraid that it's not unsellable, right? Thinking of this, Li Lingfeng suspiciously looked at Huang Tianzi. It seemed to read Li Lingfeng's heart. Don't worry, Manager Li. What I give you is definitely the latest and greatest. Li Lingfeng nodded reassuringly. Okay, but I'm afraid I won't be able to use these for you. So I'll send my banker later. Huang Tianzi froze upon hearing this. You're forwarding this to your governor? Li Lingfeng nodded. Yeah, what's the problem? Huang Tianzi scratched his head. This way, I'll change it for you to go. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Didn't you say you'd give me the latest and greatest? Coming out of Huang Tianzi's residence, it was already getting late. Li Lingfeng, who was walking on the street, suddenly heard a shout behind him. Help! Chopper! Turning back, he saw a man running up at a 100-meter sprint. Frightened, Li Lingfeng busy also followed the run-up, afraid to run slowly that a knife on his body. As the two men drove side by side, the man turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. What are you running for? Can I not run if you're talking about chopping? I'm the one who got cut. Big guy. So don't get in my way. Yeah, so why am I running? Who knows? Get out of the way. If I'm really cut up, go to your house and lay board me. Li Lingfeng hurriedly gave way, and the man disappeared in a puff of smoke. Look at this stance. It should not be once or twice. The leg strength is too much. Li Lingfeng, who hadn't yet smoothed out his breath, then saw another man with a knife catching up. Did you see anyone running past? Li Lingfeng nodded. See, where did he go? The man in front of him asked in a huff. Ran off to the left. Li Lingfeng looked at the left fork in the road. Why play so big? He screwed your wife? He ed my old mom. The man glared. Just remembered that he ran straight through. Li Lingfeng hurriedly corrected. How can you stand this? He must be cut. Only until he also disappeared into thin air did Li Lingfeng pick up the phone to dial Luo Xing. That old fox is still waiting for himself. Place of appointment. Li Lingfeng, who had arrived late, carried the bag containing 100,000 in cash to Luo Xing. This one's for this round. Luo Xing tried his best to suppress a smile as he glanced at the bag of cash money and hurriedly put it under his feet for fear that someone would notice. Though there was only one clerk left here besides Li Lingfeng, who was still far away at the cash register. Not ordering something to drink? Li Lingfeng asked. No, lately my stomach digestion isn't very soothing, Luo Xing said as he touched his stomach. Alright, Li Lingfeng turned to the clerk and said, hello, please give me a cup of mango sago. I want one too. Luo Xing followed closely and called out as well. Li Lingfeng looked back. Luo Xing smiled. Sago helps with digestion. By the way, that Tan Xing you mentioned he didn't change the 7 series Li Lingfeng shook his head. Is that so? Maybe I remembered it wrong? Rockwalk. It doesn't matter if Tan Xing changes the 7 series or not. We can't lose our momentum. Li Lingfeng cheered. Luo Xing laughed bitterly. Bought it all. Can it not be? Getting up. I'll pack my portion of the sago. Seeing that Luo Xing was about to leave, Li Lingfeng was busy stopping him. Right, Luo Xing. There's something else for sister-in-law. Luo Xing held down his old glasses. You kid is to come to things. Laughed. So polite to do what? And eat and take. What Li Lingfeng sent the wolf-tooth battlesuit that Huang Tianzi had brought there. Go back and unwrap it. It's definitely a surprise. Luo Xing took the beautifully wrapped box and nodded. Okay. Tried the feel. This is not a gold bracelet or afraid of silver bracelets, right? Just tonight, the powerless Luo Xing received a hard slap from his wife. Things are often not what they seem. Hey, you're not back so late. Are you catching adultery in the car again? Han Shuiying asked over the phone. Nope. Fell asleep on the bus and the driver just told me to get up. So where are you now? Li Lingfeng looked at the dark surroundings and opened the navigation to look at the location. I seem to be in D City. Han Shuiying frowned. You idiot. You couldn't have taken M497 to the terminal, could you? Li Lingfeng was slightly surprised. How did you know? That's Cross-City Transit. Cross-City Transit. What about now? Li Lingfeng searched the navigation. This was more than 80 kilometers away from his residence. Take a taxi back. What else can I do? Han Shuiying said. Li Lingfeng frowned. But the fare is so expensive yet. Looked at it and it's almost $200. Han Shuiying. Li Lingfeng thought for a moment. I remember an ex-girlfriend who was also over here. And then? Han Shuiying on the other end of the phone whitened her eyes. Why don't I just go to her place and make do for one night and take the bus back tomorrow? That'll save me a fortune too. There was a pause. Do you think his husband would approve? Chapter 061, The Ultimate Upanishad. After getting a vehement refusal from the other party, Li Lingfeng had to spend a large sum of money to call a car back to his place. The money spent on just hailing a cab these past 2 days has far exceeded the money saved by taking the bus. So it's true what they say, poor people eat expensive rice. You're back. Upon hearing Li Lingfeng's door opening sound, Han Shuiying greeted him early. Staying home alone is really boring. Are you tired? Han Shuiying took the environmental bag in Li Lingfeng's hand. What's this? Li Lingfeng smiled. You won't know if you open it up and take a look. With skepticism and curiosity, Han Shuiying slowly opened the environmental bag, almost blinding her eyes. Shocked, he looked up at Li Lingfeng. Where did you get that much cash? Second bucket of gold earned from work, Li Lingfeng said smugly, taking off his shoes and changing into a large sandal. You're not afraid of being robbed when you come back from D-City with such a bag of cash? You're silly. What era is it now? There are security camera systems everywhere. Who still uses such primitive means? They all play with high technology. High tech? Han Shuiying asked with a puzzled expression. The stock market cut leaks. There is this good money? Li Lingfeng nodded. Han Shuiying nodded her head as if she understood, followed by a pang of melancholy on her face. You said you're getting better and better now. Will you leave me someday? Why did you leave you? Li Lingfeng looked sideways. Because I haven't progressed. I've been standing still, and when we get further apart, I won't be good enough for you. Li Lingfeng held Han Shuiying over in his heartache. You silly woman. All day long you even think of something. Have you eaten? Han Shuiying wiped her tears. Not yet. We'll eat together when you come back. Li Lingfeng looked up at the snacks scattered on the sofa and was speechless for a moment. No one to stand with me at dusk. No one to ask me if the porridge can be warmed. There are always too many regrets in the world. May all of you meet a good man. Why don't you go ahead and take a shower? I've put your clothes in the bathroom for you, and I'll go heat up dinner so you can eat when you come out. The pressurized stream of water sprayed out of the shower and drenched the upturned face. There was nothing more comfortable after a day's labor. Li Lingfeng sprayed water and then applied the shower gel to his body. By the way, does that stuff really rejuvenate the skin? There was a knock on the door in the shower. I forgot my cell phone in there. Help me get it out so it doesn't get wet. The door is unlocked. Come in and get it yourself. Li Lingfeng said to Han Shuiying outside the door. Han Shuiying stood at the door and hesitated for a moment. Could this go in and come out again? Taking a gamble. Han Shuiying said with a crossed heart. Hey, she really bet on it. The next door watching the news broadcast Moncler outlet online once again flooded with frowns. The war in Syria on TV are not as tense and violent as this. It was night, and then Han Shuiying, after a renewal, fell into a deep sleep. In front of the bed, Li Lingfeng carefully studied the book in his hand, the secret book of fierce men. Dipping his finger in his mouth, he flipped to the next page, and the title read, The Ultimate Oeuvre of the Fierce Man. Li Lingfeng's mouth turned into a circle in shock. This nigga didn't tell me earlier. If I had known I would have practiced this Ultimate Upanishad from the start. Li Lingfeng hurriedly lifted up his 12 points of spirit to read it carefully, fearing that he might miss a word by mistake. The so-called ultimate ayahuasca means to rise out of the lower body to the spiritual realm and capture the opponent at a glance. Li Lingfeng paused. This was the Uchiha family's sharpening wheel eye? Moving on to the first realm of the Ultimate Upanishad, the realm of the eye of the beholder. This is the most basic realm. As long as the growth is okay, can enter the eyes of the beauty of the power will be accomplished. This was no pressure on Li Lingfeng and was directly skipped over. The second realm of the Ultimate Upanishad, the realm of ecstasy. Imagine if Daniel Wu wrapped his arms around you and gave you a deep look. Wouldn't that be especially mesmerizing? Not knowing the West from the East. Yossi, this is the vertigo realm. Li Lingfeng nodded. At this moment their own charm. That is, the face value of the rightful heyday of Wu Yanzu have to avoid 3 points. So this realm skipped. So Li Lingfeng flipped to the third realm of Ultimate Upanishad, the soul regeneration realm. A single glance will hook the soul of the beauty. This is not bad. Li Lingfeng came to be interested. Although he thought that at this realm, he had already accomplished a small amount, he was still not hindered from further improvement and consolidation. So Li Lingfeng practiced according to the Gongfu phrases on it. 1 bell later, Li Lingfeng patted the sleeping Han Shuiying awake. Come on, look at my eyes. Do you feel like your soul has been hooked? Han Shuiying squinted. I see a pile of eye poop. Li Lingfeng. No, look at me seriously for a moment. Li Lingfeng said as he ruffled Han Shuiying's eyelids with his hand. Han Shuiying knocked off Li Lingfeng's hand and collapsed to continue slumbering. I forgot to tell you that tomorrow is my mom's birthday. I have to go back for dinner. Hurry up and go to sleep. When Li Lingfeng heard this, his entire body froze there for a long time. Can I not go? Han Shuiying sat up with a clang. You try? Just try it. Li Lingfeng said stiffly. I'd rather starve to death at home than go to your mom's. Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. In that case, I'll bring an executive professional outfit back. Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Deal. Han Shuiying gave a wink. Be obedient and rest early. You go to sleep. I'll read a little more. After Han Shuiying went to sleep again, Li Lingfeng concentrated even more on his research. Ultimate Upanishad 4th Realm, Soul Entry Realm. I understand this one. It's the kind of thing that makes you shiver when you look at it. Li Lingfeng was excited too, so it was sleepless all night. The next day Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng, who had 2 dark circles under his eyes, with a puzzled face. Is this from watching too many movies last night? Li Lingfeng yawned. With you around, do I still need to watch movies? You're not 100 times better than those women. That's true. Han Shuiying nodded. Hurry up and get up and brush your teeth and wash your face. We'll set off back after breakfast. Downstairs, the 2 men going out of the door meet the beautiful woman on the 3rd floor just in time. Li Lingfeng instantly got up in the spirit. This is not the role of last night's cultivation is now coming. So he gathered his whole body's strength and came to a ferocious confrontation. It was just that 0.1 seconds short of the time when anti-cleaning blocked the middle of the 2 and came eye to eye with Li Lingfeng. 3 seconds later, the entire cleaning ant, who was down with a cold shiver, froze there. This feels like 30 years ago. This pretty boy. Frightened, Li Lingfeng hurriedly pulled up Han Shuiying's hand and ran outside. What's wrong? Han Shuiying asked in disbelief. In a hurry? Aren't you always rushing me? But we came down? Why are you so nagging? Are you in charge of this family or am I? Li Lingfeng begged. Han Shuiying smiled. Of course it's your call. Then why don't you get in the car? Okay, hubby. Han Shuiying kissed Li Lingfeng. Watch your seatbelt. Can I untie it after the photo point? I can't eat with it on. Chapter 062, Sister Yao with a smile. Rushing back to Han Shuiying's home. The door is still open to greet Han Shuiying's father. Uncle Han. You've arrived. Quick, come in. Uncle Han greeted warmly. When Li Lingfeng came in, the whole person was completely dumbfounded. The inside of the living room was filled with 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. Li Lingfeng turned his head to look at Han Shuiying, his eyes asking, what's going on here? Han Shuiying eyes back, I do not know. Did not hand over beforehand? There is no way. Li Lingfeng had to greet one by one. A circle down, just that seniority title all forgotten. After scanning around the crowd, Li Lingfeng's gaze finally landed on Auntie Li, who was sitting next to Han Shuiying's mom and knocking on melon seeds. I vaguely remember that it seems to be the sister of the 2nd great aunt of Han Shuiying's aunt's cousin's family. From the looks of his face, he doesn't seem to be a good catch. Sure enough, only to see Auntie Li poo-poo the melon and pull the plug. Ing, this is your boyfriend? Han Shuiying nodded with a trembling heart. Yes, you guys see, let's just say that he's not as tall or handsome as the guy I introduced him to. After saying that, he proceeded to kowtow a melon. Li Lingfeng slightly frowned. I have compared myself to Daniel Wu, but there are even more handsome than Daniel Wu? I'm telling you, Ing, I'll introduce you to that guy or a graduate of a major 911 school. By the way, young man, what school did you graduate from? Han Shuiying's mom, who was sitting on the side, had long since turned iron blue at this point. Hearing Auntie Li's question, Li Lingfeng's brows tightened even more. 911? University? Is this a 985 split or a 211 cheating? Auntie, are you sure the guy you introduced is a college student and not a terrorist? Li Lingfeng's words just fell. The sight of the Han Shuiying immediately pfft a laugh out, hurriedly biting his lips. You see, the boy has never heard of this university. That's the gap. Auntie Li said with a sense of superiority. No, you don't have to step on me even if you're praising him, do you? This is what you forced me to do. So Li Lingfeng stared into his eyes, his irresistible gaze looking straight at Auntie Li. Auntie Li, who had fought with Li Lingfeng's eyes, instantly had a cold shiver, and the acidity issued a command from her brain to quickly flow throughout her body. The whole man just froze in place, his shrill speech coming to an abrupt halt. Everyone glanced at Auntie Li, and Han Shuiying's mom opened her voice and asked, what's going on here? Waking up. Auntie Li's face flushed for a moment. No, it's fine. Smiling to cover it up. Auntie Li then continued with the topic from earlier. Li Lingfeng didn't wait for her to open her mouth and gave another look. Sourness went straight down from the sky. You guys talk first, I'm going back to the house. And without waiting for the crowd to react, Auntie Li quickly got up and left, question marks hanging all over the faces of the crowd. As soon as he got home, he locked the door behind him and shouted as he took off his pants. Old man, old man. The crowd was instantly quieter with Auntie Li missing. At this time, Uncle Han said, you guys sit down for a while, I'll go cook, and we'll all have a meal together later. The fat auntie in the center who had gotten a little too fat looked at Uncle Han. Still cooking for yourself after all that hard work? Yeah, my husband took us down for my last birthday. Another auntie chimed in. Han Shuiying's mom sat there without speaking. Her face couldn't be more green. I guess this is not to mention how much I resent Uncle Han, hating him for being such a loser and incapable. Li Lingfeng, as far as possible to see in the eyes, took a deep breath. This TM can be relatives, enemies, right? So he opened his voice and said, yes, Uncle, don't go to all that trouble. Let's go out to eat. Uncle Han looked up at Li Lingfeng, who smiled. Just now when we came we saw a restaurant that's good. It's called Huaihua Restaurant. The eyes of the crowd swiped at Li Lingfeng. Huaihua Restaurant? I'm afraid you don't know. It's a 5-star hotel. Uncle Han also froze for a moment, and Li Lingfeng held his hand. Let's go there to eat. Just in time to issue a performance. Auntie Fatty looked curious and inquisitive. Performance was issued. How much? Not much. Just a little over 200,000. The crowd was silent. Nothing but dismay. Only after a long time did Han Shuiying's mom laugh. Then let's all go. This was the first time Li Lingfeng had seen Han Shuiying's mom smile. The banquet went on for a long time, with the crowd laughing and enjoying the delicious cuisine and service of the 5-star restaurant. On the occasion of leaving separately, Li Lingfeng also sealed a 1,000 yuan red envelope for each person. Since then the legend that Han Shuiying's boyfriend was a rich man had circulated in her circle of relatives. One wave was higher than the other, and it finally evolved into Li Lingfeng being a rich second generation. At night, Uncle Han simply made 4 dishes in one soup, and the 4 of them sat around the table. Li Lingfeng ate the home-cooked food on the table, which was more flavorful than any hotel delicacies. Here, eat more. Uncle Han gave Li Lingfeng a dish. Watching Li Lingfeng eat with great relish was very loving and fascinating to watch. Once upon a time, Uncle Han also wished to have such a son, so that the two of them could drink in their leisure time and share each other's views on life. After the meal, Han Shuiying went out shopping with Li Lingfeng wearing a neat administrative uniform. Uncle Han couldn't make sense of it. Is Ying going back to work overtime? Han Shuiying's mom blanked Uncle Han. The world of young people. You understand? The night scenery along the Yujiang River is beautiful, and the towering TV tower with its twinkling lights is the landmark of G City. On the cross-river bridge corridor, Han Shuiying snuggled into Li Lingfeng's arms and softly said, thank you. As Fang Jimian said, life is only 100 years. Go slower. Early the next morning, the two didn't rush back to S City, but went to Li Lingfeng's college alma mater. Since it happened to be a weekend, the teacher's building was just empty except for a few study halls. Li Lingfeng, who was still thinking that he could dabble in a class, had his plans fall through, so he took Han Shuiying for a stroll around the campus. Ling Feng, a clear voice interrupted the two laughing. Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying looked up, and before them was a tall and slender woman with straight, black hair. Senior Sister Yao. Li Lingfeng called out in surprise. Why are you here too? Sister Yao, who looked like she sure, leaned in and smiled. I'm going back to school to serve tenure as a counselor? Yao Shuijie nodded. Where have you been all these years? Nowhere to be found. You don't reply to messages. Han Shuiying, who was bursting with jealousy on the side, pulled on Li Lingfeng's clothes. Who is she? Academic Sister Yao, formerly my brother's girlfriend. Li Lingfeng introduced. Oh, just borrowing money to fight his girlfriend. Before Han Shuiying could finish her sentence, Li Lingfeng covered her mouth. Chapter 063, The Disappearing Official Announcement. After sidetracking Han Shuiying, school sister Yao smiled and asked, your girlfriend? Ha? Li Lingfeng nodded. Right. What about Hai? How has it been these past few years? Hearing the word Hai, school sister Yao froze slightly before her eyes went blank and she lost her flowery face slightly. It was a long time before he said slowly and heavily, he's sick. Seeing this look on senior sister Yao's face, Li Lingfeng had already foreseen a hint of misfortune. A hint of gloom filled the sky not far away, as if the two were in a mood at the moment. The breeze rustled the leaves on either side. A yellowed leaf falls with the wind, like the dying of life. I can't imagine that after only a few years apart, you and I are going to say goodbye forever. Li Lingfeng was not very good at comforting people. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to forcefully suppress the pain in his heart and said, look on the bright side. Everyone's destiny may be arranged by God in the heavens. Academic Sister Yao nodded approvingly, her eyes lowering slightly. The only thing left now is to look around for a doctor. Li Lingfeng nodded his head, thinking that perhaps he could also help find a good doctor. So he asked, by the way, what's wrong with him? Hi. Senior Yao looked up at Li Lingfeng and paused for a long time before she returned. Premature ejaculation. Li Lingfeng, surprised face. Flowers will bloom. Premature ejaculation. This. Do you have any good doctors over there? Academic Sister Yao asked sincerely. It was a matter of her sexual well-being. Li Lingfeng scratched his head. This is something I have no experience with. Okay, I'll go back and ask around for you to see if there are any specialized hospitals. Li Lingfeng had to answer and said, well, nodded schoolmate Yao. Where are you now? Over in S. City, over there after graduation. Oh, you're not in touch with me anymore. And you're not in touch with Hai either? I remember you two used to be very close? Li Lingfeng turned his head to the side. 2 years ago gave a loan of 500. Pulled black. School sister Yao was surprised for a moment, then embarrassed. I'll pay you back 500. Don't hurt your feelings over this. No, I borrowed his 500. Li Lingfeng explained. Yao Shuajie was even more puzzled. You borrowed 500 from him. Why did he pull the plug on you? Li Lingfeng touched his forehead. I pulled the plug. Sister Yao, why don't you tell Sister Me when you're in trouble? Afraid that I won't be able to help you? No. How bad is it to ask a girl for money? Though I haven't done it much myself. But in front of senior Sister Yao, one had to maintain such an ironclad persona. In the end, you just don't put me at ease. Academic Sister Yao returned sadly. Li Lingfeng looked at it. I would like to put you at ease, but I am afraid that he will not agree. You know what? As soon as I first saw you, when that side of your face caught my eye, I actually felt a little like crying. Facing the wet-eyed senior Sister Yao, Li Lingfeng stood there, letting the breeze pass by, sighing, go with the breeze. I'm moving forward. So our relationship is all about getting closer, walking in, and going all the way, right? Senior Yao looked at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng stepped forward and slowly embraced senior Sister Yao into his arms, glancing fondly at her. It seems to have crossed 1,000 years of time and space, from the opening of Panga to the Qin Emperor and the Han Emperor, and then to the founding of New China and the hosting of the Soccer World Cup. It wasn't until Yao Hokage's bout of spasms that the gaze that spanned 1,000 years came to an end. When someone from the past is leaving, even if they are not happy to leave, they have to smile and wave and say goodbye. Instead, academic Sister Yao looked down and came up with, are you free tonight? I'll wait for you at the Old Place Hotel. At this time, Hai is being introduced by an acquaintance of an old Chinese doctor, looking for folk remedies. When Li Lingfeng went back to find Han Shuiying, the other party was hiding as far away as possible. Li Lingfeng raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with you again? Break up. Let's break up. Which hand to split? Left or right? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. I'm serious with you. Han Shuiying was angry and couldn't get angry. No points. And bear with me if it doesn't fit. Han Shuiying glanced at Li Lingfeng. Oh, day by day less irrational. Don't make me slap you in front of Noah's happiness. Han Shuiying subconsciously touched her butt. Going forward and wrapping her arms around Li Lingfeng's hand, she asked, will you domestically abuse me in the future? I can learn if you like. Nasty. Han Shuiying's cheeks flushed scarlet as she leaned on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Are you still going back to your parents' house later? Li Lingfeng asked. Not going back. Are you? In that case, we'll go straight back to S City after dinner. Aha, take me where to eat? Han Shuiying asked with an expectant face. School cafeteria. After driving around, it was already after 8 p.m. when we got back to S City. Back at their place the two immediately lay down on the couch. Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone, clicked on the circle of friends, and almost choked on his own saliva. So powerful? Li Lingfeng got up violently in surprise. Seeing this, Han Shuiying followed suit and sat up. What's wrong? Sister Yun actually made an official announcement with Lu Hui. Sister Yun? Which Sister Yun? It's not your ex-girlfriend again, is it? Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes. That's a colleague from my branch. Sure enough. I told you that the two people after that afternoon were not simple. Li Lingfeng had a smug look on his face. It's human nature for a man to love a woman. Besides, they're both single. So what's wrong with that? Besides, Lu Hui is not bad. So Li Lingfeng clicked to take a closer look, only to find that Nima is directly the official announcement of the license. This, so bombastic? Li Lingfeng had a hard time accepting it for a moment, but when you see the way the two look at each other in the photo, this is the moment I believe in love again. Kudos. Must be. Li Lingfeng refreshed his circle of friends to see how many people replied to this powerful message. A page refresh and that official friend announcement was gone. Gone. Li Lingfeng searched up and down and froze. I looked up and thought, damn, this is blocking me from the friend zone. Later, Li Lingfeng realized that the same branch does not allow couples to both work there. But the photo was still screenshotted for someone who was interested. Han Shuiying, who couldn't read it, got up. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll cook afterward. Let's cook some noodles tonight? No need for you to work so hard. I'll order 2 takeouts up. Han Shuiying smiled. Yes, I want crayfish. Only after receiving Li Lingfeng's promise did Han Shuiying take a satisfying bath. 10 minutes later, Han Shuiying came out wrapped in her bathrobe. Has the takeout arrived yet? Li Lingfeng shook his head and turned down the book in his hand. Han Shuiying was very curious. Aren't you going to read that fierce man's secret book? The higher up that going method goes, the more practiced senses are needed, and currently it can't reach a more advanced level. Oh, said Han Shuiying, lowering her coiled hair. Come here and turn down the book for me. Han Shuiying stepped forward and lifted her robe. Chapter 064 Acting Vice President. Early in the morning, I held down the alarm, but I couldn't hide from the life-threatening urges of the Luoxing. Where are you, kid? Don't come over to work yet. Waiting for you to have a meeting together. Come on. Got it. Meeting a client outside. We'll be there later. Hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng looked at the time. Wasn't it just more than half an hour late? Pushing so hard? On the table was a soup noodle cooked by Han Shuiying, with a sunny side-up egg fried to 1/8% on top, and a bottle of milk on the side. Li Lingfeng then looked at the messy cup of water. This stupid woman is afraid that she cannot catch up with the time herself did not eat. A quick drink of water and I'm rushing off to work. Coming out of his house and driving down the road, Li Lingfeng turned the music to the appropriate volume. We are now past the heat of summer and gradually welcoming the crispness of fall. Li Lingfeng lowered the car window door slightly to feel the pleasant early fall wind. Looking up, I saw two men of about 50 walking ahead, one of them carrying a bamboo basket on his back. Upon closer inspection, I realized that there was a senile old man sitting in the bamboo basket. Li Lingfeng slightly frowned. What era is it now? It's not so bad that you can't afford to take a car, right? Otherwise, the $2A passenger bus is very convenient. Why do we have to work so hard for the elderly? So he stepped on the gas and drove forward. Big brother, where is this going? Give you a ride if it's on the way. This car is empty. The two men turned their heads and smiled at Li Lingfeng. The eldest brother at the head of the group spoke up. Thank you, brother. The old mother can't sit in the car. The boarder will be dizzy. She can only rely on people to carry her. Li Lingfeng then realized. I said, if you can, why not take the car? Where are you going? Li Lingfeng asked curiously once again. We're coming from Shiping, ready to go to the center hospital to see our old lady. Hearing Shiping, Li Lingfeng is a bit incredulous. That is more than 20 kilometers away from the central hospital. Just two brothers taking turns carrying in a bamboo basket and walking on two legs? So you guys came over early, right? The two nodded. We left this morning after 5 a.m. Afraid we wouldn't make it back in time. Not with you, brother. We have to hurry. The two men continued to walk forward at a grueling pace, but supported each other, the old man sitting quietly behind them. Li Lingfeng smiled and looked up at the sky. Lini's table of Chen emotion came to his mind. Without my grandmother, I would not be here today. Without my grandmother, I would not be here for the rest of my life. This moment of education is best illustrated in reality. Behind him, the horn blared furiously and the man poked his head out. You're horny. Are you leaving or not? Li Lingfeng left with a throttle. This kind of road rage crowd. Avoid the point of designation is correct. Arriving at the branch, he was met just as he entered by the Lohan who was making his rounds in the lobby. Here we are. So hurry up and have an impromptu meeting. Except for the tellers, who stayed open for normal business. The rest of the group was centralized in the conference room. Luoxing nodded the heads of the people and spoke after making sure they were all together. The main thing today is to announce an appointment. As soon as Luo Xinggong's words fell out of his mouth, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Who was going to be promoted? Everyone should probably know that our Lu Xing and Shiyun have officially announced that they have received their license. Congratulations to the two of them here first. Led by Luo Xing, the crowd applauded, some still unaware of the confusion. Many people's gazes had already looked at the two, and Liang Shiyun shyly lowered her head. After the blessed applause, Luo Xing continued. According to the bank's regulations, a husband and wife can't work in the same branch, so Bank Lu is transferring to the South City branch. The crowd did not show too much surprise at this result. Instead, I'm curious who will come over to replace Lu Xing. It has been decided by the deliberations of the leaders above that Li Lingfeng will temporarily act as the vice president of our branch. The crowd looked at Li Lingfeng. But think of the $273 million in deposits you've pulled back and the recent $32 million loan. It's true what they say, everything starts from a position of strength. This time, before Luo Xing could applaud, the crowd applauded and congratulated him first. Rockwalk. Immediately, he signaled the crowd to be quiet, and that wasn't even the end of the conversation. Originally, it was the leader in charge of our line who came down to announce the appointment, but he didn't come over because of a temporary meeting, so I passed it on behalf of him. The official document will be sent away today, and all of us should learn more from Bankly in the future to create another brilliant future for our branch. After saying that, Luo Xing clapped vigorously all by himself, and the crowd just looked at him. So what if TM's branch has a record performance? When it's time to share the pork, you won't even be able to drink the soup. Snap, snap. Luo Xing's applause gradually dimmed. Alright, let's adjourn. Lu Xing, you do a handover with Ling Feng. After the meeting was adjourned, Li Lingfeng came to his card seat. So what if the vice president is still the same sitting outside? Subconsciously, he looked up at Luo Xing's office. There's a chance. No need to rush. Feng Jimian in the position came faintly. Li Lingfeng looked back at Feng Jimian. I won't pay you a salary even if you become the governor. Feng Jimian also turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng and said with his lips, you collect the money. Li Lingfeng. A corner outside the branch's door is a dead blind spot where surveillance is identified. No. Who the hell did you hear that from? That's not something to make up. Feng Jimian, I just want to tell you that your kind of practice is very low end. Low end? Li Lingfeng asked curiously. You should set up an agency and all the business goes through that agency and then to you. Of course, that agency has nothing to do with you and no financial dealings whatsoever. Li Lingfeng's eyes lit up when he heard it. Really love you, old boy. This TM not only avoids a series of risks, but also additionally opens up more business. Ling Feng, why are you here? Was looking for you everywhere. Lu Xing walked over. I've got the information files and all that organized. Just waiting for you to hand it over. Li Lingfeng smiled and waved his hand at him, then handed over a cigarette. Lu Hui smiled. You know, I don't smoke. When to give you a send-off? Over the south side of the city. In the future go rich, do not forget each other. Lu Hui took it for the first time in his life, took the lighter and lit it for himself, and took a sharp drag. Ahem. Frowning, it's a little choking, but it's very topsy-turvy. Li Lingfeng patted Lu Hui's shoulder. Doesn't this smoke look like that woman? Ha ha. Feng Jimian was puzzled. Smoke is smoke. What does it have to do with women? Li Lingfeng looked at Feng Jimian. Remember what I asked you before? How do villains die? Death by talking too much. Feng Jimian was pretty sure he definitely got it right this time. Then know not to shut up and organize the information to go. Li Lingfeng said. After Feng Jimian left, Li Lingfeng extinguished his cigarette. Sister Yun is not bad. Cherish her. Lu Hui looked at the departing Li Lingfeng and froze. How do you know she's not bad? Chapter 065. Is there such an event? Back inside the branch, Feng Jimian, who was organizing the information, looked up at Li Lingfeng. Just Luo Bank is looking for you. Did it say anything? Li Lingfeng asked. No. Why don't you go find him yourself? Feng Jimian gave a suggestion. Li Lingfeng nodded and walked towards Luo Xing's office. Knocking on the door and entering, Luo Xing revealed an amiable smile. Quick, come in and sit. There was no rush to talk, and first he busily made a pot of tea. Looking at its stance, it can be described as a pot of tea for 1,000 years of domination, albeit a cheap green tea. Li Lingfeng looked under the tea table. Westlake Longjing, this tea is good. Oh, why don't we try this? Luo Xing. Before he could stop it, Li Lingfeng had picked it up and opened the can directly. Yo, still unopened new guy. Luo Xing's hand that wanted to stop it stopped in midair, the muscles in his face jumping. Seeing that there was no way to undo it, I had to painfully fake a smile. That's fine. Quickly, pour out that green tea and I'll make a fresh pot. Luo Xing looked at the green tea that had been brewed, then looked at the dragon well that had just been opened in Li Lingfeng's hand, and thought of an optimal solution. Don't pour it. I'll take this green tea. I like the flavor. Li Lingfeng looked at Luo Xing. What about me? This way, said Luo Xing, leaning down and pulling out a disposable paper cup and placing it in front of Li Lingfeng. You put in some Longjing. I'll pour boiling water for you. It's just bubbling out. We'll each drink our own. This way, you won't waste freshly brewed green tea, and you'll save on overconsumption of dragon wells. Li Lingfeng nodded. That's fine. So put close to a cup of tea in for myself. Luo Xing was dumbfounded on the spot and asked, are you drinking tea, or tea leaves? Li Lingfeng looked up and smiled. Oh, I like stronger tea. Longjing is too bland when you put in less. Rockwalk. No, you like strong tea? Green tea it's not strong enough? By the way, what are you looking for me for? After saying that, Li Lingfeng took the boiling kettle from Luo Xing and poured it for himself. Luo Xing held up his presbyopic glasses. Calling you here is mainly to congratulate you. Really young and talented. Make persistent efforts in the future. Sooner or later you can sit up in my position. Dare not. Li Lingfeng smiled politely. I'm so young, I still need more polishing and practicing. That's not the way to put it. Since ancient times heroes have been young. With your ability, I believe in you. Thank you for your compliments, Luo Xing. I'll have to look up to you for more support in the future. Good to say. Luo Xing nodded repeatedly. Right, there's something I have to remind you of. Well, the focus came. Congratulations, polite is false. Li Lingfeng pretended to raise the spirit. You say. You know, the whole market environment is not very prosperous right now. and the competition among the major banks is fierce. Especially the big four banks are squeezing the space very hard. So what? Li Lingfeng waited for Luo Xing to get to the point. Recently, I have heard that quite a number of joint stock small and medium-sized banks have begun to prepare to get involved in the piece of self-build housing loans, and even some village banks microbanks are also eager to give it a try. Speaking of which, Li Lingfeng had already guessed the purpose of Luo Xing calling himself here. Sure enough, Luo Xing's words changed. Your self-build home loan business must also be stepped up. We want to capture the market ahead of others. Li Lingfeng nodded. Enough to know that you buy Mercedes-Benz now lack of money in hand. Don't worry Luo Xing. It is our duty and obligation to develop business for our agricultural and commercial bank. Luo Xing nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's quite good that you have this realization. It's material to be a bank president in the future. Alright, then if there's nothing else for Luo Xing, I'll leave first to expand my business. No, nothing else? You go and get busy. Luo Xing laughed. Before leaving, Li Lingfeng picked up that paper cup and took a small sip. Well, it's a bit thick. Got up and dropped it in the trash by hand. Rockwalk. Coming out of the office, Li Lingfeng greeted Fong Jimian. I'm going out. When I exited the branch, I saw a dog peeing under the wheels from a distance. Li Lingfeng approached to take a look. Yo, new car oh. Taking a closer look. Hey, I'm afraid this isn't the Mercedes-Benz that Luo Xing just bought. Is it? You brought it back so quickly? No wonder this business is rushed too. Turning to Puppy Dog, he said, go on, call your brother over and pee some more. Lam Su Don's agency. Li Lingfeng parked his car on the side of the road. The checkered spots were full. He shouldn't get a parking ticket here, right? In front of the company's door. Li Lingfeng looked at the Tarzan stone that was scalded and filled with smoke holes, and could not help but frown, muttering, Lin Sudong how hated this agency is, designated as squeezing the workers too much. Pushed the door to go in. Very surprised. These days did not come over how to recruit the company's receptionist? Upon closer inspection, it was an aunt who was nearly 50 years old. Sure enough, a bargain for recruiting. You came over? Lin Sudong who saw Li Lingfeng enter hurriedly greeted. And no phone call in advance? What? Now that you're the boss, you have to make an appointment in advance to find you? Li Lingfeng walked over and said, it's not that time yet. That's why you called ahead so I could go grocery shopping. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong suspiciously. Fire in the company now? Lin Sudong nodded. It's not a good idea to eat takeout all day. Besides, it's more cost-effective to fire your own food. She's eating with you too? Li Lingfeng turned to look at the aunt. Auntie flashed a standard smile at Li Lingfeng. It looks like the kind of thing you'd get from a pheasant technical school. No, I don't pack meals here. Lin Sudong returned. Then how much salary do you offer? Li Lingfeng asked with interest. Lin Sudong came forward and whispered. 2,800. Fixed salary without commission. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath in surprise. 2,800 and not including meals. No wonder that Tarzan stone in front of the door gave so many smoking holes. Li Lingfeng took 2 seconds of silence for his aunt and went to the refrigerator in the corner and took out a bottle of iced tea. Opened it and took a swig, having not had a sip of water since the morning. The only Luo Xing that cup of dragon well is still brewed too strong. Then after drinking several mouthfuls in a row, Li Lingfeng looked at the cap of the bottle in his hand and his eyes instantly lit up. Excitedly, he said, jackpot, jackpot. Lin Odong, who heard the call, also rushed over, both eyes glaring. Li Lingfeng picked it up and took a closer look. First prize, rewarding a 35-year-old young woman. Li Lingfeng, who hadn't turned his brain around, turned back to Lin Sudong and asked, does iced tea still have this activity? Lin Odong, who was also stunned, shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Ha! So Li Lingfeng hurriedly picked up the iced tea drink and took a closer look. The tiger's body shook, and it was clearly written, Ice Red Tartan. Turning my head, where the hell did you get this? Lin Sudong, who didn't react, said in disbelief, chopping Yuzua, special promotions, super cheap, do you want one? Chapter 066, guaranteed not to copy the license plate. It was not too late to pick his throat. Li Lingfeng ran to the restroom at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. After coming out, Lin Sudong poured Li Lingfeng a cup of cool boiled water. As for that, it doesn't kill you. Li Lingfeng took the cool boiled water. Then why don't I see you drinking it? Just drank 3 bottles just yesterday. Lin Sudong calmly returned. Li Lingfeng, by the way, what did you come over to see me about today? Lin Sudong picked up the TV remote and turned the TV off. It's a waste of electricity to keep it on when no one's watching. Here's the thing. I'm also going to want to start a financial intermediary services company, and I'd like to hire you as the owner. Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Lin Sudong's wise little eyes looked down at Li Lingfeng with an expression that was nothing but caution. Li Lingfeng frowned. How many meanings do you have? Are you still afraid that I will sell you? You're really right. I'm really afraid that you'll sell me and I'll count the money for you. Li Lingfeng smiled. It won't be. With your intelligence, I can pick you? Lin Sudong turned his head and thought for a moment. That's true. You know, there are some things that are not very convenient for me to come out, so I need you to back me up. Li Lingfeng explained. Don't worry. I won't treat you badly. I'll give you 20% of the shares. Lin Sudong flashed a bright light in front of his eyes. He didn't have to do anything to get 20% of the shares. This is not a bad deal. Looking up, he said, I'm not going to be the legal representative of the company. Definitely not. How could you be asked to do such a pitiful thing? I'll hire another person. Lin Sudong looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Is it really that good? Li Lingfeng's eyes smiled. Really? The two men shook hands cordially and reached a consensus on strategic cooperation. Remember, find me a reliable person to come over. At the end Li Lingfeng reminded. What? That Fong Jinian you found last time is not reliable? Lin Sudong asked. Li Lingfeng nodded his head slightly. Dependable. A little too dependable. Lin Sudong glanced at the wall clock. It's almost lunchtime. Let's go. Let's eat. Li Lingfeng looked up at Lin Sudong. What are you eating? Lin Sudong smiled. A bowl of Longjiang pig's feet rice? Eat the romance of a man. Your treat? Li Lingfeng confirmed. My treat. My treat. How can I make you pay for it when it comes to me? Li Lingfeng nodded. Forget it. It's better for me to treat you. At least I came over to ask you to do something. It's okay. Lin Sudong revealed a satisfied smile. I know a snack street that's not bad. Li Lingfeng? Aren't we going to eat Longjiang pig's feet rice? Eat that every day for a change. Lin Sudong said. Then just now you said that you went to eat Longjiang pig's feet rice to eat out the romance of a man? Li Lingfeng asked rhetorically. Then now you don't say you please. Lin Sudong turned his head. Sister do. Later I'll call dinner back to you. No need to go back to eat. By the way, this watch the store. Okay, Mr. Lin. Sister do laughed, thinking that this Mr. Lin strange good, but also invited me to dinner. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong. Can you still have some face? Let's go. What are you waiting for? Lin Sudong touched his nose and pretended not to see. The snack street is not far from the company, and it's only about a 10-minute walk. Passing by the parking place, Li Lingfeng looked at it again and asked. This place shouldn't be cited, right? Lin Sudong followed and looked. No. What kind of license plate is copied from this nook and cranny? Are you sure? Li Lingfeng was skeptical. Don't worry. It won't be copied. I'll pack it if I copy the license. Lin Sudong said with conviction. With Lin Sudong's words, Li Lingfeng instantly dispelled his concerns. After all, he had been in the area for a long time and was more familiar with the situation. And besides, he had his packing slip. The two walked to the snack street, which was unusually busy as it was mealtime. Li Lingfeng looked at the eyes. Really should be the words, the city of long alleys. Gathered together is smoke and fire. Spread out on earth. Eyes sharpened on an unattended stall. The distinctive young owner was at that moment holding a holy book in his hands. It was a stark contrast to the stalls that followed it, with life on one side and ideals on the other. He's the only one. How can he not help out? So Li Lingfeng led Lin Sudong to this young boss's stall. Give us 2 octopus dumplings. The young boss looked up and panicked, hiding the book inside his bag. Yes, please wait. Taking advantage of the young boss's busy schedule, Li Lingfeng glanced at the books that were half exposed. Instantly on the head, straight through the years of cerebral thrombosis. The cover book title is written, Pan Jinlian War Simon Ching. Li Lingfeng looked at the young boss. On the way, Li Lingfeng was holding that freshly purchased octopus dumplings in his hand. Looking at the creamy, gooey salsa on top, strange images instantly flashed through this mind. Unable to help but frown, he handed it to Lin Odong. I'll give you this one as well. Lin Sudong, who was eating happily, looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Really? He hurriedly took it over, fearing that Li Lingfeng would regret it, and hurriedly ate one, the creamy white salad dressing staining the sides of his mouth. Ha! Li Lingfeng unconsciously pulled away a few steps. Returning from a full meal, Lin Sudong carried a packed box and the two of them went to the parking spot. Across the distance, a ticket clutched in the windshield wiper could be seen waving in the wind, as if beckoning to the two men. Li Lingfeng incredulously came to the front of the car, took out the note, and made sure that it was a parking ticket correctly, and the ticket was issued shortly after the two left. Li Lingfeng looked back at Lin Xiandong. Ugh, I suddenly remembered that there's still some urgent matters in the company, so I'll go back first. Lin Sudong turned around after saying that and accelerated his pace by a few moments. Come on, today's lunch was not as expensive as this ticket. Li Lingfeng sighed. Back to the branch. In addition to the counter business, Account managers are basically out to expand business. KPI assessment pressure tight. Do not complete the task indicators. Where to eat, especially those who sell financial services, credit cards, which is not every day as tired as a dog around to seek business. Is the information done? Li Lingfeng said to Fang Jimian, who was sitting in his seat with his eyes closed. That's a self-starter self-billed home loan client. Fang Jimian, who opened his eyes, looked up at Li Lingfeng nonchalantly. It's done. Just waiting for the back approval. Li Lingfeng nodded. Fang Jimian's efficiency and quality of this work could not be described. I want to go back. I'm slightly tired today. Fang Jimian said to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng smiled. I thought you were a saint. So capable. But it turns out that you can be tired too? A saint is also a human being. And as long as he is not separated from his mortal body, he will get tired. Okay, hurry back. If it's not enough, take another day off tomorrow. Li Lingfeng said. Fang Jimian gathered his things and got up, turning his head. Why don't you go sit at my place? Chapter 067, The Most Advanced AI System. Li Lingfeng was also curious as to what this Fang Jimian's accommodation should be like. So he answered, getting into the Fido Boy. The two of them drove down the road for nearly a bell before the vehicle pulled into the remote, unnamed mountains. Li Lingfeng cannot help but chrysanthemum tight. This girl would not live in the deep forest. Back to basics, right? Rounding a corner, a 2.5-story building came into view not far away. Only then did Li Lingfeng's hanging heart completely relax. Fortunately not living in a cave. Upon closer inspection, the 2.5-story building was fronted by the sea, with many flowers and greenery dotting the landscape. The building is slightly older, but more reflective of its age. At an overall glance, a strong literary flavor comes out, which is in line with the characteristics of Fang Jimian. Alright, this house of yours isn't bad. Li Lingfeng laughed. Fang Jimian drove seriously. Which building do you mean? That 2.5-story building in front. Ah, isn't it your house? Li Lingfeng curiously said back. Fang Jimian shook his head. That's not it. You're looking at it wrong. Li Lingfeng. Then where is your house? It really won't be a cave, right? Fang Jimian looked doubtful. Why do I live in a cave? Is that place comfortable? I'm not sure. Never lived there, but the bridge is fine. Cold in winter and cool in summer. You live there? Fang Jimian asked. It's been a while. No, you haven't told me where your home is? Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned back to the topic and said, did you see that villa halfway up the hill? Li Lingfeng listened to look up and looked over. Really halfway up the mountainside is located in a very luxurious villa. Looking at the scope, it's not a bad size, and it's a better location than the 2.5-story building. Li Lingfeng joked. You're not going to tell me you live there, are you? Fang Jimian nodded. That's right, that's my house. Li Lingfeng glared and turned his head to look at Fang Jimian. The vehicle traveled to the entrance of the villa halfway up the hill and the two men got out. Li Lingfeng glanced at the grand villa gate, a combination of modern art and technology, very much in line with Fang Jimian's style, and look at no less than 10 electronic cameras. This security system is not also lazy. Not bad. This. Li Lingfeng praised. Fang Jimian smiled faintly and explained. I'm using the most advanced AI intelligence security system here. Li Lingfeng naturally nodded without any doubt. Looking at that door lock was cool. This is iris recognition, right? Yes. Fang Jimian stepped forward to align the scanning port. After half a minute passed without a single response from the recognition system, Fang Jimian adjusted his stance, and there was still no response. Li Lingfeng. It's fine. Besides iris recognition, you can also use fingerprint recognition, Fang Jimian said. After saying that, Fang Jimian put his finger on the fingerprint identification interface. After half a minute, there was still no reaction. Fang Jimian tried 10 fingers in a row. Li Lingfeng waited for Fang Jimian to try his footprints, but the other party was slow to move. You shouldn't have recognized the wrong home, right? Li Lingfeng reminded. Fang Jimian looked grave. And only after a long time did he say, these days I'm researching and learning the programming language, and last night I got my hands on perfecting the programming in it, and it might be down. Li Lingfeng. It's fine. You can still open the door with a mechanical lock. Fang Jimian touched his pants pockets left and right. When he found none, he turned back to the car and searched for a while, poking his head out, left it in the branch. Li Lingfeng took a deep breath. Then we go back? Fang Jimian shook his head. No need. I also left myself a channel. Li Lingfeng in believe once more, followed Fang Jimian half-circle around the villa and came to the back door. It was a small door for one person only to enter and exit. Fang Jimian pulled the bolt and pushed the small door open. Li Lingfeng froze in place at that moment. Your door bolts don't seem to be locked, right? Also, where's your security system? Fang Jimian looked back at Li Lingfeng and smiled smugly. The most dangerous place is the safest. If you were a thief, would you come in through here? Li Lingfeng short-circuited his brain and asked himself, won't I? So will it? Entering. In front of him was a big wolf dog barking furiously on his face, scaring Li Lingfeng to take a step back. It was a relief to stand still and realize it was on a leash. No wonder. There is a last line of security. The two of them walked towards the villa, the big wolf dog behind them still barking furiously. Doesn't he recognize you as his master, and barks when he sees that he has you? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. This dog is inhuman. Why else would I keep it on a leash? Oh, Li Lingfeng nodded. Then thought of something. You can't play a security role tethered like this? Who says I wanted to play a security role? I have state-of-the-art AI. Li Lingfeng remembered the down recognition system. Then why are you feeding a wolf dog? Wasting food? No. Raise an army for 1,000 days. And at the critical moment, I close the door and let the dogs out. Fang Jimian returned blandly. Li Lingfeng stopped in his tracks. No wonder your bolt was mounted on the outside. Remarkable wisdom. What are you waiting there for? Go! Fang Jimian reminded. The two came to the front of the villa house, and the elegant decoration of modern art dazzled Li Lingfeng. It was only now that Li Lingfeng believed that this guy might really have a few $100 million. What? You wouldn't even forget your house key, right? Li Lingfeng asked as he looked at Fang Jimian who was standing there dumbfounded. No, wait a moment. Fang Jimian finished stretching out his arms and looked up at the main entrance. Face recognition successful. After the system prompt, the lights of the doors and windows on the first floor and up gradually and slowly opened in turn. If he didn't succeed again, Li Lingfeng would have reason to suspect that the two were trespassing. When he entered the hall of the house, he directly shook Li Lingfeng. The only thing you could see was that the lobby was a huge library with 3 floors of pickups and countless books displayed on wall-like shelves. In the center, there is a movable ladder for easy access to the books. Shouldn't this be the living room where the sofa was placed? The dismayed Li Lingfeng inwardly asked himself. It subverted his regular perception. Can you show me your ID card? Li Lingfeng said. Why are you looking at your ID? I suspect you're from the stars. There is also a small exhibition area on the inner side of the hall with aged antique ornaments. One of the sets of bright light armor stood out. Li Lingfeng went up and took a closer look. It was quite new, so he asked. This shouldn't be an unearthed artifact, right? I recovered it on my own and went through quite a bit of information. Fang Jimian returned. Li Lingfeng frowned. Are all rich people so idle? The tour goes all the way up to the roof of the building, where a large astronomical telescope is installed. A photograph of the moon taken was placed on the instrument table next to it, and the craters were clearly visible on it. You have quite a wide range of interests. Li Lingfeng laughed. Behind him, Fang Jimian brought up 2 glasses of wine, a fine tequila imported from Mexico. Try it. Li Lingfeng had just received his glass of wine when the phone rang. It was Lu Hui calling. Isn't the basic information all handed over? There are other things? With questions Li Lingfeng answered the phone. Ling Feng, Luo Xing has just been called in for an interview by our disciplinary inspection, and an internal employee has reported Luo Xing accepting gifts from customers by name. Chapter 068 Big Yao Xing's interview. Rushed back to the branch, after some understanding, only to learn that the former staff Zhang Chuchu reported. The reason is that Zhang Chuchu accompanied the food and drink with great difficulty to pull a large deposit, but the result in the distribution of bonuses to the Luo Bank took the big head. These bonuses are packaged and negotiated by the branch president for distribution and then reported to HR to finance for disbursement. Obviously, Luo Xing had robbed people of their cake, which was very much in line with Luo Xing's usual style. Zhang Chuchu did not leave his job before he was still holding back, which did not leave his job directly backhandedly reported to him. The good thing is that the nature of the matter is not very bad. Just photographed Luo Xing accepting gifts from customers. Just a few boxes of tea. This time Luo Xing is considered to be in the gutter, thinking that he can pinch a little girl, but did not want to meet a ruthless. Alright, I'll leave work first if there's nothing else. Shi Yun is still waiting. Lu Hui, who was at the side, opened his voice. Not far from the hall, Liang Shi Yun smiled at the two. When do you plan to set up the banquet? Li Lingfeng asked with a smile. Still picking a date. Don't worry, if you can't escape then, just get ready to go along for the ride. Ha ha. Okay, go with a 9,999 when you get there. Lu Hui instantly solidified his smile. No, why do you follow so much? Li Lingfeng was puzzled. Doesn't it mean the sky is the limit? Then you can follow 999 ah. Lu Hui looked at Li Lingfeng with a hint of skepticism. Did you and Shi Yun know each other before? Li Lingfeng swallowed his saliva. This male sensitivity is also so strong? Or is it that the deeper the love, the heavier the jealousy? Don't think too much. Hurry up. Sister Yun is still waiting for you outside. Lu Hui then remembered. Okay, then I'll get off work first. Come over to the Nanchang branch for tea sometime. The two left the branch holding hands and lovingly, happy as a young couple who had just fallen in love. Li Lingfeng didn't rush home, but sat in his seat and waited for a while. At least now he is also the acting vice president. As the second in command of this branch, a hand accident must not sit in the middle of the army. One by one, everyone left from work, and finally the hall manager Xiao Wu shouted towards Li Lingfeng, Li Xing, aren't you going home from work yet? You go back. I'll sit for a while. Li Lingfeng said back. Wu stood there in embarrassment, trying to speak and swallowing. Li Lingfeng looked up. Why? Is there a problem? No. If you don't leave, who's going to pull the gate and lock the door later? Do you have a key? Wu asked. The subtext is that you don't get in the way of me pulling the gate and locking the door after work. To sit outside to cool off. Li Lingfeng. So late and still not waiting to come back. Luo Xing. I am afraid that the situation is not optimistic. Li Lingfeng inwardly thought for a moment. On the way back to the car, Li Lingfeng received a notice to go to the office of the branch department Danielle line tomorrow morning. I can't help but frown. It's hard to believe that, brother, I'm going to be in danger? Or is that going to be pulled for a cautionary tale as well? Back at home. At this time Han Shuiying was doing yoga and saw Li Lingfeng, who came back. The rice is in the hot pot for you. Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying on the yoga mat, the strangulation marks of her yoga pants appearing and disappearing between her raised legs. Stop. Just hold that movement. Li Lingfeng came to the rescue. It was a long time before the words then popped out. That's fat. Han Shuiying, who thought she was instructing her movements, turned back and picked up the small pillow and threw it. You asshole. Li Lingfeng caught the pillow with a smile and placed the car keys on the liquor cabinet. I've also placed a change of clothes in the bathroom, so see if you want to eat or take a shower first. Han Shuiying reminded. The proctor added. Do I have to keep up the act? No need. Come in and give me a back rub. Take a bath first. After saying that, Li Lingfeng walked towards the bathroom room. Han Shuiying got up with a start. Good. I just happen to be sweating, so I'll take a shower too. Frosted glass lit up with a pair of car headlights. After dinner, sitting on the sofa, Li Lingfeng carefully studied the employee management regulations. Curious, Han Shuiying hooked her head to look at it. What's going on that you're reading the employee management regulations? Luo Xing has been interviewed by our disciplinary inspection, and tomorrow Dai Jiaoxing is looking for me to talk. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. How many days have you been doing this? And you just blew up? Crisis. Crisis. It's a crisis and an opportunity. Li Lingfeng said unhurriedly. Forget it. If you can't make it, just quit. Don't you still have Sister Me? I'll always be your solid support. Han Shuiying leaned over, her face pressed against Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Go watch your soap operas. Pussy whipped messing with my Dao. Li Lingfeng returned. Han Shuiying huffed as she sat upright. No. Li Lingfeng, how many times do you mean? Li Lingfeng turned his head and looked disdainfully. A swallow sparrow can know the will of a great swan. A vertical sun is not enough. Han Shuiying. No. Why are you picking my pants? Li Lingfeng looked down at Han Shuiying below him. I'll see how firm your Dao heart is. Han Shuiying finished with a smile. It's not much firmer, so I'll just get up. That's why it is said that since ancient times, kings have mostly failed on this red face. Zhangshan is this neck-hugging and waist-hugging. One gear to give you a shake without. Since he had to go to the branch to meet with the Yao Xing, Li Lingstyle woke up extraordinarily punctually early in the morning. The thoughtful Han Shuiying brought out breakfast, a simple big bowl of thin meat porridge, and the two of them took a bite out of you and a bite out of me. As they ate, the two little mouths even came together. After finishing and sending Han Shuiying to his company first, Li Lingfeng then turned around and ran to the branch department. After about 40 minutes of driving, Li Lingfeng looked at the building in front of him, which was the branch department. The entire building consists of 18 floors and is owned by S-Farmers and Merchants Bank. Li Lingfeng frowned, thinking, when can I own a building this building? Every month just collect rent on the line. On the gross shift. On the first floor is the branch business department. Li Lingfeng with a work permit from the side door into the internal hall. The elevator goes straight up to the 17th floor, which is where the offices of Big Yao Xing are located. It was the first time that Li Lingfeng had come to the branch department, but there were quite a few people who had already heard of Li Lingfeng's great name. When I came to the door of the office of the Dayao Bank, it just so happened that someone was there, and I waited at the door for a while before I went in. Inside the office, the two men sat opposite each other, Li Lingfeng hand in hand to make tea. This job is of course a small role to do. De Yao Xing had a righteous look on his face. You should also know about Luo Xing's matter. Li Lingfeng nodded and continued to make tea. Although the nature is not bad, but the impact is bad, especially now during the period of strict crackdown. De Yaoxing paused. Then he said, therefore, it was decided by the branch team to demote Luo Tianqing from branch president to senior account manager. Li Lingfeng bashfully served a cup of tea to De Yaoxing. All of today's everything. Last night Li Lingfeng had already deduced it in his mind. Good or bad? Chapter 069, Orders in Crisis. De Yaoxing picked up the teacup and took a sip, glancing at Li Lingfeng with his afterglow. Wet his throat and continued, line team deliberated. By you temporarily acting as a branch president. How do you think? Li Lingfeng tried his best to suppress the curled up corners of his mouth. What the else can I have an opinion on? It seems like things are going in the best direction for everything. I was going to talk to you when I asked you to act as vice president. This is just the right time to talk together. Big Yaoxing laughed. Li Lingfeng interestingly hurriedly renewed tea. Big Yaoxing satisfied nodded. You're in danger of being ordered to take the burden is not light. Do a good job. Also, be sure to always remind yourself with the mirror of Latte's behavior. And keep in mind strict discipline. Li Lingfeng nodded. Don't worry Yaoxing. I've memorized this employee management regulations. After saying that, he took out the book of employee management regulations that was filled with notes from last night and placed it in front of De Yaoxing. That's fine. Young people have a lot of opportunities. Work with your heart. We all look favorably on you. Big Yaoxing encouraged. After Li Lingfeng left, De Yaoxing picked up the book of employee management regulations and flipped through it with interest. The notes spread out inside received successive compliments from the dial line. After flipping to the bottom in a row, De Yaoxing could not help but frown, and then quickly flipped through it again. So much so that it ended up swinging upside down a few times with only the wind blowing through. You're testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can't stand such a test? It was not easy to come to the branch trip. Li Lingfeng blindly around. Do not say here eye-catching really quite a lot. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to work this branch. No reason, just figure it out. Leaving the branch, driving back Li Lingfeng's mind wandering. Before this thought to find a decent job to mix life. Hey, I didn't expect to make it all the way to the governor's position. It's a bit of a game. Still jumping several levels in a short period of time. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder if he was like Uncle Lu, specializing in the life of the boss. Thinking of this, the corners of the mouth smiled Geijai loud, and strive too early that Big Yaoxing also to be grasped down. Rumor has it that he started quite a harem at the branch, just waiting for the day to strike a blow. Think about it, this day is all getting better and better. LOL, what a heavenly thing to do. So is it going to be a little bit of pain and hard work? Raising his head, the noble Princess Bath Center came into view, and Li Lingfeng immediately turned right and drove in without hesitation. Just because of the name, how to get drunk next to the Huaqing Pond. At the doorway, he met an old-looking uncle who cautioned Li Lingfeng. This place is better to come less often. You'll go deaf. Li Lingfeng? The first time I came to this bath center back then, I went back and got slapped by my wife, and I still can't hear out of my ears. Li Lingfeng looked at Uncle solemnly and paid his respects. Just as Li Lingfeng was about to go in, Uncle snatched a step ahead of him and walked in with a quick stride. Li Lingfeng. I was just saying that there are fewer places here. What's wrong with this? Hurry up and follow. Your wife did not let you come here? Uncle turned his head and glared at Li Lingfeng. It's all been said. Deaf and unable to hear. Taking out that black diamond VIP card, Uncle immediately gave the receptionist a welcome in, leaving Li Lingfeng alone frozen in place. Sir, would you like an oil push? Or a foot massage? Or you can look at our other packages. No need. Give me a foot massage. Li Lingfeng said. Okay, so sir, do you know a mechanic? Give me point number 88 technician. Li Lingfeng blindly guessed a wave. Usually the designation with this number wasn't bad. Sure enough, the receptionist revealed a smile full of sweetness. Sir, our technician for this number is a price increase. No problem. As long as the service is good, the price is good. Li Lingfeng said with a bold face. Don't worry sir, you'll be satisfied. The little girl at the front desk came with a glamorous electric stare. Under the guidance of the staff, Li Lingfeng came to a private room. Looking at the decoration was still good. After serving tea and a fruit plate, Li Lingfeng changed his clothes and lay down to rest his eyes for a while. Hello, Technician 88 is pleased to serve you. Crisp and sweet voice. The moment Li Lingfeng opened his eyes, he knew that the price was not added for nothing. First look at the height. 170 out of her with 7 centimeters of black high heels, but also barely tall and slender. And then look at that, a tight black package hip skirt work uniform will body curve perfect to show out. The snow white thighs exposed under the wraparound skirt. All want to hate to go up and squeeze. Finally, the eyes were bright under a delicate face, and that calmness and composure flowed from the brow. It is thought that there is a fair amount of experience in the field. Well, this one can have 90 points, Li Lingfeng said with satisfaction in his heart. Looking up, An innocent white moonlight tech girl walks through the door with a suitcase, stunning the secular booth. It ruthlessly hooked Li Lingfeng's eyes, causing Technician 88 to say with jealousy, "She's time booked." Li Lingfeng shook his head with a sudden sense of pity. "What's her number?" "Number 888. The technician girl number 88 came to one corner and put down the pedicure kit in her hand. "Li Lingfeng, just know that calling it 88 is still conservative." While serving and chatting, Li Lingfeng learned that this sister had a miserable life. The family has a father who is a good gambler, a mother who is always bedridden, and a younger brother who is in school. To help her family, so she came out to work early. In one moving word, it really breaks the heart of the hearer and brings tears to the eyes of the hearer. The small hand of massage went up the calf and slid into the pant leg, and Li Lingfeng added an extra bell right then and there, knowing full well that it is not the feet that are washed, but the mud of walking in the world, the misfortune behind all life. Thinking that Li Lingfeng felt that it was still not enough, so he tipped another 1,000. The warm sunlight shone into the heart of Technician 88's little sister, and in this moment, she lifted the hair on her cheeks and tied it up high. Out of the store, a car horn sounded behind him. Li Lingfeng brow a wrinkle. This road is wide enough to pass a semi-trailer. What the hell do you beat, ba? Looking back, just a moment ago, the 88 mechanic girl sitting in the driver's seat of the Porsche waved and greeted Li Lingfeng. Then, with a smile, he spilled off with a kick of the gas. Li Lingfeng, what happened to the promise of a family where the father gambles, the mother is sick, and the brother goes to school? Also at that moment, a 120 ambulance rushed in and rolled out a resuscitation bed from inside the store in a panic. Good thing Li Lingfeng stopped to take a look. This is not the Uncle Med at the door? Hey, how come they even use a defibrillator? I wonder if he'll come back next time. Chapter 070, Seeing Your Shamelessness. On this side, 120 is on fire to save lives. And on the other side, the marketing speakers of the supermarket next door are getting high with a hot DJ. Sure enough, life is not all about sorrow and joy. Reward giveaway. Spend 200 or more and get a free horoscope prize pack. Li Lingfeng, who was just about to leave, stopped his steps and looked up before walking over. In front of the piles of gifts, a youthful girl in her 20s welcomes customers to check their tickets for redemption. Seeing Li Lingfeng's coming over, he revealed a youthful smirk. Greeting, sir. Find out that if you spend 200 or more, you'll get a gift bag according to your horoscope. Afraid that Li Lingfeng wouldn't understand, the girl went on to explain. For example, if you are a Cancer you will send a hairy crab, and if you are a Pisces you will send 2 carp. Li Lingfeng nodded. This method of promotion was still quite novel. Then he asked, it means that whatever the zodiac sign is, it corresponds to what gift pack is given, right? The girl smiled sweetly. You could say that. I'm a Virgo. The girl froze and her smile froze. Ha! Afraid that the girl didn't hear, Li Lingfeng repeated. I'm a Virgo. The sister and Li Lingfeng exchanged a glance. Brother, calm down. In the end, Li Lingfeng received a box of Golden Dawn pure milk, turned his head to look at the back seat of the 2 barrels of Hujihua oil. This is considered fraudulent marketing. The business sector does not care about a little? Back at the branch, everyone was going about their own business. The conversation was ahead. The official appointment of the OA hadn't been issued yet, and everyone was still unaware that Li Lingfeng was about to take over Luo Xing's position. Except, of course, for certain people who are well informed, like lobby manager Wu. Just as Li Lingfeng arrived at the door, he hurriedly greeted him and opened the door for him. Li Xing is back. Returning to his card seat location, Fong Jimian did not come over today. Li Lingfeng sat down as soon as he could. Well, it does get a little hard to sit on. So he got up and went into the office of the Lorax line, and now that his life was lost, he didn't even know which of his in-laws he was buying a drink from. Coming to sit down on the leather seat of the desk, Li Lingfeng instantly felt a burst of comfort. Sure enough, it's not in the same league as the staff chairs outside. Crossing his legs, he turned his head to look at the light candle hanging on the wall and couldn't help but frown. Some other day must let the office director changed. How unlucky, no wonder Luo line will fall into today's like this. Speak of the devil. Office director Yimujuan came in to get some things and saw Li Lingfeng sitting in the governor's seat with a suspicious face. Why are you sitting there? Do you want to be a banker too? Li Lingfeng smiled. Don't you want to? Napoleon once said that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Yi Majuan shook his head. I'm not that ambitious. Before leaving, remind you a word. Don't give old Luo C. His small-minded designated wore you small shoes. After leaning back and sitting for a while, Lin Sudong called. This side for you to find a person. You look at the suitability resume I send you. Then there was a reminder. If it's a good fit, contact him directly yourself. Li Lingfeng was still wondering. What? You won't charge me for intermediary services this time? I've taken 20% of your shares. Besides, I'll still be the apparent boss of this company in the future. How inappropriate it is to charge you a service fee. It's rare that you have this realization. Li Lingfeng was satisfied. I'll tell you the good news. I'm going to be the bank president. Ah, a pang of surprise was clearly felt from Lin Odong. Isn't that a big raise in salary? I don't know. I heard there's a $30, $400, 000 a year salary. I think. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and Li Lingfeng asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" It's more heartbreaking to hear about a brother being a banker than a brother driving a Mercedes. Subsequently, Li Lingfeng received the applicant's resume sent by Lin Sudong, as well as the academic certificates on the school credit network. Li Lingfeng read it briefly, then picked up his cell phone and dialed the applicant's number. "Hello, is this Xiao Hongfei?" I only heard the other party's overbearing reply. "Which one are you? And why are you looking for me?" Li Lingfeng frowned. "I received your resume for the interview." The other party immediately shifted 180 in winks. Yes, drop. "So tell me, what do you think about this post?" Li Lingfeng asked. "What position am I applying for?" The other party came to a question. "This is a bit too many resumes submitted. Can you give a hint?" Li Lingfeng. "You voted for the sales position." Li Lingfeng reminded. "How much do you pay in wages?" "Unresponsible base salary of 2,000. We can talk about it in person." Li Lingfeng said back. "Talk about 2,000 sales still want to talk to me. You also do not go to the school letter online to check what my resume. A bachelor's degree to open 2,000. Joke." Li Lingfeng yo-yoed his head. "I just checked. College student, part-time. He, that didn't even fool you." The other laughed a little. "So when's the interview? Are you free now? I'll send you an address. Meet me there." "Yeah," the other answered with a full mouth. And at the end asked, "What do you see in me?" Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and said back, "Look at your shamelessness. That's what you need to do in dry sales." Opponent. What kind of face would put in the hobby section? Young models. McDonald's. The two men arrived as promised, and Li Lingfeng took a closer look at the man in front of him. A professional suit straightened, hair gelled shiny and textured, completely different from the phone. Li Lingfeng was very skeptical. "You are Xiao Hongfei? As in fake? Here's my ID so you can check it." Li Lingfeng took a look. Nima. The photo on the ID card is even more exaggerated. Handsome than Du Mingjun. "You used to sell insurance, right?" Li Lingfeng asked with a frown. "This is all for you to discover?" Xiao Hongfei laughed. "Li Lingfeng, with this outfit, you're either in real estate or selling insurance. However, it also fully illustrates that this Xiao Hongfei's experience in doing sales should be quite colorful. Do you have any other questions about this job?" Li Lingfeng asked. Xiao Hongfei shook his head. "No problem. When can I go to work?" "Any time. It's just that the company isn't set up yet. Waiting for you to come over and open up the land." Li Lingfeng returned. Xiao Hongfei looked at Li Lingfeng with wide eyes. "Are you playing with me? To make you the legal representative of the company, plus another 10% of the company's dividend shares. Deal." Xiao Hongfei gripped Li Lingfeng's hand tightly with a kind smile. "By the way, can that base salary be increased a bit more? It's really a bit low." Li Lingfeng frowned. "Fine. I'll give you 500 more. Thank you. Xiao Hongfei was very touched. "You are truly my reinvented parents." Hearing this, Li Lingfeng immediately reacted to this TM to give more. "You used to sell insurance base salary how much?" 1,000 for transportation and food allowance. Xiao Hongfei said with tears in his eyes. Chapter 071, Dinner at Home Tonight. This piece is still the capitalist play. I do not have that black heart courage. So he picked up his cell phone and transferred 2,500 over to Xiao Hongfei, saying, "This is this month's salary." Xiao Hongfei looked at Li Lingfeng with a look of disbelief. "I haven't even gone to work yet? It's called prepayment of wages, and it's what regular conscientious big business does. Our company isn't even established yet. What kind of big business is it? But we're formal." "Ah, conscientious," Li Lingfeng said righteously. Even Xiao Hongfei, who had seen great storms, was momentarily confused. With a hint of skepticism, "It's easy to go out of business that way." Li Lingfeng, you can return it to me if you don't want it. "To be." Xiao Hongfei was busy nodding his head repeatedly. "It's just that it's the first time I've enjoyed such good treatment. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Alas, wild boars can't eat fine chaff." Xiao Hongfei sighed continuously. "You won't be a bore after you follow me." Xiao Hongfei looked up. "What's that? House pigs?" After being speechless, Xiao Hongfei asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll take the money and run away? It's not a bad idea to get a good look at someone for 2,500. And besides, you're willing to give up a great career for 2,500? Xiao Hongfei hesitated for a moment. The great future was not seen for the time being, and a 250% who suspected that he had too much money was sitting in front of him. More than the illusory future. This 2500 is real. Li Lingfeng stared. You wouldn't really be thinking of running away, would you? Xiao Hongfei grinned. No, it won't. How could I be that kind of person? Hongfei has been drifting for half a lifetime, hating the fact that he has not met a bright master, and now that he has been recognized by the public, he is willing to do the work of a dog and horse, mentally calculating. Nima, even if you run away, you can't tell you explicitly. Li Lingfeng frowned. Drifting for half a lifetime? You're only in your early 30s now. So what? You're only going to live to be 60? Xiao Hongfei. This will order 2 burgers set meal came up. Li Lingfeng is ready to start eating. You don't eat? Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Hongfei. Xiao Hongfei shook his head. I've asked my girlfriend to join me, so eat slowly. After that, he waved and got up to leave. Li Lingfeng? You can even get a girlfriend on a $1,000 salary. So it seems like you've got the right guy. An extra serving of the set meal just happened to walk by a little boy who stopped to look at the burger in Li Lingfeng's hand. So he smiled at it and beckoned over. Uncle's got a burger for you. Want one? The little boy hesitated for a moment, but in the end he couldn't resist the temptation of the burger. Taking the burger from Li Lingfeng smiled and said, Say thank you. Thanks. Looking up, a young woman in a fresh dress walked briskly toward the little boy. After fixing his eyes to see clearly, the pair of G-class headlights almost didn't blind Li Lingfeng. Why is it so shocking? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I'm sorry for disturbing you with a naughty child. The young woman came to the front and apologized. Mommy, Uncle gave me a burger, the little boy said. The young woman squatted down, and the overwhelmingly plump buttocks even made Li Lingfeng's nostrils nearly sore with blood. Whether it's up or down, it's better than Han Shuiying ever was. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. Caressing the little boy's face, the young woman smiled charmingly. So did you say thank you to Uncle? Said. The little boy nodded repeatedly. The young woman got up and smiled as she said to Li Lingfeng once again. What a trouble for you. Li Lingfeng smiled faintly as he passed by, his afterglow glancing at the neckline, snow white. Come on, say goodbye to Uncle. When you grow up, be as loving as Uncle. The young woman taught the little boy. Bye, Uncle. The little boy waved. After the two left, Li Lingfeng pondered and said in his heart, the so-called growing up. It's that when you hear the word rough, you don't think of the ocean anymore. Then again, with that level of volume, what's the point of having a burger? If it was me, I wouldn't want to eat it. Li Lingfeng muttered. Shanjia Village. Uncle Chen, who was trimming the flowers and plants, received a message 2 days ago. In order to promote the eastward strategy of S-City and give full play to the role of bridgehead, P-District government decided to bring in Van Hong Real Estate to create a new commercial center area in Feidong area of Shanjia Village. It is also seen as a new growth area for the economy in the P region. This means that the Feidong area and even the entire Shanjia Village are facing expropriation. This makes Uncle Chen cannot help but think of Li Lingfeng. This kid not only has vision, but also bold and really dare to do quite that style of his own back in the day. And remembering the billions of dollars he now owns. What did you cut? Don't you see? At this time, Chen Yashin's mom came over and reminded her. Uncle Chen looked down and realized that he had cut the 100-year-old pine-potted plant in half. A sweet is gone. This is not important. The key TM raised more than 10 years of beloved things. Rush to call a professional to come over and salvage it and see if it can be renewed. After handling it, he turned his head to look at Chen Yashin's mom. Do you think Ling Feng hasn't come to our house for a while? Did you miss your daughter? Didn't she just come back 2 days ago? Chen Yashin's mom was curious. No, I mean Ling Feng, our future son-in-law. Chen Yashin's mom thought about it. It's been a while since he's been here, and I've missed this kid. Why don't we ask him to come over and sit at home tonight? Uncle Chen pretended to test the question. Alright, then I'll prepare the meal and go. Chen Yashin's mom happily said. Then I'll make a call to Ling Feng. Uncle Chen hurriedly picked up his cell phone. You told your daughter to call Ling Feng. What do you call it when you contact him directly yourself? He's not your son-in-law yet. Right. After Chen Yashin's mom reminded him of this, Uncle Chen immediately woke up the water. Then I'll call my daughter. Hey, Dad, what's the matter with calling me? Uncle Chen smiled happily. Daughter, come home with Ling Feng for a meal tonight. Your mom cooked the meal. Chen Yashin couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. It wasn't like this was a special holiday. It wasn't good to open up. Dad, there's no need to call Ling Feng. I can just go back by myself. No, you call up Ling Feng. Uncle Chen hurriedly said, afraid that his daughter would really come back by herself. Why must we call on him? Chen Yashin asked rhetorically. Isn't he your boyfriend? It's normal to call on him boyfriend, not husband. Why do you have to take him with you when you go home? If it works out, then you should hurry up and make him your husband. Uncle Chen didn't forget to remind. Uhsin Chen. Is it true that if I don't bring Ling Feng, I don't have to go back either? That's not true, but there's not much point in coming back. Uncle Chen returned weakly. Dad, you've changed, Chen Yashin said sadly. Obedient daughter. Mom and Dad are at home waiting for you to come back. Remember, it's you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yashin beamed and looked up at her own beautiful black hair in the glasses. Li Lingfeng's figure couldn't help but flash in his mind. Over here, Li Lingfeng, who had just come out of McDonald's, received a call from Chen Yashin. Those who signed the agreement should naturally agree to dinner tonight. Traveling to the side of the road, just as the traffic light came on, a group of writers in yellow robes fishtailed past. It's like one of the camel's nest in Lao she's writing. Chapter 072. Do you understand what uncle means? Driving to the internet cafe store where Chen Yashin was based, Li Lingfeng parked his car on the side of the road. Picking up his cell phone, he was just about to call Chen Yashin when he looked up and saw a teenager standing stupidly in the distance. The eyes gazed forward motionlessly, and the whole man had sunk. Li Lingfeng followed the direction of the teenager's gaze, and a young girl in a white shirt and dress stood on the side of the road. At this time, and the wind whisked by. White shirt and skirt danced in the wind, as well as the strand of hair, swaying in the wind. You can be sure that this moment the wind has a mold and hits the teenager's heart. Li Lingfeng hurriedly clicked on his cell phone camera, wanting to freeze this beautiful moment. But in a flash, the young girl entered an approaching Porsche. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and when he turned his head again, he had already lost sight of the teenager in the distance. Returning to his senses, Li Lingfeng let out a soft sigh, followed by the sound of two children arguing. My dad's 6'8". My dad's 2'7". My dad makes 20,000 a month. My dad makes 50,000 a month. The first kid, his anger level drawn to full capacity, growled. My dad dares to eat. Does your dad? I wouldn't dare. You son of a. Then came the familiar call of sour joy from the cane casserole. Fang Jiahan, you're 7 years old and you still wet the bed. As the women came downstairs, it gradually evolved from singles to mixed doubles. Li Lingfeng's muscle nerves involuntarily jumped, and he seemed to have felt the pain from a distance. The other kid watched what happened to his brother, perhaps rejoicing. It's a good thing I didn't follow that up just now. My dad dares to eat too. Li Lingfeng was busy remembering that he had come to pick up Chen Yashin, so he hurriedly dialed the phone. I'm in front of the internet cafe store. Come on out. I wasn't at the internet cafe store. Chen Yashin returned. It's been a while since I've been there. Ha? Li Lingfeng was a bit incredulous. If you're not at the internet cafe store, then where are you? Where I live. After receiving the address, Li Lingfeng drove to the Great Eastern City, which was a mixed high-rise and villa neighborhood. Chen Yashin came out from the entrance of the neighborhood, and Li Lingfeng stayed in the car at a glance. Walked over to Chen Yashin. What's wrong with you? Where's your yellow hair? Li Lingfeng asked as he looked at Chen Yashin's shiny black hair. I'm back to my original hairstyle. Ah. Chen Yashin laughed, then got into the passenger seat. Li Lingfeng revisited Chen Yashin like he had discovered a new continent. It was hard to imagine a world of difference from the past. Now all plain and elegant, she was like a classical beauty coming out of a book. It's not in any way connected to the wild capriciousness of the old days. She really inherited her mom's temperament. What? Don't I look good like this now? Chen Yashin asked in disbelief. Li Lingfeng frowned. It's nice to look at, but I'm still used to that yellow hair you used to have. Chen Yashin looked at Li Lingfeng. Didn't you say you didn't like yellow hair before? Yeah, did I say that? Royal Garden. Han Shuiying, who had learned that Li Lingfeng wasn't coming back, cooked herself a bowl of noodles in lotus egg clear soup. Eating noodles while watching a serial was one of her few pleasures. Drinking the bowl of soup cleanly, Han Shuiying drew a paper towel and wiped down her mouth. The thought of a phone call to my parents, though more often than not it only leads to annoyance. Hey, Mom, have you eaten yet? Eat? Where's my dad? Is he still watching the store and not back? Why don't you watch the store? Do you want to go out and play cards with your friends? Hearing her own mom's icy tone in her mouth, Han Shuiying tried to smile to ease the atmosphere. My dad doesn't have many friends, so it's okay for him to relax properly. Relax? Other people get pensions. Your dad doesn't watch the store and drink the wind out of his sails? Don't you have a pension too? What's he got to do with me having a pension? What? Thinking I'll support him? Han Shuiying. After all, you're two couples. Why do you have to be so clear? To be supported by a woman. You also have the nerve to say it. In vain to pay for you to read so many books. Han Shuiying stopped making a sound. knowing that if she kept talking it would be another war. By the way, where's Li Lingfeng? Oh, he went outside and hasn't come back yet. Han Shuiying was surprised that her mom would suddenly care about Li Lingfeng. Ever since the last time Li Lingfeng made her earn face in front of her many sisters, Han Shuiying clearly felt that her mom's attitude towards Li Lingfeng had changed. At least it won't be as repulsive as it used to be. Okay, nothing is wrong, you should rest early. You have to work tomorrow. Okay, Mom, Han Shuiying answered. By the way, I got paid this month. I'll transfer 2,000 to you to buy some clothes. It's almost fall. There was a pause on the other end of the line. No, I have it. Just as Han Shuiying was ready to hang up in disappointment, the caller said, take care of yourself. Han Shuiying's nose instantly turned sour, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. After easing her emotions, Han Shuiying sent a message to Li Lingfeng, I miss you. After 3 rounds of drinking, Uncle Chen patted Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Good boy. You have a sharp enough eye. Li Lingfeng looked at Uncle Chen in disbelief. What does this mean? You mean you have a good eye for your daughter? You know what? You really got the bet right. The government in that area of Feidong is preparing to build a new commercial center. Li Lingfeng relaxed his breath. So he was referring to this. By the way, Uncle Chen, I'd like to trouble you to inquire if there's an underling to take over. I'm going to take advantage of the trend to cash out at a high level. Uncle Chen looked at Li Lingfeng questioningly. You're not waiting for demolition compensation? Li Lingfeng smiled. That's too slow. When a process is finished, compensation is in place. I'm afraid it's a few years later. This money in hand has to flow to create its value. Uncle Chen was a little surprised after hearing this. Your kid is more capable than I thought. Okay, Uncle will help you pay attention to it. Thank you, Uncle. Li Lingfeng returned, with him out to help. It wasn't a matter of smooth sailing. Moreover, the Feidong area is now on the crest of a storm, and there are a lot of people waiting to enter the market. It's nothing more than the acceptance of higher or lower asset prices. Uncle Chen looked up at the 2 mothers and daughters who were cleaning up the dinner plates and came forward to Li Lingfeng. Tell your uncle how far you and your Xin have progressed. How come I haven't seen you 2 holding little hands? Facing Uncle Chen's question, Li Lingfeng was dumbfounded in place. How should he answer? You 2 aren't working together to fool us 2 old men, are you? Li Lingfeng. Uncle Chen sighed. You know, Uncle has fought for most of his life. His life's work is all here. It's like a work of art carved out of Uncle's life, and I do want it to be passed on to the ideal person. After saying that, he looked up at Li Lingfeng. Do you understand what Uncle means? Chapter 073, The Beauty of Late Night. Li Lingfeng was speechless. He could gain life, but in the face of this honest flow of Uncle Chen's voice, he would weigh the weight of love and righteousness. It's true. No one with a heart of gold can get rich. Li Lingfeng smiled. Uncle, you're joking. Uncle Chen froze for a moment. His gaze hesitated for a few moments before looking at Li Lingfeng. Yes, Uncle was joking. Come on, let's keep drinking. Uncle Chen picked up his wine glass and said. Chen Yashin's mother looked at Uncle Chen. The table is all cleaned up. What are you drinking? Make tea. Uncle Chen smothered a mouthful. Yes, make tea. Drink tea to wake up. Li Lingfeng's heart was like overturning a condiment bottle. Mixed flavors, and then he picked up his cell phone and scanned it. I saw a message from Han Shuiying. I miss you. This is the intersection of life. To the left or to the right. 1 seconds of silence. My heart only looked to you. Li Lingfeng got up and said towards Uncle Chen and Chen Yashin's mother. Uncle, Auntie, it's very late. I'll go back first. Chen Yashin's mother turned her head to look over in surprise. Or else, don't go back tonight. There are plenty of rooms at home. Chen Yashin on the side also followed and looked over, seemingly expecting something. Li Lingfeng smiled. No, I still have to get up early for work tomorrow, so I won't bother you. Chen Yashin's mom still wanted to continue to stay for a bit longer, but seeing that Uncle Chen didn't say anything, she couldn't say anything else. Then I'll go with you as well. I'll go back to live over in the great eastern city. Chen Yashin hurriedly said. Li Lingfeng looked at her suspiciously. Aren't you going to spend more time with your aunt and uncle? Ugh, I just came back 2 days ago. Let's go. Chen Yashin came to Li Lingfeng's side and pulled up his wrist and said. Chen Yashin's mom. This girl, she really forgets her mother when she has a man. After the 2 left, Chen Yashin's mother looked back at Uncle Chen. Why didn't you open your mouth to stay? Uncle Chen picked up the freshly brewed tea. We don't understand the young people's world. This happiness have to rely on our daughter to grasp by herself. These words rather made Chen Yashin's mother remember something. Have you noticed that our daughter has changed a lot? Not only has this dyed her hair back, but I heard her say she's going to study for graduate school to further her education. Uncle Chen smiled. This is because he's afraid that he's not good enough to keep up with others. On the way to the great eastern city, Li Lingfeng turned his head and said curiously, If you have a good home and don't live there, why do you come out to live alone by yourself? Speaking as if you're not a young person. Are you willing to live with your own parents? Chen Yashin asked rhetorically. Li Lingfeng didn't even hesitate for a second. Willing. Uhsin Chen. The Great Eastern City is also very close to my house. It's in the same village, so it's not a matter of a moment if I want to go back. Li Lingfeng nodded. That too. Sure enough, it was close. Only 5 or 6 minutes to the entrance of the Big East neighborhood. Looking at the villa area inside, Li Lingfeng asked with interest, the villa you live in, or the high-rise suite at the back? Chen Yashin smiled wryly. You won't know if you go in and take a look. Li Lingfeng looked at the time. Some other day. It's already late. Okay. Chen Yashin was like a deflated leather ball. Getting out of the car, he turned around and waved to Li Lingfeng. Villas, suites are available. Come in and sit down next time you have time. Li Lingfeng, do you know how we poor people feel? And villas, suites are available. Returning to his residence, just as he entered the door, Han Shuiying pounced up and hugged Li Lingfeng. Why are you back so late? Went to visit the mayor of Shanjia village. This is not your man. I am about to be promoted to the position of line chief. Must not expand some resources. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng incredulously. Promoted to governor? Right. Li Lingfeng nodded proudly and took off his shoes. Han Shuiying still couldn't believe it. Seriously? You've only been on the job for a month. A helicopter ride? When people are lucky, they can't even be stopped. If you don't believe me, ask your father. Li Lingfeng said proudly. Speaking of her dad, Han Shuiying deflated her mouth a bit. You really believe in fate? Believe it, otherwise how would I have met you? At this moment, Li Lingfeng's eyes that would smile looked at Han Shuiying. Han Shuiying gave an airy humph. That's right. When he finished, he squatted down. Li Lingfeng looked down at Han Shuiying who was coiling her hair. What are you doing? Han Shuiying, who had coiled her hair, raised her head. The words have been said to this point, and the old lady shall not weld this red thread a little more firmly. Late at night, Li Lingfeng looked at the sleeping Han Shuiying and turned his head to light a cigarette. A wisp of clouds dispersed, and Li Lingfeng leaned his head to meditate for a while. The more I think about it, the more energized I am, and with the stimulation of the smell of smoke, I don't feel the slightest bit of sleepiness. So he got up and went out onto the balcony, where the late-night wind was a little cooler. Li Lingfeng looked up and saw that a bright light across the street was afraid to greet the poor people who did not know which night shift. Just taking another look, Li Lingfeng, who felt slightly wrong, frowned both eyebrows. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, women in front and men behind, raging like waves after waves. Li Lingfeng, who normally had 5.0 eyesight, instantly raised it to 5.4, but he still couldn't see a clear picture. Li Lingfeng hurriedly jogged in to bring the telescope purchased online not long ago, which shall not be 4K quality. I had just squared up my looking glass to look over, when the other guy pulled the curtain right back to cover it up. Li Lingfeng. I was just about to spit out a broken sentence when I heard the other building shout. What are you pulling the curtains for in the middle of the night? This shouting led to some more lights coming on one after another. Li Lingfeng hurriedly put down the looking glass. This kind of sordid thing peeping things is not a gentleman. I pull the curtains to do you hang thing. Why not look at your mother-in-law to go? The other side of the curtains threw the air back. If I had a wife, why would I need to squat late at night to smell the meat? Li Lingfeng yo-yoed his head. It seemed that he was another self-reliant traditional craftsman. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? At this time, Han Shuiying came out wrapped in her pajamas and hazily said. Li Lingfeng turned around. Why are you up? You can't sleep on the balcony to get some air. Breathable. What are you doing with the binoculars? Han Shuiying stepped forward. Li Lingfeng smiled as he picked up his looking glass. Studying human movement under microscopic vision. Watching people's good deeds again. Aren't they all on the movies? Han Shuiying whitened her eyes. How can it be the same? One is live and the other is broadcast. Which is different? Come on, show me. Han Shuiying extended her hand and said. Li Lingfeng handed the binoculars to Han Shuiying, who picked them up and scanned the surroundings. Apart from the lights, where is there anything? Aren't those lights beautiful? Li Lingfeng wrapped his arms around Han Shuiying from behind and whispered in her ear. Han Shuiying froze for a moment and turned back with a happy smile. Beautiful, because it's home. Chapter 074, that's your capital. A ray of sunlight in the early morning shone through the window and shone on Li Lingfeng's face. Li Lingfeng opened his hazy eyes and used his hand to block the soft sunlight, which was slightly harsh. Getting his cell phone and checking the time, he rolled right out of bed in shock. I can't believe it's past 10 o'clock. And today the DYB is coming over to the branch to announce their own notice of appointment. Hurriedly, he got up, washed up, and changed into his straight professional clothes. Going out, I happened to see Gu at the entrance of the porch, accompanied by an old woman in her early 60s, whom I had never seen before. Li Lingfeng went forward to greet him. Who is this? Oh, my new old partner. Gumonkler Sunshine smiled. That happiness in his heart cannot be hidden. Li Lingfeng. You know, it's really lonely living alone. So it's good to have a companion to rely on. And the children are often away from home. Li Lingfeng agrees with this kind of rhetoric from Gu. Except that you an 80-plus-year-old man looking for a 60-year-old female companion. It always felt like something was wrong. But I couldn't put my finger on it. A look at the time is even later. So Li Lingfeng hurriedly said, I'll rush to work first. I'll talk again when I have time. Moncler. After saying that, he turned around and entered the elevator. And once he looked at the floor buttons, the whole thing was dumbfounded. What kind of loser pressed every floor? And this elevator is still an old model that can't be cancelled. It was hard to wait until the negative floor. Li Lingfeng ran out with the speed of a 100-meter sprint and got into the car. The rush to the branch was unusually uneventful. Li Lingfeng exhaled and instantly relaxed. It seems that the great Yao Xing has not arrived yet either. So he slowly pushed the door and entered. And when he came to the inner office area, 10 pairs of eyes turned their heads in unison to look at Li Lingfeng. What's going on? What's with all the people? Li Lingfeng looked up and saw that the door to the former Luo Xing's office was left open. And Big Yao Xing was sitting on the sofa inside with a smelly face. The scene goes without saying. Cootie. We all know that people and others are not happy about it. So Li Lingfeng came into the office and smiled. Good morning, Yao Xing. Why don't you say something in advance when you come over? Big Yao Xing still had a stinky face. It's still early. Don't you see what time it is now? Is it usually like this? Li Lingfeng came and sat down opposite of Di Yao Xing and made tea. This is not rushing to meet a client. Di Yao Xing bent closer. This client's surname is Zhou. A single name. Gong, I believe. Alas, this has all been discovered by you, Yao Xing. Surely nothing can be hidden from your eyes. A leader is a leader. After saying that, Li Lingfeng hurriedly served a cup of freshly brewed tea. Try this tea, Yao Xing. The old Luo collection of Westlake Longjing in the past. De Yao Xing picked it up and took a small sip, savoring it. It seems like it should be pretty good. Or else how could it get into the picky mouth of De Yao Xing? I must hide this box of Westlake Longjing first when I return. Lest old Luo take it with him when he moves out of the office. Okay, now that you're here, let's get down to business. I have to rush back to the branch for a meeting later. Hearing this from De Yao Xing, Li Lingfeng knew that this prime minister could hold a boat in his belly. Rushed to convene a group of people to open a brief meeting to announce the appointment. The big Yao Xing in the meeting that is a generous speech. The words were fierce. And every sentence criticized Lao Luo for that violation of discipline. Turning his head, where's old Lo? Didn't he come over here? Look at just how undisciplined he is. At this time, De Yao Xing's assistant came forward and whispered in his ear. Luo Xing has already submitted his resignation. Big Yao Xing slapped the table. So what if you submit your resignation? As long as you haven't left S Agricultural and Commercial Bank for one day, you have to abide by the discipline of S Agricultural and Commercial Bank. You call him and tell him to come over or don't quit. The assistant nodded and hurriedly got up and went out to call and contact the old Luo to go and get him to come over with all guns blazing. We have absolutely zero tolerance for this kind of disregard for discipline. That's why the branch has decided to remove Luo Tianqing from his position as branch president. When these words came out, everyone was more or less surprised, not realizing that this old Luo had mixed up to this end today. You know, he is also considered a veteran employee of S Farmers and Merchants Bank for more than 10 years. But it was only a matter of time before he dismounted with that kind of character that takes advantage of everything. At the moment, everyone is more concerned about who will take over the position of president, which is related to future integration and business development. After all, who doesn't want to be with a good leader who can drink and eat? With a no performer, you'll be drinking the wind month after month. Just as everyone was waiting for Dai Yao Xing to announce his appointment, Dai Yao Xing was in no hurry instead, he spoke eloquently about the evolution of S Farmers and Merchants Bank. You see, this is the pattern of leadership. And then the conversation turned to current management, business model exploration and future outlook. Then the conversation turned and said that the current S Agricultural and Commercial Bank urgently needs to train a new generation of young cadres, bringing the conversation back to the developmental aspects of young people, finally setting a benchmark. The topic ended up in Li Lingfeng's body. To benchmark what to do it, give rewards stretches the role of demonstration so Li Lingfeng will take over down the branch president post. By this point, everyone finally knew that Li Lingfeng was going to be their bank president. Li Lingfeng couldn't help but yawn and hurriedly led the applause, and the crowd hurriedly followed the rhythm. If we let him go on, we'll have to take out the one about Pangu's opening of the heavens. Big Yao Xing had no choice but to temporarily suspend his speech, and when the applause quieted down, he wanted to talk some more. At this point, Lao Luo's appearance saved the day and instantly drew all of the firepower from Tai Yaoxing. Just seeing that expression on old Luo's face. It was even more black-faced than it was when he was just a big Yaoxing. It was said to be a brief meeting, but it turned out to be watery for over an hour. And the morning was just wasted. After the meeting was adjourned, when everyone had left the conference room, Li Lingfeng got up and came to the side of Di Yaoxing. Yaoxing, it's already past 12. Let's go have a casual dinner. Di Yaoxing pulled up his sleeve slightly and looked at the time of that watch on his hand. A frown. There's a meeting later. Li Lingfeng looked around to make sure that there was no one else except for the assistant waiting outside the door. So he gave a wink to Big Yao. I have a client that's harder to chew on. And I also hope that Yaoxing can step in and push it. Di Yaoxing's eyes lit up. This business matter must be taken seriously. It's about the development of our bank. Right. So that's why I thought of bothering Yaoxing. Li Lingfeng laughed. Bank Dayo nodded. Xiao Lua, you go back to the branch first and tell the other bank leaders that meeting is postponed until tomorrow. Half a bell later, I received a call from Su Xiaolu. Hey, I received the consumption record of the Violet Club. What are you doing? Accompanying a large client. Li Lingfeng smoked a cigarette and said, next to the young lady in a wrap was gently pressing her calves. Remember to charge back the money you spent. Su Xiaolu reminded. Li Lingfeng flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Say it again. Then he looked at the young lady with the burgeoning career line. You bend down a little more. Obediently. The young lady leaned forward at an angle to take in all the sights. That's right. If it's an advantage you have to show it. That's your capital. Chapter 075. There is a bargain to be made. Who are you talking to? Su Xiaolu asked. The massage lady. Is it the one I recommended to you last time? Su Xiaolu laughed. Hey, how do you know? Front and center isn't your thing. How's that? Okay? Not bad, but not as warped as you. You say that. I love it. Are you free tonight? Li Lingfeng touched his forehead. It shouldn't be anything. What's wrong? Treat you to dinner. I found a newly opened Western-style restaurant that's not bad. Su Xiaolu gave a recommendation. Li Lingfeng frowned. You're afraid you want to sleep with me. Is it hard to believe that I'm treating you to dinner tonight for nothing? Li Lingfeng. Sis, let's not be so forceful in our purpose. A simple dinner among friends is good. Okay, then how about sis asks you out for a less purposeful dinner tonight? Li Lingfeng exhaled the last mouthful of smoke and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. We'll see what happens then. Without further ado, a call came in. After hanging up Su Xiaolu's phone, Li Lingfeng looked at the incoming call. It was from Xiao Hongfei. Hey boss, after thinking about it all night last night, I don't think I can do you wrong. Listening to the other party's sincere tone, Li Lingfeng slightly stunned. Feelings of this old boy really thinking of running away? What time did it start? Boss, I'll go over now, Xiao Hongfei said. In this case, you go directly to Lin Sudong from East Moon Human Resources. I'll send you the address later, and work with him to finalize the office space first. Your company is really new. Pearls aren't even that real, or could they be made for your legal representative? Say no more. You go to him. Okay, send me the address. After hanging up the phone again, Li Lingfeng then sent Lin Sudong's address to Xiao Hongfei. Sir, let me give you a back rub. At the end of the clock, Li Lingfeng was satisfied and loaded his clothes ready to leave, and casually gave the young lady a tip of 300. This is necessary because next time she will work harder. The manager walked in at this time and said to Li Lingfeng, the gentleman next door said he wants to add more clocks. What do you think? Li Lingfeng. Then he smiled evilly. Add bells to him. And in addition, you call one more technician over, with better skills. The manager nodded. Okay, that's on it. So your side? I don't have to. Sit here and wait for him for a while. Li Lingfeng laughed. Okay, then I'll get you a new tea and fruit plate. You sit down for a while. The manager arranged. Expensive has its perks and this service can't be beat. Finished. DIYAO line gave high praise to this customer visit. After sending off Big Yaoxing, Li Lingfeng drove to the boba drink shop. Looking at the still flavorful boss lady, too, please. The boss's wife leaned forward slightly. Her gully became even deeper. Looked meaningfully at Li Lingfeng, and laughed. Do you want free or paid? Li Lingfeng twisted his sore tendons. Next time, call for a freebie. The boss's wife lowered her head and smiled. Ready to go and get busy. Making drinks for Li Lingfeng to go. Wait, I'll give you a present. The boss's wife looked up and just happened to come eye to eye with Li Lingfeng, who was gazing deeply. An instant cold shiver ran down his entire body and his spirits were lifted 1,000,000%. The boss's wife, whose face was as red as a flush, looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise, as if she was still reminiscing about the sensation she had just experienced. It was unknown how cool it was. Li Lingfeng only knew that those 2 cups of milk tea were spiked with double the amount of ingredients. He brought the milk tea to Lin Sudong's agency and handed Lin Sudong the cup of milk tea that he hadn't drunk. Conscientious. Bringing me milk tea and spicing it up, Lin Sudong said in relief. It's not worth my hustle to rent you office space on the second floor above. How did the talk go? Li Lingfeng asked. Well, got you down to $50 on top of your expected price of $60 per square meter, and about $10,000 in rent for about 200 square meters. Utilities those are calculated separately, and since it's a self-built house, there will be no more property charges, Lin Sudong added. Li Lingfeng nodded. Where is that old boy Xiao Hongfei? He went back, saying that his girlfriend was waiting for him. Lin Sudong returned. Not to mention, he's really capable. One person reorganized the second floor. He's not afraid that I won't rent it. Then Tiger? Li Lingfeng frowned. Lin Sudong yao head. Who knows? I only heard him say that one should not be ungrateful. By the way, didn't this go beautifully for you? Lin Sudong then invited credit. Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes. If it wasn't for the landlord promising you to help him rent out the second floor and give you a 10% discount on the rent, would you have been that hardworking? I don't like what you're saying. Feelings that I'm the one who counts so little profit? Lin Sudong shot back. This is when the landlord calls. Hey, can your friend come over tomorrow to sign the lease? Lin Sudong hurriedly nodded his head and replied. Yes, this will be while he is in my store. Take him to have another look. Okay, send me a message when you're sure. Okay. Lin Sudong then winks. You see that rent of mine? As long as the lease goes through tomorrow, I'll give you a 10% discount when all is said and done. Good grin. Lin Odong smiled happily. Li Lingfeng, what's with the feeling of being sold out? A long time later, Li Lingfeng learned that the second floor of this even opened and closed down 5 companies, was regarded as a place to break the bank. That's why landlords are in a hurry to get out, even if the price is lower. Let's just say, how this Lin Sudong's bargaining power has gone up a level. Lin Sudong brought Li Lingfeng to the second floor, and the two of them once again took a good look at the front and back. What makes Li Lingfeng most satisfied is that there is a whole set of office furniture, left behind by the previous family. It's pretty new overall, and it looks like the last one should have gone out of business without being in business for long. Now it is equivalent to directly move into the office, as long as the purchase of some office equipment can save a lot of trouble. Checked again, there were no mouse holes, rotten ceiling hangings, and the bathroom wasn't clogged. That street in the back has recently opened a new foot bath store. Why don't you try going? Lin Sudong, who was in a good mood, said with bravado. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong in disbelief. What? Got rich? Negotiated a deal 2 days ago. For Hangli Electronics Factory. For 50 temporary workers. Happy written on the face of Lin Sudong. Although it is a small single, but that is his own talk down. The main one of the sense of accomplishment. Fine. But, said Li Lingfeng, moving his slightly sore tendons. Lin Sudong revealed a puzzled expression. But what? Li Lingfeng paused for a moment, thinking of the principle of having a cheap not to take advantage of. Busy back. Nothing. Walk. Finally arrived at the newly opened foot bath store. Li Lingfeng looked at the boss, who was called, and calmly said, You said you don't have a parking space. I'll find a way to get over it. No fruit plate, then I'll eat at home. No drink, I'll have a cold one. But we have to be honest in business. Right. Facing Li Lingfeng's questioning, the store owner nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. This store is not well entertained. Li Lingfeng reached out to stop the boss. Just tell me where you found the 50-something part-time college student. Chapter 076, I'll take this slap for you. Under the coordination of the owner of the store, Li Lingfeng was given a new mature woman technician. This time it's honesty in place. And 40-something is years younger than the last part-time college student. The look of the main one is familiar with the kind of blonde. For the sake of money, Li Lingfeng tearfully endured this $89 a clock bath foot massage. All else aside, the technique is still spot on. Old craftsmanship. Coming out of the foot bath store, Li Lingfeng looked at the time. I have other things to do, so I won't go back to your store. Lin Sudong? How am I supposed to get back? You could at least drive me back to the store in a circle. Li Lingfeng looked up at Lin Sudong. It's so close. You can walk a few steps and you'll be there. Or you can't take a car. No, Li Lingfeng, you've gone too far. I'm excessive? Li Lingfeng revealed one side of his face covered with 5 fingerprints. Which grandson just ate auntie's tofu? I carry this slap for you. Li Lingfeng threw his voice. At that moment an era walked by and looked at the two with wise eyes. No. Without waiting for Lin Sudong to say more, Li Lingfeng turned around and went to fetch his car without looking back. What brothers with 2 ribs can't carry a slap from auntie? Lin Sudong muttered. Turning his head, he looked down at the era. You silly dog. Who knew that era was just squatting there, looking at Lin Odong with the eyes of a king's contempt. Even if he was not of the same kind as it, Lin Sudong could tell from that dog god that it was mocking himself. Hey, you stupid dog. Lin Sudong was about to roll up his sleeves to scare it when a large figure shone through. Lin Sudong looked up and a big bladdered man stood in front of him. What the hell? You want to bully my dog? The Hanyu growled in a rough tone. As the saying goes, you have to beat the dog. This is the main person Lin Sudong can't afford to mess with. Hurriedly smiled with him. No. With that said, he quickly left the scene and prepared to cross the trail back to his store. Suddenly, a car braked and stopped in front of him, and when he looked up, it was Li Lingfeng. Didn't you leave? Lin Sudong was surprised. Li Lingfeng unlocked the car door. Come up here. TM conscience can't get over it. It's better to give you a ride. Lin Sudong, who laughed happily, got into the car, and before he even fastened his seatbelt, he came to say, look, that girl is nice. Where? Raising his head, Li Lingfeng's gaze quickly locked onto his target, followed by a shrill whistle. A shoe print hangs from the rear windshield of a car that is speeding away, accompanied by a man in pursuit of the car. It was a good thing that the two ran fast, or else that shoe print would have had to be slapped on the two's faces. I'm afraid, after all, the other boyfriend looked a bit like elder brother Broken Stream. After sending Lin Sudong back to the agency, Li Lingfeng drove to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store where Su Xiaolu was. Receiving the call that Li Lingfeng was waiting outside, Su Xiaolu hurriedly picked up her bag and left work. A female co-worker called out, Lulu, you're not going to the potluck tonight? Not going. You guys eat haha. Su Xiaolu turned around and smiled waving goodbye. The woman co-worker had a questioning look on her face. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? You didn't see her ex-boyfriend's car waiting outside? Another female co-worker laughed. Oh, it's that handsome guy from before. Ha! Su Xiaolu got on the passenger side, and Li Lingfeng turned his head and asked, where are we going to eat? I'll send you the location. Following the navigation, Li Lingfeng arrived at a seemingly upscale Western restaurant. Parking the car in the proprietary parking space, Li Lingfeng and Su Xiaolu entered the Western restaurant, and the moment they pushed open the wooden door, a light smoky fragrance greeted them. The dining room is softly lit with a warm and romantic atmosphere. The waiter's uniform was straight, always with a professional smile on his face, and his demeanor was polite and humble as he communicated with Su Xiaolu. Soon, the waiter led the two to a private room on the second floor. An unintelligible piece of foreign lyrical music was playing in the booth, and a vintage chandelier shed a warm yellow light on the high ceiling, reflecting on the polished mahogany tabletop. It reflected a fascinating luster. Tabletop elegant Western-style tableware displayed among them. Look at this configuration. Li Lingfeng, no, certainly not cheap goods. After the waiter left, Li Lingfeng frowned. Are you usually this extravagant? Su Xiaolu put the bag down, laughed. Where do you want to go? This is not afraid of you are not accustomed to eating. Sister shed blood. If you say that, I can't do you justice if I don't eat more than a couple bites tonight. After saying that, Li Lingfeng came to that European-style sofa and sat down, crossing his legs. The old saying is that your car is not good for sale now. Can you stand it with spending so much? Su Xiaolu followed over, sat down next to Li Lingfeng and leaned in his arms. Don't you worry, just rely on the monthly salary, shall not drink the wind. Yo, you have other income? Li Lingfeng looked down at Su Xiaolu and pinched her chin. In dividing the property with my ex-husband, there was a central area store with title awarded to him, but the proceeds of the proceeds went to me until it was demolished. Li Lingfeng's eyes widened. Then how much is the monthly rent collected? More than 30,000. Su Xiaolu faintly returned. Then why are you still going to work for the wool? Li Lingfeng sweated. It's boring not to go to work. What are you doing alone? Besides, it's only when I go to work that I have a chance to meet my good man. Su Xiaolu looked up and said, that's true. Li Lingfeng nodded. By the way, I'll discuss something with you. What is it? Borrowing money is out of the question. I invested all my money in buying you that self-built house or whatever it is. That's exactly what I was discussing with you. Now that it's basically confirmed over there that they're going to condemn it to build the new commercial center in P. Su Xiaolu's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Really? Then aren't we betting on the right thing? Waiting for the demolition to get rich? Well, I'd like to take advantage of the current windfall to cash out early and leave the market, and wait for that demolition to come down without knowing how long it'll take. Su Xiaolu leaned back into Li Lingfeng's arms. I don't understand this. Just watch what you do. That's not the point. The point is that I want to set up a company to develop the business with the money I've cashed out. Doing business? Su Xiaolu sat up. The line of oh, don't trick the old lady's money out. Li Lingfeng. I'm at least a bank president now, and you still don't believe me? Su Xiaolu looked skeptically. When did you get promoted to bank president? Didn't you just join the company for a month? Yeah, didn't I tell you? You did? Oh, so it's not telling you now? Charlotte Sue, get to the point. How about it? Will you continue to invest in me with that money? Li Lingfeng pulled back to the topic and said. Su Xiaolu smiled wryly. Investing money for you to start a company. So do I count as your angel investor? Li Lingfeng nodded. It can also be understood that way. It's not that simple to pull a venture capitalist, in which case you have to show your sincerity out. After saying that, Su Xiaolu got up and came to the door, screwing a lock on the door handle. I've checked the online reviews of this store, and the soundproofing is quite good. Su Xiaolu turned around and said. At this point, the lyrical music changed to a symphonic march. Chapter 077 Clear Porridge at Night. Coming out of the Western restaurant, Li Lingfeng first sent Su Xiaolu back and turned his head to pick up Han Shuiying, who was still working overtime. Downstairs at the company, Li Lingfeng went to Han Shuiying and replied that he would have to wait for a while longer. Bored Li Lingfeng then get off the car and wander around casually. The evening breeze of early fall has been a little cool. Passing by a street-side barbecue stalls, saw a few young people there clinking glasses. Looks like it should be just graduated out of a short time. Only one of them was heard shouting, "Come on, do one, dry up. You and I are both dark horses before the end of the world." The crowd cheered, as if there should be a big, bright future. Over here, Li Lingfeng felt embarrassed to be able to gouge out 3 rooms in one hall from a distance of a few meters. Or are you and I the dark horses? One look at it. I know has not experienced the social beatings. Later you will understand. The world has been set, you and I are? Dude, lend me a light. A man at the nearest table said towards Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng took out a lighter and lit the fire for himself, and the man politely and hurriedly came forward. After taking a deep breath, he waved his hand and said, "Thanks bro, how about a drink? It's inconvenient to drive later." Li Lingfeng smiled and politely declined the goodwill. Continuing to walk for some distance, LED electronic screens flashed on both sides and the streets were filled with the rush of people coming and going. Everyone has that cold and uninteresting story written all over their faces, day after day. Only the bar not far away was high, and that was one of the few places where you could indulge your soul in thrill-seeking. Li Lingfeng stared for a moment. Why don't we go over and wait for the lost girl? It's better to save one than to be picked up by someone with ulterior motives. After all, there aren't many men as pure as me. The ringing of the phone disrupted Li Lingfeng's wishful thinking. It was Han Shuiying calling. Hey, where are you? Why is there no one in the car? Out for a walk outside to come. You wait, I'll go back. After Li Lingfeng hung up the phone, he saw a man helping a drunken girl to leave. When you come out to play, you are responsible for yourself. Don't use caprice as an excuse. Back downstairs at the company, Han Shuiying, who was standing by the car, happily waved and greeted Li Lingfeng, just short of pouncing on him. The two of them got into the car. Li Lingfeng turned his head and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Han Shuiying deflated. Li Lingfeng frowned. What the hell is your company up to? Working overtime and not caring about meals? Rushing to ship? What can I do? It's good enough to finish the job. How can I care about eating? Han Shuiying sighed. Why don't we just quit? Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. If you don't go to work anymore, you'll support me? Fine. Then you can stay at home. Li Lingfeng laughed. Han Shuiying beamed after hearing this and shook her head. No, you're a bank president now. How can I keep up with you if I don't go to work? Then you can change your job. Ha, Li Lingfeng suggested. Han Shuiying looked down and thought, I don't know anything else. Besides, I've been here for a few years, so I'll try to get a small position. Alright, let's not talk about this. First take you to dinner. What do you want to eat? Li Lingfeng started the vehicle. Spiro, Li Lingfeng frowned. Can we eat something normal? Or we can eat better. This is not thinking of saving some money to spend. In the future there are still a lot of places to use money. Han Shuiying whispered. Li Lingfeng smiled. Have a bowl of kanji then, the one we used to go to. Yeah. Han Shuiying smiled sweetly, and that was where the two had their first dinner date. At that time, Li Lingfeng could only afford to treat Han Shuiying to kanji, or the street stall kind. Think of the old days, when there was no pennies, and you were still so happy as a thief. When I drove to the kanji stall, the two old men were still busy as usual. Uncle was in charge of making the kanji, and the wife was in charge of serving it to the guests and cleaning up those small folding square tables. Li Lingfeng picked a seat for Han Shuiying to sit first, fearing that someone would come later. Although this uncle is a street stall, but the craftsmanship is no doubt, and still real and fresh, so there are a lot of repeat customers. Are almost eaten into the network red card spot. Li Lingfeng came to Uncle. 2 bowls of salted bone porridge. Uncle, alright, you sit down and wait a bit, the next one is yours. Uncle took notes on a piece of paper. Returning, Li Lingfeng glanced at Han Shuiying. Would you like something to drink? Hand-pumped lemon tea bar. Han Shuiying looked across the road, which was a row of mobile beverage stores. There are wheelbarrows, three-wheelers, and least of all, those who carry an insulated bag and come out to sell. Flexibility and variety. The market is here. To each his own. Li Lingfeng crossed the road to the opposite side, swept down once, his eyes fixed on a delicate young lady stall. The reason why I looked at her house was definitely because she made it more to the taste of young people, nothing else much. When he came to the stall of the young lady, Li Lingfeng's line of sight never left the hidden neckline. Sir, what would you like to order? The young lady asked sweetly. Seeing that Li Lingfeng didn't respond, he called a second time. Sir. Only then did Li Lingfeng look up at the young lady, simply a replica of Milk Tea Girl. Li Lingfeng, who was once again entranced, was woken up again by the young lady. Sir. Li Lingfeng stroked away the harumph. Give me a cup of hand-beaten lemon tea. The young lady smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry sir, the hand-pumped lemon tea was just sold out. Oh, so what do you have? The young lady looked down. Just these 3 passion fruit lemon teas left. Okay, give it all to me. Li Lingfeng said with bravado. In such a slightly cool night, how could he give up the young lady to keep guarding the stall and blowing the wind? Really? The young lady said happily, and then packed the remaining 3 cups of passion fruit lemon tea for Li Lingfeng. When Li Lingfeng finished paying, the young lady happily picked up the phone. Baby, come over and pick me up. I'm done selling and closing the stall. Li Lingfeng, who was carrying 3 cups of passion fruit lemon tea, looked up at the young lady, just wondering which toad is the TM holding out. Returning to the kanji stall, Li Lingfeng handed Han Shuiying the hand-beaten lemon tea that he had bought at another stall. There were also 3 cups of passion fruit lemon tea placed in front of themselves, and Han Shuiying asked suspiciously, Can you finish 3 cups? 1 cup for me. Those 2 cups are for uncle's old couple. Li Lingfeng strongly explained. After saying that, he took 2 cups of passion fruit lemon tea to uncle. Uncle, please drink passion fruit lemon tea. Uncle turned around and smiled. Thanks. A pretty boy bought us a cup earlier too. HM? Li Lingfeng looked at the passion fruit lemon tea with the same label. Looks like the little cutie. Not only by themselves. Chapter 078 Xiao Hongfei's girlfriend. Salt bone porridge served up. Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying each a bowl. Although has eaten dinner, but also may wish to add some flavor. Delicious. Han Shuiying said with satisfaction. Li Lingfeng looked at it. What an easily satisfied woman. No wonder she followed me in the first place with a bowl of porridge. Han Shuiying, who was choked, looked up and blanked Li Lingfeng. You still have the nerve to say, whose mouth was like it had been smeared with honey back then. That's because you yourself have no emotional experience and are stupid enough to be cheated. Li Lingfeng laughed. Say, am I really your first love? Han Shuiying instantly blushed and lowered her head to drink kanji without replying, admitting that he was his first love. Wouldn't that make him look like a white guy? But he's really his first love. Han Shuiying's inner OS said at this moment. Looking at Han Shuiying not replying, Li Lingfeng smiled even more smugly. I don't know if it's the first love, but the first time is definitely real. Han Shuiying was even more flushed, glaring at Li Lingfeng. What? Is the porridge not enough for you? Enough is enough. Li Lingfeng, who was almost bursting with food, waved his hand busily. At that moment a small young couple came over, equally smiling, and asked for 2 bowls of salted bone kanji, demeanor playful. As the 2 looked that year, Han Shuiying, who was looking dazed, sighed softly. The pie you drew for me that year is still undigested now. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Li Lingfeng. Have you ever thought about marrying me? Li Lingfeng, drinking a bowl of kanji. Do we have to elevate the topic to such heights? Li Lingfeng said with a few moments of sweat. It's also true that the person you marry in the future won't necessarily be you anyway. Han Shuiying then spoke. Being in love and getting married don't seem to be a natural pairing or a necessary cause and effect relationship. At that moment, Uncle came over and smiled at everyone. I'll add a bowl of kanji for everyone here tonight, and we won't be opening any more stalls starting tomorrow. Why? The crowd asked. Uncle's face was filled with a happy smile. This is not a little child, a bit of success. Called me 2 mouths to go home to enjoy their old age. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a clamor of blessings from the crowd, and many of them even applauded. Yeah, how is that not another meaning of marriage? After leaving the kanji stall, the 2 of them, Li Lingfeng and Han Shuiying, wandered around the street for a while. Han Shuiying took Li Lingfeng's arm and leaned on Li Lingfeng's shoulder, seemingly thinking about something. Li Lingfeng did not break this tranquility and allowed this to stroll. Suddenly, Han Shuiying bit Li Lingfeng's arm. Ah, pain, 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 screamed Li Lingfeng, trying to break free but being bitten to death by Han Shuiying, until it left a deep ring of teeth marks. No, you can say what you can't think of. Why did you bite me for a good reason? Li Lingfeng puzzled. Bite you negative man. Han Shuiying puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Li Lingfeng touched the painful teeth marks and blew out his breath. I didn't say I won't marry you. You have to give me some time. Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Han Shuiying instantly became happy and said, when will that be? Until I have your child? Let's talk about it when we have it. Li Lingfeng whitened his eyes. Han Shuiying's eyes flashed with a hint of evil. Then what are we waiting for? Let's come now. After saying that, Han Shuiying took Li Lingfeng's hand and scurried inside. Li Lingfeng had a look of horror on his face and hastily drew it back. This is on the street. Sis. Oh, there seems to be a bush over there. Han Shuiying had an innocent look on her face. Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned around to fetch his car to go. Infuriated Han Shuiying stomped her foot. Li Lingfeng, you can't run away even if you go back. The next day, at the agreed time, sign the lease with the landlord's old man on the second floor. Li Lingfeng pretended to look left and right again, full of hesitation. It's just mentally calculating to cut the old man again. Sure enough, the old man finally could not sit still and said, pretty boy, this place is smooth with the god of wealth. Rent it to ensure that you earn a lot of money. Li Lingfeng still didn't make a sound, just looking here and there. The old uncle then got up and walked over with a compass. Nah, check it out. You're a positive wealth position. Li Lingfeng stuck his head up. Really? Let's see. When he finished speaking, he tried to reach for the old man's compass, but unexpectedly the old man dodged it. Li Lingfeng frowned. Is that compass of yours not going to move? Oh? How do you say this little guy's words? What I compass will not move. Can I still cheat you? The old uncle held back his red face and shook the compass in front of Li Lingfeng for a moment, then hurriedly put it back. The compass at this time of the year shows a broken fortune position. Li Lingfeng didn't understand those runes. Anyway, his mind was full of thoughts about how to press the price again. Both of them had their own ideas, and eventually they both gave in to each other. The rent price couldn't be any lower, but they had to give a half-month rent-free period. Once finalized, the lease was quickly signed, with both men fearing the other would back out later. Li Lingfeng first gave a deposit of 10,000 and then officially paid the rent after the half-month rent-free period. After this side was finished, Lin Sudong immediately and cheerfully walked over with a paper of supplementary agreements. That was the landlord's promise to give him a 10% discount on the first floor rent once he rented out the second floor. You can't prove it with words. You have to write it down in black and white. The landlord old man hatefully glanced at Lin Sudong. Inwardly was extremely reluctant. Helpless words out of his mouth. Everything is done. Li Lingfeng got the key. Lin Sudong gave a 10% discount. The landlord old man happily left to play mahjong. This disturbing second floor is finally rented out again. Just don't know how long this unlucky guy can support. I hope that God will bless this young man more. The landlord's old uncle prayed to Li Lingfeng in his heart. That way, you can at least stabilize your rent for a few more months. With the venue, the next step is to register the company, which Lin Sudong has experience in. He recommended an accounting firm, the same one that helped Lin Sudong register his company, and the service was okay. Xiao Hongfei hurriedly wrote down the contact information and address. Next he had to go to promote this work. Li Lingfeng looked at Xiao Hongfei. No need to rush. Bring the information over for registration again in the afternoon. Now let's have a meal and go. Xiao Hongfei's eyes instantly lit up, but then dimmed. No, have to go back to accompany my girlfriend. Can't go. For Xiao Hongfei to have a girlfriend this thing. Li Lingfeng is always skeptical. Now that this was mentioned again, I didn't realize that my eyebrows were furrowed. Your girlfriend is not inflatable, right? Xiao Hongfei, who was wearing a shiny suit and a 3/7 comb, blushed to the root of his neck. Lousy really has a girlfriend. Okay. Really? Li Lingfeng held a truth-seeking spirit and pressed on. Then show me a picture of her. Unconvinced, Xiao Hongfei took out his cell phone and flipped out a photo and handed it to Li Lingfeng. Lin Xiaoning? Chapter 079, do you want to try? You guys know each other? Xiao Hongfei looked up at Li Lingfeng with great surprise. Li Lingfeng busily shook his head. No, don't know. How could I know your girlfriend? Really? Then how do you know her name? Xiao Hongfei still hadn't solved the doubts in his heart. Li Lingfeng, forget it, I won't talk to you guys, I still have to rush over. Xiao Hongfei looked at the time and said, by the look of his anxiety, he knew that he was certainly not dominant in their relationship, and with Li Lingfeng's understanding of Lin Xiaoning, this Xiao Hongfei is not a dog licker. I'm afraid, rather curious as to how these two met. Some other day we have to get some words in Xiao Hongfei's mouth. Li Lingfeng pondered in his heart. Lin Xiaoning is not Han Shuiying's best friend. Why are you pretending not to recognize her? Lin Sudong walked up and said. Li Lingfeng looked at Lin Sudong. My old granny downstairs was over 100 years old. Do you know why she lived so long? Why? Lin Odong had an inquisitive look on his face. because she does not blind a few bar to get together to pipe in on people's gossip. Lin Xiaoning's affairs less prying. Lin Sudong. Why do I have an urge to hammer someone? It's extremely hard to suppress internally. Why are you still staying here? Don't you go down to work? Li Lingfeng packed up the contract information. Didn't you say you were going to dinner? Waiting for you. Lin Sudong returned. Li Lingfeng took the contract information. You please? You damn me for doing you such a big favor and you want me to treat you to dinner? Lin Sudong even wondered if he had heard it wrong. Don't I save you thousands of dollars a month in rent by not treating you to a gross dinner? Lin Sudong, surprised face. Next time I help you, I'll be your son. Go. Why are you still standing there? Li Lingfeng, who had walked to the door, turned around and said. Lin Sudong grinned and hurriedly followed his footsteps. Okay, Dad. After dinner, Li Lingfeng returned to the branch, and Su Yalan, the director of the sales department, found Li Lingfeng. Li Xing, there's a reward fee that you need to allocate. It's 17,500 in total. Li Lingfeng was first stunned, and then he quickly reacted, almost forgetting that the governor had this power. Now that the head and vice president are both themselves, management is still left with Aaron Su, the director of the sales department. You guys figure out how to divide it up. Just bring it to me for signature when you're set. Su Yalan looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. We'll discuss and divide it amongst ourselves? This used to be decided by Luo Xing, which consulted other people, and directly passed the meeting. Ah, what's the problem? Li Lingfeng said. Su Yalan had a difficult look on her face, and only after a long time did she stifle a sentence and say, then how much is your side share? This is the cost of your previous performance incentives, which would have been before my time, so you don't have to split it with me. Su Yalan was even more dumbfounded. This changed the previous Luo Xing, designated to go big head. The remaining several thousand everyone share a few $100s to drink soup, which eat a bite of meat. I'm afraid this isn't right. You're our bank president anyways, Su Yalan said. No harm done, just do as I say. Li Lingfeng gave it a pat on the back and said, by the way, you tell Yi Mujuan to come in for a moment. Su Yalan answered and turned around to leave. The plump buttocks twisting on her back made Li Lingfeng unconsciously look twice more. Married young women are just that. Awesome. Su Yalan, who went out, casually brought the door with her, and Li Lingfeng leaned his back against the seat and crossed his legs. A few minutes later, Yi Majuan knocked on the door and walked in. Li Xing, you're looking for me? Remembering that a few days ago, he had reminded Li Lingfeng not to sit in that governor's seat, he didn't expect that he would really become the governor. Li Lingfeng looked at the calligraphy and painting hanging on that wall. Didn't I tell you to change it? Yi Majuan looked at the word painting that was no longer a, and a question mark was written all over his face. Hasn't this already been changed? Yi Majuan returned in disbelief. Li Lingfeng frowned. Changing is changing. What's with you getting a women's treasure? Yi Majuan's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing this, and he once again looked over carefully, and even made a point of correcting his glasses, after making sure it's okay. Well, isn't this, a home away from home? Li Lingfeng. Change it for me to Unity 4. Yi Majuan nodded. Okay, then turn around and I'll return it for another one. Is there anything else? Li Xing. Yi Majuan then asked. Nope, get busy, Li Lingfeng said back. Yi Majuan, who was ready to leave, stopped in her tracks. By the way, Li Xing, I just heard Director Su say that we'll split that 17,500 reward fee amongst ourselves? Yeah, what's the problem? Li Lingfeng thought Yi Mujuan was trying to remind him of something. Yi Mujuan smiled. No problem, it just feels like you're extraordinarily truthful, and the people outside are overjoyed. Li Lingfeng laughed it off. The most important point of leading a team, that is to know how to make profits. With the benefits in place, the so-called unity and loyalty are naturally out of the question. Besides, Li Lingfeng didn't care about this reward fee, just Uncle Chan's 273 million yuan deposit performance. It would be enough for him to get a fairly sizable paycheck for the month. Remembering something, Li Lingfeng asked Yi Mujuan, do you know which bank Luo Xing went to? Well, I heard it looks like it went to be Merchant Bank. Li Lingfeng nodded. It seemed that this old Luo still had some connections. There are two ways to turn a rudder smoothly after carrying a penalty. I'll have to pay a visit someday. At least it's my first leader and mentor. Out of the money to take the green channel, Xiao Hongfei followed the accounting firm to register the company in the afternoon. Li Lingfeng named the company Zaiho Investment Company Limited and transferred Fang Jinian over as the general manager. Now that he or she is a bank president, naturally, he or she no longer needs to do the chores of organizing loan information into the system. Let Fang Jinian sit in Zaiho Investment Company Limited. Li Lingfeng Hart also assured. The company's main activities are credit services. Short split bridging of funds and investment in projects. Li Lingfeng's current account, in addition to the $3 million used to buy a self-built house, left $920,000 in cash money, limited to the size of the capital. The company's registered capital is only reported $500,000, and then additional registered capital when the future of self-built houses to cash out. Li Lingfeng found Huang Tianzi, and after learning that Li Lingfeng was promoted to branch president, Huang Tianzi was even more eager. Taking out the top-quality pour that he had treasured for many years, he brewed a pot of good tea for Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng carefully drank a mouthful of really good, put down the teacup, said, "You put out the wind in the market. In the future, Farmers and Merchants Bank's self-construction housing loan business will always be reported to Farmers and Merchants Bank via Ziho Investment Limited." Huang Tianzi nodded his head. Since he understood the reasoning behind this, he was busy answering, "Understood. No problem." These days teaming up to push the self-build home loan business, Huang Tianzi is also opening up a channel, become the third pillar industry after his recycling, wholesale and retail of adult products. Huang Tianzi refilled Li Lingfeng's tea. Recently another batch of new products have been put on. Do you want to try them? Chapter 080, Losing Money After All. Li Lingfeng frowned. "I can't use all those things of yours. Really want to send you this pour? Send me well?" Huang Tianzi froze for a moment, glancing at his freshly opened century-old pour. "I'd better send you new products." Li Lingfeng. "This pour was intended to be saved for my grandson's daughter-in-law, and was specially opened today to celebrate your promotion to bank president." Huang Tianzi was slightly embarrassed. Li Lingfeng laughed it off. Naturally he was not the one to take away someone's love. In turn he had to thank him for having a heart. "It just says it's for when my grandson gets married. How many years from now?" So Li Lingfeng curiously asked in passing, "How old is your grandson?" 16 years old. Talking about his grandson, Huang Tianzi's face is full of joy, the fragrance that has been passed down from generation to generation. Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi with some fried eyes. "Nima grandson is already 16 years old? I think you're only in your early 50s, as I recall?" Huang Tianzi nodded. "Yes, but I got married early in those days and had my first son at the age of 18. "Oh, so the freshly minted baby I saw you holding last time was your grandson too?" Huang Tianzi smiled. That's my son." Li Lingfeng only felt a sudden burst of thunder. His brain was a bit not very flexible. Sister-in-law can still give birth? Harm. Her old is long past menopause. Can you count on her? Li Lingfeng. "No, Li Xing, are you pretending to be stupid or do you really not know? Nowadays there can't be more than a few rich men out there?" After finishing, he didn't forget to stare at Li Lingfeng and added, "You didn't?" "There is," said Li Lingfeng pretending to be imposing. This face was given by himself. He could not lose. "This is not right." Huang Tianzi pulled out a box of things. Strong version of Indian God oil, the latest product listed. Personally tested effective. Li Lingfeng looked at Huang Tianzi. No wonder his son was only a full month old. Accepted Huang Tianzi's good intentions. "It's happy to say, tell you what Li Xing said before Feidong demolition that thing? The program has passed. What was expected?" Li Lingfeng smiled. "Congratulations then. You've made the right bet again this time." Huang Tianzi was very proud. "But without the help of your loan, I wouldn't have been able to get the money together to make it happen. I still have to thank you. I heard that this project is the government pulling in Wanhang real estate to invest, right?" Li Lingfeng remembered saying. Huang Tianzi nodded. "That's right. The expropriation working group formed by the government and Wanhang real estate will move in these 2 days." After saying that, Huang Tianzi looked at Li Lingfeng one more time. "Li Xing, you also pay attention to the movements over Feidong." "What? You also bought the self-built houses over there?" Li Lingfeng froze for a moment and was busy shaking his head. No, how could I have that capital? Li Xing is really joking. "You're in the financial business and you still lack money?" Huang Tianzi laughed. Li Lingfeng frowned. "See, this is the inherent impression of you laymen, thinking that those who work in finance must be full of pots and pans. We are also workers." Joking aside, Li Xing, Huang Tianzi returned with a disbelieving face. Li Lingfeng knew enough to know that he didn't believe it and laughed. "Why don't you and I change our identities?" Huang Tianzi was busy waving his hand. "I'm used to freedom. The unit's rules and regulations don't suit me. No, money and women are enough. Some people are different, though, and want power and status in addition to the 2 points mentioned above." Coming out from Huang Tianzi's place, Li Lingfeng went to Old Luo to make a call. Anyway, there was nothing to do. Contact the feelings. Do not let him think that Li Lingfeng is a thin people. This business dealings or intersection. Passing by a fruit stall, Li Lingfeng got off the car and swept a glance at all kinds of fruits. Sample oranges were chosen not only because of their good intentions and great luck, but especially for the likes of Lao Luo, who had just climbed out of the pit. More importantly, another point. Oranges are cheap, $10 for 4 pounds tube. Boss, weigh me how much? Li Lingfeng picked up a bag of oranges and carried it to the boss. The boss took one on the weighing. 5 pounds and 2 taels. A total of $13? Want to order something else? No. Can you wipe a zero? Li Lingfeng asked. The boss blankly eyed Li Lingfeng. It's yours for nothing. Want it or not? That's a good sentiment. Li Lingfeng instantly became interested. This was the first time he had seen such an enthusiastic boss. Boss, those eyes that want to knife someone can't be hidden. Not a penny less. Take it or leave it. The boss didn't have the good sense to say. No, you just said you'd give it to me for nothing, but now you're backing out. I knew it wasn't going to happen. How is it? Give me a zero. So big business. Not bad to give me a little discount. Li Lingfeng said. It's only $13 in total, and you're wiping out the change. What were you thinking? The boss finally couldn't help himself. Li Lingfeng looked at the boss. In that case, I'm going to take the metric scale over. Okay, I'll give you $1 cheaper. No, wipe the zeros. The owner stomped his foot. I'll give you $1 more cheaper. Okay? No, wipe the zeros. The boss looked straight at Li Lingfeng, and the sign of the 100-year-old reputable store was hanging above the door. In the end, it was the boss who compromised and only charged Li Lingfeng $10. Li Lingfeng, who took the orange, drove to the B Commercial Bank where Lao Luo was located and parked his car on the curb in a checkered space, just next to a fruit stall. But Li Lingfeng took to go over the weighing again. 3 pounds and 7 taels. The female owner of this fruit stall gave a reading and said, Li Lingfeng only felt the blood pressure straight to the brain. Walking in the Jianghu so many years, still cannot fight them. Well, it is not folded a lot. Li Lingfeng carried the insufficiently weighed oranges into the B Merchant Bank. Seeing that it was Li Lingfeng who came over, Lao Luo initially boarded up his face, thinking that the other party had come to laugh at him. It wasn't until the humble attitude displayed by Li Lingfeng that old Luo completely let go of his guard and resumed his usual eloquent conversation. Character aside, Lao Luo has been able to hang around in this industry for so long, and must have precipitated more than Li Lingfeng. This is his redeeming feature. You said you came just as you came. Why do you still need to carry fruits? It's too outgoing, isn't it? Old Luo said with a smile on his face, busy making tea to greet Li Lingfeng. Transferred to this B Merchant Bank, the old Luo is still the position of branch president. I'm just not completely done with the separation process right now, so I'm going to come over here and report to my seat first. This branch is new to B Merchant Bank in the last 2 years and the previous branch president never made it work. The introduction of Lao Luo this time is to make use of Lao Luo's network of connections to make this outlet. Luo Xing, you like to play chess too? Just realized. Li Lingfeng looked at a chessboard on the table and asked with a smile. Old Luo shook his head. It was all learned from my neighbors when I was a child, and it was puzzling to watch them play chess in those days when they were always thinking about it again and again. Then I realized that it wasn't just chess they were contemplating. It was our city's development plan. Chapter 081, Former 23. The air was silent for 3 seconds. Come, drink tea. Old Luo put the brewed tea in front of Li Lingfeng with a very relatable smile. Li Lingfeng picked up and drank a mouthful. Not that collector's edition of the Dragon Well palatable. Did you see the Dragon Well in that office of mine before? I didn't find it when I packed up my office last time. Old Luo queried. Heart a little guilty of weakness, Li Lingfeng then drank a mouthful of tea. Not themselves to hide it. Is it? Did not see the amount. A bag of tea is not worth much money. Disappeared on disappeared. Li Lingfeng relieved. Old Luo had a defiant look on his face. Who said my Longjing was worthless? I bought it myself, originally intending to give it to my neighbor. Ha! Li Lingfeng looked at old Luo. How much did you buy? Old Luo painfully held out 3 fingers. 30,000 plus. Put. The tea sprayed out. Li Lingfeng hurriedly drew paper to wipe it. Old Luo looked at Li Lingfeng suspiciously. What are you doing? It's not like you're hiding it, right? No. You all know. It's not like I like tea. Li Lingfeng laughed. Old Law nodded. That's true. By the way, the tea was bought. Why didn't you send it out? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. As the words left his mouth, Lao Luo shook his head sadly. No, that went in a while ago. Li Lingfeng. That's why it's important to follow the right path to be a man, to stand up to heaven and earth. Old Luo said with righteousness. Li Lingfeng looked at him. Who was the one who was reported by name a few days ago? Then after chatting for a while, Li Lingfeng intended to prepare to leave. It was time to get off work. Lao Luo, however, called out to him, go, visit a friend with me? He has a lot of self-build resources on hand. The old fox. Li Lingfeng smiled. Yes, the sky is getting dark. The project department of Wanhong Real Estate is responsible for this Feidong Area Acquisition Working Group Office. A woman in executive professional attire with a pencil-thin, dimpled figure stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. There was a dossier on the desk, and at a closer look it was actually printed with Li Lingfeng's avatar. The woman looked out at the traffic and her memory was pulled back a few years. Sister E, I've put all the information involving the levy payers on your desk. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave work first. Chen Jiai, the person in charge of this collection work in Feidong area of Wanhong Real Estate, pulled back to reality. Chen Jiai turned around and smiled. Okay, didn't go back. After her subordinates left, Chen Jiai came back to her desk and picked up that file of Li Lingfeng. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile slightly. After all these years, it really hasn't changed at all. After saying that, then he put the file into his bag and walked out of the office, extinguishing the lights in the process. Here, unable to resist the hospitality of Lao Luo's friends, the three of them went to a restaurant to have dinner together. I was in the middle of my drink when a number labeled X23 called. Li Lingfeng, who picked up the cell phone, frowned. What is this situation? The sudden call from the X, designated as no good. It's not possible that you've brought a child to identify yourself, is it? Is it better to answer, or not to answer? Li Lingfeng was wondering. The old Luo face drunkenly slightly red looked at Li Lingfeng. Girlfriend urged you to go home, ah? Li Lingfeng got up. You guys drink first. I'm going out to take a call. In the spirit of responsible mentality, out of the outside Li Lingfeng connected to the phone, in order to explore the situation. Pretending not to know. Hello, which one ah? The other party was silent for 3 seconds, then sneered and said, what a dog that can't change, forgetting all about it so quickly. Li Lingfeng frowned. How come this is still cursing? Okay you. Now that you're a branch president you're a nobleman. Meet me at your branch in 10 minutes. With that, he hung up the phone, and Li Lingfeng was there with a dumbfounded look on his face. Who's this? Do I have an ex who's so draggy? Exasperated, Li Lingfeng shattered a bite. But then thinking about it, it seems like quite a few. I just can't remember. Li Lingfeng pondered for 3 seconds and finally decided to go to the meeting. Not because of old feelings. I'm just worried about actually bringing a child to identify. Think of a lonely child, waiting for his father to show up on a lost and helpless night. Granted, the child may not be his or her own, but what if it is? After bidding farewell to Lao Luo and his friend too, Li Lingfeng called a chauffeur and rushed back to his branch. On his way out, he passed on the bottle of Indian divine oil given by Huang Tianzi to Lao Luo. Thinking that tonight must be a happy night for his sister-in-law, Li Lingfeng rushed to the branch and saw a tall woman standing in front of the branch from a distance. At this moment, the branch has already closed for work and all the colleagues have left. Li Lingfeng got out of the car and stared for 3 seconds, but still didn't see the other person's face clearly due to the night color obstruction. But it's safe to assume that she's the only one without any kids. This makes Li Lingfeng's hanging heart instantly relaxed. This situation is good. The big deal is to blackmail some money to the ex. Li Lingfeng walked over and did not see the other party's face until he was in front of him, and was even shocked for a moment. The person who came was none other than Chen Jiai, only to see Chen Jiai smile. Remember who I am now? Li Lingfeng looked at such a stunning beauty in front of him and nodded. I remember you. Wang Wenjing. Chia Yi Chen. The anger value was pulled all over her face. My name is Chen Jiai. Chen Jiai. Really? Does the name matter? What matters is that you are all my exes. Li Lingfeng returned with a crooked head, only to see Chen Jiai's fists clenched and creaking. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a camera on top of this, she really wanted to swing her fist over, forcing down her anger. Chen Jiai sneered. That's true. You have many ex-girlfriends that can line up several streets. Seeing that the visitor was not good, Li Lingfeng tentatively asked. You? What are you looking for me for? Haven't seen you in a few years. You're not going to buy me a drink? Chen Jiai said. Things have to sit down and talk slowly. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Jiai with wariness. It seems that the other party again seems not to blackmail money? After thinking for a while, seeing as the other party was so good looking, Li Lingfeng then answered. Remember you weren't that pretty before? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Chen Jiai blanked her eyes. Back then, you couldn't even eat after you. Could you be pretty? This made so much sense that Li Lingfeng was actually speechless for a moment. The two of them went to a nearby drink store, ordered 2 drinks and found a seat by the window. With the help of the lights in the store, Li Lingfeng took a closer look at Chen Jiai, more beautiful than the hazy beauty in the night. All cannot help but let Li Lingfeng doubt a little self. So beautiful you won't let go? There's no reason for that. Have you seen enough? Chen Jiai glared at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng frowned. There are some details that I can't recall. By the way, did you get a butterfly tattoo? Chapter 082, You're married? Chen Jiai instantly blushed to the root of her neck. Back then, she was fooled into getting a tattoo by this dog Li Lingfeng. Say what you will, rainforests should have butterflies blooming. Li Lingfeng even then seemed to remember something. I remembered. There is also a beauty mole underneath your chest. Bang! Chen Jia slapped the table and stood up, and several pairs of youngsters in the neighboring seats turned their gazes. How old are these two guys and they're still playing up a breakup? Taken aback, Li Lingfeng was busy leaning back a bit and looked at Chen Jia close to the back of the chair. Realizing that she had lost her temper, Chen Jia took a small breath and calmed herself before sitting down again. From his own bag, he took out that file and threw it in front of Li Lingfeng. Inexplicably, Li Lingfeng could not help but feel a tightness in his heart. This could not be some kind of paternity certificate, right? Picking up and flipping through it, the cold sweat only instantly dispersed, but it was just a record of information about his own self-built house in the Feidong area. No! How did she get this information? Li Lingfeng looked up at Chen Jia with a curious gaze. What are you? Chen Jia then took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Li Lingfeng. Wanheng Real Estate Project Manager. Li Lingfeng read it word for word, then frowned. Didn't you do real estate sales before? Chen Jia picked up her drink and took a sip, returning with a look of contempt. You don't look at how many years ago that was. That's true. Li Lingfeng nodded. How did I realize that every one of you women left me to soar? Shouldn't you ask yourself this question? Chen Jia sneered back. Li Lingfeng pondered for a while. Then it must be because I am too good. Covering your light. Put. Chen Jia's mouthful of drink almost didn't spray Li Lingfeng's face. The shameless habit is always never changed. Chen Jia deeply glared at Li Lingfeng. But then again, still as handsome as ever. But that doesn't stop me from hating this face. Chen Jia inwardly exploded at this moment. Then what do you mean by looking for me tonight? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Chen Jia took a deep breath. I'm currently in charge of the Feidong area's expropriation work. Oh, so you came over to negotiate with me? Li Lingfeng instantly snapped out of it. Chen Jia's face was covered in black lines. You could say that. I can't imagine that after only a few years of being away, you guys have a self-built property, and you've become a branch chief of S Farmers and Merchants Bank. This god is really ungrateful. Why did not a thunderbolt to split you? Then how do you want to talk? Li Lingfeng spoke nonchalantly. The chips were now in his hands. I hope you can cooperate with us and take the lead in signing the expropriation compensation contract to give everyone a demonstration. Chen Jia explained. Li Lingfeng's eyes stared for a moment. Good point, but in this way, I compensate not to relocate the house. Just cash. Chen Jia didn't dare to give an immediate reply for fear that Li Lingfeng had dug some kind of hole, and tried. Then how much do you want? Not much. 10 million will do. Li Lingfeng returned. I bought this self-built house for $7 million. It's not too much to ask you for 10 million, right? Chen Jia looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. The floor area of his self-built house totaled more than 700 square feet. According to the current market price is indeed far more than this number. Even if the levy is based on the government's record price, it's still over $10 million. He answered so easily. It's hard to. Thinking of this, Chen Jia couldn't help but look at Li Lingfeng with deep affection. The playfulness of the past dotted with memories in her heart. After all these years, I'm sure I haven't forgotten. Looking at the dumbfounded Chen Jia, Li Lingfeng's face hung a few question marks. You girl will not disagree. Then talk about a hair? Waving his hand in front of Chen Jia, why don't you say something back? Li Lingfeng said. Returning to her senses, Chen Jia. Oh, this shouldn't be a big problem. Although now it's all about the compensation package of relocated houses plus cash. But it can be fought for. Hearing Chen Jia's words, Li Lingfeng only nodded with satisfaction. In fact, it was not bad to ask for a relocation house, just that he could not wait that long. In these days when cash is king, having money make babies. Then let's make an appointment tomorrow to sign the expropriation compensation contract? Chen Jia said with some happiness. I didn't expect this journey to be so smooth. Until this moment it was beyond Chen Jia's expectation. When he came, he also calculated that if he really couldn't do it, he would let Li Lingfeng see the butterfly again. Don't. I'm only talking about the compensation package. I haven't mentioned my conditions yet. Li Lingfeng interrupted Chen Jia's delight. Sure enough, a scumbag is a scumbag. And Chen Jia felt like she had fallen from heaven to the ground. He was busy collecting that excitement and said with a cold look, what other conditions do you have? Li Lingfeng pouted and looked at Chen Jia's up and down curves. I have to say, the executive suit is simply deadly. Chen Jia was busy sidestepping to one side to avoid Li Lingfeng's stern eyes. Although she was wearing clothes, she always felt as if she was being looked at. Clasping his arms to his chest. What are you doing? Li Lingfeng touched his chin. Cough. Don't even think about it. Chen Jia said as she once again slapped the table, and the surrounding youngsters once again looked over. Li Lingfeng frowned. Calm down. Sit down first, I haven't even spoken yet? Chen Jiai sat down, full of exasperation. Her face once again flushed with a burst of redness, as if she had been drinking wine. You are at least a manager of the project department of Wanhang Real Estate. Why are you doing things in a hurry? Li Lingfeng reminded. Chen Jiai blanked Li Lingfeng. That's not because it's you on the opposite side. My condition is simple. It's that Wanhang Real Estate's levy for the Feidong area this time has to be put in our branch. Li Lingfeng smiled wryly. Hearing this, Chen Jiai was able to breathe a sigh of relief, blaming herself for overthinking. I don't have that much authority. I'll have to go back and consult my superiors. Chen Jiai said back. Alright, then I'll wait for your news tomorrow. Li Lingfeng laughed. Chen Jiai looked at Li Lingfeng and it was gone? Sure, right. I just drank some wine. Do you mind giving me a ride? Li Lingfeng thought of it and said. Chen Jiai nodded. This was since no problem. A show of hands. Gathering their things, the two left the drinking establishment, watched by several pairs of youngsters in the store. Older brothers and sisters are still out in love, and the Otts couldn't help but laugh a little. Drive to the royal garden where Li Lingfeng lives, and pull over at the entrance of the neighborhood. Chen Jiai looked at Li Lingfeng, who had gotten out of the car, and finally couldn't help but ask, You're married? Li Lingfeng turned back. Cootie, just touch that. Chia Chen, you dead scum. You're so scummy that you deserve to be single. Recall to the year. In Li Lingfeng nothing, Chen Jiai unhesitatingly proposed marriage. As a result, Li Lingfeng the same answer as today. This is the reason why the two broke up. Chen Jiai glared. May you die alone. I've got a girlfriend. She's upstairs taking a bath and is waiting for me to go back. Li Lingfeng returned seriously. Chen Jiai hated so much that she clenched her teeth and cackled. And Li Lingfeng, who was about to leave, turned back again. Want to go up and sit down and work on the double-slit interference experiment together? Chapter 083, If. I say if. Chen Jiai whistled away with a throttle, leaving Li Lingfeng with a wisp of trailing smoke. Li Lingfeng frowned. Why is this so strong? Looking at the vehicle that disappeared in the darkness, Li Lingfeng shook his head and turned around to enter the neighborhood. The security guard at the door gave Li Lingfeng a greeting. Li Lingfeng threw a cigarette over in his hand. You're on duty again tonight? The big brother security guard who caught the cigarette smiled and rubbed the back of his head. It's not like the owner, Dan, happens to be on the evening shift as well. Li Lingfeng glanced at this silly big naive man and shook his head. Another amorous man, patting the big brother security guard's shoulder. Li Lingfeng wandered his feet into the neighborhood. Under the dim light, Li Lingfeng marched along the trail, always feeling that heavy shadows popped out of the trail in front of him. Damn, this is not going to drink fake wine, right? Only a few taels of the amount. Not to drunk Shaking his head, he turned his head to see a male and a female student-looking middle schooler on a bench in a dark corner. Hey, what are you guys doing? Why don't you hurry home and study? Li Lingfeng drank from the head. The two who were frightened immediately made birds and beasts, each running away. You're too young to learn how to have an early crush? Li Lingfeng sighed. Although the cardamom age is the time of love, but as a teenager in China, there should be more lofty ideals and goals. It is important to know that a strong youth makes a strong nation. Don't think about men and women all day long and lose your good years. Alas, it's just a shame I'm no longer a teenager. Back at her place, Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. Drinking again tonight? Well, a friend from the old Rockwalk had dinner together. You're also getting more and more socializing. Try to drink less if you can. Han Shuiying said with heartache for the man in front of her. Li Lingfeng smiled. Isn't it good to drink, to relieve your sorrows? Han Shuiying instantly blanked Li Lingfeng, but after thinking back for a moment, it seemed to be that way. Right, did you know that Lin Xiaoning has a boyfriend? Li Lingfeng thought of it and asked. Han Shuiying beamed. Since last time, I've rarely spoken to her again, and she ignores me. This bosom friend of yours, don't want it. Li Lingfeng stroked Han Shuiying's arm to comfort her. But from what I've heard from other co-workers, it seems like she's been clubbing lately, so it's not unusual for her to have a boyfriend, right? Hearing Han Shuiying's words, Li Lingfeng roughly guessed the reason. Perhaps Xiao Hongfei and Lin Xiaoning met when they were bar hopping. Maybe the two had a one-night stand. Or else with Lin Xiaoning's character, how could she fall in love with such a down-and-out boy like Xiao Hongfei? But even so, I'm sure Xiao Hongfei will only be a life of being a licking dog. What? You know her boyfriend? Han Shuiying asked curiously. Li Lingfeng smiled. Recognize. The first person I recruited for my new company was her boyfriend. Ah. Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in surprise. Is the road that narrow? Li Lingfeng. Why don't you take her in, lest she wander around and get cheated? Han Shuiying was still worried about this bestie of hers even to this day. Li Lingfeng stared wide-eyed. I still exactly is not your boyfriend. How no point to be valued feeling. I just need to make sure that the one who ends up wearing the wedding dress is me. That's all. Han Shuiying winked at Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng. In fact, your best friend Lin Xiaoning is not bad looking, and quite a durable kind. Especially those eyes. No more. No less. Just two. Well, you truly moved Han Shuiying looked at Li Lingfeng in a good mood. Li Lingfeng hesitantly remembered the restricted photo. It should not have been deleted yet, right? So I took out my cell phone and found it and zoomed in again for a closer look. What? Show me. Han Shuiying said as she took the phone and looked at it. Li Lingfeng laughed and pinched Han Shuiying's tender face, saying, now that you know what kind of person your BFF is, do you still dare to laugh at me for accepting your BFF now? Han Shuiying beamed. I wasn't afraid she'd be cheated too. Are you stupid? There can be a few people who can fool your girlfriend. That Xiao Hongfei is designated to be led by your girlfriend to play. Li Lingfeng said. Han Shuiying slapped Li Lingfeng's chest. Why are you talking about her like that? Then have you seen her publicly announce that Xiao Hongfei is her boyfriend? Li Lingfeng asked. Han Shuiying shook her head as she thought about it. That's not true. Maybe it's because they just met not long ago? Li Lingfeng a sweaty face. There are guests in the cab, but the driver does not put out the empty license plate. Guess why? For carpooling to pull in more customers. Now Han Shuiying's witty little brain was comparable to Einstein's. So now do you understand why your bestie doesn't go public with her relationship? The great and wise Han Shuiying smiled and shook her head. I don't know. Li Lingfeng gazed at this silly woman. Was she really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Or perhaps she was keeping the last shred of decency for the relationship between the two. Early in the morning, Li Lingfeng, who slept until he woke up naturally, stretched his back and looked at the time, which was just over 9 o'clock. Not much more than that. Since I've been on the job, all of this sleeping until dark habit is slowly changing. Li Lingfeng, who was not in a hurry to go out, carefully cleaned up after washing up, looking at the man in the mirror who would have to avoid even if Daniel Wu came. Li Lingfeng smiled with satisfaction. Driving to the branch, the door will see the lobby manager Wu drooping brain a listless look. In the spirit of humanism of caring for his subordinates, Li Lingfeng walked forward. What's going on here? Xiao Wu looked up at Li Lingfeng. Li Xing, let me ask you a question. You say. Li Lingfeng returned. What would you do if? And I say if you found out that someone you liked was having sex with someone else? Li Lingfeng frowned and thought for a moment. Well, I'll ask around like you did. Chapter 084, I have a boyfriend. Looking at Xiao Wu's forlorn eyes, Li Lingfeng only had to hurry to get away. This thing is probably not even Einstein came to swing, because his theory of relativity couldn't calculate the gravitational field between a man and a woman either. Of course, if the mass, wealth, of one party is strong enough, the probability of that causing space bending between the sexes is a given. Why worry about the gravitational effect? But for Xiao Wu's situation, Li Lingfeng could only shake his head. The conditions were not hard enough to only start from the spiritual level. The Buddhists have said that the only thing you can do is to seek your own fulfillment. Coming to his office, Li Lingfeng first brewed a pot of tea. It was the dragon well of the Shuazan Luo Xing. It was really good. Just sip a cup of tea. The director of the sales department Su Yalan walked in with the 17,500 bonus distribution program. Li Xing, please see if this is alright. If you can, please sign here. Li Lingfeng looked up at Su Yalan. Today she put on a little light makeup. Her already good model was even more beautiful. So he poured an extra cup of tea. There's no rush. Sit down and have a cup of tea first. Su Yalan handed the distribution plan to Li Lingfeng and sat down, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Li Lingfeng, who received the distribution program, glanced at it briefly, and did not expect that he would also assign himself 2,000. I said I didn't have to before, but I still gave it a go. However, Li Lingfeng is very satisfied. This money I cannot want, but you cannot not allocate me. This is a matter of attitude. Very good. This cadre can be cultivated. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Yalan. Big pen wave immediately signed the word. Su Yalan reclaimed the distribution plan and got up. Then, Li Xing, there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Li Lingfeng nodded his head and after savoring a few cups of tea, he looked at the time and thought about going to the new company. There were only Fang Jimian and Xiao Hongfei over there at the moment. Having made up his mind, Li Lingfeng got up and picked up the car keys and prepared to leave, but unexpectedly Xiao Wu walked in. With an expression of self-motivation, Li Xing, I would like to apply for a transfer. Transferring to a new position. Which position do you want to transfer to? Li Lingfeng was curious. Wu's determined eyes. I want to switch to public account manager and make something out of it. Li Lingfeng looked grave. It's good that the young man is motivated. It's just that. Why don't you reconsider? This pressure to switch to public account manager is no joke. Hearing Li Lingfeng's words, Xiao Wu instantly wilted a few more points. and now the final elimination system is being implemented in full swing. You might turn around and be eliminated within a year, and end up being sent to some marginalized corner of the country, if not leaving. Yeah, well, it's not like you're determined enough. You don't have the resources. You don't have the will to fight to the death. So why do you need you? You've been turned around to serve you? A little excitement and you think about how to do great things and make a name for yourself. You don't recognize yourself first, whether you're good or not. Patting Wu's shoulder. Go back and think about it. It's hard to come back when you're out of your comfort zone. Leaving the branch, Li Lingfeng went to the new company, the address where Lin Sudong's agency was located. Li Lingfeng, who was not in a hurry to go up to the second floor, went into Lin Sudong's agency on the first floor, looked at the crappy Tarzanite on the way in. This smoke hole is many times more than before. This Lin Sudong in the end how hated by the workers ah. Lin Sudong is receiving the job-seeking workers, a mouthful of selling misery to make hard to pressure the price of their work. The essence of this black-hearted traders show all. There's rent, utilities, and labor to pay, and there's the old family so that gave birth to more than a dozen cubs and is waiting for postnatal care. Li Lingfeng, who couldn't listen to it, turned around and went to the second floor, instantly clearing up a lot. Inside, Fong Jinian is concentrating on organizing the loan information. That is a new batch of customers brought by Huang Tianzi. Xiao Hongfei is the other side of the desperate call marketing. I do not know where it got a large stack of customer contact information. As for Li Lingfeng walking in, Xiao Hongfei didn't even notice. For that work ethic, it's still worth recognizing. Even though he's got quite a bit of commission for marketing a successful client. Only after Xiao Hongfei finished his phone call did he realize Li Lingfeng behind him. Yo, boss, you came over. Li Lingfeng smiled. How's the battle record? On the contrary, there are a few intentional customers. The specific landing is not available now. Xiao Hongfei shook his head. Li Lingfeng patted his shoulder. There's no rush. It's not just opening. No, it is because only opened. More to grasp. This is not thinking of opening the door. Xiao Hongfei said cheerfully. This momentum is good. Li Lingfeng some wondered. On this work attitude how to mix bad. Can't ah. According to reason before you sell insurance performance should be good ah? Li Lingfeng asked. Xiao Hongfei looked at Li Lingfeng. It's good. But I've sold my clients to other insurance companies to make more that way. Li Lingfeng. You ain't gonna do that in my place, are you? Xiao Hongfei giggled a bit. How can I? Boss, you are different from them. Which is different? Li Lingfeng was filled with curiosity. Xiao Hongfei touched his head. You're the kind of person who can give everything but his wife. It's right to follow you in the designation. Li Lingfeng looked at the smart and not so smart Xiao Hongfei. No more chit-chat. I've set a goal of 100 calls today and I'm not leaving work until I finish. After saying that, Xiao Hongfei turned around and continued to fight to go. Properly a fierce general ah. Before he could go to the general manager's office to greet Fong Jinian, Li Lingfeng received a call from his predecessor 23. Where are you? The conditions mentioned last night are no problem. If you can now come over to Fly East our resident office this side to sign the contract. After hearing Chen Jiai's words, Li Lingfeng was delighted. I'll go over there now. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng hurriedly came to the general manager's office and greeted Fong Jinian before going downstairs. Downstairs, I met a wonderful woman in her early 20s who was looking at a job advertisement posted by Lin Sudong. The age, the body, the looks, couldn't resist the urge to go up and say hello. Beauty, looking for a job? Li Lingfeng smiled. The woman who thought Li Lingfeng was the owner of the agency nodded. Take a look. Oh, nodded Li Lingfeng. Any boyfriend? The woman looked up at Li Lingfeng and reluctantly replied back on the basis of his handsomeness. I have a boyfriend. Thank you. You're so pretty. You deserve 2 boyfriends. That's 6 already. And with 1 day left I'd like to take a break and rest. Chapter 085, The Most Helpless Thing. Like a lightning strike, Li Lingfeng was dumbfounded. You have so many boyfriends. Do you still need to come out to look for a job? Who said I was looking for a job for myself? The woman returned. I'm looking for them. Li Lingfeng inhaled a breath of air. Good guy. You wishes to find a boyfriend. Is simply to find 6 livestock ah. Do you have a job here that pays better? It doesn't matter if it's tiring, as long as it doesn't kill you to do it. The woman asked. Li Lingfeng, who was also a man, took a 3-second moment of silence for the 6 of them. Ask that boss inside about this. So you're not the boss here? Ha? The woman said as she woke up. Li Lingfeng looked at the woman inexplicably. I didn't say I'm the boss here? Then what are you talking to me for? The woman questioned. Li Lingfeng's mouth smiled. It's not because I saw how pretty you are and thought of coming over to strike up a conversation. But I didn't expect to meet an expert. Get the hell out of here. The woman glared at Li Lingfeng and turned around to enter Lin Sudong's agency. Yo, this little nymph is quite strong in nature. Li Lingfeng shook his head. Drive to the office of Wanhong Real Estate in Feidong, specializing in this Feidong Area Expropriation Work Project Department. Parking his car while outside, Li Lingfeng got out and took a look at a self-built house that was more characteristic of an office building. The sign hanging at the door is quite eye-catching, and there is a red cloth on it. It should have just been hung not long ago. Just as Li Lingfeng entered the door, he was greeted by a staff member dressed in administrative attire with a smiling face. Hello, is this Mr. Li? Li Lingfeng looked at it. It should be a female college student who just graduated out of school. You know me? It was Sister E who instructed me to greet you. Mr. Li, she's up there preparing the appropriate materials. Li Lingfeng nodded. What's your name? My last name is Zhao, with a single Qian character. Zhao Qian smiled back. Li Lingfeng took another close look up and down. 168 or so in height, moderate body and appearance, is considered to be more than 80 points of the kind, but those eyes were extraordinarily clear, and seemed to be rare in that they hadn't been exposed to an ounce of society's sauce. Where are you from? This Mandarin of yours is not very standardized, Li Lingfeng said in a serious manner. Zhao Qian looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. His own serious Chinese language major graduates. Putonghua exam grade 1A, you say my Putonghua is not standard? Facing Zhao Qian's face of skepticism, Li Lingfeng smiled. Come on, try biting your lips and pronouncing tu out loud through your nose. Zhao Qian tried lightly, and Li Lingfeng then encouraged. That's right, a little louder. The next moment, the hall was nothing but laughter. In the face of the crowd of colleagues, Zhao Qian, who had woken up, blushed to the root of her neck. At this moment, she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill in, but also for the first time to experience the viciousness of the hearts of this society. Luckily at this time, Chen Jiayi appeared and relieved her. Is flirting with little girls what you're capable of? Li Lingfeng looked up at the approaching Chen Jiayi. No, chasing you before was also my skill. These words were like a heavy bomb, instantly exploding in the crowded circle. It turned out that this man was actually the ex-boyfriend of his own manager, Sister E. No wonder Sister E has been single all these years, so she hasn't gotten over it yet. However, Chen Jiayi's psychological quality is not a star and a half stronger than Zhao Qian, and she did not change her color at all. Let's go up to the second floor conference room. The contract information is ready. Li Lingfeng nodded and followed the two of them, Chen Jiayi and Zhao Qian, up to the second floor conference room. A projection backdrop was placed inside, and another staff member stood by with a DSLR specifically for the occasion. It seems that Chen Jiayi is ready to take Li Lingfeng as the first levy signing object to publicize a good deal, to play a leading role in demonstration. Li Lingfeng naturally did not care. Otherwise how would the other party, Wanhong Real Estate, agree to the conditions he proposed? Deposit levy compensation funds in your own branch bank. Watching Chen Jiayi ordering before and after, Li Lingfeng could feel that she attached great importance to this Fei Dong's levy work. I guess if you succeed in taking it down, you will get a big boost when you go back. Li Lingfeng sat down and turned over the contract information to roughly scrutinize it, determining the amount and key terms. After a short while, staff from various parties arrived one after another. In addition to Wanhong Real Estate and government personnel, Chen Yaxin's father, Uncle Chen, was also among the attendees, as the Feidong area is under Shanjia village. When Uncle Chen came in and saw Li Lingfeng, he was also quite surprised, and wondered who in the world this first signing levy was. I didn't expect it to be my future son-in-law. This kid just does things one step faster than others can. Coming to Li Lingfeng's heel, so can't wait. Uncle had wanted to sell you a good price. Li Lingfeng was busy pulling out a chair for Uncle Chen to sit down. Cough. This is not to meet a former old acquaintance. Always have to give a facer. Uncle Chen followed Li Lingfeng's gaze and looked at the busy Chen Jiayi. You guys don't still have lotus roots, do you? Uncle, what are you talking about? She promised to put Wanhong Real Estate's compensation for this levy in Feidong in our branch. Uncle Chen turned around and smiled. You kid. You are really not bad. You have the same flamboyant style of my youth. After saying that, he didn't forget to remind. You and your Xin hold on tight. Finally, under the witness of many staffs, the first expropriation contract of Feidong project of Wanhong Real Estate was successfully signed. The news media reported the incident, and when he saw the report Huang Tianzi was instantly dumbfounded. There is a feeling of being sold and counting the money for the help. After signing the contract, Li Lingfeng drove Chen Jiayi and Zhao Qian back to the branch, bringing the information to open a public account for Wanhong Real Estate. On the same day, 210 million yuan of levy compensation was transferred in. In addition to the 10 million of Li Lingfeng's account has also arrived. With this 210 million yuan boost, Li Lingfeng's branch deposit size quickly scaled up to more than 600 million, far exceeded the performance record of any previous branch president. After finishing the business and sending Chen Jiayi and Zhao Qian back, he looked at Li Lingfeng who drove away. Zhao Qian asked, Sister E, is he really your ex-boyfriend? Chen Jiayi was silent for a moment. Does it matter? What matters is that our work opens up a situation. Looking at Chen Jiayi who turned to go in, Zhao Qian secretly said in her heart, is it? How do I feel that you still have him in your heart? Li Lingfeng is ready to go to find Chen Yaxin. This 10 million in which she also has a share. Su Xiaolu's side has been sleeping to convince her to vote for their own company. Now it's up to Chen Yaxin's side to see what opinion she has. And if that doesn't work, she'll return her portion to her, traveling to a stoplight intersection just as a red light sidewalk bursts with people. Li Lingfeng looked up to see a full young woman twisting her shapely body as she walked past the car. Only then did I realize that the most helpless thing in the world is to see other people's daughters-in-law dangling in front of them. But I can't do anything about it. Chapter 086 Air Qiao in the elevator. Beep. The horn-urging sound of the rear car broke Li Lingfeng's immersive appreciation. And it turned out that the green light was on. Finally hard to part with a look at the young woman has been far away. Li Lingfeng a foot gas pedal pulled out of the stop line. When I came to the entrance of the big East City neighborhood, I wanted to ask Chen Yaxin to come out and have an afternoon tea for a face-to-face meeting. I didn't expect Chen Yaxin to say to go and sit at her place. It just so happened that she had been studying various kinds of pastries in recent times, so it was just the right time to taste them. After registering at the door and reporting the owner's name, Li Lingfeng drove into the Great Eastern City neighborhood. What came into view were rows and rows of villas, or the detached kind with courtyards. Inside the courtyard, the well-designed horticulture is a sight to behold, especially the unique floral features and fake rocks. All of them show the villa owner's understated luxury, and his love and enjoyment of life. The Big East Side, no less, is known as a residential area for the rich. This Chen Yaxin couldn't really be living in a villa by herself, right? Li Lingfeng, who was driving the car, muttered in his heart, but it didn't look like it by the room number she sent, and followed the navigation until she drove out of the villa area. At the back, there is a row of high-rise residences in a semicircle, like a moat for a road. Driving the vehicle into the underground parking lot and coming to the nearest exit to park it, Li Lingfeng got out of the car. Chen Yaxin was living on the 18th floor of Building F. Li Lingfeng came to the elevator door and pressed the button to go upstairs. The moment he opened the door and saw the two absolute beauties kissing obliviously there, his brain short-circuited in place for a moment. No, if you guys really can't find a guy, you can find me. What a waste. The two absolute beauties also seemed to have noticed Li Lingfeng's presence and turned their heads. One of them smiled charmingly. Won't you come in? Oh. Li Lingfeng, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly entered the elevator and pressed down the 18th floor. At the same time, they saw the lit-up 17th floor, and it turned out that the two of them lived just downstairs from Chen Yaxin. The two were talking and laughing and seemed to be discussing their shopping experience for the day and comparing their purchases. Li Lingfeng slightly glanced sideways. The two men were each carrying a branded bag in their hands. It looked like they should have bought clothes. The two again seemed to have noticed Li Lingfeng's gaze, and they lowered their heads and smiled. Li Lingfeng, who has always been cheeky towards women, did not feel embarrassed, but instead used this as a breakthrough and laughed. Isn't the Three Kingdoms gone? How come there are still two Qiaos? Big and small? Unexpectedly, one of the beauties flirted with Li Lingfeng in return. Then do you want to be Zhou or Sun Su? Li Lingfeng turned around and blew on his tilted bangs. I wouldn't mind being the two of them together. Double pleasure is not something as Zhou or Sun Su can experience. The other beauty laughed and blanked her eyes. I see you like Dong Zhuo, a treacherous minister. Really? Then will you be my sable? I will gladly fall for your beauty tricks. Puffing. The two absolute beauties laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten up, cupping their bellies and bending over for a moment, lighting up their perfect career lines. The three of them struck up a conversation. The elevator went all the way up to the 17th floor without stopping, and after waving goodbye to the two absolute beauties, Li Lingfeng closed the elevator door reluctantly. Oops, forgot to take their contact information. Li Lingfeng lightly slapped the back of his head before he remembered and said, this superb lily is definitely a rare work of art. After exiting the elevator and arriving in front of Chen Yaxin's door, Li Lingfeng rang the doorbell, and Chen Yaxin's voice rang out from the sound transmission port next to him. Who? Li Lingfeng pressed the reply button. Me, Li Lingfeng. The door to the room was automatically unlocked, and Li Lingfeng pushed the door in and changed into indoor slippers at the entrance hall. At this time Chen Yaxin, who was wearing an apron, walked out and smiled happily. You're here? Li Lingfeng looked up at Chen Yaxin and never thought that she would have such a virtuous side. Apron aware. Live a virtuous wife image. And under the apron that a white dress is more elegant. It's hard to relate to that image she used to have. Looking at the stunned Li Lingfeng, Chen Yaxin said suspiciously, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Nope. Li Lingfeng shook his head and returned. I just wanted to ask, what kind of mindset were you in before? Chen Yashin looked at Li Lingfeng even more puzzled. What? Can't even understand what you're saying. Ugh. My pastries are going to burn the pot. Thinking about it, Chen Yashin busily turned around and went into the kitchen. If it wasn't for the fact that he had known Chen Yashin for so long, he really suspected that the one in front of him was her twin sister. You dyed your hair, and you're making pastries? Li Lingfeng walked in and looked at the spacious, clean and artistically furnished living room, further refreshing his perception of Chen Yashin. Chen Yashin came out with the pastries and busily shouted towards Li Lingfeng. Come over and try my handiwork. Li Lingfeng walked over. There were 4 plates on the dining table, each holding various pastries. Looking at the appearance, it kind of looks like a palace Chinese pastry, the kind that royalty used to eat. Li Lingfeng nonchalantly picked up one of them and tried it. It does taste good. Yes? Chen Yashin was happy like a child and hurriedly took one herself to try it out. The two of them talked and laughed as they savored a taste that would not have been enjoyed in ancient times. Sure enough, I have an imperial destiny. Eating a little choking throat, Chen Yashin hurriedly brought Li Lingfeng a cup of his own fruit tea from the refrigerator. After taking a sip to smooth things out a bit, Li Lingfeng said, by the way, this time I came to find you because I want to discuss something with you. You name it, I can do it with no problem. Last time, didn't I ask you to join the joint venture to buy that self-built house? Now that side has been expropriated. Compensated 10 million. The money has arrived. Chen Yashin cast an adoring look. I knew you were good. Here's the thing. I want to invest the $10 million in the development company and continue to let that money roll in. After saying that, Li Lingfeng glanced at Chen Yashin, observing what kind of performance it had, only to see Chen Yashin with a puzzled face. This is something you can just decide on your own. Asking me won't help you. And I don't know anything about this. No, you have a share of the $10 million. You have 2/7 of it. And you have to be consulted on this. Of course, if you don't want to, I will transfer your share back to you. Li Lingfeng continued. Oh, it was only then that Chen Yashin remembered that she had indeed chipped in. I had forgotten that there was this amount of money if you didn't say so. Li Lingfeng, why do you say that with the urge to hit someone? Are all rich people so forgetful? Now that you know, how about it? Continue to invest in me or not? Li Lingfeng smiled cheekily. Well, said Chen Yashin, pretending to hesitate for a moment. Li Lingfeng eyebrow a wrinkle. You the girl is not going to be do not believe that brother this money-making strength it? Then is the agreement between us still in effect? Chen Yashin smiled wryly. Li Lingfeng looked at Chen Yashin thoughtfully, and nodded his head in response in order to pull in the investment. As long as you're willing to continue investing, it's in effect continuously. Deal. Chen Yashin said back just as Li Lingfeng's words fell. At this moment, for Chen Yashin, it was as if the air was sweet. Was this the taste of love? Chapter 087, My girlfriend is pregnant. Li Lingfeng, who had eaten his fill, got up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window. A lazy couch and small round table with a few relationship romance books on the table. Li Lingfeng could not help but laugh. This thing has to rely on practice to get true knowledge. Just rely on theoretical learning is not possible. Chen Yashin, who would have packed up the dishes, unclipped the apron on her body and walked over. Seeing Li Lingfeng flipping through his books, he hurriedly walked up and snatched the book from Li Lingfeng's hand with a blushing face. Why are you messing with other people's things? Chen Yashin said in shame. With that, he took another closer look, and it was good that Li Lingfeng did not turn to the page where the notes were written. Li Lingfeng was puzzled. Isn't it just a book? Why? What secrets are hidden here? It's up to you. Chen Yashin took the book to the bookcase aside. A breeze blew in through the window screen, hitting Chen Yashin's body, her white plain dress swaying gently in the wind. Likewise, dancing with the wind were strands of her black hair. Right. There's a pair of lily beauties living downstairs from you. You know? Li Lingfeng thought of it and said. Chen Yashin, who put the book away, turned around. I know. They are still classmates with me. We are from the same village. Li Lingfeng. Looking at Li Lingfeng's surprised expression, Chen Yashin was curious. What? Did you see them when you came up? Li Lingfeng nodded and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. Well, you have quite a nice view here. Come often in the future. Chen Yashin followed and looked away. 2 bare hills. What's there to see? Baishan Limited. Han Shuiying stretched out at the moment. Busy day really did not even drink water. But remembering that tomorrow is the weekend instantly energizes me again. Zhao Yu, who was in the office, walked out and came to Han Shuiying's card seat, handing her the shipping slip. Hurry up and ship it out. Get it done and get off early. Han Shuiying took it with both hands and smiled. Okay, Sister Yu. Zhao Yu, who had just turned around and was ready to leave, turned back and looked around to see that no one was there and said in a thin voice, "Do you want to go to Feng Ming Temple together tomorrow?" Ha! Han Shuiying, who didn't react for a moment, looked up at Zhao Yu. "Just the two of us? Why don't you ask Ling Feng? The four of us will go there. I heard that wishing there is very spiritual." Han Shuiying smiled happily. Good grin. "Also, I've applied to my boss for an additional assistant manager position." Hearing this, Han Shuiying's heart tightened and she was busy looking at Zhao Yu, only to see her reveal a smile. "Recommended for you." Cheering her. "Thank you, Sister Yu." Han Shuiying was on the verge of flying with excitement, which meant she had been promoted as well. "Shu, don't say anything around yet, lest someone trip you up. Hurry up and ship out." Zhao Yu gave a reminder. Han Shuiying powerfully took the shipping list to the warehouse, and it was not easy to finish the work at hand, so he couldn't wait to call Li Lingfeng. "I'll tell you good news." "Oh, what good news?" Happy like that. At this time, Li Lingfeng, who had just left the great eastern city, was driving on the road. Han Shuiying smiled beautifully. "I'll soon be promoted to assistant manager." "Yes?" This did surprise Li Lingfeng slightly. "Isn't that just what you had in mind? Congratulations, Yu. I have to thank Sister Yu for giving me the opportunity." Han Shuiying was grateful. Li Lingfeng followed with a joyful smile. "Then you don't treat people to a good meal to thank them?" "Sister Yu said she's looking for us to go to Feng Ming Temple with her over the weekend." "How are you doing?" "No problem. For the sake of your great future. Not to mention going to Feng Ming Temple, let me her accompany to the Padala Palace is also willing to." Han Shuiying over here whitened her eyes. "Not afraid of high-altitude sickness, are you?" "Fear not. You'll have given me mouth-to-mouth artificial oxygen by then." "Good thinking, you." Han Shuiying pouted. "By the way, to celebrate your promotion, what do you want to eat tonight?" Li Lingfeng asked. "Are you inviting me?" Han Shuiying's eyes rolled and she wryly returned. Li Lingfeng frowned. "No, you want me to treat you when you've been promoted. It doesn't make sense?" "Whoops, my treat." "Oh." Han Shuiying beamed. "I know of a Western restaurant where the soundproofing is not bad." Li Lingfeng remembered the one he ate with Su Xiaolu last time. "Yeah, you're set. Come pick me up. I'm almost off work," Han Shuiying said. After hanging up the phone, Li Lingfeng unconsciously accelerated the gas pedal. Han Shuiying re-entered her card seat and saw that not far away, Lin Xiaoning was on the phone. Looking at her expression, she seemed to be losing her temper. Han Shuiying hadn't spoken to Lin Xiaoning since the last dinner at home. The main thing is that the other person ignores them. Seeing Lin Xiaoning hang up the phone, she angrily dumped the phone on the desktop and looked up to meet Han Shuiying eye to eye. Then, in Lin Xiaoning's indignant eyes, the two of them had each left each other's sight. Han Shuiying packed up the information on her desktop, and when Li Lingfeng called, she carried her bag to get off work. It happens to be another two people share an elevator. Good thing there are other companies up and down, or all the way to speechless, especially embarrassing. After exiting the doorway, Han Shuiying caught a glimpse of Li Lingfeng waiting for him at the curb, so she hurriedly walked over. Lin Xiaoning, who was walking behind, also seemed to have noticed Li Lingfeng and looked over. Han Shuiying, who was seated in the co-pilot's seat, fastened her seatbelt. "All right, let's go." After saying that, he looked up at Li Lingfeng and realized that he was staring straight ahead. When Han Shuiying looked over, it was none other than her good best friend Lin Xiaoning, and the three of them seemed to freeze in their sight at this moment. Lin Xiaoning took the lead and turned away, interrupting the delicate atmosphere. "Your BFF still seems to be angry with you." "Oh," Li Lingfeng teased. Han Shuiying disdained. "What qualifications does she have to be angry? I didn't blame her and that's good enough, but she's still angry with me in return?" Li Lingfeng also shook his head. This girl's logical world, he himself did not understand. Starting the car, Li Lingfeng was just about to put it in gear and leave, when Xiao Hongfei called. "Boss, is it possible to get an advance of one more month's salary?" Li Lingfeng froze. This has not just given wages? That was also an advance. Are you in some kind of trouble here? Li Lingfeng asked. That side stammered for a long time before Xiao Hongfei said, "Girlfriend accidentally got pregnant." "Girlfriend pregnant? I remember your girlfriend is Lin Xiaoning, right? So that means Lin Xiaoning is pregnant? Is this a one-night stand leaky bag? Or is it a pressurized condom?" "No, your girlfriend is pregnant. What's the connection with an advance on your paycheck?" Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. After a long time, Xiao Hongfei returned. "This child, she doesn't want it." Through the phone, Li Lingfeng could feel the sound of Xiao Hongfei's heart cracking. Who wouldn't want to have a family when you're this age? Have a child of your own. Chapter 088, The Sound of Shattered Dreams. Li Lingfeng held the phone in his right hand. His left elbow pressed against the edge of the car window, and his fingers stroked his chin. This advance of 1 month's salary is not enough. After the abortion, you have to buy some supplements to regulate your body. The key TM of this Lin Xiaoning stomach child to determine is not Xiao Hongfei. Oh, do not give when the wrongdoer to pay the bill. So Li Lingfeng asked one more time. Is that child sure it's yours? What do you mean? These words ignited Xiao Hongfei's anger. I respect that you're the boss. If you don't want an advance that's fine, but don't insult me. No. Just as Li Lingfeng wanted to do further explanation, Xiao Hongfei hung up the phone. Han Shuiying, who was listening in bewilderment next to her, couldn't help but ask. Is something wrong? What child? Hello BFF Lin Xiaoning is pregnant. After saying that Li Lingfeng exhaled. Hearing this, Han Shuiying was also momentarily surprised, recalling the manner in which he answered the phone before he left work. No wonder. Han Shuiying looked up at Li Lingfeng. No. Why are you sighing when Lin Xiaoning is pregnant? It won't be like that, Yao schoolmate. Another sin you made, right? At this moment, Han Shuiying's wise brain was like a famous detective Conan possessed. Li Lingfeng, don't force me to slap you. Don't you have any idea how I am with your best friend? Han Shuiying came over with a dragon claw hand. Can't you talk properly? No. Isn't your BFF Lin Xiaoning's boyfriend Xiao Hongfei? He just called to get an advance on his paycheck. Let go. Han Shuiying retracted her delicate hand. What's with the salary advance? Lin Xiaoning doesn't want that child. What else do you think you can do with an advance on your paycheck? Li Lingfeng returned. Han Shuiying didn't say anything, just fumed for a moment, remembering how the two of them had talked and laughed earlier. It really hurts to scratch you. Li Lingfeng spat. Returning to her senses, Han Shuiying looked at the place she had just scratched. Really? Then I'll rub it. Li Lingfeng dodged out of the way as soon as he could. Stop it. This is your company's entrance. After saying this, Li Lingfeng picked up his cell phone and transferred 5,000 advance salary to Xiao Hongfei. Not long after, Xiao Hongfei returned. Thank you. Do you think Lin Xiaoning's child can be Xiao Hongfei's? Li Lingfeng put down his cell phone and turned his head to ask Han Shuiying. Does it matter that much if it is or not? It's a one-way street now. Li Lingfeng nodded. Looking incredulously at Han Shuiying, I realized that you're really smart sometimes. Han Shuiying just wanted to be happy, but it seemed like something wasn't right. What do you mean sometimes smart? What does that mean? Sit still and come. I'm getting ready to drive. Li Lingfeng hurriedly diverted his attention. By the side of the road, Lin Xiaoning broke down and sat on a bench, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. In fact, that day, the one who had a one-night stand with her was not Xiao Hongfei at all, but another dashing young man. Only the other guy hasn't been heard from since that night. Coupled with this period of self-abandonment and frequent change of pillows, Lin Xiaoning could not be sure whose this child in her stomach actually belonged to. But the only thing I can be sure of is that I am innocent with Xiao Hongfei. The cell phone rang. Lin Xiaoning stopped sobbing, wiped away the tear tracks on her face, and picked it up to see that it was Xiao Hongfei calling. Lin Xiaoning, who didn't want to take his call, couldn't hold the emotions of the moment's collapse and really needed someone to comfort her. Ning, I got an advance on my paycheck. Where are you? I'll come over to you. Lin Xiaoning told Xiao Hongfei the address, and 10 minutes later, Xiao Hongfei arrived in front of Lin Xiaoning as fast as he could. She also brought her a special serving of cut fruit. Have some. It's all cut and fresh. He also didn't forget to hand Lin Xiaoning the bamboo stick. Lin Xiaoning glanced at Xiao Hongfei, still with that cold expression, and took the bamboo stick to pick a piece and put it in her mouth. Facing a man she didn't have a problem with, Lin Xiaoning really couldn't be gentle. Heartbroken by Lin Xiaoning's pale face, Xiao Hongfei hurriedly smiled and said, "Why don't I feed you?" Lin Xiaoning then glared at Xiao Hongfei. "I have hands." Xiao Hongfei, who was afraid of annoying Lin Xiaoning, had to shut up and stop talking, and only after a long time did he say, "Why don't you give birth to the child?" Seeing that Lin Xiaoning didn't reply, Xiao Hongfei then gathered his courage and said, "Now that I've found a new job, this boss is not bad. I'm sure I'll be able to take care of you both." Lin Xiaoning still didn't reply, just coldly chewing on the fruit. Her eyes glazed over as she stared into the distance. "Give me a chance to be responsible, okay?" Xiao Hongfei almost begged. Lin Xiaoning put back the bamboo stick in her hand. "Let's go." "Where to?" "Home," Xiao Hongfei asked with anticipation. He always believed that Lin Xiaoning wasn't that determined. Lin Xiaoning got up without looking back. "Go to the hospital. The sky is gradually darkening. Thick clouds cover the moon. Look so hazy and confused. Not the former bright and bright. Han Shuiying is holding the wall from the Western restaurant out. Uninformed people thought it was not seen in the world to eat propped up. Instead of going back after dinner, the two strolled through the streets filled with fireworks. I also wonder what's going on over at Lin Xiaoning's side right now?" Han Shuiying asked, holding Li Lingfeng's hand. Li Lingfeng looked back at Han Shuiying. "Should I make a call and ask Xiao Hongfei?" Don't. It's too risque and people don't necessarily want us to know more. Besides, even if we know, what can we do?" Han Shuiying then spoke up and said, "Also, do you want me to carry you? It's hard to watch you walk." Li Lingfeng laughed. "Who let you have no mercy at all just now?" Han Shuiying blanked Li Lingfeng. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng squatted down and patted his shoulder, signaling Han Shuiying to come up. Han Shuiying blushed and hesitated in place for a while, never able to take a step up. "Are you sure you don't want to carry it? Then I'll get up." Li Lingfeng pretended to get up and said. When it was too late, Han Shuiying was busy pouncing on her. "No, I want you to carry me." So Li Lingfeng picked up Han Shuiying on his back as soon as he could, and Han Shuiying happily pressed her face against Li Lingfeng's back. Walking down the street, I passed a large stall. A pungent smell of fumes came with the wind, and Li Lingfeng hurriedly dodged to one side. Not far ahead, 3 or 2 middle-aged men over 40 years old gathered around a table to raise their glasses and clink drinks. This happy life is so good. Han Shuiying was filled with envy. Li Lingfeng followed and looked over. Really? A group of middle-aged men gathered around a cheap table. How does this cup clinking sound like the sound of a broken dream? Well, it's been security audited again. So I'll see you all in the jungle. Chapter 089, I'm back again. Han Shuiying froze for a moment, then slapped Li Lingfeng's shoulder. What's the point of pretending to be deep? Where do you get your dreams when you're displaced and wandering every day? Li Lingfeng turned his head and glanced at Han Shuiying. Did I say it was myself? No? Han Shuiying returned. Yes? Who knows you? Yeah, who knows? Li Lingfeng smiled and shook his head. Or you might as well put me down. What's wrong? I'm not even tired of carrying you. But you're not happy about it? Li Lingfeng asked in disbelief. Han Shuiying beamed. It always feels like a piggyback carrying a daughter-in-law. Li Lingfeng, you've had enough. Have you ever seen a piggyback as handsome as me? Besides, you're not my daughter-in-law. Who knew that? Once Han Shuiying heard this, she was immediately unhappy and directly slipped off of Li Lingfeng's back. Walking forward gamely, Li Lingfeng's face immediately spread a frown. This woman's face is truly a dog's, changing at the drop of a hat. Stop right there. Give you face this is. Li Lingfeng drank. Han Shuiying stopped in her tracks at once, turning to look at Li Lingfeng in a stifled manner, teardrops seeming to swirl in her eyes. Get your ass over here. Han Shuiying bit her lip and very obediently walked over, making the group of buddies next to her look dumbfounded. All of them raised their eyes to Li Lingfeng, and their family status could be concluded from that crowd of surprised eyes. Han Shuiying rejoined Li Lingfeng, full of grievances. Li Lingfeng reached out and wiped away the tears from the corner of Han Shuiying's eyes. If you want to be my daughter-in-law, you should have the likeness of being my daughter-in-law. Han Shuiying was instantly happy upon hearing this. What was it like? Was it like this? After saying that, he immediately came up and kissed Li Lingfeng's cheek lightly, and then reached out to Li Lingfeng's arm and leaned his head on Li Lingfeng's shoulder. Wow! The group of buddies were dying to throw the bottles in their hands at the moment. After leaving the crowd with a load of dog food, the two happily went home arm in arm. At the residence, after taking a bath, Li Lingfeng lay comfortably on the bed as soon as he was done, holding the book The Secret of Fierce Men in his hand. At this time the same Han Shuiying who had finished her bath wiped her hair and walked in, her loose pajamas showing off a large portion of her body. Li Lingfeng glanced at him and reminded, "Hurry up and put your pajamas on." A puzzled Han Shuiying busily pulled her pajamas up and looked up in disbelief. What's wrong? Have you changed sex? Recently, the investigation is strict. You do not have a little bit in your heart. And then show down believe it or not and shut you in a small black room. Han Shuiying, that's true. It's not easy to come out. It's better to stabilize and not make waves. Come on. Wrap this sheet up as well and cover yourself tightly. After saying that, Li Lingfeng threw the air-conditioned sheet to Han Shuiying in passing. Han Shuiying caught the sheet and said incredulously, "As far as that goes, it's always right." Hearing Li Lingfeng say this, Han Shuiying wrapped herself in another layer of the sheet, and now not even a mosquito could fly in. No! How am I supposed to wipe my hair like this? Han Shuiying, who was wrapped into a dumpling, asked. You can cool off on the balcony. It's windy there. Han Shuiying threw the bandana over as soon as she could. I'm going to go run naked on the balcony. Come back. Brother, I'll always rub it for you. Li Lingfeng hurriedly surrendered. Han Shuiying guffawed and happily plopped down on Li Lingfeng's heels, winking. What are you waiting for you? Bring the windsock. You expect me to dry you off with this bandana? No? Han Shuiying gambled. Then you'd better go to the balcony.